They appeared on top of the escarpment they'd gathered on after Balin's test. This time the benches were already there, awaiting their arrival. Sit down, sit down. The Chancellor gestured to their seats. I'll be back in one moment. Ah, wait, I almost forgot. He waved a hand and more benches appeared in a semicircle around the boulder he'd sat on last time. There are in fact more of you this time, at least for the time being. The air shimmered around him and he vanished into it. His students looked at one another as a familiar, uncomfortable silence filled the air. Alex had experienced the same feeling many times before. At the church school, the atmosphere in a class had become exactly the same when one of their number was about to be in a lot of trouble. The class waited, shuffling awkwardly in their seats, until Balin abruptly reappeared with Minervis and his entourage beside him. Have a seat and we'll get started, he said to a beet red, sweating Minervis who appeared to be on edge. Maybe he was angry, maybe embarrassed, maybe both. When Alex had last seen him and his entourage, they were still trying to herd the vent drinkers. From the expression he now wore, it looked like things hadn't gone very well. All right, so let's talk about the practicum today, Balin began. You faced a challenge where your enemies, such as they were, had a terrain advantage that you did not. What did you learn? He asked. Alex paused. He had gone into the discussion expecting Balin to ask, how did you do, like last time, not what did you learn. Ah yes, Thundar, Balin said. Alex had been so deep in thought that he hadn't realized the Minotaur had raised his hand. Teamwork makes the dream work, Thundar smiled and said. Alex started to laugh along with some of the other class members. Balin smiled too. What a delightful expression. Teamwork makes the dream work. Ha, I've never heard that before. This is why I so enjoy teaching. You all help keep me young. Well, young in my own mind at least. I'll have to introduce that at the next administrative meeting. So yes, teamwork makes the dream work. What else? Alex raised his hand next, speaking when Balin called on him. You've got to take into account the resources you have and change a plan when those resources change. Very good, Balin said. Battle, or indeed anything in life, is constantly moving and changing like a river. Advantages turn to disadvantages. Allies fail and help comes from unforeseen directions. A proper wizard adjusts to these changes quickly and decisively. What else? Malcolm raised his hand. You've got to make sure you prepare for different situations. Knowing a lot of different kinds of spells is better than being hyper-focused. Alex winced at the moment. By necessity, he himself was hyper-focused on force spells. What makes you say that, Malcolm? Balin prompted him. Well. Malcolm scratched the back of his head. I mostly know ice spells that, well, kill. I accidentally killed 2 vent drinkers when I was only trying to capture them. If I had something less lethal, then I'd have gotten all 3, probably. A fine point, Balin agreed, spreading his hands. These days, specialization is very much in vogue in academic wizardry. It is seen as efficient. Specialists in lightning magic could rend the skies in half, while a generalist wizard might have a larger toolbox, but far less mastery over any specific kind of magic. That said, one of the greatest strengths of wizardry is versatility. By learning a wide array of spells, you might be better prepared for any situation. There is one point I might add to your observation, Malcolm. Even if you are a specialist, then you can shore up your blind spots with resources other than magic. He gestured to the rest of the class. Nuaoj knew ice spells less lethal than yours, Malcolm, but she also brought a powerful ally with her, one who was unaffected by the rigors of the mana vents. Isolde, Alex, and Minervis also brought allies. He gestured to Colic, Thundar, and Alex. Your 3 colleagues used a hunting familiar and physical force to subdue their quarry. You brought an ally as well, Malcolm, which shows your head was in the right place. It was just a simple misfortune that in this situation, Master Ivander's high levels of natural mana were not a boon, and so he was unable to be in close proximity to the wild mana vent. But he was still of great aid to you. Even if you don't have the correct spell, you can substitute your magic with an ally or a carefully chosen weapon or tool. Yeah, that makes sense, Malcolm said, glancing over to Ivander. You can expand in ways outside of magic. Well said, Balin nodded. What else have we learned? A hand rose from the end of the class. Balin turned to its owner without missing a beat. Ah, Minervis, what is your question? With all due respect, what was the point of this? Minervis asked. Everything went dead silent. One might have heard a fly cough. Balin cocked his goat-like head at Minervis, seeming nothing more than a kindly old man listening to the voice of a grandson. His eyes, however, were utterly focused on the young man like a snake eyeing a mouse. Do go on, Balin gestured to him in invitation. Don't keep talking, Alex thought. Minervis kept talking. I don't really understand the exercise, Balin, he said. We're supposed to be learning how to engage in combat, right? Adapting and using our resources. Or are we grabbing lizards like chicken wranglers? I get that it was about getting them away from the mana vent, but if they don't fight back, then how is that training us to protect ourselves? An interesting observation, Balin said. How does what we did today play into the wizard in combat? Let me ask you this. Should you kill everything you fight? Well, a dead enemy is one that can't come after you later. Killing it or running away from it makes sense. Capturing it just lets them strike you in the back later. I see. and let us say for a moment that you were trying to track down a creature who could provide an excellent source of mana for your alchemy or even bolstering your spellcraft. But the creature is only useful to you alive. Well, then I'd capture it. Precisely how Minervus, Balin pressed him. You have cornered a beast and it is fighting to escape you because it is a beast and it believes that you have captured it to make it your meal. Thus, it fights for its life with every fatal measure it possesses, while you cannot respond in kind lest you lose the resource the living creature can provide. What then? Minervus muttered. You seem to be having some difficulty with that one. Balin stroked one of the clasped braids of his beard. Let us try this. You are returning to your sanctum after purchasing some ingredients that you need for a ritual. En route, you are attacked by armed rogues. They move quite well, and it is obvious they seek your head. Using your method, you run away, only for them to pursue you. They are determined, of course, and so you kill them. What have you learned about who sent them or why? Well, vent drinkers can't fight back, right? So why them? If I may be so bold, Balin leaned forward. Could it be that you do not see the benefit of the task because you were only able to capture one of the creatures alive? At times, one can be tempted to disparage areas where they do not excel. One blames lack of oversight, administrative structure, or random chance when things do not go so well. Is this it? Minervus winced. My companions weren't able to work well near the mana vent, so it wasn't fair. Alex blinked. That was the first he'd heard of this. Your companions, many of them were able to reach the vents just fine. Balin waved his hand over Hogarth, Svenja, Teresa, and Grimlock. No, I mean my. Yes, Balin pushed. My companions, my flesh golems being so close to the mana vent disrupted my mana connection to them, and they don't function that well with just verbal orders. Flesh golems. Alex whirled toward Minervus' companions. A lot of their strange behaviors suddenly started to make sense, how they had moved nearly in time with each other, why they only seemed to react to Minervus, why they all seemed to look like one another, and why they hadn't said a word for the entire class. Even now, as everyone's attention lay fully on them, they didn't react or move. Even their breathing seemed unnecessary and intermittent, like it was merely a performance and not an actual bodily process. Well, I'll be damned, Alex said. They looked utterly lifelike aside from those few tells. He supposed that flesh was one of the more special materials, used to make certain golems that Sim Shale had hinted at on their tour of the workshop. Alex didn't even want to know how these constructs were made. A shudder ran through him. Indeed, your golems were at a disadvantage, a major disadvantage at that, but you had ways to adapt. You had your classmates, but you said I'd ruined their trust with what happened during the test. Minervus tried to explain himself. I determined that resource was spent and decided to act on my own. Rain concluded otherwise, Balin pointed out. And so he was part of a group that successfully captured 10 vent drinkers. Instead, you went out on your own and managed to capture one, despite bringing the most companions, who were also the most obedient and coordinated. Trust in you has lessened further, and he gestured to the sky. A full-grown Zythak was approaching us. Had your classmates taken longer to capture the vent drinkers because you did not provide them aid, then everyone would have had to deal with a flying opponent that is far beyond any of you. It would have been necessary for me to step in, and the learning opportunity would have been lost. This Minervus fell into an angry silence. This. Balin looked at him for a long time before sighing. All right, I can see that you are not ready. I will put in an immediate transfer request so that you might enter another course of your choice. It is still early in the semester and you can still catch up. Wait, what? Minervus flew to his feet. What transfer? But it wasn't a test. A proper wizard is always tested, Minervus, the Chancellor said. His voice sounded firm as iron. They are tested by their magic, by their foes, and by their own limits. You have found yours, and until you can learn more wisdom in your decisions, your continued presence in the class would endanger your life, the lives of your colleagues, and hinder all learning opportunities. This is a favor, and should you wish to do so, you may continue to audit the lecture portion of the course if you do not fill this time slot. Minervus stewed and then grudgingly bowed his head. As you say. Good, Balin nodded. I encourage you to take this course again when you are ready. After they had teleported back to the stadium, the class fell into an uncomfortable silence. Minervus organized his things, then stomped through the doorways with his entourage of golems behind. As soon as they left, excited chatter began to spread through the class. Several of the students surrounded Teresa, Grimlock, Hogarth, and Svenja and bombarded them with questions, congratulations, and compliments. Teresa looked to be growing flustered from the attention. Meanwhile, Alex went to stand in line with those who had after-class questions for the Chancellor. Isolde was last in line in front of him, and she gave him a curt nod and warm smile as she stepped out of line. Ah, Alex, here again, Balin beamed at him. I swear, every single class you're staying behind to ask something. Hey, I'm at Magic University. I think it'd weird if I weren't filled with questions literally every waking moment, Alex said lightly, glancing toward the doors to the stadium. Minervus had exited that way minutes earlier. Chancellor, he said, those wild mana vents, that's an incredible source of power. That they are, Balin chuckled. and a very tempting one, though if you're thinking of harnessing one, I'd advise against that until you've been studying for a few decades. Decades? Alex blinked. Is it that hard to harness? Indeed, while the air and natural processes of the world gradually calms the mana naturally, doing so artificially and on demand is a very difficult process. Ah, he said, slightly disappointed. That's too bad. Too bad. Balin stroked his beard. Alex, each vent pours out enough power per day to energize a skyskip for months. That's more power than most archmages need, let alone a first year. Why are you thinking about this? Well, he said, glancing back at the gates Minervus had gone through. I've been thinking about golems, for the future, you see. He didn't mention how near he intended that future to be. But I've learned they need a lot of mana, among other things. Probably more mana than I'll be able to provide for a very long time, so I was thinking of substitutes. And so you thought to use a gaping hole that pours out the most dangerous mana you can find, and I thought you had good instincts, Alex, Balin chuckled. It takes a creature or apparatus that can process an incredibly disparate selection of mana and convert it into a single source. Creatures or devices that can do that are either rare, dangerous, expensive, or all of the above. There are other, safer things that can donate the mana to power a golem. Oh, Alex pressed. Like what would you suggest? The sacrifice of sentient beings, Balin said seriously. Alex froze. Balin burst out laughing. I jest. That practice hasn't been common in alchemy for some 500 years. In most places anyway. But magical items could be good donators if you don't mind them being drained. Better they be embedded, though. For an instant Alex wondered if Balin and Hob were friends. He paused. Embedded, indeed. A golem that produces a great deal of mana to power itself can also power and interface with magical items embedded in its body if one simply attaches them during creation. Alex's heart nearly stopped beating. And then what happens? Well, the golem can utilize the items. Some golem crafters graft magic swords onto their arms or magical orbs into their chests to create a variety of spell effects. When you learn more about golems, you'll learn about this. Anytime. Don't do anything that would get you expelled now. Don't look at Minervus as an example. His golems are bound to him, but not crafted by him. Otherwise, the connection between their mana would be deeper. Alex walked away, considering more possibilities. Mounted magic items. An image came to him, a colossal figure of clay, one that fired deadly red beams as it battled his enemies. If he did this right, he might have just found the perfect use for the fire gems from the cave of the traveler. So Professor Valrock looked over the entire class of Mana 1900. Done, 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 he said for effect. It's time to show off your progress with your glyph boxes. This assignment likely won't be your favorite this semester, and rest assured, you won't be unique in feeling that way. You see, glyph box practice enjoys a long tradition of being hated here at Generosity, but sadly he grinned, looking pleased with himself. It still has to be done. The good news is that today's little go-over isn't for marks. We're just doing a brief check-in to see how things are coming along. He clapped his scaly hands together and rubbed them excitedly. His tongue flicked out and licked one of his eyes. Several students, including Alex, recoiled slightly. So let's have a show of hands. Who here was unable to light up any glyphs on their boxes? His tongue flicked out again. There was a reticent silence. Oh, don't be shy, there's no shame here, and we're all going to be taking turns revealing our results anyway. The silence continued. Oh, come on, you're not being marked on this. Here, I'll show you someone who wasn't able to light a single glyph in their first 2 weeks with that damned box. Valrock raised his scaly hand. Took me 3 weeks to light half of one, so don't be shy. Let's go, show of hands. Reluctantly, slightly more than half the class raised their hands. A few students were looking at their boxes with such hatred that Alex was sure if they had hammers, their boxes would be flat discs. There, that's the way. No need to worry, Valrock said. Now, of the students who couldn't activate the glyph, who among you was able to send your mana in and feel the first applicator in the box? Every student kept their hand raised, though some looked shifty as they did. Alex raised his eyebrows in surprise. He wondered if that look was an "I didn't actually try the homework, but am pretending that I had trouble with it" look. He remembered it well from the church school. That surprised him. It was one thing to sit there and not do any work when school was local. Free and even a bookworm like him had to admit the lessons varied with how practical they were. But Generosity cost a fortune, and the dangers of Magic Lucia, her massive scar, and leaving Generosity came to mind me that there was a lot more risk for not doing the assigned work. The danger was real. Then again, looking around the class, he began to wonder how many students actually wanted to be here. Derek was a noble, and so was Isolde and quite a few others. Wizardry was prestigious and provided a path to reputation, riches, and power, but that didn't mean it was a path for everyone. He remembered students from the church school who'd gone into apprenticeships or professions because that's what their families expected of them. Some hated it, but diligently stuck through the training anyway. Others also hated it and simply coasted through, doing the minimum. Still others got thrown out for doing unbelievably stupid things. A potter's apprentice, who nearly burned his hand off, came to mind. He had tried to show off for a girl by trying to impress her with how long he could tolerate the heat inside a kiln. The skin on his hand ended up looking like old leather. The girl wasn't impressed. All types went into all sorts of studies for various reasons. He supposed generosity was no different. Either way, if Professor Valrock noticed the shifty looks, the cheerful lizard wizard gave no sign. See, that's the ticket right there. By finding the applicator, you've learned both how to move your mana without the aid of a magic circuit and how to sense and touch things with it. You've taken the first steps, and now all you need to do is put in the practice. He licked his eye again in something that looked like a hideous parody of a wink. Now for all those that did manage to light a glyph, show us what you've done. Who wants to go first? Alex did not raise his hand. He wanted to watch the others first and see just how far they had gotten. If he went first, he could proudly show the class his accomplishment, but maybe others had done even better. Maybe someone had lit up 2 boxes. Also, if he did go first and was the only one to light up every glyph, that might discourage others who hadn't done as well as him. He wanted to stand out, not embarrass others for no reason. Unless they deserved it, of course. He smiled as McHarris came to mind. Besides, people who went last tended to stand out more. There was a reason why Robin cloaked legendary Archer Railways went last at tournaments in all the popular stories about him. Alex watched, impressed with some of the students. 3 of them had managed to light up 3 glyphs at the same time, though they told Professor Valrock that they had previous experience with mana manipulation by having assisted in shops that dealt in magic items and generosity. That was encouraging. If students who had less skill in mana manipulation than he did were helping out in magic item shops, then that gave him hope for getting the assistant's job in the Golem workshop. Finally, the professor's eyes fell on him. Looks like you're the last one, Alex. Come on, no need to be shy. Looks like I am, Alex said, lifting the box. He concentrated, letting his mana flow through the maze as he'd practiced so many times. With the Mark's assistance, it was so easy now that he could have done it while half asleep. A collective gasp went through the room as every glyph lit up at once. A stunned silence followed. Well, Valrock chattered. My goodness, would you look at that? Lizard folk floated toward Alex on one of the school's flying stone discs. Well done. Most don't light up the whole box until at least halfway through the second-year course, he said excitedly. Do you work at a magic item forge? No, but I'm hoping to, Alex said quickly. Interesting, very interesting. Would you mind staying a few minutes after class? Sure, Alex smiled. Murmurs were spreading through the class. Good. People were beginning to talk. So what kind of job are you looking for? Valrock asked. I'm looking to get a job at Shale's workshop, Alex said, concentrating on casting his forciball and then hanging his basket of textbooks beneath it. If Valrock noticed that it took him longer to cast it than most other students, then he didn't say anything. A good choice, but a hard one. I know Taraka Shale, and she's a particular taskmaster. And golem work is no easy task among the magical disciplines. Valrock looked at him with one of his reptilian eyes. She also doesn't have any openings at the moment that I'm aware of, but she always posts her openings at Generosity since we have such a good pool of potential candidates to choose from. Well, I want to be ready if one does come up, Alex said quickly. Right. The professor looked at one of the boxes sitting on his own desk. But you certainly have an excellent talent for either that or a lot of practice, so I wouldn't exactly say that you don't have a chance. Have you built magic items before? No, Alex said, but I've been doing well in POTI 1000 so far, and I've been a baker's assistant. Valrock paused. A baker? Well, he shrugged. I know how to follow a recipe. The lizard folk burst into his high-pitched laugh. I guess there's a correlation there. Well then, he tapped the box on his desk, then slid it toward Alex before digging into the desk and pulling out another 2. Here, I want you to try what you did using these 3 boxes. Right. Alex took them up one after the other. The first one he struggled with a little. The maze and applicators were completely different from his own practice box. Soon, however, he was able to light up every single glyph on each side. By using the mark to point out his previous successful movements, he grew faster and faster with solving each one. Then, feeling more confident, he picked up 2 at the same time. Falling into a meditative mindset, he took deep, paced breaths while he split his concentration into 2 boxes at once. That proved a little overambitious. Controlling his spell while solving one box was one thing, but engaging in something as complex as activating all the glyphs on 2 boxes at once proved to be beyond him. Still, he was proud to be able to activate 2 glyphs on each one at the same time. Well, by my scales, Valrock cried. Would you look at that? That's a little embarrassing. Alex smiled ruefully. Please, that's something very. What's that mean? Alex asked. Oh, that's awesome. Alex said. Yeah, it is pretty awesome, isn't it? Valrock snickered, tapping a clawed finger to the bottom of his jaw. Andy, you said you were in POTI 1002. Yep, Professor Jules was the first person I showed that I could actually light up the whole box, aside from my friends, that is. And she didn't tell me. Valrock looked mildly offended. Ah well, and how is it so far? We're going to have our first quiz soon, Alex said. And I'm really learning some interesting stuff in the labs. What, really? Yep, Valrock bobbed his head in a nod. You seem to have a true talent for mana manipulation, an exceptional talent, and that should be supported. Do well and I'll certainly do well by you. Well, don't thank me yet. All I potentially have to do is write a letter. You, on the other hand, have to be the one to prove yourself to me. Alex looked at the glyph boxes. Oh, I'm working on it. I'm working on it. This one's done, Alex said lightly as his potion gave off a strong glow, and then settled into a deep, murky gray color. The controlled flame beneath the flask snuffed out as he capped it, took out the mana conductor, shut down the mana vacuum, and used his tongs to place the hot flask onto a waiting ceramic plate. What already? Carrie blinked, staring at the potion from the workstation beside him. We just started. Well, it's kind of simple once you have the procedure memorized, he said, moving the glass titration apparatus to the front of his station and starting to disassemble it. He used the mark it pointed out the proper movements for taking apart the delicate device and placing it down properly. He placed it with the rest of the apparati he had finished using. They would need to be washed after the lab. And I'm pretty good at mana manipulation, so that helps speed things up. Pretty good was a bit of an understatement at this point. Alex had borrowed 2 mana manipulation boxes from Professor Valrock to practice with at the same time after his meditations. Operating 2 at once was much harder than 1, but in a short space of time, he'd already managed to raise the number of glyphs he could light on both from 2 to 3. At this point, controlling Forceaball and even Forcedisk through mana manipulation was as easy as breathing. He'd already started to work hard on learning Wizards, hand-documenting his failures, as usual, and couldn't wait to see how well he could control it once he'd figured out how to cast it. Now all that was needed was to make sure he actually had the skills to perform the job. Also, if he managed to get the job, then that might help convince Professor Jules to let him do more in POTI 1000. He glanced to the far side of the room, where various analytical apparatuses were stored. Once the potion had cooled enough, he lifted it with the tongs and carried it over for analysis. First, he dropped a bit of it into a mana spectrometer, which broke up a substance's composition by its mana essences. He remembered the textbook's instructions as to what dyeing agents he should add to the sample, and dropped those on it. Then he ran the spectrometer for exactly 21 seconds, which was the recommended length of time for first-tier potions. What came out was a sheet of absorbent paper with bands of color running along its length. Alex identified what each color meant in terms of its magical constitution and wrote them down in his lab book. The pattern present matched what the pattern should have been for this potion, as listed in Dexter's textbook. He then took out another testing device. It was a potion-sensitive bed of blue moss that had been planted on a surface the size of a large coin. Carefully, he filled a dropper with another sample and dropped it onto the moss, watching for any sign of color changes. His eyes narrowed behind his mask. Nothing. Smiling, he raised his hand and called Professor Jules over. His voice was muffled. All done. Heads swiveled toward him from all over the cell as other students paused in disbelief. Derek eyed Alex evenly through his mask. A student cursed as the distraction interfered with the mana running down his conductor. He scrambled and quickly activated the mana vacuum, which poured the mana away from the reaction and up into the mana waste container. A couple of students snickered, and then one leaned toward the other and mimed the motion of drinking. The other laughed and gave his lab partner a light push. Careful there, Professor Jules warned them as she eyed Alex's potion. All right, what can you tell me about it? Its mana has combined to produce the correct potion, according to the spectrometer. He pointed to the moss. Camocax moss didn't change color or wilt, so that means all the toxin from the quicksilver's gone. She squinted at the notes in his lab book. I see. And what did the manometer say about its magical conductivity? He paused for a moment and then chuckled behind his mask. Are you trying to trick me, Prof? Since the mana spectrometer showed that it has the correct composition, and since we only used ingredients listed in the procedure, it's not necessary to run it through the manometer. We'd only run it if the spectrometer's readout showed that its composition had deviated from standard. Plus, we weren't supposed to do that for today's procedure, and we're always supposed to follow procedure. She snorted. Well, don't we think we're clever, but you're right. Well done, it appears that this is a fine example of a potion of running enhancement. You may keep it. Professor Jules said. No, just focus on cleaning up and then finishing your notes. Keeping fresh notes makes writing the lab reports easy. Oh my God, someone cried across the room. Crash, glass shattered. Someone sounded like they were choking. One of the students, the one that had mimed drinking the potion, fell back against his workstation, clawing at his throat. His mask was partially raised. Damn it, Professor Jules swore. Alex, quick, safety kit. She rushed toward the fallen student. Alex ran for the kit. Quicksilver poisoning was a nasty thing. There was a fairly extensive section on it in Dexter's textbook. One of the nastier things it did was kill you, but if you didn't die, it could leave you with a whole host of unpleasant symptoms. Depending on how much one ingested, it could cause victims to lose feeling in their limbs and skin, cause itching or a sensation like insects crawling through one's flesh, or worse, permanently damage the mind. Those effects were increased and worsened when mana was present within a quicksilver solution. Tissue would swell, the body would overheat until it actually began to burn itself, and coordination and balance would be forever impaired. Quicksilver was just one of many substances that Dexter's textbook had cautioned about, especially when infusing it with mana, unless one had the proper stabilization agents already present to negate the toxicity. It was obvious that this poor bastard had negated nothing. The kit, Professor Jules barked, crouching beside the choking student. Alex rushed up beside her, passing by a sign stating, "No running in the lab. Here it is." He opened it, looking at the contents. "What do you need?" "The emergency mana-reducing agent and the aerolyzer," she said quickly. "Then the potion of neutralizing toxins. Quickly, I'll wait her." She paused, seeing that Alex had already thrust the aerolyzer and small bottle of mana-reducing agent into her hand, and was drawing up the potion of neutralizing agents, seeming to follow the specific instructions in the textbook for preparing it. She had no way of knowing that the mark was enhancing his memory of what he'd read in the text. Professor Jules wasted no time in attaching the bottle of mana-reducing agent to the aerolyzer, then tore off the young man's face mask. "Oh no, I feared as much." A silver liquid stained his lips. Frowning, she quickly pressed the leather cup-shaped applicator of the aerolyzer over his nose and lips and then flicked a glyph-marked switch. The aerolyzer hissed, drawing the liquid-reducing agent into itself, then vaporizing it and passing it through the applicator. The vapor rushed through the young man's open mouth and nostrils. He shuddered, and Alex felt the mana shift around the poisoning victim. It was like the dispelling spell that Professor Jules had cast over him, but far more focused in its effect. As the mana infusing the quicksilver was wiped away, the aggravated effects of the poisoning lessened. The young man began to cough, and Professor Jules turned him onto his side so he could cough up anything that had started to form in his lungs. Alex handed the potion of neutralizing toxins to the professor and held out his hand for the empty bottle of mana-reducing agent. They exchanged bottles and he turned to the closest student. "Here, can you put this in the glass bin?" The student blinked, looking back and forth for a moment before taking the bottle and scurrying off. As the toxin-neutralizing agent was vaporized into the young man's lungs, his labored breathing lessened, and his profuse sweating and skin flushing started to reduce. He heaved another heavy cough. Professor Jules sighed, looking somewhat relieved, and adjusted his arms and legs into what she explained was the recovery position, which would let him rest without danger of rolling or choking on his own spit or vomit. Reaching into a pouch on her belt, she drew out an odd-looking stone disc with a series of glyphs drawn on it, then she concentrated on it. Alex looked on as he sensed a complex web of mana shoot from the stone in a line that traveled through the floor and reached outside of the room. From the whispers he heard around him, some of the other students had felt it too. "Emergency office. This is Professor Jules," she barked into the stone. The mana web vibrated with each of her words. "We have someone who ingested quicksilver from an improperly balanced potion of running enhancement." There was a sound of tinkling glass and the invisible mana web vibrated again. A voice croaked out of the stone. "What treatment has he received?" "A mana reducer and a toxin neutralizer," she said quickly. "All right, which cell?" 207. "Understood," sending a team up. The invisible mana web broke apart from the stone and Professor Jules looked back to the class. Her eyes were like stone. "All right, I want all of you to turn off your flames, siphon the mana from your incomplete potions, and go to the other side of the classroom. Now." Her voice didn't leave any room for questions or hesitation. Most of the students hadn't even finished cleaning up their stations when the emergency team arrived. They were serious-looking folk with satchels with a symbol of two snakes curling around a tower on them. They bent over the young man and began a quick, efficient examination. Then one of them cast a modified version of Force-a-Disc to lift the student into the air. "How does it look?" Professor Jules asked. One of them turned to her and spoke in a clipped manner. He received what he needed early and fast enough. Hopefully, it was enough to neutralize the toxin, and there won't be permanent damage. But we won't know until we do some tests. We'll have to do a chelation treatment as a precaution. When can you come down to file the incident reports? I will be down shortly." She watched them take the student from the room and then whirled on the class, her eyes narrowing on the other young man who was friends with the victim. "What happened?" The young man's eyes darted behind his mask. "I don't." "Before you continue with your answer," she said, "know that they are going to examine your friend. I already saw the potion coating his lips and they will find its traces in him. If you lie about what happened, then know that it will be worse for him, but also bad for you when it comes to disciplinary action." The young man swallowed loudly. He thought it'd be funny to sip it. Like a dare. I tried to tell him not to. Alex didn't know the young man, but even he could tell that he was lying. But he thought it'd be fine. I didn't think he'd do it. He even thought it might make him work faster because it was a potion that made you faster. Alex glanced at Carrie, who glanced back at him. The story didn't make much sense. It wouldn't be much of a dare if someone dared themselves. Professor Jules didn't look like she bought it either. You should go see your friend. The infirmary will need to know what happened and how. You witnessed it. Well, I go. The young man winced and quickly removed his safety gear and scurried out of the lab. As he did, Alex noticed Derek watching him. His eyes shifted, noticing Alex, then quickly looked away. Professor Jules looked at all of them. Let this be a lesson to you all. Potions are not wine. They are not ale or spirits or whatever people brew in dorm rooms these days. She eyed them all steadily. Incomplete potions can and have killed before. That young man will, at the least, be banned from the lab for the rest of the semester, which means he will fail the practical portion of POTI 1000, and that is a lucky outcome. He might have liver damage, which means no more wine for him or even other organ damage, or his mana pool might have been affected, ruining any aspirations he has for wizardry. Today, you will go back and you will finish your labs. If I see even a hint of foolishness, I will not hesitate to have you removed for a period of time at my discretion. Now get back to work. She glanced at Alex. Stay behind after class. Alex froze, slowly looking at Carrie. Carrie simply shrugged. Are you all right? Professor Jules pulled off her mask, revealing a wizened face drenched with sweat. Her white hair was limp against her scalp. That was a fairly rough situation. Me? Alex asked. He took a deep breath like he did when practicing meditation and mentally checked his body. He hadn't noticed at the time, but his heart was pumping pretty hard. The event had shaken him a little. It made sense he had just witnessed someone nearly die in the cells. Thanks for asking, I guess, he said. Are you okay, me? Professor Jules blinked. Yes, I am. This has happened before. What, really? Oh my, yes, at least once every couple of years. Come walk with me. I have to be at the emergency office, and you'll likely have to fill out some paperwork as well, since you were involved in the initial first aid. Alrighty, Alex focused, conjuring his forceaball and hanging his books from it. He paused when he noticed her looking at it. He pointed to the basket. You want some forceaball? It's got room in the basket if you want to put some of your things in, Professor. I can carry my own things, she said, shouldering her bag and stepping out through the door. They walked through the cells quietly at first, and Alex thought he heard the scuffling of feet down the hall. When he looked, however, he saw no one there. He noted to himself to listen carefully, but the cells weren't really conducive to picking up a single quiet noise out of so many others. Today in particular seemed to be a busy time. From cell 210, smoke billowed that sparkled as though it were laced with shining gems too small for the eye to see. Cell 213 exuded a foul stench, and he could swear he heard enormous hooves scraping against the stone floor within. Bang! There was a heavy impact somewhere behind the iron door of cell 219, like something gigantic was throwing its full weight against an object somewhere behind the door, but Professor Jules paid it no mind. He supposed she would be well used to that sort of thing by now. With a bit of a surprise, he realized he was starting to get used to it himself. At roughly 2 months into his time at Generosity, he found himself still amazed by certain things, but others had started to become commonplace. One could only see so many benches in a day that crawled and spoke before they just started to blend into the background. It was too bad, in a way. He remembered when he was very young, and absolutely everything was new and utterly fascinating. To his young imagination, every darkened shadow beneath a bridge held a troll. Fairies would be dwelling behind every tree in a forest. Every rustle in the dead of night was the beat of a dragon's wings. As he grew, though, the fantastic mystery of everyday things faded away. Maybe that had been why he'd been so attracted to books. In the everyday routine of Ulrich, they had been some of the few things that offered continued mysteries, learning, and wonder. He hoped magic would never get to a point where it had all become no more fantastical to him than putting on his own shoes or the health of his neighbor's cow. What had still fascinated him, though, were devices like he'd just seen in the lab. The aerolyzer was able to fill the lungs of the young student without needing to pour a potion down his throat. The stone that Professor Jules used to communicate with the emergency office was even more fascinating. It removed the need for letters, runners, and messengers. Teresa was still waiting for a letter back from her parents. How much easier would it have been if she could have simply picked up a fancy rock and used it to speak to them? He glanced at the professor as they neared the stairs. Professor, what was that stone? The one you used to speak to the office downstairs, he asked. Oh, that is a far speaker, she said, pulling the stone back out for him to see. A clever little invention. It transfers one's voice to a sister stone located elsewhere. Does it do it by using that web of mana that comes out of it? It vibrated whenever you or the person you were speaking to said something. She looked at him in surprise. You sensed that, yeah. Why? Well, it's not an easy thing for most first years to pick up unless they're rather advanced in mana manipulation. She paused, which I suppose you are. I spoke with Professor Valrock. He told me some of what you've been up to in his class. Alex paused. Oh, what did he say? He said that you managed to light up 2 glyphs on 2 boxes at once. Alex coughed awkwardly. At the rate he was going, he'd have 4 glyphs lit on both boxes soon. Why, yeah, he said, but I only lit 2. Only ended up lighting 2 at the same time. Do you know how big of an accomplishment that is? Good lord, that box gave me actual nightmares when I was a student. You have a rather rare gift, she started. Alex blinked. Cedric's words to him when they'd met had been almost identical. For mana manipulation, and you have skill and diligence when it comes to the careful work required for crafting potions. Considering what you've done with the box, I'd like to make you an offer. Fun, he says. Professor Jules burst out laughing, which quickly disintegrated into a coughing fit. She paused on the stairs, nearly bending double as she coughed into her sleeve. Alex stood in front of her in case she toppled down. You okay, Professor? Oh, the mask didn't help. The mask didn't always exist for as long as I've been practicing. She straightened up. Much of our device has far speaker, for example, draw on Generosi's abnormally high ambient mana to function, and even then Generosi's mana was not always this high. What do you mean? He asked. Alex blinked. That's amazing. I know the sky gondolas only work in Generosi, so it makes sense that other devices would tune them. Over time, do you think the mana will spread to the rest of the world? Very astute, she said. Though Generosi is on a large pocket of vents, more mana is entering the world over time. She chuckled. It's funny. My grandchildren will grow up in a world far more convenient than the one I learned wizardry in, and it's enough to make one a little jealous. I've had many talks with the Chancellor, and according to him there was a time when wizards had to draw their power from demons, elementals, and otherworldly things. There just wasn't enough free mana in the world at the time to power spells and devices, as well as to start occurring in mortals. Alex winced. That must have been a grim world. No wonder the people need the gods so much, if you think about it. If you look at the Ravena in my homeland, how are regular folk supposed to fight it and its monsters without magic or the heroes? The people couldn't fight it themselves, so no wonder Uldar had to do it for them. Ah, that is true. Many say that the gods became so relied upon by mortals because there simply was little alternative for protection and power at one time. Now, who knows? Generosity has already cast them off, and perhaps more of the world will follow, she sighed. Very few of us will live long enough to see what untold generations will experience, so we can only imagine. Well, I'm just happy to be here, he said honestly. You know, when I got into university, I was thinking only about spells, but there's so much more to wizardry. It's incredible. Ah yes, and that brings us back to the mana manipulation. The box is not fun for most people, Alex. They reached the bottom of the stairwell and stepped into the basement of the cells. This, oddly enough, was one of the brighter places in the cells. Offices lay on either side of the hallway, and they were well lit. The box is one of the most notorious tasks of mana manipulation. That's why Valrock decided to put it at the beginning of the course. It helps determine who has the aptitude for it, and you apparently do. Is that what you were talking about? That and him telling me about how you might challenge the exam for credit. Just to let you know, I have never allowed that in POTI 1000. As you can see from today's events, it's important or even crucial for students to go through the entire course. The risks are too great otherwise in a subject like this. Yeah, I meant to ask you about that. He scratched his head. Toward the end of the hall was an illuminated door with a sign that read Emergency Office. Does what happened today really happen so often? Oh yes, she said emphatically. No matter how much caution I take or how much I emphasize it, there are always students that come into the course not taking it seriously or respecting the potential for serious harm. Someone thinks it'd be interesting to drink a potion too early, or someone thinks they're more brilliant than decades of research and decides to stealthily substitute an ingredient, or someone is too zealous with pouring their mana into a potion because they think more must mean better. Some students think because they drink enormous amounts of spirits that they'll tolerate untested potions the same way. She shook her head and sighed. Even more common are the students who take the class because they wish to impress someone or because alchemy work is very lucrative. Meanwhile, they feel they can get through with the absolute minimum of effort. There's always something. She sighed again, then glanced over to him. I'll be blunt, when you came to me before the semester started, asking to start your own projects, I thought you'd be one of the first people the emergency team would be taking out on a Forcedisk, but you've shown surprising restraint, and you knew your way around the emergency kit well. Hey, I'm not going to not learn about what might save my life, and heck, the lives of my classmates while we're learning something so dangerous. It was one of the first things I studied, he said emphatically. I see you really enjoy alchemy work, don't you? Valrock told me of your ambition to apply to Shale's workshop when there's an opening. That's a difficult thing, especially for a first year. Taraka Shale is a very particular taskmaster. Alex winced. Valrock had said something almost identical. It made sense, though. Unless he really underestimated how much most jobs paid in the city, he'd be surprised if many others didn't also apply for the position. Of course, it seemed that mana manipulation and alchemy were less common skills for most wizards to develop, but there were plenty of students here at Generosity who would likely qualify if they chose to apply. Probably more qualified than him. Well, he said, I still want to try, Professor. Just because something's hard doesn't mean it's not worth trying if the goal is right. She gave him a long look. I see. Well, I might be able to help you. About that offer, I have been taking on a personal project with some of my graduate students. We could use some extra hands, at least temporarily. Alex's heart jumped. Really? Mind you, you'll basically be an assistant's assistant. You'll be helping my assistants, observing their work, making sure we have the tools we need at the correct times and learning what you can. It won't be glorious, but it can help give you experience. If you do well, then I might consider writing you a letter of reference. Yes, he grinned. I'll make sure you don't regret it. She chuckled. I warn you, it'll add extra burden onto your current course load. It's all right, I'd be a fool not to step up for that kind of opportunity. Somehow he was able to keep a straight face at what he'd said. Then an odd thought occurred to him, a slight rise of bitterness in his belly, mixed with his gratitude. Since he'd gotten to Generosity, he'd made friends, and 2 professors were offering to help him get the job he was seeking. Balin had singled out his performance twice as well, while importantly not needing him enough so that he could still attend school, when he'd needed help a lot more than he needed it now. If he was honest, the help had only come from close by. The Liu family mostly. Now professionals seemed to be lining up to help grow his already growing skill. Something wrong with the offer? Professor Jules suddenly asked. Oh, what? No. He shook himself out of his thoughts. That's not at all by Uldar. I'd have to be crazy to not like the offer. It's just maybe this is not the right thing to say, Professor, but it's a little overwhelming. I had to work really hard teaching myself magic back in my hometown. He chuckled darkly. I nearly got myself killed a few times. Yet when I come here, I do well in some of my classes, and I've just been getting so much help. Ah, she nodded knowingly. When you were struggling, no one came along to sweep you away to a better life. Yet when you have got here on your own, and now that you're excelling, she chuckled. We professors just seem to be lining up to give you help and opportunities. Is that it? Alex startled. Are you reading my mind or something, Professor? She laughed again, and her voice sounded many years younger. No, that's quite illegal in Generosity, thankfully. Well, except for special circumstances. Not the point, though. It's just that you're touching on something I used to think about myself at your age. It was hard work working with potions, and I was good at it, but I needed to put in dozens of extra hours of study and practice. I think I aged out of my 20s before I'd even turned 19. I had tutoring for extra help and took advantage of my professor's office hours, but I had to initiate all of it on my own. She looked wistful, and he wondered what scene from long ago she might have been thinking of. Then one day it all just clicked for me. I was excellent at it. I shone above my peers, if I do say so myself. Suddenly my professors were paying attention to me. Extra help, extra care, extra opportunities. I wouldn't be where I am today if it weren't for what they did for me then. Programs for students who struggle at Generosity, to make sure all get the help they need. In the end, people like to see others shine, and people only have so much time and resources. There are only so many opportunities, and I only have so many hours in a day to dedicate to student well-being. She glanced up to the ceiling. What if the student I spent hour upon hour helping one day decides to drink quicksilver for a stupid dare and ends up being expelled or killed? What if the student I invite into my lab ends up being irresponsible and gets themselves kicked out for cheating on an exam a month later? There's a reason people gravitate toward those that have talent and reliability, Mr. Roth. I'd just be thankful that others can see your innate abilities and the time you've put in. That made him feel a little better. Alex thought about Lucia. He wondered how much help she'd gotten in her last days at Generosity, and even after. In the end, he supposed he should just be thankful he was getting extra help now. Working to stand out was paying off. Maybe, when he was a second year, he could take up tutoring and give some help to new first-year students who were struggling. As long as they weren't like Derek or Minervis, of course. It is important to remember that force is not indestructible. While it does not have obvious counters like the elemental forces, force spells can be countered and blocked by other force magic. It can be torn apart, and since it is so pure, it is more easily dispelled than many other forms of magic. Force is mighty and versatile, but I encourage you to learn other forms of magic as well. Professor Ram closed the textbook with a decidedly hard snap. The hand that held the book was not made of flesh. Something had taken his right arm at some point, and it had been replaced by a limb of magical force that connected to his shoulder. Magical force spells tended to glow different colors depending on their caster. The professor's was a deep, dead black, darker even than his well-sculpted beard. Any questions? He looked through the class, but every Onevan Alex didn't have one to ask. Professor Ram never discouraged questions, but there was something intimidating about the man's every movement. Excellent, he said, raising his hand. Today we're going to do something a little different. You'll have about 1 free hour for practice, but before you start. His eyes seemed to spark. I want you to hang onto your desks. The students glanced at each other and then quickly gripped the sides of their desks. The professor clenched the hand of his force-constructed arm into a fist. Alex gasped as his weight suddenly pressed into his seat. His stomach flipped as his desk and chair unexpectedly soared into the air through the auditorium. Throughout the room, the sounds of gasping, yelping, and giggling filled the air. The desks moved apart from each other, giving each student at least 10 feet of open space around them. Professor Ram smiled, snapping the fingers of both hands. The desks and tables immediately froze, perfectly stable in midair. "Pretty fantastic, isn't it?" he asked. "Force is not only about the creation of magical constructs, it is also the bending of the very physical forces of nature, such as gravity or the repulsion and attraction between objects. You'll find that you're not able to pry yourselves from your seats, even if you use a pry bar. No danger of falling. Not while I have control." He watched them carefully, and I always do. "By the end of the year and the end of part II of this course, you'll be able to, or perhaps I should say, be expected to do the same yourselves. You'll learn to unravel the spell on your desks and chairs, be able to cancel and recast it. For now, make good use of your hour. Remember, your Forceable report is due next week, but if you feel that you are ahead, you may practice whichever spell you have received my approval to practice." He started to turn toward his desk, then stopped. "Oh, and by the way, don't hesitate to speak up if anyone needs to use the facilities, and I'll bring you right down. We don't want you up there squirming around like earthworms." He laughed at that. Alex and the rest of the class looked at each other and began wiggling their bodies to see if they could get out of their seats. They quickly found that they couldn't and settled down to work. His desk and attached chair had floated near a window, offering him an awesome view of the campus from high above. He smiled, watching the students below and idly wondering if any of his friends were down there. Colic should have been getting out of class shortly, if he remembered his schedule right. He took a deep breath to focus up, and then turned his attention to force magic. Once class was over, then he could think about meeting up for some food. Alex stretched his fingers, then took a deep, meditative breath to bring his mind into focus. First, it would be time for warm-ups. Alex opened his notebook to a new page, the noosing meditation techniques to navigate the mark's interference at cast Forceable, counting his heartbeats to time the completion of the spell. It winked into existence like an old friend, and he immediately cut the flow of mana to its magic circuit. Next, it was time to record how long it took before the Forceable faded. Forceable spell formation, 5 heartbeats. Dissipation, 10 heartbeats. Better, he still hadn't gotten anywhere close to his speed before he'd received the mark, and looking around at his classmatish noticed that most of them were casting it faster than he could. Some of them had only started learning the spell on the first day of class, and seeing their Forceables appear after only 2 or 3 heartbeats was a little annoying. He took a deep breath, acknowledged his feelings, and then let them go. Frustration was narrowing his focus, causing him to only see part of what was really going on. That wasn't helpful, so he decided to mentally step back and examine their Forceables compared to his own. Looking around, he noticed that none of their spells were as large or as strong as his. Some weren't very stable and flickered, and even some cast by students who'd started the class already knowing the spell were slower and tended to fluctuate at times. He turned his focus back to his work, and this time he cast Force-a-Disc. The spell took longer than his Forceable before it appeared before him, but while he wasn't as fast at casting it as he would have liked, it was still appearing faster and showing major improvements in power, precision, and stability. It had better be getting better, he mused, flipping through his notebook. There were a huge number of failures that he jotted down and analyzed. It almost hurt to look at the pages. Unfortunately, he was still hitting a wall with how much he could improve the spell at the moment. He wondered if he would have another breakthrough when he learned more force spells and more about force magic in general. Also, when his mana pool increased, he'd have more room for bigger magic circuits. He could try expanding the circuits for Force-a-Disc and Forceable and constructing them in new ways. He wondered what improvements he could make then. He dismissed those thoughts along with Force-a-Disc. Those were plans for later. For now, warm-ups were complete. Now it was time for the really painful part. He opened up the spell guide for Wizard's Hand and, taking a deep breath and readying himself for the mark, began to cast the spell. Previous failures bombarded his mind like a hailstorm. He considered one in particular, using his meditation techniques, an image from yesterday where the mark's distraction had caused another unique misalignment in the magic circuit. He winced as he cut off the flow of mana and ended the spell. Flipping open the notebook for Wizard's Hand to his previously recorded failures, he recorded the specifics of the misalignment, frowning as his eyes scanned the pages. Despite being a brand new notebook, it was already half filled with failures. He'd already generated far more mistakes for this spell than he had for Forceable or Force-a-Disc. Alex sighed. Even though it was also a first-tier spell, it was more complex than the other two. Wizard's Hand wasn't a simple shape like a sphere or flat circle. It was a force construction that mimicked the complex shapes and movements of a human hand. In the same way, its spell array was far more intricate than the others. Its magic circuit had lots of smaller, moving parts and details, and lots of places for the mark to interfere and make things go wrong. Still, repeatedly practicing it had generated some progress. He'd gotten a little farther into constructing the magic circuit each time. He glanced around at the other students. In truth, he was still ahead of many of them in some ways, yet in other ways, some were quickly exceeding him. Some were already casting fairly solid-looking wizard's hand spells. One had even progressed to the point of starting to work on casting Force Shield, and Alex noticed Professor Ram's deep-set eyes watching that student very carefully. There was an interest there that he'd seen in both Valrock and Jules when they interacted with him. He stifled a chuckle and a little twinge of jealousy. Professor Ram had been very impressed with Alex's forceable in the early weeks, but while the instructor was still supportive and helpful to all his students, showed a keener interest in those that were continually excelling in the class. And right now, that wasn't Alex. He was only doing well enough. Oh well, he thought. Shouldn't be greedy. You're already getting opportunities. He promised himself that even if he had to try until he went cross-eyed, he'd excel in force magic eventually, and not for favoritism, but for his own benefit. All he needed was effort and time. He looked down at his notebook. Well, time, effort, and the willpower to not go mad from having all his failures thrown in his face. With resolve, he began to recast Wizard's Hand. By the time Professor Ram called their floating desks down, Alex had gone from frustrated to pleased with his work for the period. He'd still only made a snail's progress moving forward with the spell, but there was still time left to work on it before its corresponding assignment was due, and he recognized that not everything in life went smoothly. He understood that better than many. Conjuring his forceable, he gathered his class materials, placed them in the hanging basket, and stepped out of the classroom only to run into a waiting Teresa. Alex, she was waving at him excitedly from the wall she'd been leaning on. In each hand she clutched a letter. My parents wrote back. So from what the mail office said, there was a big problem with delivery in the Rainian Empire, which is why it took so long to get here, Teresa said as they sat down for lunch at a picnic table on campus. Some kind of monster was prowling one of the highways, black-scaled, but humanoid with big claws. Some travelers first saw it, and then it was seen near a town. Apparently, a group of elemental knights were sent to the area to patrol, and they stopped all travel around there while they looked for this thing. Anyway, they never found it, so they finally opened things back up. That's why the mail was held up. She placed a second letter on the table and laughed. And this one's from Captain Fandor. Would you believe he addressed it to all of us, including Brutus? He's so funny. Anyway, it seems you're in luck. He says he'll have time to teach you more mop and oar. Spear and oar dance, Alex insisted as he broke off a piece of olive bread and handed it to her. And that's great, but first tell me how your parents are. How is everyone? Well, they're fine, though father was pretty upset when he found one of his grandfather's swords was missing, she said. Mother wrote the letter, and she said he calmed down after a bit. She also said I should have asked permission. Maybe you should have, Alex offered. I don't think your parents would have been mad if you wanted to take it for protection. I mean, it's not like you were running off to go sell it for loose change at the market or something. Yeah, maybe you're right. Either way, I'll get a chance to apologize soon. They want to come and visit. Oh man, when? Alex asked. For Sigmas. No, they didn't say anything specific yet. They asked where they could stay, though. HRM. He tapped his chin. There's no room at our place in the Insolande. We don't know how much the inns in the city charge. Yeah, Teresa said. I'm going to look into that this weekend. Good idea, Alex said. Maybe I can talk to Hob. He might know of some place on campus, but with the prices the university charges, maybe the city'll be better. Anyway, we'll find something for them. Now, what they say about you following your great-grandfather in Qigong? Oh, well, she frowned. Mother didn't really say much about that. Just that he would be happy, I think. I kind of thought they'd react a little more. How do you feel about that? A little disappointed, I guess, she shrugged, though it could have been worse. They could have disowned me for stealing great-grandfather's sword. Hey, maybe they're saving that for when they get here, just a full magistrate-supervised disownment. Oh, Uldar, don't even joke about that. Well, I'm only half joking. They could be waiting to have a discussion with you face-to-face, instead of trying to send what they're thinking in a letter, you know? She thought about it. That's probably true. Now I'm going to be excited and nervous waiting for their visit. I'm sure it'll be fine in the end. I hope so about Fandor. He wants you to name a time to meet him at the docks. Apparently they'll be in port for a few weeks, so do you want to do it this weekend? We could make a day of it with Selena. I'd love to, but this weekend I'll be helping out Professor Jules for the first time. I can't miss that. That's too bad. She sighed, then looked at him worriedly. Are you doing okay, Alex? What do you mean? Are you okay? You've been pushing really hard lately. Exercise, practice, classes, studying. You just don't stop. Then you've been cooking too, and if it's this busy now, what's going to happen during exam time? Hey, one of the reasons I'm pushing so hard now is so that I don't have to push so hard when it's exam time. He smiled. Pay it now instead of paying it later. Besides, I think your meditation's been helping me relax, rest, and cope with the schedule. The exercise helps too. I sleep even better than I did back home, and I've got more energy these days. I'm doing okay. And what about this job at Shales? She asked. If you get it, it's going to take up even more time in the evenings. He shrugged. I'll figure something out. For now, I'm okay. She frowned. You promise you'll tell me if you're not? Yeah, I promise, he said. What about you? You work on life enforcement stuff all the time, and then it's exercise, and then it's learning things from the Watchers of Roll. And you're taking care of Brutus and watching out for Selena as much as I am. You're busy too, I guess. It's all just so much fun, though, she giggled. Doesn't feel like being busy, and besides, I think I might be able to get a job if I keep at it. Oh, Alex cocked his head, so she leaned in. There's this watcher that I'm starting to get to know, and she's friends with the wardens at the Beasterium. When she heard how much experience I have with animals, she said she'd ask if they needed any help. I know it's not anything realistic yet, but it's something. Well, I think it's great, Alex smiled. You get to earn some coin doing what you like and what you're good at. That's about as good as it gets, isn't it? Yeah, I just hope it works out, she said. It'd be kind of nice to have a job by the time my parents get here. Yeah, I know what you mean. But hey, hopefully this work with Professor Jules is going to help me with Shales. At least you're in school, she gave an uncharacteristically cute pout. I'm the one that's just auditing courses, meditating, and training. I kind of feel like I'm getting lazy. I don't know, from what I've seen, all that cultivation stuff is hard, he said. Yeah, but it's fun, so it doesn't feel hard. It's like I'm just hanging around. Hey, what do you call people that don't work for their coin and just hang around? She paused, cocking her head. What nobility, Lady Teresa of Thameland. She burst out laughing. The mana within the cell hit Alex like a club. He paused, taken aback. Mana-powered apparatuses filled the room ahead, surrounding a cauldron that was bigger than a noble's carriage. A giant mana vacuum hung over it, connected to a mana waste container the size of a farmer's cart, which sat in a corner of the massive room. Hundreds of complex ingredients had been set out on multiple tables beside tools of alchemy, some he easily recognized, but most were new to him. A staircase built beside the cauldron led to a catwalk surrounding the cauldron's broad, glyph-etched lip. Professor Jules, completely suited up except for her mask, was talking with two others. She paused when she saw him enter. Ah, Mr. Roth, you're early. Good. She pointed to a series of hooks on the side of the room. Hang your things, wash up, and gear up. We'll be doing some good work today, and there's a lot for you to learn. Oh, what are we doing, Professor? Her smile was a little unsettling. Chaos essence to craft mutagens and the potions that can animate the inanimate. Today, you'll see how the building blocks of matter can be a harness. And today, we are harnessing the harness. Stage 2 of the brewing process is not delicate, but we'll have to be quick today. Professor Jules addressed her squad of graduate students like she was a general. She looked at Alex. With chaos essence, it's best to make sure the reaction isn't drawn out. It's too hard to predict otherwise. He quickly wrote down what she said in his notebook word for word. Ah yes, where's my mind these days? She shook her head. Team, this is Mr. Roth, a first-year student. Today he'll be assisting you with any ingredients you might need during any moment in the brewing process, and providing you with any tools you might want at any time. Think of him as one of your assistants and use him as such. In return, if he has any questions, please answer them if time permits and allow him to observe you as you work. She glanced at Alex. Do as we say, keep out of trouble, and learn well, Mr. Roth. If you don't know something, then don't pretend that you do. If someone asks for a tool or an ingredient that you don't understand how to handle, then please say so. Don't bluff. Absolutely. He nodded emphatically, the beak on his mask bouncing as he did. Right, now let's get started with planning. Alex, have you gone over our safety procedures? He nodded, drawing out a booklet listing the safety procedures, ethical guidelines, required materials, and tools for the experiment, which she'd handed him before they'd last parted. Oddly enough, what followed next wasn't similar to being in potions class. It was like being back in McHarris Bakery, without his yelling and incessant bullying. Professor Jules' team immediately leapt into action, and while they were preparing for today's setup, Alex was given the task of reviewing the ingredients and tools and remembering where they were located in the lab. Some were labeled, but many others were not. When one of the graduate students needed a tool, he would be expected to provide it quickly, but safely, and then return it to its proper place afterward. He was also expected to wash certain tools and provide ingredients when necessary. For that, he needed to learn the system of organization quickly. Anlakilith lab booklet had given him a head start on figuring out what was what. He walked past every table, flipping open his notebook, and quickly drawing a diagram of the lab's layout as it would look to someone standing above. Essentially, he created a floor plan, marking in every table as well as denoting the central cauldron and scaffold. On each table in quick, meticulous script wrote the names for every ingredient and piece of equipment present, flipping back to the lab booklet several times to ensure he'd remembered the names of the tools properly. He made sure to study the system of organization very, very carefully. One thing that he'd learned well from his time at McHarris Bakery was that there were few things more valuable than an organizing system that was efficient and one that every worker knew well. That was one of the things he had to give the old bully, The baker had developed quite the system for organizing ingredients over the years, and was absolutely militant about it never being altered. When he'd first started working at the bakery, McHarris had drilled that system into his head so thoroughly that he dreamt about the different locations for flour, custards, and salted meats for weeks. At the time, he'd resented how strict it was. Then one day, about a year later, another assistant was hired. He had been a young man with more experience than any of the other shaving apprenticed to a baker for many years when he was younger. He had a lot of confidence in himself and got it into his head that the system used in his old bakery was better than McHarris. One evening, he decided to surprise McHarris and change the system instead of just doing what he was supposed to be doing, which was cleaning up. Maybe the apprentice had fantasized about coming into a new environment, seeing that everything was a mess, and knowing exactly what to do to transform it into a model of order and efficiency. Alex had even considered what it would be like to walk into Professor Jules' lab today and use the mark to improve the system they already had in place. In that fantasy, they would fall all over themselves, thanking him for fixing their way of doing things and then offer him permanent positions and greater opportunities. But he knew better than to act on his fantasies. McHarris hadn't thanked the young man or offered him great opportunities. He'd lashed him, berated him, and summarily fired him. And before he would let him leave, he made him return everything to exactly the way he'd found it. Alex couldn't recall ever seeing McHarris so angry ever, before or since, and that was saying something. With that memory in mind, Alex let fantasies go and simply focused on learning Professor Jules' system very, very quickly, and then finding ways to make himself as efficient as possible within it. Luckily, with the skills he'd gained using the mark, there were some easy solutions for that. Once he'd cataloged every piece of equipment and ingredient he was expected to know, he conjured his forciball and hung his basket beneath it. Concentrating, he paused for a moment, considering trying to cast Wizard's Hand. The spell would have made much of what he was about to do easier, but he'd only made a little more progress with it. In another week he might have it down, but for now he could only adapt and use what he had. Casting Forcidisc as well, he set them side by side. One of the students looked down at him from the scaffold around the cauldron. She was busy tracing the glyphs lining the massive cauldrons, passing her mana into each glyph. As she did, and Alex noticed that each one lit up with a sapphire light as the mana flowed in. Two other grad students were tracing the glyphs etched into the cauldron, as well. One's glyphs glowed a sapphire hue while the others were a forest green. "I wouldn't use those if I were you," the student who was looking at him said. "Those spells tend to be slow. It's easier just to step down and pick things up, trust me." "Normally, you'd be right," Professor Jules said from across the room. She was cutting up something that looked like fish meat, but it was a strange blue color. "But Mr. Roth has shown himself very adept at forciball. I trust you show similar control when it comes to Forcidisc, Alex." Without looking at the spell, he used mana manipulation and the glowing spell to begin performing little tricks in the air. It twisted vertically and spun like a top before turning and flipping horizontally. It spun really fast, then slowly, then shot back and forth across the back of the room like an excited dog playing in the bestiarium. Several of the graduate students paused their tasks to watch his display of forciball acrobatics. One even clapped softly when he finished. "All right," a simple yes would have sufficed, Mr. Roth, Professor Jules said, but her voice revealed her amusement. She looked at the graduate student that questioned him. "Does that satisfy you?" "Yeah," she said. "You must have practiced with those spells for a ridiculously long time," he shrugged. "I'm like a swordsmaster slowly becoming one with their weapon, except, it's a couple of utility spells." He paused. "That sounded a lot more impressive in my head. Anyway, let me make sure I've got your system down." The grad student looked at him for a few seconds as Professor Jules shook her head and went back to work. Alex went over his diagrams a few more times before finally nodding to himself. He wandered over to the students, watching them trace the glyphs into the lip of the cauldron. The booklet had said that the glyphs must be traced using mana manipulation, but hadn't really gone into the why or how. He climbed the stairs and stood at the back of the catwalk, watching the closest glyphs light up under a student's attention. He glanced back at Alex. The beak of the young man's mask bounced lightly. "Hello there, curious about something?" About everything actually," Alex said honestly. "But what are those symbols for? Some kind of mana conductor?" "Newt, quite." The student traced another glyph, getting closer to one of his colleagues activating glyphs on another side of the cauldron. "This is a built-in protection circle. Oh, to stop explosions and leaks. No, to stop what we're summoning in the cauldron from getting out of the cauldron." Alex paused. Summoning. Oh yes, it's the only reliable way to get your hands on chaos essence. The stuff's almost unheard of in the material world, but it's as common as water in certain creatures that occur on other planes. The cauldron's built in part to serve as a summoning circle for otherworldly beings, and Thean. He pointed down to another circle of glyphs inside the bottom of the cauldron. "You see that other circle there? That's similar to a mana vacuum, but instead it separates certain essences from any creature within the cauldron." Alex winced. "Sounds painful." "It can be," the older student said, but for the kinds of things we summon, they kind of deserve it, trust me. And in the end, they do live through it, and then we banish them back to their home plane. It's no worse than having a doctor bleed you a bit, I would say. Alex looked down at the glyphs inside the cauldron. There was something sinister about them. There was an aura present that felt like they were tinged with pure malice, or rage. A shiver ran through him. "Ooh, what's being summoned?" he asked, pulling his eyes away from the cauldron's bottom. "A lesser Shoggoth. You ever heard of them?" "Probably not, eh?" the graduate student asked. "No, I haven't." Alex shook his head. "Well, the easiest way I can describe them is that they're priests, in a way the least powerful servitors in a divine hierarchy. Think local priest in a village church." Priests, what do they worship?" The student gave a dark laugh. "You don't want to know." Alex glanced at the glowing symbols on the side of the cauldron and began wondering if he needed an exit plan. Maybe I do." The student paused. "Okay, I won't go into too much detail, but there are all sorts of things out there. What lesser Shoggoths worship are kind of like gods or demon lords, but they're older. A lot older, old enough that they already existed when the gods of this world first woke up." "Oh," Alex swallowed. "From what you said earlier, I take it they're not friendly." "The lesser Shoggoths, absolutely not friendly. The things they worship, they're most indifferent, actually." The grad student finished up one side of the cauldron and stepped back, turning to Alex. "And that's lucky for us. We'll be able to do what we have to do without the big bosses getting mad." "Well, probably. Records of them coming into contact with mortals, well, let's just say they tend to be found in ruins of dead civilizations." "Oh, and we're going to summon one of these priests and drain essence from it. That, well. Sounds like the worst idea ever conceived in the history of the world." The graduate student laughed behind his mask. "You'd think so, wouldn't you? Well, think about it this way. If a priest of one of our gods gets disrespected or robbed in the street by some villain, does their god immediately descend from the heavens to seek revenge? Do they descend whenever someone says anything blasphemous against them?" "I guess not," Alex said. "If they did, then they probably would have gathered at Generosity demanding their priests be let in a long time ago." He imagined it for a moment. A series of towering, glowing divine beings all lined up in front of the school's gates like disgruntled villagers waiting to register their complaints with the local magistrate. "Exactly." The grad student pointed up to the ceiling. "If they acted every time a mortal angered them, then they probably would have blown up half the world by now. And Thesiolder things. Well, they're even more indifferent. But what happens if one of the Celesar Shoggoths happens to be a favorite or something, and us summoning and harvesting from it angers whatever it worships? Then, I suppose, a vengeful entity from beyond time will materialize in the cell." The student nodded thoughtfully. "In displaying itself, will be shown an existence so far beyond our comprehension that our minds will turn inside out, quickly followed by our bodies. Natural law will fail, and anything we understand about magic will go with it. Our souls will melt away in an instant, only to be reformed wrong, and will try to scream, but have no mouth with which to." Professor Jules cleared her throat. She had brought out a series of sealed metal containers from a storage room in the back of the cell, each of them suspended on floating stone circles. "If you have time to be idly scaring first years, then you have time to help me prepare the pre-made solution for stage 2. Right, sorry, Prof," the student laughed. "I wouldn't sweat italics, was it? There's always risks with magic, and we're taking every precaution to make an unsafe process as safe as possible. And hey, if we wanted something without risk, we'd go work in a vineyard, am I right?" The graduate student winked from behind his mask and then made for the stairs off the catwalk. Alex slowly watched him go. A part of him wondered if the local vineyards were taking applications. As the last of the glyphs were traced and filled with mana, there was a subtle shift in the mana in the air around the cauldron's rim. It was so faint that Alex doubted he would have detected it before he'd started training in mana manipulation at the school. With a flash, a purple light washed through the glyphs, wiping away the colors left by the students and making every glyph on the edge of the cauldron all glow in the same hue. At the same time the mana shifted, all the subtle differences between each student's mana was brought together and became unified within the cauldron. At that, Professor Jules began to organize her students like a general moving an army, and Alex went to work. Standing by the tables, he would watch the students while keeping a distance, and then in quiet moments, ask questions about specific ingredients, procedures, and tools they were using. He also asked which processes were similar to golem craft, and the answers were not only interesting, but helpful for future golem plans. As it turned out, many of the materials used for the animation of matter were identical to ones used in golem craft. By asking questions, handing out what the students needed, and watching them work, he learned a good deal about how each material was handled, and how that might differ when building a golem compared to the experiment they were conducting. Many of the mana tools were also used in golem craft, and Alex quickly examined them as the students or professor described them and their specific uses. His pen flew across the pages of his notebook when he could spare the hands to write things down, and he was left wishing he'd managed to master Wizard's hand already, An extra hand or two would be pretty helpful to keep up with all the information coming at him. When things got busy, the time for questions ended and he was put to work, and with a seamlessness that unnerved him, instantly fell back into the mindset of an assistant baker with a very particular master. His mind stayed focused on making sure he was quick to get whatever was needed for each step of the brewing process. The pages of the procedure scrolled through his mind, helping him anticipate what they would need for the next part of the experiment. That's where his spells came in handy. Using Forcedisk and the Forciball's basket, he was able to use them to create a system where he took a request from one of the students or the professor, and instead of constantly running back and forth between the table and cauldron, he was able to simply ferry what was needed back and forth between them. When someone was done with a tool, he would send over the Forcedisk for them to place it on, and then he'd bring it over to the sink for washing and drying. As his system continued, he noticed several of the grad students throwing him curious looks. He decided to ask another question. Professor, he cleared his throat. Is there a reason you all don't use spells like Wizard's Hand? I know Forcedisk and Forciball wouldn't usually work well, but Wizard's Hand has the dexterity to handle delicate stuff, right? Right you are, but there are two issues there. One, Wizard's Hand still proceeds very slowly compared to simply walking over and fetching something yourself. She glanced at his crimson spells, zipping about the lab. Well, at least it does if someone doesn't put a ridiculous amount of practice into it. But the mana manipulation and spellcraft required for our work still necessitates full attention. Controlling a Wizard's Hand spell while engaging in the mana manipulation required for this alchemy would be a good recipe for both failure and disaster. She glanced at the glowing glyphs around the rim, and when you're dealing with conjuring otherworldly entities, you want to have as much of your wits about you as possible. Professor Jules had led his labs and set up this experiment with the calm collection of a veteran. Now, though, her voice was strained. Okay, then I'll just make sure you have everything you need and keep out of the way, he said. Yes, you'd better. She frowned, her eyes flicked to him. What you're about to see, Mr. Roth, is perhaps the earliest form of wizardry. Before the formulae, the ingredients, the safety procedures, the spellcraft, and the harvesting of manather was this, the old ways. She paused. All the ingredients are ready to proceed except for one. If I were you, I would stand near the door. Alex nodded and quickly took up position near the door to the cell. He watched Professor Jules and her graduate students ascend the catwalk around the cauldron. Before this moment, the room had been filled with orders, discussion, and planning. Now there was only a grim silence. The air seemed to prickle with intent. Alex watched as they all nodded to each other, and then Professor Jules looked to one of her students. Ready the bait. A gloved young woman raised the strange blue meat the professor had been cutting up. It now glistened from a coating of an odd, reddish salve that emitted an unnerving mana. Alex wondered what the thing would have smelled like if he didn't have a mask on. The student spoke an incantation, conjuring a wizard's hand which lifted the blue meat and slowly lowered it below the rim of the cauldron, down into its depths. As soon as the bait had been deposited, the student canceled the wizard's hand. Professor Jules drew in a deep breath. Are we ready? In reply, a series of nods met her. To his surprise, she also glanced at Alex standing by the door. His heart began to thud in his chest, but he also nodded. Let us begin then, Professor Jules said. She spoke an incantation. Whomph. An unnatural fire sprang up beneath the cauldron, hugging its metal sides but not touching the scaffolding or catwalk around it. As it flared and crackled, the shadows of the wizards on the catwalk rose high over the room's walls and wavered with each pop of the flame. Professor Jules slowly raised her hands above her head, and then she began to cast a spell. Words of power poured from her mouth with her exacting efficiency. Not a single word could Alex understand. They were sharp, guttural, awful to listen to, and there was a terrible note of longing in them, a calling that disturbed him to his very bones. Something shifted in the air. As her incantation continued, her students joined in, each adding their own words until the room was filled with the strange, disconcerting speech. Spell arrays formed. Magic circuitry came alive. The glyphs on the cauldron reacted, glowing brighter. The hair on Alex's neck began to rise. Never before had he seen anything like it. In his time at Generossi, all the magic he had witnessed was a mix of wonder and exacting mathematical precision. This was different. In the shifting light, crackling sound, and awful words slipping through the air, the wizards around the cauldron didn't look like a professor and her graduate students. Their beaked face coverings seemed to change before him, turning into the ancient death masks of some forgotten demon. Their coats and aprons seemed to glisten like the skins of slain beasts. His imagination began to run. The room filled with apparatuses and safety equipment shifted, turning into an ancient cave filled with primal power. The friendly academics became ritualists from a time when the world was younger, darker, a time before Generossi and before Uldar and all the things he took for granted. Something disturbed the air. He gasped. Something had entered the room. He couldn't see it, couldn't smell it, couldn't hear it, but a long-forgotten part of his brain's part that knew well why mortals feared the dark sensed it. On the scaffold, the volume of the incantation rose, and the fire began to writhe as though wind battered it. He shivered, and suddenly his mask felt stifling. Alex Roth edged slightly closer to the door. Then the air began to shimmer. He felt something touch it. His mana vibrated in his body, reacting to it with familiarity. He knew it like he knew the touch of the traveler's mana. What was happening above the cauldron was similar, though far more twisted and ugly. Something poured out of the air and down into the cauldron. A massive presence filled the room, a mind so vast and old that his life seemed tiny, like a mere flickering candle flame before it. It felt like when he'd reached deep into the dungeon core and felt what was behind it. But this felt even more alien, even colder. He shuddered. The entity continued pouring from whatever lay beyond the air to splash deep into the cauldron. It gave a final shudder, and then it was fully in the room. The cauldron shifted as something heavy moved within, suddenly filling it. Alex could hear something slithering against the inner surfaces, like a mass of snakes writhing against the metal of the cauldron, and then there was a slurping sound, like someone sucking the pulp from soft fruit. What the hell, he whispered. The volume of the incantation rose higher, until every wizard was screaming it. It echoed off the walls, and the words combined together until all became a gibbering mass of noise. Now, Jules cried. She slammed her gloved palms onto the rim of the cauldron. Her students immediately followed. The glyphs flared so brightly that they stung Alex's eyes. For a second, the thing inside the pot went silent, and then it screamed. Alex pressed himself to the door. When the sound hit him, it hit all of his senses. He didn't just hear it scream, he felt and smelled it. He even tasted it, and the taste made him gag under his mask. Tentacles suddenly shot up into the air, each of them shifting with all the colors he'd seen on the cauldron, and some he couldn't even put names to. They made his eyes burn, and he squinted like he'd been staring at the sun. Tears ran down his cheeks, but he didn't dare look away. The tentacles lashed out, slamming into translucent walls that rose above the rim of the cauldron. Glyphs flared as the thing pushed against the magic. This one's strong, Jules shouted. Feed the cauldron, 20 more mana, now. Her students gripped the rim, and Alex felt the mana once again shift in the air. The creature screamed at a painful pitch, then tried pushing against the barrier again. This time the glyphs didn't flare, and it scratched against its glassy cage in vain. Its tentacles shuddered, smashing against the binding magic, while they shifted and sprang pointed thorns like a rose. Still, the wall did not give. Its flesh shifted again, transforming into hooked claws that scraped against the barrier. Still, its cage did not fail. With another scream, its tentacles shifted once more, forming bony flanges like a mace. Crack, crack. It snapped the tentacles against the barrier, but that too was futile. The barrier held. The ends of the tentacles shimmered, splitting open to reveal long mouths filled with fangs. They bit at the barrier, but to no effect. The lesser Shoggoth howled in frustration. Alex felt a shift off something in the air. It wasn't mana. He didn't even know how to describe it. Bang. Something impacted the barrier. Glyphs flared. 40 more mana, Jules barked. The students grunted, feeding their mana into the cauldron at whatever unseen attack was slamming into the barrier over and over again. Until abruptly it stopped. There was a pause, like a breath being held, then there was silence. Alex felt a strange probing begin to fill the air. That's right, Professor Jules said. You are trapped, servitor. You cannot strike our bodies. You cannot strike our minds. And you cannot touch the vessel you are caged within. By these 3 facts I declare you bound. Another pause. Then the lesser Shoggoth spoke. What came from it weren't words as Alex understood them, and their sound crossed his senses again, feeling like the legs of crawling insects against his skin and deep within his ears. That is right, Jules said. We do wish to bargain. You have feasted on the flesh of Terraphilia. She raised another piece of the coated blue meat. A delicacy to you. Again that horrible voice answered. As I thought. In return for this second portion, I ask that you donate a portion of your chaos essence to our cause. We do not require much, and your life will not be harmed by this donation. Jules paused. Once we have harvested what we need, you will have your freedom again, as well as this portion. If you comply, the process will not cause you suffering or whatever passes for it amongst your kind, and you will be freed to return back to your plane without delay. The professor seemed to tighten her grip on the lip of the cauldron before she continued. Do we have an accord? There was another silence, then a short grunt. Good. I will show that you may trust me in future. She glanced at her students. Now, activate it. The grad students poured their mana into the cauldron, this time reaching deep into the metal vessel. Alex could sense the mana traveling lower toward the bottom of the pot. Then the glyphs flared again. Professor Jules called to Alex, still standing by the door. It's likely safe for you to join us now, Mr. Roth, and I'd recommend that you do if you wish to see the extraction process. I believe you'll find this to be a very valuable experience, and not one that comes around every day. Oh, by Uldar, no, Alex muttered, staring up at the catwalk. He took a deep breath, putting one foot in front of the other and making for the stairs. His skin prickled the closer he got to the lesser Shoggoth, and the sensation of an unnaturalness or even a wrongness crossed over his senses. He knew he was approaching something that should not exist in this world, yet he pushed himself to keep going. It's stuck in the pot. It's stuck in the pot. You're surrounded by wizards with experience, and it's stuck in the pot, Alex repeated in his mind. You're probably in more danger in the Barrens, and this is stuff you'll need to get used to. Just pretend you're Cedric for like 12 minutes. Alex stepped onto the catwalk, met Professor Jules' eyes from across the cauldron, and then looked down. His heart felt like it would stop. The thing in the cauldron defied his senses as they struggled to make sense of it. Its form shifted constantly, a writhing ooze of tentacles, eyes, mouths, and organs. The surface of the main part of its body shimmered with images that were familiar, yet maddeningly corrupted, entire forests of giant tongues instead of trees, oceans filled not with water, but with infinite swarms of insects and other vistas that made his skin crawl. From below its body, the runes at the bottom of the cauldron glowed as Jules' assistants poured their mana into them. Then the creature shuddered. A strange substance began to flow from its sides like a mist until it touched the metal of the cauldron. Then the substance congealed into a liquid-like vapor coming into contact with cold air. The droplets shimmered and twitched like they were alive before pouring down and pooling beneath the writhing lesser Shoggoth. Alex watched the liquid continue to pool until there was enough to coat the bottom of the vessel. And stop, Professor Jules said. Her students pulled their hands away from the cauldron, and each took deep breaths as though they'd just finished sprinting. The lesser Shoggoth watched all of them with a dozen eyes before its pupils slowly shifted to the meat being held in Professor Jules' hand. It's yours. A deal is a deal, she said. She tossed the meat down. A mouth filled with serrated teeth split open vertically across blank flesh and snapped up the morsel in a blink. And now you are dismissed. The instructor raised her hands once more and spoke a word of power that rang through the air. Her spell struck the lesser Shoggoth, and the creature's form began to shudder. Its convulsions increased until it seemed ready to break apart, and then it did. It liquefied and whirled in a circle like flood water around a storm drain. Then it flowed out of their reality. Its physical form faded from Alex's view. In a few heartbeats, he could no longer see it, though he could still feel something present. And then, like dissipating mist, the last of it whirled into that singular point in space, and it was gone. In its wake, it left a bubbling, shimmering liquid at the bottom of the cauldron. With a wave of her hand, Professor Jules ended the magical flame licking the sides of the metal, but the liquid within still continued to shimmer, shift, and bubble. Within its surface, Alex saw colors that changed from hue to hue, lights that glowed in one heartbeat to then dissipate in the next, and shapes that would begin to congeal before abruptly disintegrating. Is that he murmured, "Chaos essence." It is indeed, Professor Jules nodded, one of the most transformative substances in all of alchemy. With the right application of mana and other ingredients, it can become nearly anything or change nearly anything. Trouble is getting it to change in a way you want it to. Getting it to stay in the way you want it to is even harder. She glanced at him. It must never be touched with your bare flesh or any living material, or any dead material for that matter. She paused. You know what, for your purposes, don't touch it with anything that's not an especially prepared container. Ooh, what happens if I do? Well, prepare for anything that touched it to start sprouting tentacles and eyes. He swallowed. Can force magic touch it? Yes, which is one of the ways to transport it. She cast a spell into the pot, and a massive forciball appeared. No. Alex frowned. It looked like a forciball despite its much larger size, but it split open on one end, revealing itself to be hollow. With another spell, Jules caused the chaos essence to flow into the bubble, which then closed around it. Back away. She raised the force bubble and slowly moved it to float above a metal container covered in different glyphs. Those glyphs on the metal are protective, she explained. Alex saw that some of the symbols were the same as those on the cauldron. Once the bubble floated over the container, she willed it to float into the metal one, then carefully split again, allowing the chaos essence to flow into place. Perfect, she said, willing away her force construct. Well done, team. Her graduate students exhaled in relief and began clapping one another on the back and shoulders, but she interrupted their little celebration. We still have plenty of work to do in stage 2. Let us get to work. The rest of the experiment seemed to be far less likely to shorten Alex's lifespan. The feeling that he'd stumbled across an ancient cave of cultists faded as the professor and her students returned to the familiar processes of combining ingredients, adding mana through specialized mana conductors, and testing solutions. He got to watch them test the chaos essence with half a dozen different specialized devices, each of which generated accurate readouts of its composition. Once it was confirmed that it was exactly what they needed, they poured a solution into the cauldron that they'd made during an earlier part of the experiment, and Ray lit it. They continued combining ingredients, adding in mixtures they'd created before the summoning. As the solutions came to a boil, they steadied the end of the mana vacuum and then poured their mana into the cauldron's bottom. Several of the glyphs began to glow around the lip of the pot, and the solution started to slowly stir itself. Actually, this part is fairly similar to the construction of a golem core, Professor Jules pointed out. She explained which parts of the animation potion would be used when crafting one. She also talked about which parts of the process would differ when crafting a core, such as an extra step that would involve solidifying the solution as though it were ice. Now, the chaos essence. She pointed to the special container. Can be used in golem cores too. Anything that can cause changing properties, like mutagens or chaos essence, can be used to make a golem that can evolve. For chaos essence, though it needs to be diluted, 1 part chaos essence for every 9 parts stabilizing agent. Note that down. It's key if anyone asks you, since you're interested in working at Shales in the future. Alex jotted down every single tip or instruction she gave, though it was hard to tear his mind free from the sight and feeling of the lesser Shoggoth. His imagination kept conjuring tentacles in every shadow in the lab, and he had to use his meditation techniques to keep his concentration on the task at hand. When Professor Jules finally called an end to the day, he actually felt a wave of relief knowing he'd soon be leaving that room. "You did quite well today," she said to him at the end of the lab. "We'll be continuing the process next week. Will you be available?" "Yes, Professor, I definitely will be," he said quickly, trying to keep control of his fidgeting. He needed to get out of there. Frowning, she pulled off her mask. The lab had long been cleaned up and peered at him closely. "Do you drink, Mr. Roth?" Not really," he said, "like during festivals, but never had much time for it." "I see. Perhaps you should go have a drink with a friend," she said. "You handled yourself well today, but sometimes magic challenges our minds, conceptions, and emotions. Don't be alone. Have a meal or a drink with someone you care about." "Yeah, maybe. Thanks, Professor." He departed very soon after that. Making his way out of the cells was nerve-wracking. Every shadow, every sound, and every strange smell became some otherworldly threat, watching him from someplace beyond his sight. He thought he heard something shift above him when he was coming down the stairs. He doubled his pace. Even when he finally stepped outside and was under the sun again, he found himself jumping at every sound. His world had gotten bigger again. It seemed that each time it grew, some disturbing discovery was involved. First, he was branded as a hero. Then they were fallen upon by silent spiders and a hive queen. Then there was the discovery of the dungeon core and the revelation about it. Then the attack by a mana vampire and the revelation that there were monsters out in the world beyond what the Raven spewed into Thameland. Now, he just learned firsthand that not only were there planes beyond the world he knew, but that there were monsters beyond the world, things that defied even his basic senses. If the silent spiders could block all sound, then could other things beyond the rules of the world avoid other senses? Some force magics were invisible. Why not creatures whose sounds could be tasted and felt? He paused on the way back to the insula, then looked to the castle. He needed to do something normal. Alex started toward the registrar's office. He entered the hall to find it mostly empty. Some students sat on the benches going over documents, and there was only a short line of 3 between him and the registrar's desk. The horned, blue-skinned form of Hobbs sat at the desk, speaking to the student before him. From Alex's angle, he could see that the registrar was writing something down on 2 different documents simultaneously. Both hands whipped across the pages at a speed that was almost a blur, and though Alex couldn't see precisely what he was writing from his distant seat, looked to be different things being written. Yet Hobb was still able to keep up the conversation with the student without looking down or pausing once. When he ran out of room on the pages, 2 blue glowing wizard's hands materialized, removed the documents, and brought fresh paper for him to continue on. He never stopped even as he served the 3 students in front of Alex. Next, Hobb called when the young woman in front of Alex departed after making a late tuition payment. Hobb peered at the young man from Thameland, his eye narrowing behind his massive monocle. "And what can I do for you today, young man?" "Hello, Hobb." Alex cleared his throat. "Do you remember me?" Hobb raised an eyebrow. "I meet a lot of students. Many students every day." Creak. Alex whirled to find a student had simply shifted his weight on one of the benches, and the bench in turn had shifted its weight upon its legs. He exhaled in relief and turned around again. He found Hobb looking at him with his head cocked to the side. An intensity lay in his eyes. "Something the matter?" The registrar's lips spread apart in a wide grin, slightly too wide. Were Hobb's teeth always that sharp? Alex wondered. "No, everything's okay," he said quickly. "Guad, Hobb said, drawing out the words. "It wouldn't do to have your nerve fail whilst winding the foundations of the universe around your fingers. Now, what can I do for you, my young friend?" Alex muttered. He must have been imagining it. Something about Hobb seemed to remind him of the lesser Shoggoth. He shook the thought away, telling himself that his mind was playing tricks on him. Generosity was attended by so many races of mortals that Alex would have trouble naming them all. Hobb was just one of them, a perfectly normal mortal. Well, maybe not normal. I'm just wondering if there's any accommodations, on campus, for visiting family and such. There's no room in the insula for visitors, I was wondering. Hobb stared at him for a full 5 heartbeats. Then he burst out laughing. His cackle reminded Alex of an ancient witch from a fairy tale or a demon hunting an unsuspecting priest in an old fable. It filled the hallway with a sinister mirth, and he carried on with it for a terribly long time. Alex glanced at the other students. Some were looking at Hob in shock, while others simply continued on with their paperwork, as though this were a common occurrence. Why of Cowus, of Kuawis we have accommodations, Hob chuckled, finally regaining control of himself. What are we, barbarians? He snapped his fingers, and a new sheet of paper appeared in his hand, which he slid to Alex with a proud smile. We have on-campus accommodations, as well as a list of inns and hostels associated with the school that your visitors can stay in for a handsome discount. I do, somewhat, and I can make recommendations if you. Paused, his eyes narrowing. Are you normally this pale? It's so hard to tell if that's natural. You all vary so much in skin tone, and that tone changes so much depending on all the little whims of your emotions. No, Iwilla. Alex had broken out in a cold sweat. Hob tented his fingers. Sniff. His nostrils flared. You were part of a summoning, weren't you? Hob leaned across the table and sniffed Alex closely. Yes, I can smell some kind of otherworldly essence on you. I should have known. Most students who have engaged in a proper summoning for the first time have the exact same look as you. Well, yeah, Alex said, a little startled that Hob had been so sharp. Good guess. Hob laughed again. Well, it's easy to deduce, frankly. Most folk don't react well to learning that you're actually trying to climb your way from the bottom of a very, very long ladder in the universal hierarchy. Alex blinked. He wondered at Hob's use of that word. Well, fret not. The registrar adjusted his monocle. Not all things that go bump in the outer planes are evil or hungry. Sure, some elder things wish this world to be wiped out, but others simply don't care about it. Some demons want to eat every mortal's children, while others simply want to cause some minor mischief and make crop circles. His eyes seemed to flash. And some devils, his mouth drew out that final word, want to trick mortals out of their immortal souls. Others, though, truly find mortals so fascinating. Some devils like mortals. He leaned a little closer, like me. I find you so interesting. Alex's nostrils caught the scent of sulfur. Wait, Alex started to take a step back. You're a what? His words dropped to a whisper. A devil boy, Hob's voice boomed. And no need to whisper, it's not a secret. Not one worth keeping at any rate. You know, bargains for horrifying power for the price of your immortal soul. Become a king in return for the death of a loved one. Curse a farmer's wife in return for 1 year of the lifespan of your firstborn. Come now, don't tell me you've never heard of a devil. Why, yeah, Alex muttered. Today had been a day, and it wasn't even close to over yet. Well, glad to see that the old ways are still being taught, or at least ways to avoid the old ways, the registrar said. But don't dwell on it. You people live under a monarch your whole life, don't you? They're much more powerful than you see, could have you killed on a whim, and stolen all your cows and sheep and coins and other mortal things send. Yet I assume you do not live in constant abject terror, that the king will ride down to your town and strip you of all your worldly possessions and loved ones, do you? Alex had actually never thought of the king of Thameland being able to annihilate Ulrich on a whim, and that revelation did not make him feel better about cosmic entities. You have to live despite the dangers hanging above your head, do you not? Hob said seriously. After all, your lives are so dreadfully short in terms of your natural lifespan, and that's not taking into account disease or natural disaster or food poisoning or such. Haha, and that's just those who live quietly on their little vegetable growing patches farms, I mean. That's the term. Hob placed his chin in his hand and looked despondent for a moment. It's a shame, really time was, that I could offer you a contract to extend your lifespan 10 times over or more at a bargain. I tell you, a true bargain. But alas, my current contract with the First Chancellor prevents me from further deals with mortals until my time of serving here is done. So you'll have to find some other way of seeking immortality, my young friend. Don't go making any deals with devils, though. He grinned. Most of my crowd don't find you mortals nearly so cute as I do. Alex simply stared at Hob with his mouth agape. Now I have paperwork to do and you have your list of accommodations to go through. It's time for you to take your leave. Off you go, he said pleasantly. Alex muttered. Right. He turned away from the desk. Oh, Hob said. And do say hello to that little sister, your other companion and Cerberus for me, would you? Alex startled, looking back over his shoulder. I thought you didn't remember me. Did I say that? Hob grinned like he was sharing a very, very old joke. I do remember that I said I meet a lot of students. Many students every day. At no point did I say I didn't remember you. He paused and chuckled. You should try to pay more attention, Mr. Alex Roth. You are a student, after all. Colic blinked as he lowered the glass from his lips. A devil, you say? Yeah. Alex shook his head in amazement. Not sitting in some summoning circle or on a throne of skulls or anything like that. Just right there. Behind a desk he paused, convincing students to go for extra perks from the school. A devil is the registrar. Colic mouthed the words again as though he couldn't believe them. I can't fathom that my brother never told me about this. Well, everyone else seemed to know. Alex threw up his hands and slammed them back down on the table. Sorry. He said quickly, when others at surrounding tables turned toward him at the noise. He'd picked up Colic from the insula right after his interaction with Hob, and the two of them had made their way to the Brass Grapes, the closest wine bar to the southern insula. Considering that the city of Generossi was right in the middle of some of the finest wine country in the world, it was unsurprising that it was not the only wine bar on campus. With it still being afternoon, the bar was not overly filled with students, but some along with some staff were passing the afternoon over glasses of wine, books, and light meals of fresh bread, served with butter, cured meats, and olive paste. Desserts of fresh fruit stood on many of the tables. A light breeze blew through the open windows to the terrace, and a bard sat on a stage on the far end of the wine bar from Alex and Colic. She strummed her lute, singing an ancient song from a fallen empire where those with mana enough to practice were enslaved to a long-fallen tyrant. She sang of spellcasters uniting in bonds of blood, of melting chains with flame magic and freezing the hearts of their masters still. The song's tone was triumphant and melancholic, but it didn't raise Alex's spirits in the least. "Geez, will you listen to that?" He took a long sip of his drink. It was smooth and delicious. "How the hell does someone enslave wizards?" Colic cocked his ear toward the song. "I believe it was a time when those with enough mana to be wizards were rare in the extreme, so they were outnumbered. That meant less teachers and less opportunity to learn, and so they could be taken advantage of. Also, there are other powers, right? Divinity, for instance, that could be used to threaten wizards." Alex shuddered, thinking back on Hob and the Lesser Shoggoth. There were always other powers, greater powers. Can't believe it. People who could build all this, he gestured to their surroundings, meaning the entirety of the university, could be made so small, domesticated like chickens. He remembered how Hob had described mortals cute, like if Hob was a giant looking down on a baby rabbit. Just like with that Shoggoth thing, he had felt small, tiny even. HRMPH for Yahoo barely blinked at a bone drinker toe be like this. This Shoggoth must have been a frightening thing to shake someone as brave as you. Alex blinked. "What brave me?" He glanced down at Colic's glass. "They put funny mushrooms in there. Not in this drink." Colic grinned, and yes, brave. PFFFFT, I'm not brave, Alex snorted. The idea was ridiculous. People who knew about his situation, his true situation, would probably outright call him a coward, chosen as a hero by his god to help save the land, but then choosing to run away instead. That played right into the narrative that Galloway had created of previous fools, useless. Untrustworthy, cowardly. Of course, he didn't really care about that. He had gotten a bad hand and folded. In gambling, that would be called reasonable, but not brave. Colic raised an eyebrow. "You are not foolhardy, and I would not say you have the heart of a lion or such, but you are braver than most." Alex cocked his head. "How, now you're just fishing for compliments," Colic chuckled. "But for one, you're here, and you're focused. Wizardry is not the safest path in the world, and yet you are here." "As I said, you barely blinked at the Bone Drinker and Mupkaras." "I was screaming when the Mupkaras opened their jaws," Alex said. "Oh," Colic looked puzzled. "Those were not your battle cries." There was silence for a moment, then both young men burst out laughing. "No, not my battle cries," Alex said, taking another sip of his drink. "Well, seriously, you screamed, but then you attacked." Colic made a punching gesture. "And even signing up for Com 1000 speaks of bravery. Oh, and when that frost drake charged your sister and your love." "Colic." "Your friend for now," Colic smiled. "You jumped in their path despite the fact that Teresa probably could have gutted the thing if she can use that knife half as well as I think she can. You are braver than most is my point." "I know," Colic said simply, taking another sip of his drink. "But like, doesn't this stuff freak you out at all? Devils and otherworldly monsters. How are you so calm about it?" Alex looked to Colic. The young man shrugged and adjusted his long plaits. "I have heard of devils before in my homeland. Our stories of them are not always ones of terror, blood, death, and evil. And Hob has not harmed anyone he paused, that I know of. And as for this Shoggoth, what Hob says is true, there are horrifying powers out in the universe." No, you wouldn't be saying that so flippantly if you'd been near it," Colic, Alex insisted. "It just felt wrong. When it made noise, you could feel its cries, smell them, taste them." And Jules and a bunch of her graduate students needed this super cauldron and themselves all working together to keep it contained. And that thing was called Lesser. I'd hate to ever be anywhere near a greater one. "Ah, I see," Colic nodded. "It got into your head." Alex gave him a look. No, don't go on with that kind of, I let it get into my head, bullshit, Colic. "I didn't say you let it get into your head." He looked at him pointedly. "I'm saying it got into your head." Colic's eyes turned distant and he tapped the table with a thick finger. "Have you ever seen a dragon before, Alex?" "I have, when I was a boy." Alex blinked. "No, ooh, what, a dragon? You've seen an actual dragon?" That I have. Colic seemed rather proud. "It was from a distance, but I did see it in the Uden Desert, which lies between the kingdom of Ibesti and my country of Tekizash to the southeast." He spread his hands. "It was like a serpent as long as a city wall, with wings that could have shaded an entire forest. As it flew overhead, it swooped low and breathed fire against the sand, turned it all to glass a mile distant, and I could still feel the heat. But that's not all." I felt, he chuckled as though mocking himself. "It flew overhead over our caravan more than 100 feet above us, and Alex," he shook his head, "the fear, man, As soon as it got close to us, the fear penetrated my heart like a dagger, and I fell off the back of my horse. I hadn't fallen off my horse for years, and I tumbled to the sand like I had never mounted before. What did? Colic held up a hand. Let me finish. I was not the only one. The warriors who I would say have the hearts of lions fell off their horses. My elder brother, who studied here and who I know has summoned demons to consult with for their knowledge of certain spells, he fell off his horse too. My uncle as well. Just everyone, on the sand whimpering like we were frightened babies. I was so humiliated that I did not want to show my face at home Aginand. Then I found out what dragon fear is. He placed his glass on the table and drew a large, imaginary circle around it. Dragons have an aura around them of supernatural fear, and the older they get, the stronger it grows. The fear penetrates the mind and infests the heart. Not fear from within, he pointed to his own chest, but fear from outside. He gestured around. It is magical, and it digs into the mind like a pickaxe. I bet you that when you learn more of these shoggoths, you will find that this is true of them as well. I will bet you a good sum of coins on that. Oh, Alex said. If that's truth, that makes sense, I guess. Warping of the senses, reality not working the way it should, sounded like something that would affect the mind. And didn't one of the grad students say that if whatever the lesser shoggoth's worship had showed up, that its presence would turn the mind inside out? Maybe lesser shoggoths had that kind of effect on the mind. Maybe he wasn't exaggerating just to scare him. He should have asked. If he thought about it too, it was similar to how the mark affected his mind, or how the mana vampire's magic had put others into an unnatural sleep. They were effects that came from outside power. If his senses weren't being so twisted, then he might have noticed that about the lesser shoggoth as well. I guess it did, he said. And think of this, Colic continued. Hob is bound by a contract, and so cannot do us harm. And this lesser shoggoth was bound and brought to heel by your professor and her students, even if they had to use a magic cauldron to do so. Terrifying things are out there, but we are arming ourselves against them. Think of it this way, who is better off? The person wandering through the forest in bliss, while having no idea that it is filled with bandits and killers? Or is it the one walking through the forest with fear in their heart, but they are cautious because they know of the danger, and they have elected to bring a spear and sword to protect themselves? Yeah, when you put it that way, knowing about it and being prepared is better, Alex said. In the end, it was similar to what he experienced in the Cave of the Traveler. The revelation that humans could control a dungeon core had freaked him out, but once he knew about it, it became a problem he could research and plan for. It should be the same with the revelation that horrifying cosmic entities existed. Better he know about them and be able to arm himself with knowledge and magic, instead of being completely vulnerable and ignorant. Besides, just like with the dungeon core and the Ravener, it wasn't something he needed to dwell on all the time. Has anyone ever told you're like, super wise? Alex said emphatically to Colic. Haha, I try, he said with a smile. But hey, it doesn't change that part about kings and queens though. Alex took another drink. He gave a crooked grin, trying to lighten the mood, about them being able to come down to the people whenever they want and do whatever they want. He rose in his seat and put on a haughty expression like he was a queen. What is that? I the queen am not the fairest of the land. Then off with the heads of everyone more beautiful than me. Poison their apples. Make them sleep forever with the fishes. He laughed at his own joke until he realized he was laughing alone. Colic's smile had faded. His eyes had turned hard. I would imagine, Colic's tone was sharp, that they have concerns as well. There are more people than there are kings and queens, more nobles to appease, generals, armies, merchants, common folk. They all have mouths to feed, children to raise and coffers to fill. And when a drought comes or floods wash away homes or locusts eat all the crops, who do they blame? Who is the one who should be fearing then? Alex muttered. That was just a joke. Like there's this old story about a queen asking a mirror if there was anyone more beautiful than her, and then chopping off the head of her niece who was more beautiful than she was. Well, it's an old fairy tale. A children's story where the queen was supposed to be wicked. Colic shook his head. A fool's story. A queen chopping the head off her niece. Come on. Then what of the girl's parents, her father and mother? The noble or military house the girl was from? What if the niece is from a dynasty of wizards? Well, Alex stammered. It's just an old story, man. A ridiculous one. Colic's frown deepened. The girl's family would be enraged by the act. Brothers and sisters would swear vengeance. House guards and soldiers would be rallied. Civil wars have started over far less, Alex. Anger had entered Colic's voice. It is the same in so many places, evil kings and evil queens sneering and slaughtering in these foolish stories. Any king who rode around murdering their own subjects at his whim and taking their possessions like a common bandit would likely have a dagger where his heart used to be and a head separated from his neck. Alex chuckled nervously. Come on, Colic, look at that Derek guy. He's a noble, completely irresponsible, and he gets away with it. Some of them do. Colic raised an eyebrow. And how long will that last, Alex? His cheating already has him in trouble. And Isolde is nobility too, and she is responsible. Yeah, I guess, but he gestured casually to the bard, who had switched to another song. Think about all the wizards ground under the heels of those rulers of that ancient empire. They got away with it. Until they didn't, Kalik's expression darkened further. The song does not even mention the name of the empire anymore. That is how dead it is. And when those with mana got the strength to snap their chains, what do you think happened to their former masters? You've seen what even we can do with magic, and we are at the beginning of our training. Alex paused, his mind filling with images of massive fireballs, crackling lightning, ice and summoned demons and elementals tearing apart jeweled cities. Yeah, I guess, things wouldn't have gone well for those rulers. Some hate them, most might not even notice they are living beneath a tyrant, as long as the taxes are not back-breaking and the harvest plentiful. A ruler has power, but that power can be lost like this. Kalik snapped his fingers. Never really thought of it that way, Alex admitted. Never really thought of it much, to be honest. Like Thameland has a king but well, aside from paying our taxes to our local ruler who then pays their taxes to him, the business of rulers really never mattered much in my life. I think this whole Shoggoth and devil thing just got me a little crazy for a bit. And that is the way of it, in real life, Kalik said. A great ruler is sung of by the people, and a terrible one is cursed. A good ruler is hardly mentioned until the earthquake or drought comes. Alex paused, looking at his friend. As the conversation went on, a suspicion which he'd had for a while had grown. Kalik, can I ask you something? You can. Kalik nodded like he was giving a general permission to speak. Whether or not I'll answer is a different matter. Alex looked at him seriously. Who are you really? The young, bearded man paused. What do you mean? I mean, like, Alex scratched his head, glancing around the wine bar and then leaning across the table. He dropped his voice low. Are you some kind of noble? I mean, you have a whole room to yourself in the insula, and you said you were coming to Generossi with other people. You obviously have a lot of coin, and that's great. And then you said to Selena that you have people that cook for you at home. You laughed when you thought about your parents cooking, and then you changed the subject. Like, I thought maybe you were just rich, but with how offended you got at that stuff about kings and queens, it makes me wonder. Kalik frowned. Well, aren't you observant? Like, you don't have to answer if you don't want to, but I have to admit I'm getting pretty curious. And don't worry, I'm not going to ask you for money or anything like that if that's what you're thinking. I got some pride. I didn't think you would, Alex, and I believe you have a lot more than just some pride. Kalik paused, watching Alex very closely. He sighed. Promise you won't be weird about this. I'm not going to be any weirder than I already am. Oh well, that's comforting, Kalik chuckled. His humor faded and he rose up in his chair. All right, swear to me that you will not tell anyone what I'm about to tell you unless I give you permission. The air around Kalik changed in an instant. He had gone from a friendly, outgoing young man to a man who was used to giving commands. I'm not going to tell anybody, Alex said. Trust me, I know how to keep a secret. Kalik stared at him for a long moment. All right, he took a deep breath. I am the seventh son of the Crimson Mantis, the king of assassins and the greatest contract killer in all the realms south of the Uden Desert. Alex gasped, freezing. What the holy she? He paused, his eyes narrowing. Kalik's face was twitching as though he were trying to fight laughter. Oh, you're so full of shit, Kalik. Kalik burst out laughing, clapping and doubling over the table. Oh, by Ashbatter's shining rays I am, but you should have seen the look on your face. He outright cackled so hard that others across the wine bar turned and stared at them. If only I had a painter here so I could have immortalized it, or even a sculptor. I should sculpt your damn beard off your face, Alex snapped. You almost gave me a heart attack, you bastard. Lesser Shoggoths, registrar's a devil, and then my first friend here turns out to be some super dangerous assassin's son. I might have just gone right back to my room, packed my shit up and left for some mountain somewhere. No, I'm joking, of course. Kalik waved his hand while trying to get his laughter under control. Okay, no more foolishness, I'll tell you now. Once the last of his laughter had faded, he waited until those in the room had turned away, then leaned toward his tablemate and spoke in tones so low that Alex could barely hear him. The bard's song and ambient noise of the wine bar covered his words. My full name is Prince Kalik Bayermetter, the Raptor of Tekezash, Lord of the Sapphire Sea and second son of King Axuma Bayermetter and Queen Ishtar Bayermetter. Alex froze. Oh, Uldar's beard, you're a prince, he whispered. An accident of birth, I assure you. A happy one, though, Kalik said. Please don't spread that, he frowned. Other accidents ensured that I came here in relative anonymity and, I have found that I like that anonymity. I wish to enjoy it for at least a little longer. Geez, yeah, you got it. I'll keep your secret. I don't want you to order that my head get cut off or anything like that. Kalik looked wounded. Alex, what did we just talk about? Oh, I know. Alex leaned back, crossing his arms. But that's that revenge for. I am son of the Crimson Mantis, the super ultimate killer of Aloe Murder Dom. Fair enough, I suppose I deserve that, Kalik chuckled, continuing to speak quietly. They're actually real though, you know, the Crimson Mantis. They have killed a few generals and some lords of the realms near my own, and that's the sort of person you must fear when circumstance surrounds your name with titles and dictates that your blood is royal. Yeah, I guess, Alex said. No wonder you got mad when I was going on about kings. Sorry about that, man. Me, Kalik shrugged. It felt like the right time, and I believed your words when you said you would not share it with others. Alex paused. It felt like the right time. He looked at Colic closely. For a moment he was dearly struck by the urge to share exactly why he'd left Thameland and that he bore the mark of the fool. When friends were sharing secrets, it felt right to share one of his own. Then again, how would Colic react? This was a man who had continued north to Generossi when those who were supposed to travel with him had to turn back. He talked with pride about being brave. Would he dismiss Alex as a coward? And even if he didn't, could Alex trust him to keep the secret? Maybe. He probably could if he was honest. Colic was from a place so far from Thameland that the Ravena would have been completely beneath concern, compared to dragons that could melt sand into glass by breathing on it, or assassins that could murder loved ones at any time for the right amount of coin. He doubted Colic would have a reason to go running to the priests of Uldar to inform them of his desertion. Not yet, Alex finally decided. Can't be too careful, but later. Maybe. The revelation of Colic's background had not changed much for Alex. To everyone else in their inner circle, the secret prince still acted the same, joking and laughing with Alex and Thundar, helping each other out during their group study sessions. He was still friendly to Isolde whenever they saw her, and he still treated Teresa and Selena with the same open friendliness. As for Alex, being sworn to secrecy had made it so that he could speak about it with no one, though he was dying to tell Teresa. As such, the fact became only a background fact in his mind, never forgotten but never staying in the forefront of his thoughts for long. What did stay in his mind, though, was Colic's talk about the dangers of the cosmos, and simply living with that knowledge and the knowledge that he would be better armed against most dangers than most. The thought had made him redouble his efforts with his practice and training. Still, when it came to Wizard's Hand, his efforts were still frustratingly slow. When he compared the speed of his progress with perfecting Forciball and learning Forcidisc, it was like he'd gone from a sprint during Forciball to a fast run during Forcidisc, and finally, to a stumbling walk with rocks tied to his feet with Wizard's Hand. Every bit of progress he made with the spell was a constant fight against the mark, and again he considered just how much farther behind he would have been if he hadn't learned the meditation techniques from Teresa. His one consolation was that once he mastered Wizard's Hand, would have mastered one of the most complex spell arrays for first-tier spells in the School of Force. He had hopes that Force Shield would be easier, though he dreaded the time when he'd have to try and learn Force Missile. He knew without a shadow of a doubt that learning combat spells was going to make the mark go into an absolute frenzy, and he was not looking forward to that. Luckily, in other areas, his progress growing his skills was accelerating. As he continued to gain experience and the mark had more triumphs to pull from, it grew better and better at guiding him toward greater successes. In a way, it was similar to how students received attention from professors. The better he became, the more the mark aided him, and he was growing a lot better in certain areas. In terms of the few steps he knew of the spear and or dance, the mark was running out of ways to improve them further. Now, while performing the steps, his movements were feeling as natural as his own breathing, and during the routine, he didn't have to pause any longer and think about how to change position or balance. To advance further, though, he would need Captain Fandor to teach him the other steps, but he wasn't quite ready to focus on that yet. Aside from Wizard's Hand, his preparations for applying to the Golem workshop consumed the majority of his training time. When he wasn't reviewing notes on ingredients and steps that would apply to Golemcraft, he was training his mana manipulation. Though it had been harder to work on 2 glyph boxes at once, consistently practicing with them had seen him be able to light up every glyph on each box at once, an accomplishment that had him jumping up and down with excitement. In potions, he was always first to finish each lab, and that was without making mistakes very often. Professor Jules had taken to examining his completed concoctions with incredible care, looking for any flaw, but in the end, she'd be satisfied with his work and sign off on each one. The potions themselves were both interesting and practical, potions that sharpened each of the senses, potions that increased physical strength or endurance, a potion that made one more resistant to the sun's rays and heat, which Alex promised he'd brew more of for himself for the Barons the moment he had access to a lab and ingredients and more. It had quickly become one of his favorite classes. He was good at it, it was fun in the same way baking was, and he liked his instructor. He could have done without Carrie London, but he and Kybus had started chatting a little more during class. The half-mad goblin was a little nerve-wracking at times, but he was growing on him. Not yet, at least. His sculpting was improving as well, and the mark was helping him catch up to his sister's greater experience and natural skill. He grudgingly had to admire her talent. Despite him being a grown man and having a divine-granted edge, it was still taking time to match her. Still, he was closing the gap. To his dismay, though, she seemed to realize this and appeared to be applying herself to getting even better. Seeing her skill grow made him push himself even harder. Teresa had asked him whether it was healthy for him to compete so single-mindedly with a 10-year-old, but words like health and pettiness didn't matter anymore. All was fair in love, war, and trying to one-up one's sibling. Yet for all his progress in the dance, potions, mana manipulation, and picking up the skill to craft the golem's body, the most surprising change that he'd made recently was not in any of these areas. It wasn't even in magic, it was physical. Alex Roth stood in front of the small mirror in his room with the windows firmly shuttered and door latched, staring at himself half in disbelief. His belly grumbled in hunjaras, it always seemed to these days, no matter how much he fed it, but the shape of that belly had changed. The shape of his whole body had changed. "Holy shit," he said, turning in the mirror and flexing his right arm. A surprising amount of muscle swelled on his bicep and deltoid under the grinning jester's face that was the mark of the fool. If he didn't know what it actually was, it could almost look like a badass sailor's tattoo. Almost. When he'd first arrived in Generossi, he was a tall, thin, gangly 18-year-old. His limbs had been skinny, his stomach had been soft, and his shoulders narrow. Then he'd got to work on changing all that with nearly 2 months of solid physical training, with the mark correcting his form. He'd also learned how eating habits affected his body, and he'd used the mark to eat strategically, while getting stronger, building up his stamina, and improving his overall health. Now, he could actually run somewhere without feeling like his chest was going to explode after only a few minutes. He was making regular use of the strengthening equipment in the gym and using meditation during his routine to rest, as well as help himself sleep better and deeper at night. He'd made a plan and he'd stuck to it. The result, Mr. Liu had said that a common phrase his brother used was that young people are like steel. If they forge themselves right, then they'll harden up in no time. He evidently had been right. Alex hadn't exactly become a walking marble statue like Colic or a hulking bruiser like Thundar, but most of the traces of his gangliness were almost gone. His limbs had some serious muscle on them, and his belly had flattened even if he had thrown in a few sweets to satisfy his sweet tooth now and then. With more muscle on his shoulders, they'd broadened. His energy levels had soared so much that now he could run countless laps around the Beastarium without collapsing into an exhausted mess like he used to. When he first started, he had trouble doing 5 push-ups in a row. Now, he flipped open his notebook and looked at what he had done just this morning. Push-ups 50, 47, 45 total equal 142. His chest and arms burned, but he recognized the soreness as progress. He glanced at the glowing mark on his shoulder. Over time, his feelings toward it had been growing more and more mixed. On one hand, if it weren't for the mark hindering him from learning Wizard's Hand, he possibly might have come to love it by no stupid destiny and history or not. On the other hand, if it hadn't hindered his magic, would he have even bothered to learn so many other skills as well or develop himself physically? He doubted that he would have. He hadn't been interested in exercise his entire life. He doubted that would have changed just because he'd come to the greatest school of wizardry in the world without something forcing him to try other paths and ways to grow himself. THMP, THMP, THMP. "Alex, are you ready yet?" Teresa asked through the door. "Just about," he said, turning and appraising his other side before putting on a shirt and getting ready to head down to the baths. He grabbed the glyph boxes from his dresser, his notebook and pen before picking up his mana manipulation textbook. Taking a deep breath, he stepped toward his door. Today was a big day. "Mana regeneration is one of the most important things that I'm ever going to teach you," Valrock said from the front of the class. "You'll learn a less complex version of this technique in magic theory since mana regeneration is a key skill for any wizard, but here is where we'll get into the advanced stuff." He grinned. "Look at it this way, if the mana regeneration technique is an average beer, then this is a fine wine. As we go through later parts of the course, you'll find even more advanced techniques." He made a strange hissing sound. "Those are like century-aged dwarven moonshine." Several members of the class laughed and Alex rose up in his seat, leaning forward slightly to pay close attention. He'd been waiting for this. To many more advanced wizards, a basic mana regeneration technique is enough. With enough practice, the average wizard can regenerate 50% of their mana pool in a day, but it becomes less important the more powerful you become. The lizard man paced back and forth in the front of the class. He paused, eyeing a spider that had crawled its way from some quiet hiding place and was perched on the wall close to him. His eyes grew intense for a moment, then he shook away the distraction. Beginning wizards are only going to be able to cast a few spells in a day before they exhaust their mana pool and begin to draw on their life force, so mana regeneration is absolutely key. But the more you advance your skill in spellcraft, the more your mana pool grows naturally. That means more or larger magic circuits can fit within it, and it means more mana to draw from for spells. In other words, more spells per day. He paused. It will get to the point where most wizards will have difficulty exhausting their mana pool unless they're drawing on their most powerful spells, so most wizards will learn a simple mana regeneration technique and then focus on growing their pool as much as possible. There's a good reason for this, of course. Valrock turned to the obsidian board and began to draw a diagram of a humanoid that was partially colored in. Your mana pool will naturally regenerate in 24 hours, even if you run it all the way down to dry. That's fairly quick already. When your mana pool is only big enough to cast one first-tier spell once in a day, that will seem like forever, but let's look at a more experienced wizard. He turned back to the class. When you graduate from Generosity, at minimum, you will be able to cast 5th-tier spells. That is the bare minimum for receiving a degree from Generosity. Let's talk about what that means. This might be a review from Magic Theory, but that's all right. This is important. He drew a rising line graph on the chalkboard. At minimum, a wizard who can cast 5th-tier spells will have a mana pool large enough to cast them about 7 times before their mana runs dry. Now, that might not seem like much to you, but you have to understand, a 5th-tier spell packs a lot of punch. Valrock drew a symbol for a spell on the board. Teleport, a 5th-tier spell, will let you transport yourself and 3 others roughly 900 miles when you first learn it. 900 miles. That's a 4-day journey by fast ship, sailing constantly with the wind, done in an instant. And that's without taking any time to explore or master the spell at all. And you can do that 7 times in a day. He drew a symbol for another spell. Crush Mind will let Yowell crush a mind and leave a full-grown person with the intelligence of an average earthworm. And you can do that 7 times at minimum. And guess what? 4th-tier spells take up half as much room in a mana pool and roughly half as much mana. That's 14 times at minimum. Alex blinked. The fire gems were the equivalent to a 4th-tier spell. That means the worst graduates of Generosity would be able to blast those out 14 times in a day before they ran out of mana. If they used a simple mana regeneration technique, they could do it an additional 7 times. 3rd-tier spells take up half as much as that, Valrock said. That's 28. 3rd-tier spells include the beloved Fireball, by the way. You could blow up a small group of adversaries 28 times a day. You could then use a basic mana regeneration technique to do it all over again 14 times. Then, if you throw in potions that can refill one's mana. He chuckled. Aren't we disgustingly unbalanced in the natural order? And that is literally the worst graduates of our university. We pack a punch, and that's why advanced mana techniques usually aren't practiced by all but the most dedicated wizards until late in their careers. Most prefer to spend their time learning and perfecting more spells or brewing potions or using their skills to make good coin. Valrock glanced at that spider on the wall with a hungry gleam before pulling himself back. But the most advanced mana techniques let you pretty much never run out of mana unless you're constantly pushing yourself to the limit. You'll be regenerating mana while you walk, while you breathe, while you eat, while you're actively casting spells. He tapped his desk. Great wizard duelist Ionis Ruby I beat his opponents not by being the fastest spellcaster or the most powerful spellcaster, but by being the most enduring. In the end, once most wizards' mana is used up, they're just a great big hunk of meat ready to be butchered. He grinned. Now let's make sure you're not the one that's butchered. With that, Valrock began to explain how mana regeneration techniques worked. The basic fundamental skill involved stimulating one's internal pool with their own. If you make a cow comfortable and milk her often from what I understand she'll produce more milk. It's the same with your mana pathways. Using up your mana stresses your pool and weakens the barrier between it and your life force. By massaging the edges of your mana pool internally, you'll get them to relax and begin generating mana again before they have rested for the 24-hour period. He slapped at the air as though there was some unruly youngster that needed disciplining before him. The basic mana technique created for general consumption by wizards is the same as a massage technique that's like slapping a tight muscle until it loosens up. It'll do the job, but it won't be comfortable or efficient, and you won't be able to do it all the time. Next, he made a clutching gesture where he mimed precisely grasping and massaging the air with his fingers. More advanced techniques require more control over your mana. That's why we've been training your level of control, using the boxes, but they can relax and stimulate your mana pool much more efficiently and safely. He drew a diagram of the average wizard's mana pool, breaking it up into specific areas that work together to contain and regenerate mana. Alex had seen such a diagram in his textbook, but hadn't tried the technique on his own yet. The text had mentioned something about applying too much pressure to the edge of one's mana pool could puncture it like paper, so he decided to wait for supervised instruction. Once Valrock had gone over each of the different areas and their purposes, he began to describe how each was stimulated in order to produce mana. Alex nearly burst out laughing as he realized what the professor was instructing. They were the same bopping, twisting, and pulling motions that they'd practiced through the glyph boxes. We'll start off with simply getting the feel of moving one's mana internally. He tapped a stack of reports that were on top of his desk. Since all of you have been able to light at least one glyph on the box, this shouldn't be too hard for you now. He then described turning one's senses inward to feel the contours and shape of one's own mana, and then directed the class to shift it back and forth across their mana pools. Alex turned his senses inward and felt his own mana pool. Using meditation, he tuned out all outside noise and slipped deep into himself. He quickly felt the warmth of his own mana pool full of power and nestled deep in his spirit. He easily took hold of it, passing his mana from side to side in his pool. Professor Valrock watched the class engage in the exercise, moving over to aid anyone who raised their hand to ask a question or request help. Some students didn't raise their hands at all, but continued struggling, judging from the looks of frustration on their faces. Others were clearly distracted, or doing things completely unrelated to class. To these, Valrock didn't even spare a second glance. Alex winced. At the church school, such distraction would have been met with a stern lecture or even harsher punishment. Here, they were left to their own devices, whether they swam or sank. Come exam time, Alex was sure they'd be regretting it or offering up a host of excuses for being unprepared. Focusing back on himself, he followed the professor's instruction as he guided them through manipulating their own mana to touch the relevant parts of their mana pool. Alex activated the mark while doing so, but found it was almost unnecessary after so much practice with mana manipulation in the glyph boxes. He found that it was remarkably easy to sense the targeted areas of his mana pool and make contact with them. He began to grow more excited. Finally, Valrock held up a hand. Stop for a moment. I want you all to cast a spell now. Any spell you want. He paused, but nothing that would blow up the classroom. Soon the room filled with forceballs, flares of light, illusions of animals dancing through the air, puffs of mist, and bursts of song. One student even summoned a tiny air elemental and sent it shooting around the room. While everyone watched and clapped, Alex noticed Professor Valrock's eyes darting back and forth. He edged nonchalantly toward the wall with the spider on it, THWP. His tongue shot out in a blur, scooping the 8-legged snack and bringing it back into his mouth before most caught on. Excellent, he said with all the dignity that wasn't there a moment before. Now that you've put a dent in your mana, I want you to reach into. He tapped the obsidian board with one clawed hand, pointing to the top area of the mana pool diagram. Here then, bop that area. You'll feel the edge protrude inward in response. Then you take that protrusion and lightly twist it, just as you did with the box. Alex followed the direction, gently contacting the top of his mana pool, then seizing the raised area that followed. He made a twisting gesture with his mana and felt a shudder go through his spirit. A sigh escaped his lips as a spiritual tension left that he hadn't even noticed before. He heard the same coming from his other classmates, and some of them looked at each other and giggled. Relaxing, isn't it? Valrock said. I'll give you free time to practice now. Welcome to a path I guarantee you will never regret. Of course, a thorough relaxation that one feels when properly massaging one's mana can be a little, well, addictive, I'd say, and there are some accounts that say that doing it too much leaves one mentally unbalanced. Valrock gave a high-pitched, hysterical laugh. Complete dragon shit, I tell you. None of that is true. He licked his lips, and Alex could have sworn he was licking away an errant spider leg. At this distance, he told himself that he was imagining it. Alex paced back and forth in front of the golem workshop. It was early morning. Crack of dawn, really, and much of the city of Generosity was still waking up from their night's sleep. A light rain hissed against the cobblestones and rooftops nearby, and he pulled his hood higher and his cloak tighter to shield himself. Shops were opening all around, and the scent of baking bread and stewing meat emerged from stalls, eateries, and wine houses lining the street. Coming from within the workshop, Alex could hear the sounds of equipment being set up, forges firing, and workers calling to each other. He hoped that at any moment shales would open and... Click, he paused, his eyes shooting toward the door as he heard a key turn in the lock. He headed toward the door. A young woman opened it and gasped as she saw Alex rapidly advancing. Hello, wait, don't close the door, he cried. She paused. If you're planning to rob us, then let me tell you, robbing a golem shop is a bad idea. No. He shook his head and waved his hands. No, I just wanted to get in first. She raised an eyebrow, looking around the front of the shop. No one else was waiting to get in. A little keen, aren't you? She said. Need a golem that badly. No, I was wondering, he cleared his throat, if I could see if you had any new job postings today. Look like a professional golem maker, Alex, not an excited puppy, he chastised himself. I see, the employee nodded knowingly. Someone must have told a friend who told a friend. Well, come on in and take a look at the board. If you're here this early, you probably already know what you're looking for. She welcomed him into the workshop, and he stepped forward, spying the board where jobs and other announcements were posted. He fought the urge to frantically run up to it. Instead, he sauntered over as though he were all professionalism and confidence. He peered at the posting, finding it had not changed much in the last month's scene he'd seen it on their tour, save for one important detail added to the bottom: help wanted, crafter's assistant. Basic skills requirements: preference given to those with previous experience in magic item craftsmanship. Preference given to those who have been apprenticed to a smith, potter, or stonemason. Able to cast at least first-tier magic. Skill in mana manipulation required will be tested. Must have knowledge in the construction of clay golems or in related alchemical processes. Able to work 3 evenings per week from 16th to 21st chime. Positions open 3. Duties: the crafter's assistant will assist golem crafters in the construction of golem bodies, golem cores, and in the binding of golem cores to bodies. They will also catalog inventory of supplies at the end of each shift and place orders for more materials with the workshop manager on shift. Compensation: 2 gold coins per shift opportunity for raises dependent upon performance. Opportunities for advancement depending on performance, as available. Applicants will deliver a 1-page summary with self-description, qualifications, and previous experience to the front desk, along with any proof of apprenticeship, letters of character, and so on. Posting will remain open for 1 month, after which no further applications will be accepted. We thank all applicants for their interest, however, only those considered for an interview will be contacted. Alex's eyes narrowed. He had thought that the application period would only last a few days. In Ulrich, most job openings didn't last long. Word of mouth spread about a job, and it would be filled within days. He supposed things worked differently in such a large city. Here, in a city of thousands, many of whom were wizards, there'd probably be dozens of applicants or more. On the one hand, the posting being up for a month was a good thing. It would give him more time to practice mana regeneration and learn more from Professor Jules. He'd been starting to get nervous about having to make his application too soon. That would have meant having to rush getting his letters of reference, and not having enough time to build the skills he'd need for the job. On the other hand, a longer application window meant more time for a lot more applicants to hear about the job and apply. He had no way of knowing how competitive this position would be, but like with any job's more applicants, the harder his chances. Well, he muttered beneath his breath. At least I'm the only one who knows. Creak, the door to the workshop opened, and he watched as 3 young people strode in, each gripping sheaths of paper. None of them even glanced at the postings board as they moved through the waiting area and right up to the front desk, as though they knew the place well. It seemed that, indeed, someone must have told a friend who told a friend. The young woman in the lead placed her sheath onto the desk, stated her name, and then said, "I'm applying for the crafter's assistant position." Alex watched in horror as the other 2 also handed in applications for the same position. "Well, shit," he muttered softly. Shit. This was going to be competitive. He took a deep, meditative breath and steadied himself. That was okay. It was not like generosity had been easy to get into. He'd broken his back studying and practicing magic to earn a position and a partial scholarship. This would be the same. He'd just have to prepare. Straightening his cloak, he gave a nod to the staff nearby and stepped out through the entrance. As he emerged onto the street, he put his hood up and glanced around at a growing crowd. Then he froze. A familiar set of faces were approaching the workshop from down the street. "Oh, no way," he muttered. The 3 figures also froze when they spied Alex standing in front of the doorway. The one in the lead narrowed their eyes, and almost in sync, the other 2 did the same. Minerva's pale, narrow face stared at him from beneath his hood. It flushed red, though whether that was from anger or embarrassment, Alex didn't know. "You," Minerva muttered, then he seemed to catch himself. The trio approached the workshop with purpose. He stopped just in front of Alex. Looking up at him, it was a few inches shorter. "Excuse me, would you mind moving from in front of the door?" His words were polite, but there was a sharpness to them. Wordlessly, Alex stepped aside as Minerva entered the workshop with 2 of his flesh golems. He turned to watch as the second-year student drew a sheath of papers from beneath his cloak and placed them on the desk, declaring his interest in the crafter's assistant position. "Ooh, shit," Alex swore. Not him too. Of all people to apply, it had to be him. It made sense in a way. He did have 5 golems built of special materials. Of course he'd be interested in golems. Balin had said that Minerva hadn't made them himself, and so Alex hoped he didn't have that much skill and experience in golem craft. Then again, if Minerva had any experience with magic item 7, just by being in the second-year potions class it'd make him look better than Alex. Hell, just being a second-year period was an edge he had on Alex. Cursing inwardly, Alex started to make his way down the street. "Hey," he heard a voice call from behind him. He paused and kept walking. "Hey, I'm talking to you." Alex stopped, rising to his full height and squaring his now slightly broader shoulders. He turned, looking at the approaching form of Minerva and his 2 golems. "Can I help you, man? Did you apply for the assistant position?" The former member of Com 1000 asked, not waiting for a reply. "You shouldn't. A first year couldn't perform the duties. Trust me, my family has a long history of crafting magic items. I have the qualifications and you don't. You'll just be wasting your time." And Shales. Alex raised an eyebrow and crossed his arms. "Ooh, I see what this is. You start throwing around your experience and whatever, hoping that'll stop me from applying. And for your little bit of effort, in your best-case scenario, you get rid of some of the competition. Am I right?" Minerva went silent for a moment, but his eyes were calm. "I've no idea what you're talking about. I'm offering advice to first year. If you don't want to accept it, that's not my problem." He stepped away from Alex and started down the street again. Alex shook his head and went in the other direction. Before he wanted the job because it would provide him with an income, give him experience with golem cores that might help when he analyzed the dungeon core, and help him gain skills to build his own golem. Now, he needed that job, if he didn't get it and. My nervous did, he knew there was no way that would ever sit well with him. And considering his manipulative stunt just now and his self-serving crap in the Barrens, losing out to him was not an option. Alex grinned at the clay figure he just finished shaping. Before, his creations had looked like monstrosities with misshapen limbs and bulging heads. Now, they were looking more and more like humans. They were still blocky and simplistic, but he'd gotten to the point where he was able to get the proportions right. "Hey, take a look at this, Selena." He grinned. "Mr. Clay the 17th is born. Are you despairing, my dear sister?" He gloated like a dark lord from Legends. He looked at Selena. Her back was turned to him. She was bent over her own clay creation and had been silently working on it with single-minded focus. Before, when they'd sculpted beside each other, she'd obviously been playing, but recently things had changed. Now it was clear she was trying. "What's despair mean?" she asked with her back still turned. "Ha ha ha," a clever retort, pretending not to know what despair means, but now you will know it. "Alex, you're being weird. What does despair mean?" Oh, you're being serious. It means, being sad and having no hope." "Okay," she said, continuing to work on the figure. "I'll look at your doll in a second." Just there, she sprang up and spun around, presenting her figure to him. Her grin was wide, revealing a gap between her teeth. The last of her baby teeth had fallen out a few days earlier. "Are you despairing, dear brother?" she asked. His jaw fell open as he made choking noises. "Isis, that a bloody dragon." "Language, Alex," she checked him. He stared at the little creation in her hands, gaping at the horror and unfairness that filled the universe. It was unmistakably a dragon, crude in some ways, but with distinct bat-like wings, a long neck and curving horns on its head. Now that she was trying so hard, she was growing in skill shockingly fast. Or maybe she always had the ability, but simply had no reason to try her absolute hardest before. "You, boo," he stammered. "How did you?" She placed the figure down in front of her. "Despair, despair, despair," she chanted, jumping up and down in glee. "You," he pointed at her. "Do not make me regret teaching you that word. Regret, regret, regret," she continued to chant, pumping her fists. Alex's eyebrow twitched. He glared at his shoulder. "Hey, hey, you," he shouted inwardly. "Yes, you, the one with the jester's face that's living on my shoulder rent-free. Yes, you, Mr. God-provided hero's mark, I'm talking to you. Do you feel no shame? I'm trying to keep up with a 10-year-old child here, and you can't make it so that I can wipe the floor with her. You're supposed to at least pretend to be something that helps a person fight the Ravena, right? Come on, get it together." Of course, the mark hidden beneath his shirt as it was didn't respond, though he would have been a little unnerved if it actually had. Watching Selena bounce around the room, Alex chewed on his pride for a moment as his eyes drifted down to the dragon. He tapped his chin in concentration. He couldn't deny it, it actually looked pretty good. She paused her victory dance. She squinted at his clay sculpture. "It's pretty good though, you're getting better, Alex. Maybe you should have done this before because we could have had fun making things together." He noticed the note of longing in her voice and recognized a peace offering when he saw one. There were times in one's life when one had to swallow their pride. Times when, for the greater good, one had to make peace with the greatest of enemies. Or, for example, be forced to admit that one's 10-year-old sister was straight up much more naturally talented at something, and that if he was serious about improving his skill, trying to outdo her wasn't the smartest idea in the world. "All right, Selena," he said. "Why don't we try the next one together?" She paused, and he could tell she was excited, but trying not to let it show. Her eyes flicked to him. "Do you really want to?" "Yeah, why not? Maybe I could learn something from you." "You're just trying to learn from me so you can beat me," she accused him. "No," he raised his hands and lied. "Partially. No, I'm not. I just think it'd be fun and we could learn from each other." Okay." She stood up straight and went to get more clay. "But if I can do magic, then we have to do that together too," she said seriously. "Promise." Alex paused, glancing back to his room. On his dressing table lay the permission letter from the junior school asking to allow Selena's mana level and affinity to be tested. He'd signed it but hadn't delivered it yet. He'd have to do it soon, though. The test was supposed to be in 2 weeks. "All right," he said. "It's a deal. If you can do magic, we'll do that together. As long as it's safe." She frowned. "Why only if it's safe?" Because I want you to be safe," he said. "I've always wanted you to be safe." Something flashed through her eyes. "Okay." Humming to herself, she went to fetch a new ball of clay for them to work on together. Alex watched her go for a moment, wondering what that last bit had meant. He promised he would keep a closer eye on her. As it turned out, swallowing one's pride had some serious benefits. Going from sculpting alone or in the same area as his little sister to working together with her had vastly improved his sculpting ability. By working as a duo, he not only got a close look at how she worked, but he also got to try some of her techniques with her guidance. This gave him more successes and, in turn, gave the mark more to use and feed on. What he hadn't anticipated was how in sync their learning had become. The mark's power to correct helped him. while Selina's natural skill, experience, and her own quick mind saw her expand her own ability as well as adopt techniques he'd come up with using the mark. As he refined his methods, she watched him and refined hers, and vice versa. They were growing together, and Alex began to consider that perhaps when the time Kamathy could sculpt some of the golem's body together, being able to shape a piece of clay that big would probably thrill her to bits. For right now, though, there was something that definitely did have her thrilled and excited: her upcoming mana testing. He still wasn't sure how he felt about the whole thing, but he'd gone ahead and submitted the permission form anyway. In time, they'd find out if it would amount to nothing, or if it would amount to a lot. For now, though, he'd been putting a lot of focus into mana regeneration. The assignment from Professor Valrock's class would probably be difficult for students new to mana manipulation since it was so complex, whereas the technique from his compulsory magical theory class was basic and far better suited to beginners. As Professor Valrock had said, the basic mana regeneration technique was easily available to be used by wizards at all levels of their training and practice. To compare the two, he had tried the more simple technique described in the magic theory textbook, simply slapping the edges of his mana pool to get it to begin producing mana more quickly. It was easy to do, relatively safe, and yielded results. By spreading out his own mana and contacting the edge of his mana pool as a light slap, the force of the contact was dispersed, so he could apply a fair amount of force to the edge of his pool while being in no danger of doing any harm to it. Valrock's method showed results far more quickly also, producing that wonderful spiritual relaxation, but was more difficult and risky. In using the more intricate movements, the force was concentrated to the edge of one's mana pool, so greater riskon couldn't be clumsy at moving their mana, but also greater reward. A sharp twist to the mana pool's edge might have torn it like an overstuffed sausage. Since he already had a high degree of affinity for the skill, with the mark's help been able to make progress even faster. He took to adding mana regeneration practice to his meditation routine. He would sit in his room or on the balcony in his favorite position, then split his concentration, focusing both on his breath and on shifting his mana around his pool. The first day he'd tried it, the results he'd got hadn't exactly been what he'd been looking for. The physical relaxation from meditation had combined with the spiritual relaxation from his mana regeneration practice until... "Alex, Alex, wake up," Teresa's voice had whispered softly from above him. Wah, he had blinked awake in surprise. The sky had turned from the fiery orange of late evening to the dead blackness of midnight. "What happened? You fell asleep, it's the middle of the night." Oh, he'd said embarrassedly. After that, he'd made sure to keep his thoughts active and awake while combining meditation and regeneration practice. The results were considerable. In a matter of days, he'd mastered the technique as well as he had the glyph boxes. Valrock's assignment had been for the class to stimulate one of the sections of their mana pool to regenerate mana, but Alex was quickly able to stimulate all of his at once, guaranteeing a nice mark on the assignment. Being able to progress so quickly had other benefits. A growing mana pool allowed him to cast more spells in a day, and his improving skill in mana regeneration increased the amount of magic he could perform in a day by nearly twice the amount. And that meant he could practice more, which was a good thing, because he needed it when it came to Wizard's Hand. "Oh, come on," Alex growled as the spell array fell apart and he cancelled it. Muttering, he scrawled another failure in his notebook, then flipped to the final blank pages in disgust. There were about 3 pages left before he needed a new notebook. The rest of the pages were completely filled with detailed notes of his failures at casting Wizard's Hand. He hadn't gotten this frustrated with magic since his early days trying to learn Forciball with nothing but an old spell guide to learn from. He glanced around his surroundings and took deep breaths to calm himself. For a change of pace, Alex had decided to spend the afternoon studying on one of the castle's many high balconies. The balcony he was on, more of a floating terrace, really was broad enough to fit at least half a dozen stone tables where students could study, practice magic, or have a meal in peace. When folks finished using them, the tables and seats would skitter out of the way to wait beside the railings. Floating orbs of air would emerge from openings carved into the castle-walled mouth of each, sculpted to resemble an eagle's head with its beak open, and suck up any trash or mess left on the tables. Once they were filled, they would float back through the open beaks to discard their messy bounty into the trash holders. Alex paused for a moment and let his imagination run free, imagining Minerva stuck in a sopping wet trash container with some sort of monster with long eye stalks slithering after him. Reluctantly, he shook away both the image and the smile growing from it. Break time was over. When anyone entered the balcony, the tables and seats would skitter back to the center of the space and wait to be used. For now, Alex was alone, though Colic, Thundar, their Sabringing Selina, Isolde, and Shishi were supposed to meet him later that afternoon. In the meantime, he had to keep trying to push through. He pulled his attention back to his notebook and wrote down a number, something he'd only recently started doing: 87. It was the exact percentage of the spell array that he'd been able to consistently cast, even with the mark's interference. Before, he hadn't bothered writing down the exact percentage of his progress with a spell, but Wizard's Hand had become so utterly frustrating that he'd needed some solid number to show himself where he actually was. It was helping to keep him motivated. He frowned. The issue with recording specific numbers was that it made him painfully aware that he'd been stuck at 87 for about 3 days. There was a final part of the spell array that was really complex. It was a hand problem. When he'd learned about art from Mrs. Lubeck when they were painting the mural on the in-wall, learned of a colloquial term used by artists for any problem that was common, finicky, and made other parts of their task more difficult, a hand problem. The term came from the nightmarish difficulty many artists had when it came to drawing humanoid hands. Mrs. Lu was very good at painting realistic faces, and proportions of the human bodice painted most of the figures in the Heroes and Ravenna mural. But one of the rare times he'd ever heard her curse in front of her children was when it came time to sketch or paint hands. The fingers would end up out of proportion to the rest of the hand, or their shape would be slightly off. The position of the hand would be oddly curved or too straight. Sometimes they'd look more like paws than hands. Sometimes she just simply couldn't pinpoint exactly what the problem was. At the time, Alex had thought it was just her, until he tried outlining a hand himself. One of the few times he'd ever heard curse it in front of his sister was when he'd had to outline that hand. Even feet were like that for some artists. Mrs. Lu had told him of a painter named Robert Liefeld who refused to paint feet. He'd always have his subjects standing behind something. For Alex, the part of the spell array he was working on was a hand problem. It was finicky, complicated, and definitely not easy to build when one had a magical mark screaming in their head. Teresa's meditative techniques were helping. He would have made less progress if it weren't for those, but they weren't helping enough to overcome this final hill. He was growing more frustrated. He really wanted to learn Force Shield as soon as possible, and all the extra time spent throwing himself against Wizard's Hand took time away from practicing other things. He sighed, letting those thoughts and worries pass. If anything, all the extra pressure was only getting in the way. Taking a deep breath, he relaxed his mind. It wasn't helpful just sitting there frustrated and doing nothing. That wouldn't help him move forward. Mana regeneration had helped him practice more spells in a day. Meditation helped stave off mental fatigue. Now it was time to use both and keep grinding away. Drawing deep into himself, he started to cast Wizard's Hand again, 98. He wrote that number down as his hand trembled in excitement. Days had passed. He'd been practicing Wizard's Hand every moment he wasn't practicing something else. Now, late at night in his room with crickets chirping outside and candlelight flickering, gotten close. So close. Again he cast Wizard's Hand. Again it failed in the same place. He took a deep breath, observed his frustration, observed and acknowledged his worry, then let it go. He fell back into his spell again, guiding his mind through all the failures. He acknowledged the noise and dismissed it. He did the same for the new notebook of failures he'd had to start. He acknowledged that frustrating final 2 of the spell array that he just couldn't. Something clicked. He'd done something right. He could tell. The mark was getting especially active, which it was very fond of doing when he did something right in spellcraft. "I've got you now," he whispered. He wrote down 99. Diving into the spell another time, he pushed against the block. Through his shutters, the light changed as the moon rose higher in the sky. The candle burned down. He felt sleepiness tugging at the edges of his mind, begging him to take a break. But he couldn't stop. Not now, not while he was so close. He closed his eyes. Again he tried the spell, and again, and then. Womb, the magic circuit completed. A crimson light came alive in his room. He felt an unfamiliar connection with his mana. Floating in front of him was a hand a little bigger than one of his own made, entirely of the glowing force magic that made up his other spells. His breath caught. There was a reason why the spell array was so complex. Wizard's Hand gave him much more control through mana manipulation than Force-a-Ball or Force-a-Disc. It was designed so a wizard could do precise movements with it without being an expert at mana manipulation. It was very, very well designed. It was like giving 2 walking sticks to someone with weak legs to aid them with the movements of walking. Alex suppressed giddiness as he made the hand walk through the air on 2 fingers, wave at him, give a thumbs up and make a certain rude gesture. He even high-fived it. He flipped back to the spell array diagram and made some final notes on the different sections. This was a very, very interesting revelation. The sections of the spell array that were responsible for helping the caster control the spell after it had been cast weren't necessary for him because of his advanced skill with mana manipulation. It was like carrying walking sticks when one was perfectly capable of walking. Once he isolated those sections of the spell, he could simplify it, which would make the spell easier and faster to cast. He might be able to apply the same logic to other troublesome spells in the future. That would be his first attempt at starting to master the spell. Next, though. He grinned, pulling out the spell guides for Force Shield and Orb of Air. These two spells would be big ones. The first would be his first truly defensive spell, while Orb of Air would be his first attempt at trying a spell outside of the School of Force. He'd try them both while he worked to Master Wizard's hand. An urge to try them tugged at him, but he resisted. It was late, and he was tired. Besides, he took a deep breath, looking at a date circled on his scheduler, Selena's mana test. The date circled was tomorrow. Zachariah Khan, one of the teachers, called. Selena Roth jumped a little in her chair as the name echoed through the auditorium. Zach, one of her friends, was the first to be brought onto the stage. She and the rest of her class from the junior school were seated in rows in the center of the auditorium, waiting for the teachers to call Themon at a timto, the stage, to test their mana. She glanced nervously past the other students and toward a line of chairs set up on the side of the audience hall. A long row of parents, older siblings, and others watched the junior students. As her eyes found her towering brother, he gave her a crooked grin and a thumbs up. Their Tsarite beside him gave her a smile of encouragement, while Brutus lay at their feet quietly panting and watching her. She smiled back at them and turned away, fidgeting in her chair. Hey, look, one of her close friends in the class, Abellah, whispered from beside her. I think they're starting. Selena looked up at the stage again. While they'd been getting seated, Selena noticed the teachers had gathered on the stage, waving their hands and muttering strange words like her brother and Colic did when they were casting spells. Alex had said that the teachers would be casting spells too, but Selena hadn't seen any glowing lights, moving tables, or anything else magical going on. Spells that didn't do anything cool looking must have been boring spells, she'd thought. Or maybe she didn't understand them yet. Maybe she'd find out what the teachers were doing soon. Mr. Powell, her homeroom teacher, held up his hands to quiet the class, then turned to Zach. All right, Zach, please stand in the middle of the stage, and we can begin. He smiled like a kindly uncle. Are you nervous? And no, Zach muttered as his eyes darted back and forth nervously. It's all right to be nervous, Mr. Powell said, but no worries. What we'll be doing today will be safe, painless, and fun. So you go on and stand in the middle of the stage and you'll see. Selena wondered how they were going to do the testing as Zach nervously edged toward the middle of the stage. Were they going to use a little box like Alex's glyph boxes? Were they going to use bowls with water in them? Teresa had said that they did something like that in one of her classes. Maybe they'd put a big hat on them, and it'd sort them into those that could use mana and those that couldn't. Or maybe they'd give the students wands and ask if they could use them. If they could, then they'd have mana. She hoped it wasn't that last one. Even if she did have mana, she didn't know how to use wands, cast spells, or use other magic stuff. She might fail anyway, and she didn't want to fail. She remembered the horrible bug monsters that Teresa, Brutus, and Alex had fought in the cave. She'd been terrified but couldn't do anything to help. She remembered Alex and Teresa talking about something bad happening with that dungeon core, and that people might come and take Alex away. Maybe they might come after all of them, and all she'd be able to do is sit there and let Alex and Teresa protect her. She frowned, turning her head slightly away from her brother so that he wouldn't see her face. She wanted to help. She wanted to be brave and be able to help, if she found out she could use magic. We will now begin, Mr. Powell said. She was drawn from her own thoughts and began paying attention to the stage. Her teacher looked toward the others and nodded. Several of them raised their hands and began chanting quickly, and the air around them started to shimmer. Selena gasped. Tiny little creatures materialized. Each was no bigger than a sparrow, but looked like a tiny glowing person with insect wings on their backs. There were dozens of them fluttering around the stage, and they all froze momentarily as they twinkled into being. Most were stark white, but some were light and dark blues, some solid greens, some were yellows, and some sparkling orange. Mr. Powell looked at the creatures and said something to them in a funny-sounding language. The tiny things looked at each other, then broke out into giggles that sounded like tinkling bells. They began to fly all around the stage, leaving little colored sparkles behind them as they went, watching and pointing at the people seated. Some flew to the edge, appearing to be prepared to fly out among the crowd, but abruptly stopped as if there was an unseen wall separating them from the rest of the room. Selena remembered the chanting the teachers had been doing. Maybe the magic's keeping them on stage, she wondered quietly. She noticed some of the little creatures flying around Mr. Powell. These are sprites, her teacher said, small fairies from this world and other planes, such as the elemental planes. They are highly attracted to places and people with strong mana. Today, you'll sit in the middle of the stage and through them, we'll learn which of you have a strong mana. Since we've summoned these sprites to help us with this, and they've graciously come to us, they've agreed to cooperate and follow my commands. He looked toward Zach. I'm going to ask the sprites to inspect each of you. If you have strong mana, then one, or more, will land on you and use some of your mana along with their own to create a magical effect. If many are attracted to you, then that means your mana is very strong. He gestured to some of the sprites that glowed different colors. Those that don't glow white are from one of the elemental planes. If your mana has an affinity for an element, then those sprites will land on you while those from another element will not. But that's very, very rare in people. We might only see one or two during today's test. All right, Zach, are you ready? Zack nodded, his earlier nervousness giving way to wonder as he watched the sprites flit all around him, shedding their mystic light over his face. Mr. Powell spoke another word in their language. All at once, the fairies stopped, whirling toward Zack and swarming toward him like bees. He cried out, half rising in his chair as if preparing to run away, but the sprites weren't coming to attack. Instead, they giggled like naughty children who'd pulled a practical joke. They fluttered around Zack, examining the nervous boy closely. Now and then one would flit close to him, but then flit away. Soon they began to lose interest in him, flitting off to gather around the teachers and chatter to each other. Mr. Powell gave him a nod. "You can step down now, Zack. Doesn't appear you have a lot of mana." Zack nodded, his face showing a mixture of disappointment and relief. Then he stepped off the stage. Selena and Abela looked at each other. One by one, Mr. Powell called more students to the stage. The sprites would examine each one with curiosity, but then lose interest and flit away. Some students looked relieved, some looked disappointed. Others began to cry and ran to their family instead of returning to their seats. With others, though, Selena watched as a boy from another class was surrounded by the sprites. As they drew closer, they seemed to grow excited, and soon many of them began landing on him as he giggled at their touch. Their bodies glowed brighter as they made contact with him. Then they spread their hands out and shot tiny sparkles of white light into the air. "Well," the boy's homeroom teacher said, "looks like you have the mana necessary for wizardry, Chelios. Congratulations." Chelios let out a cheer, which startled the sprites and sent them fluttering around him while chattering and complaining in the language of fairies. He ran down the stairs to the cheers of his classmates and the clapping of the line of spectators. A staff member led him and his family to the side of the auditorium where they left through a narrow doorway. Selena wondered where they'd gone off to. She also wondered why the door was so narrow. Lots of little details about buildings fascinated her, and they always had. One of the very first questions she'd asked her teacher when she was very little was how roofs stayed up when walls only held up their edges. As she continued to think about buildings, more gasps and cheers brought her attention back to the stage. The sprites had come to land on another student, spraying sparkles through the air. That was two now. She felt a little hope growing inside her, and she began to kick her legs in excitement. "Traveler, Uldar," she prayed in her mind. "It's Selena. Please, 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 please let me have mana. Please, please, please. I promise I'll be good if I do, and that I won't do anything bad with it. Ever. Please, please, please let me have it." She kept hoping and praying as more and more students came and went. More students with mana, more without mana. Her heart beat faster as the last names got closer and closer to hers. Then something wonderful happened on stage. One of the Studenza girl from another class watched the fairies all around her as they examined her closely. The sprites that glowed white began to drift away, but the fairies that glowed different colors stayed close by. The green and yellow ones floated up to her, examining her closely, while she watched them in confusion. Then the green ones abruptly fluttered away and the yellow ones landed on the girl. The tiny sprites cheered and raised their hands. Whoosh! Tiny whirlwinds shot from their hands, crackling with little bolts of electricity. Selena gasped. Alex's friend, Isolde, had shown her electricity magic one day when he hadn't been looking. It took a lot of begging to get her to do it, but eventually she'd agreed. It was amazing. Seeing the fairies do it now was just as cool. "Well, well, what a rare occurrence," Mr. Powell said. "It looks like you have an affinity for wind magic." The young girl on stage was blinking in amazement. While Selena and most of the room had gasped at the lightning, the girl looked absolutely enraptured with it. What does this mean?" "It means that lightning magic will come easily to you. Your spells with lightning will be stronger, and you will learn them more quickly than most. It does mean that you will have great difficulty with earth-based spells, though. That is if you can use them at all." The young girl seemed to be listening to Mr. Powell, but soon her eyes were drawn back to the little bolts of lightning. Selena stared at them too, blinking. She suddenly had a new hope. She imagined herself with a big wizard's hat and robes, wielding magic that spread water and ice over everything she could see. She could wash away bad monsters or freeze them. She could wet fields and make things grow. She gasped. She could make ice sculptures. Another image floated through her mind. Alex had said that they didn't get much snow this far south, but a Sigma's holiday with snow on the ground to play in was the most fun. She imagined herself conjuring snow so she and all her friends from school could have snowball fights, make snow forts, and snow people like she had with her friends and family in Ulrich. She even imagined. Fire erupted in her mind. It was a vague memory, but she saw as she had hundreds of times in her dreams her mother and father's alehouse burn while everyone screamed. She remembered watching the fire. This time in her mind, she imagined herself spreading water and ice over it to cool down the building. She imagined the fire going away as her water magic hit it, vanishing in a cloud of steam. She remembered other fires, like the time a windmill had burned down in the next town. Her water magic would put that out too. There would be other fires she could wash away, others she could freeze. With a single-minded excitement, she knew she needed water affinity. She couldn't think of anything she ever wanted more, like she sometimes got when it came time to ask for Sigma's presents. Selena glanced at Alex and mouthed the word water to him. He mouthed what back to her. She frowned and mouthed it again. Selena Roth. Selena yelped as her name was called. Mr. Powell was looking at her from the stage with his hand extended. She swallowed and slid from her chair. Good luck, Abela whispered. She started toward the stage, trying to ignore the many eyes that watched her as she climbed the stairs. The sprites fluttered about as she entered the center area and watched her curiously without approaching they had not been asked to yet. Sitting down, her eyes drifted all around. The sprites giggled and danced through the air, and Mr. Powell smiled at her. Are you ready? She nodded. He spoke the words to the sprites. She watched them swarm toward her suddenly, but she didn't stiffen or gasp. She'd seen their pranks, and after seeing those horrible bug monsters, was scared by a lot less things these days. The glowing little creatures pouted when their prank failed and then fell quiet, examining her closely. She held her breath. This was it. As they got closer, she felt something strange. Like something inside of her chest was being tickled. Was that mana? Did it mean she had mana? She nearly groaned in disappointment when the sprites that glowed white fluttered away from her, but her disappointment fell away when the ones that were glowing different colors stayed close by. Mr. Powell looked at her with increased interest. Excitement bloomed in Selena's chest. Was this it? Did she have an affinity? An old memory came back to her all of a sudden. That frost drake that charged and scared her at the Beastarium. It was an ice monster, wasn't it? Did it sense something? She didn't know if that meant anything, but did it mean that she had ice or water affinity? Please, 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 Uldar, she prayed inwardly. The blue glowing fairies drifted toward her. Her heart jumped. Were they water sprites? Was that what was going on? The sprites' faces twisted and they turned away quickly, fluttering to the side of the stage. Her eyes widened as she watched all the others fly away, all save for one color. Every single orange glowing fairy on the stage surrounded her like she was their queen. They made cooing noises in awe. Selena could only watch as they landed on her. Mana, she thought. I have mana. But what did orange mean? Then her mind began to work. An orange light came back to her mind. Her heart wanted to stop. She could only watch as the fairies raised their hands. Then tiny streams of flame shot into the air. Her thoughts stopped. Her eyes widened and she couldn't pull them away. The tiny flames danced in front of her, mixing with the ones she'd seen in her mind. She began to tremble. A single thought rose up in her, one that she had been trying to stomp down ever since her parents' alehouse had burned, and one that occurred to her every time she had seen flame. Pretty, she mouthed silently. It's so pretty. The warmth of it, the light, the dance, all of it was so pret. Then her mind finally caught up with her, the sadness. The fear, the guilt that she felt every time she'd been fascinated by the thing that had killed her parents. Now that thing was a part of her. No putting out fires, no making snow people, just fire, burning, and death. Congratulations, Mr. Powell said enthusiastically. Selena Roth, you have attracted all the summoned fire sprites. You have a very strong fire affinity. Her teacher's words died when Selena started to scream. The Ravenous hunter had been seeking its quarry for a long time now. At first, it hunted with its siblings, each staying in close communication as they moved beyond the territory of their master. Viewed as they dispersed, they grew too distant from each other to maintain communication. And now, the hunter was alone. First, it had explored the sea, seeking its quarry on one of the great boats its master's enemies had left their homeland in. The hunter had been given careful instructions etched into its instincts at the moment of its creation. Attack none except the quarry. Do not be seen and move with all stealth. Do not kill unless for sustenance or to defend its life. The quarry was its only purpose, and if anything stood in the way of destroying the one who had usurped one of its master's cores, then it should strive to evade it to avoid attention, and only destroy it as a last resort. So it silently swam the wavesonly killing fish to Eten, sending out pings of magic to seek the telltale sign that one who'd made contact with the dungeon core was in range. After a long while exploring the sea, it moved toward the land to the east and south, while others had spread out to the west and north, and to the lands of the northeast. It reached land in the dead of night and began its journey inland. As it traveled, it began to learn. The voice boxes within the throats of the hunters were unlike any that lay in other creatures its master had ever birthed. They were malleably almost as soft as Mudan could form any shape. While the hunter could not disguise its form, it could mimic any sound that it heard. As it crept deeper into the wilderness, it began to copy the sounds of the beasts of the land and birds of the air, attracting prey within reach of its hiding places to catch its meals with piercing claws and venomous teeth. The farther it traveled, the more it learned of its surroundings. People made different sounds than the beasts, communicating in a range of varied words and tones and pitches. While it could not comprehend their speech, it had the ability to mimic them. As it stalked its quarry, it would repeat words over and over again that it had heard, imitating a range of voices and perfecting its ability to sound like anyone. It thought that would be a good way to deceive and lure its prey when they were finally cornered. The hunt was slowly stretching into weeks without any sign of the one it was seeking, and each passing day became more and more mundane. While it remained single-minded in purpose, it began to seek ways to alleviate the tedium. And so the hunter developed something that could be called a hobby of sorts, pausing to observe people from hiding places in the wilderness and copying them as they spoke to each other. It grew increasingly absorbed with this hobby, at times straying too close to those it was observing. The nun early morning Ping returned something, a faint sign. Its quarry at some point had passed this way. At last it had something to investigate, but its distractedness nearly proved to be its undoing. The creature had traveled unseen across 4 mountain zone that burned, one that floated, one that wept, and one studded in jewels. It was here in this quiet, rustic countryside that it was spotted. A human on horseback had seen it and began shouting, wheeling his horse away. Snarling, the hunter had pursued, falling to all fours to match the speed of the mountain leapt upon the man's back. It had wrestled the struggling prey to the ground. It was larger than most humans, and far stronger than its size would suggest. It had no problem pinning the man to the ground and biting deep into his shoulder to send its deadly venom in to do its work. For good measure, it used its claws to rip him wide open. Unfortunately for the hunter, the struggle and screams attracted more people walking along the road, and while some fled, others hurled whatever was close at hand while shouting at it. Some were armed and armored, and as its instructions returned to its mind, it ran instead of engaging further. It lost days hiding within forests while cautiously trying to follow the trail of the one it sought. That trail eventually led to the sea. Excitement built as increasing pings showed that it was nearing its prey. Soon it would be able to fulfill its purpose and eliminate the one who had defiled the core, and no thought thrilled it more than this. The ravenous hunter did not know which of its master's enemies had usurped his core. Many of them were dangerous, but it had been created to battle many foes. It would use stealth and cunning as its weapons, and if those did not prove sufficient, it would seek tools and even monsters to subjugate for its cause. What it did not expect was where its quarry would be found. No such place existed in the instincts and knowledge granted by its master. The pings led to a place of power. It was a city that much it knew from its travels, but the sheer amount of magic blazing from it threatened to overwhelm the hunter's senses. Worse, the pings revealed that the usurper was deep within a part of the city, one that was protected by wards and powerful mortal magic users. Glaring at the city from the choppy sea, it dove deep beneath the water and howled its frustration. After its long journey, its quarry lay so close, but infiltrating this place would be a formidable task with many pitfalls. The chance of being discovered was high, which could lead to its end. Its purpose would be unfulfilled. Floating beneath the waves from daylight to darkness and back again repeatedly, it carefully observed its prey through the pings, learning some of its habits. Most of its quarry's time was spent inside the highly defended sanctum within the city. Sometimes it would emerge and travel to the city, though rarely far from the defended place. And within the city itself, the ravenous hunter could sense a host of powerful magic users, too much risk to strike at the usurper on one of their journeys. At other times, they would disappear beyond the range of the pings. It considered this: its prey had left the ravenous territory without leaving a trail, just as they now seemed able to appear and disappear at will. Could they transport themselves freely across distances? If so, that would increase the likelihood of their escape. The hunter needed to observe for a longer period of time. It would also need to discover the defenses around its prey and importantly learn when they would be most vulnerable. For now, it would be patient. It would wait and observe. Under cover of darkness, it swam from its hiding place at the bottom of the bay, emerging onto shoreway from the city and journeyed deep into the countryside. It would find a place far away from people and magic users. It would make a lair. It would find resources and beasts that it might be able to dominate through fear. And it would wait. "I ain't never seen tracks like these before," a gruff voice said. "Think it's the mana vampire." The hunter's eyes cracked open. Voices were drifting through the trees from somewhere far from its hideout. Since carelessness had let it be seen in the other land of humans, it was now far more cautious. It constantly listened and constantly watched. Now, it had been nearly asleep when it heard the low tramping of booted feet and the quiet voices of people on the hunt. Stealthily, it abandoned its lair in a bog and climbed high into the trees, crossing from branch to branch. At last, it peered down on those entering its domain. A group of people, perhaps 10 or more, and all well armed and armored. Each moved with confidence, and the one in the lead had eyes that were hard like stone. His large, curved sword was gripped tightly in one hand, and his beard and hair were tied. "It might or might not be the mana vampire," the man in the lead said quietly. "I don't know these tracks at all. Either way, if it's a monster, there's probably some bounty for it. There's plenty of them for us to make some coin from." The hunter watched them in complete stillness. Though it heard and could mimic the words they spoke, it still could not understand them. Instincts and their weapons told it that these were dangerous people. It knew well that it could likely kill them. It was an assassin birthed to slay the ravenous enemies after all, but a fight against multiple foes might cause it injury, making it less likely to succeed in its purpose. There was also the possibility that chance would favor them, and it would be slain. or even if it destroyed every last one of them, they might be missed by others who would come seeking them. Weighing the options, it decided against open conflict and began to move away through the trees. Wish something cracked against its leg, striking at it like a jellyfish. An arrow had bounced off its armored hide. There, I think I see it, one of the people below cried. The creature snarled and kept trying to escape through the trees. After it, payday's here, take it down, one of them shouted. The hunter moved swiftly, wanting to put distance between itself and its pursuers. But they were moving quickly across the forest floor like experienced hunters. Still, the more they chased, the more it grew the distance between them. Behind it, arrows snapped against branches, but they too were left behind. When the voices finally faded, the creature dropped from among the treetops and sprinted along the forest floor. It ran, crashing through rivers and streams to hide its tracks, and concealed itself in woodland and thicket, keeping well away from open ground. Once it could no longer hear the threat, it slowed and began to seek out a new lair. It paused, then moved toward a walled place of heat and dust. Its escape had taken it south, close to where the green fields ended and the dusty plain began. Strange mana flowed from that direction, and there were few settlements close by. It was a far distance from the waterways it preferred. Abruptly, a ping sounded from close by coming from the dusty plain. At last, it dropped to all fours and hurried toward the ping. The ravenous command would finally be fulfilled. The ping repeated once, twice, 3 times, each time closer and louder than the last. It stretched its claws out, longing to pierce the usurper with them. Suddenly, there was an overwhelming surge of mana, stopping the creature as if it had been struck by a mighty blow. A being who overflowed with mana had appeared adjacent to the pings, and the hunter's survival instincts screamed for caution. Its quarry was so close, yet still far from reach, while one with such dangerous levels of mana was present. So it backed away, waiting for its prey to leave the dusty plain. Its pings continued steadily, then suddenly disappeared, abruptly reappearing inside the city. It had been so close to catching its prey, but close would not fulfill its purpose. Weeks of creeping near the city walls had not revealed an easy way to enter. It had not found a way to bypass the powerful magics near the walls, nor avoid detection through the city. That did not mean a way did not exist, it just meant that it had not found one yet. And while its quarry might be more vulnerable in the place of dust, the magic wielder it had traveled there with would likely be a very fatal opponent. This called for different measures. It wavered, unsure if stealth should be continued or if calling attention to itself would work better. If it terrorized the countryside, that might flush its prey like a beast fleeing fire, or it might make them hide deeper within the protected walls. Killing mortals might also bring more of them to pursue it, interfering with its purpose. No, stealth was the better choice, but it needed resources. First, it would leave this area for a time. It was clear that its quarry had set down roots here and would remain. So it was time to go north and seek its siblings. Then it could return, but with greater numbers. Once that was done, it peered at the wall that separated the green lands from the place of mana and dust. It could feel other sources of mana coming from within. Beasts, not mortals or others that would oppose its master. With greater numbers, they could dominate and subjugate some of the beasts. They could be used as a distraction while the usurper was slain through stealth. Yes, that would ensure success. Snarling, it sprang away, eager to return to the open sea. It would be back, and then its purpose could be fulfilled. Selena had barely spoken a word for days. Now, at the breakfast table, Teresa and Alex ate with a heavy silence over them. Even Brutus eating nearby seemed to be in a poor mood. His ears and heads drooped low. The little girl ate her porridge slowly, as though she were in a haze. Her eyes puffy and red, barely looked up from her spoon. Selena hadn't been sleeping well, waking often and crying softly in her bed, though she tried to remain quiet. It was happening almost every night now. Teresa often heard her distress and would try to calm her by talking gently and comforting her enough to fall back to sleep. Alex glanced at the little clay constructions they had set on the windowsill. The last one Selena had made a clay version of a snowman she had shaped after they'd come home from her mana test set at the end of the row. She had done it quietly and quickly, and hadn't touched clay since, even when Alex had tried to coax her into working together. He was going a little crazy with worry. Fire. Of all damned things, why'd it have to be fire? He cursed their luck. There was a sick sort of shared experience between them now. Against all odds, he'd received a hero's mark, a rare thing that he'd never wanted. And now it turned out that she had an affinity for fire magic, a rare thing that she'd never wanted. Siblings with gifts neither of them had ever asked for. According to Mr. Powell, her fire affinity was very strong too. He had said as much to Alex when they'd discussed what it all meant for Selena after her mana test. He shook his head. That was a question that still had to be answered. So what are you learning in school today, Selena? He asked, forcing as much cheer into his voice as he could. Her eyes didn't budge from the table. Selena, he pushed. Multiplying, she said. Her mouth barely moved and her voice was a low whisper. Her tone made it clear she didn't want to talk. He and Teresa exchanged a glance. That sounds fun, he continued. She didn't respond. Would you like? I'm done now, she said, sliding her bowl away. Alex looked down at the porridge bowl. A good part of it still contained food. You should, finish, Selena, he said. I'm done. No good's going to come of starving yourself. Finish your porridge, he insisted. I said I'm done. A sullen stubbornness had entered her voice. Selena, you're not leaving this table until you finish, he said. He remembered his mother and father saying that to them when they didn't want to eat their vegetables. We'll just sit here and wait for you, and you're going to be late for school and so will Teresa and me, and you won't be very happy about that, will you? Her face turned red, then she angrily lifted the spoon and started to shove the rest of the porridge into her little mouth. Teresa gasped. Selena, slow down. You'll burn yourself. She caught herself. Her eyes went wide. Selena didn't break pace until it was all gone. Clatter. Done, she said sharply, then pushed her chair away from the table. She paused and glared at the bowl and then at Teresa. Maybe it should burn me. She stomped into their shared room while the young man and woman could only stare after her. Dismayed, he realized he had no idea what to do. He was her brother. He wasn't her parent. He had no experience to draw from to help her, and their parents nor Teresa's were around to help soothe her. He felt vulnerable in a way he hadn't since they'd arrived in Generosity. If only he had an older person to talk to. In Ulrich, one could go to the priests if they needed help with problems of the mind, spirit, or heart, but even that. Today's class will be a new challenge for all of you, Balin said. Today you will each be entering the Barrens alone. Alex's breath caught. Teresa, Colic, and Isolde all froze. Thunder only nodded his readiness, thumbing his mace. Svenja and Hogarth sputtered in their seats and the class murmured to each other. Ivander looked like he might actively protest. Balin held up a hand. This might make some of you nervous, particularly if you are auditing this course to aid and protect those you've accompanied, but this is a vital step. With our first test, we determined which class members have the basic skills to apply the strategies and tactics taught in this course. We also tested your ability to work as a team. The second outing was to allow you practice with capturing foes, as opposed to killing them, to deal with foes with a terrain advantage, and to learn how to operate in a team with non-wizards. However, you will not always be in a combat situation with the luxury of companions. Sometimes they or you will be attacked when alone, surprised, and in enemy terrain. Today you will have an opportunity to adapt to such circumstances. Alex glanced at Teresa, his nerves rising. After what was happening with Selena, the last thing he wanted was to be alone, traveling on foot through the Barrens. Then there was the mark to consider. Until now he'd been using tactics, evasion, terrain, and trickery to disrupt his opponents, and then setting up others to deliver the final blow. The only times that he'd ever finished off opponents himself were when he'd burned the worker spider Swarm, and when he'd smashed the inside of the Bone Drinker's skull. For a fleeting moment, he thought about asking to be excused. He shook away the thought. That would only serve to deny him an opportunity to practice with Balin there as a safety net. Sooner or later, a time would come when he'd have to finish an opponent by himself, and if he was frozen in indecision with the mark all too ready to intrude, then what would he do? He tried to shake away his thoughts and distractions, acknowledge them and let them go. Unfortunately, they were very insistent on sticking around today. Today, the part of the Barrens we'll be going to will be the crevices toward the southern reach. This is one of the hottest parts of the Barrens. Keep that in mind as you manage your resources. Balin snapped his fingers, materializing small wooden orbstone for each student and their companions auditing the coursing mid-air. These will be your goal for today's lesson. You will each receive a map. That map will have a number on it. Each of you must find the orb that has the number which corresponds to your map. He waved a hand. A number of maps shimmered into the air above the group and gently floated down into laps or waiting hands. Alex blinked at his. The number 11 was scrawled at the top in neat script. The map itself displayed a massive network of crevices covering a vast area, a veritable maze with more than enough room for everyone present to hunt for their targets without crossing paths. 2 sections of the crevices were circled. Because of the heat, there are not many monsters in this region. Even the rather abundant Mupkaras avoid this place. The most common threats you will experience are bright spitters, their prey, and the occasional small earth elemental. You should be able to handle or avoid most of these. If you encounter something unexpected that you cannot handle, bright spitters can grow very logical for me through the spells I cast upon you. I will watch from above, but I will not interfere unless it is clear that you cannot turn the situation to your advantage. Alex looked down at the symbol of Balin's magic, the same one that he'd cast on them during the test. Do note that this experience will be taking things to the next level. Do not rely simply on the magic's automatic ability to bring you to my side if you are in danger. It will call you to me if you are greatly injured, but an instantly fatal blow is, well, he let the statement hang unfinished. Oh, and he held up one finger. Until you each find your orbs, you are not permitted to aid one another, even should you encounter each other during your search. After each of you has found your goal, and should you then encounter a classmate, you will be permitted to band together to help each other reach an extraction point. Nua Oj raised her hand. Since we'll be on our own, may I cast a spell on Grimlock before we go? just to protect him from the excessive heat. His people and mine cannot tolerate it well. HRM, Balin paused. Normally, I prefer that no spells be cast until you are at the assigned task, but you are right, both of your peoples would have far more difficulty with this than others in the class. Very well, you may armor him in the Shield of Darkwater, but you may engage in no other preparations. Steel yourselves and get ready. After the now very familiar feel of Balin's teleportation, Alex materialized at the bottom of a crevice, all alone. The crevice rose high over him, with the walls ending perhaps 30 feet above. The path he stood on at the bottom was fairly narrow, perhaps only 15 feet wide, with rocks and shattered stones scattered among the dust. The heat hit him like a blacksmith's forge fire. He'd only been standing in the barrens for a heartbeat, and sweat had already sprung up on his skin. He reached into his bag, quickly drawing out some of the potions he'd made in Professor Jewell's class. There was a potion of sense enhancement, 2 potions of body enhancement, one for strength and 1 for stamina, and the potion of running enhancement he'd made during the lab where the student had poisoned himself. Alex hadn't seen the young man since and wondered what had happened to him. He then removed the final potion from his bag and turned it, the sunlight catching on the glass and rust-colored substance within. It was his potion of heat and fire tolerance. It was a less potent version and would only last a couple of hours, but that should be more than enough time to finish what he had to do. Alone, crumble. Alex whirled around, his eyes searching the walls of the crevice. The stone was sun-baked and craggy and would provide plenty of hiding places for smaller monsters. The hair on the back of his neck began to rise. He felt naked, a mere baker's assistant about to head into danger, with only a few potions and some utility spells to help him. And it was during a time when his sister was going through something awful and he didn't know how to help her. Now he was supposed to keep himself safe as well. He steeled his nerves like Balin had advised, acknowledging that dangers could lie ahead of him on the path of wizardry, no matter where that road took him. This was necessary. Think, adapt. But what if some monster comes out too fast for Balin to help you? His treacherous mind asked. What if quiet, he told himself. Not going to help right now. He popped the cork on the potion of heat resistance and chugged it back, making a face. It tasted like a bunch of strange herbs and alchemical substances, but the magic that coursed through him felt good. Immediately his body underwent a cooling sensation as if the sun had slipped behind a cloud. The heat was still there and he felt it, but it didn't bother him. He conjured his forciball and hung his bag over it to conserve his energy, then looked at the map. Frowning, he realized he'd already encountered his first hurdle. While the map indicated his extraction point and where he would find the orb, it didn't indicate exactly where he'd been teleported to for his starting point, and the crevice he was in didn't provide any landmarks to use to figure it out. He looked to the wall and rotated his shoulder. All right, let's go. Concentrating, he conjured Forcedisk and approached the craggy wall, slowly beginning to scale it. Aside from doing pull-ups on a horizontal steel hanging ladder set up at the university's gymnasium, Alex was definitely a novice when it came to climbing. Luckily, he was much stronger now, so he took it slowly, allowing the mark to correct his form as he ascended and kept both Forciball and Forcedisk close at hand. When he reached the top, he grabbed the edge and hauled himself up, exhaling in relief. A little more than 2 months ago, he wouldn't have been able to even begin trying to scale the crevice wall. Now, he'd accomplished it with his own body strength and 2 spells. Normally, he'd be jumping for joy, but today he really wasn't in the mood to celebrate. His mind was more on his little sister. Looking around, he spotted the distant crevices, noting 2 shapes flying through the sky, likely Rain and Nagia. He also saw other outlines standing near the crevices, but he couldn't tell who they were from his distance. He glanced up toward the clouds. There floated the horned silhouette of Balin, gazing down on all of them like some sort of god. Gods. Alex's teeth clenched. Had it been Uldar who'd granted Selena her manhwaedit, very thing that had killed their family? Was that it, or was it some sort of sick, random chance? Was it the same chance that had seen him get the mark, or had that been Uldar's doing? Shit, he muttered to himself. At least he could make the best of the mark. It wasn't the very thing that had traumatized them 4 years ago. But for Selena, not only did she get this awful gift, but she was only 10 years old. How was she supposed to cope with this? Damn you, he cursed at no one in particular. He shook his head again, trying to use his meditation techniques to acknowledge how angry he was and let it pass, but it was challenging. Focusing his attention on the map and noting the layout of the crevices, he found his location. Good. He tapped the map. Where he needed to go wasn't that far, and he could get there even faster if he went overland instead of going along the bottom of the crevice. Shouts suddenly reached him from a distance. He looked up to see Nagia and Rain's silhouettes flying down into the crevices. Other forms were scrambling down into them as well. What was going on? He glanced up at the sky again and his eyes went wide. Scores of long, sinewy forms were launching into the air from a far distant crevice. They looked like snakes with birds' wings. Bright flashes of fire and light gushed in front of them. They must be the bright spitters the Chancellor had mentioned. Some of them surged into the sky toward Balin, while the others swept over the crevices at frightening speed. "Oh hell," Alex said, running back to his crevice. Jagged rock bit into Alex's hands as he scrambled back down. Pebbles rattled down the wall as rubble and dust were disturbed in his rush to reach the crevice floor. He imagined the flying serpents catching him and had to fight a desperate urge to just jump the rest of the way. But a broken neck would likely be the only thing he'd reach if he did that. Using his 2 spells, he was able to balance himself enough to make it to the crevice floor, but from above he could hear the crackle and rush of flame coming closer. "Fire," he growled. It just had to be fire. For a brief, irrational moment, he imagined himself climbing back up, using his forceaball, some rocks, or even his 2 fists to smash those fire-breathing bastards to pulp. For the first time in a long while, he actively cursed the day that Jester's face had been branded on his shoulder. He needed to act, so he channeled his anger into action, quickly drawing the potion of running enhancement from his bag and chugging it back. He felt power surge through his body, spreading and centering heavily on his legs. Balling his hands into fists, he dug the balls of his feet into the dusty ground and started to sprint. His body shot forward like an arrow. "Oshi," he cried, regaining his balance. If he hadn't trained his running technique so well, he would have lost footing and tripped, smashing headlong into the rock. It felt like the potion had doubled his speed. He would need to quickly adjust to keep his footing. He paced his breathing. The rocky walls whipped by as he listened for the sound of flaring fire breath. He leapt over rocks and steered his body along the curving pathway. His 2 spells followed in tandem. Thum, crackle. In the far distance, the sound of exploding fireballs and crackling lightning sounded. He wondered what had become of the bright spitters that went after Balin, and more importantly, wondered how Colic, Isolde, Thundar, Teresa, and the rest were doing. Losing anyone else to fire was too unbearable to even think about. Pumping his arms, he sprinted around another bend in the path. He cocked his head, listening toward the sky, and heard the sound of fire breath fading into the distance behind him. But he also heard fire growing louder, approaching from up ahead. He skidded to a halt, noting a part of the path where one side was covered by a rocky overhang. Alex ducked down and rolled beneath it, pressing himself flat to the dusty floor. The sound of a swarm of beating wings appeared overhead, accompanied by roaring fire and the hiss of flying serpents. There was also an ominous rattling sound. He stayed hidden until the sounds of the bright spitters had receded in the distance, then rolled out from under the outcropping. Alex looked cautiously about the crevice, saw nothing around, and began running again. He raced along the path until the potion of running enhancement faded a short while later. He'd made good progress despite stopping, and now all he needed to do was pace himself. Whoosh. A rock the size of his orb crashed into the wall, hitting where his skull had been a moment before. What the hell? Alex startled and looked up at the crevice wall. A creature was half emerged from the stone, like a torso rising from a stream. It was malformed with an uneven, misshapen trunk and arms, and a jagged head shaped like a blacksmith's anvil. The thing was formed entirely of craggy rock. It was a sand-colored earth elemental. Alex stared in shock as it dug a 3-fingered hand into the surface of the wall like it was water, and ripped out another stone the size of his head. It began to spin in place, gathering speed, and whipped the rock at him. Oh shit, Alex dived forward. Crash. It hit the wall, shattering as he covered his head from rock fragments. Sharp pebbles flew, striking him, and he yelled in pain. Gritting his teeth, he quickly checked to see where the monster was, then on a whim shot his force-disc toward it. Since it was made of stone, then maybe the mark wouldn't. Images of failed spells and misthrown objects slammed into his mind. "Oh, by Uldar," he cursed, inwardly glaring at his shoulder as he scrambled to his feet and began to run. Seriously, go to hell. He pushed away the images the mark was still showing him and took off down the path as fast as he could move, dodging left and right as the creature lobbed rocks like falling rain. He skidded around another corner as a stone smashed against the wall behind him. He kept moving for a while before glancing back to make sure it wasn't following him. Luckily, it didn't seem to be. Annoyance began to grow as he headed along the pathway thinking about things. He thought about how long it had taken to learn Wizard's Hand. If he'd learned it a bit faster, he might have a force shield ready to cast now, what he wouldn't give for some extra protection while he was alone. His anger grew as he ran. No, he didn't just want extra protection. He wanted a way to fight back. His rational mind told him that was why he was working so hard to prepare himself to be able to build a golem, but what his emotions wanted was to have an ice spell like Malcolm's, so he could freeze those damned flying fire snakes and shatter them like icicles. Or some bolts of magic to blast that earth elemental into rock dust. Just something to fight back with, not with a mop, not with distraction, not with dancing or utility spells. A regular way to fight back without the mark screaming at him. The fire from the night his parents died returned to his mind, along with the sparks of flame the sprites who'd landed on his little sister made, and the fire blasted by those bright spitters. But of course he didn't have a regular way to fight. Uldar had seen to it that he never could. In that moment, if the bearded, smiling face of Uldar had appeared before him, he might have tried driving his fist into it, mark or no mark. He thought about pausing to check the map, but decided to call on the mark instead, focusing on the idea of navigating his way to the orb. A mental image of the map, along with other images, flowed into his mind, with focus on the path along the crevice floor as well as the section that represented his crevice. He noted the shape of the path around him and focused on where it was on the map's image. His mind examined the circled section the orb was supposed to be in. There. He was almost at the circle. Alex entered a part of the crevice that stretched out twice as wide and stopped, taking some deep meditative breaths. All right, he was angry. He acknowledged that. He stood still, catching his breath and breathing slowly, acknowledging his anger, then letting it go. Even though the anger was still there, the emotion wasn't as sharp, and at least for now, he felt like punching Yuta a little less. He could rage later. For now, he'd made it to the area where he was supposed to find the orb. That was already half of his challenge over with. You're not going to be much help to yourself or anyone else if you get your face knocked off trying to punch a god or a rock man, he told himself, reaching into the basket suspended on his forceaball and pulling out his potion of sense enhancement. Swallowing it down, Alex cringed as the magic raced through him, spreading to his skin, ears, eyes, nose, and mouth. For a disorienting moment, none of his senses seemed to be his own. The scent of his own sweat mixed with the scented soap he'd used to wash clothes slammed into his nostrils. His breathing sounded like a bullhorn in his ears, and beyond the crevice, he could hear the distant sounds of battle far more clearly. For a moment, the sun suddenly seemed overwhelmingly bright before his eyes adjusted to the light. Myriad of tiny details on the surrounding rock jumped out at him, like when he'd used the mark on the wall in the cave of the traveler. He began looking around for signs of disturbed stone or hidden caches. He also activated the mark to learn the stone. His eyes scrutinized the surfaces, looking for variations. They paused on a dusty protrusion, one with a barely visible hole in it just large enough to slip something into. It was around 10 feet above the crevice floor, necessitating a climb. Unless, concentrating, he dismissed his force disc and concentrated on casting Wizard's Hand. He'd worked out how to simplify the parts of the spell array he didn't need, making casting it much faster and more reliable. Whoom. The glowing hand appeared before him, and he gave it an experimental finger wiggle before sending it toward the hole. He flattened it and watched it float inside. The spell gave him tactile feedback he could feel by way of his mana, but of course he couldn't see where the hand was going. He slowly edged it forward, feeling through the dark, his eyes fixed on the hole above. Inside, it felt like a fairly deep, but narrow tunnel, hopefully. That meant it was where Balin had placed the RTTTTTTT. An aggressive rattling noise sounded from inside the hole. Alex dragged his spell back. F-whoosh. Wizard's Hand flew out of the hole as a gush of fire filled it and flared outward. The bright light flashed, stinging his now extra-sensitive eyes. He cried out, stumbling back while trying to blink away dancing sparks of light, then glanced up in time to see a creature emerge. The bright spitter looked something like the black adders found around waterways close to Ulrich, but it had a much longer snout and feathered wings spreading at its sides. Its scales were striped, varying between orange and black like fire, and its eyes glowed like coals. It hissed, rattling its tail menacingly, then surged toward Alex with jaws spreading wide. A blinding gush of flame blasted near him as he leapt to the side, slamming his eyes shut. The scorching heat was dampened by the potion coursing through him, but if it ever hit him full on, he'd be baked. He fell into his dance, dodging away from the serpent while his mind worked through what he could do to stop it. No allies, no offensive spells. He had the fire gems in his pack, but he didn't want to waste one on a snake, especially since the flame magic might not even hurt a creature of fire. No solutions were coming to him. The bright spitter paused its fire breath and stilled in midair, watching him with burning eyes. Its beating wings held it suspended. Suddenly, it shot forward like an arrow. Alex slipped out of the way using his enhanced senses, but the creature was fast, agile, and airborne maneuvered in ways his past opponents couldn't. While he was limited to using the 3 parts of the dance he'd learned, its superior maneuvering allowed it to quickly close the distance. Its jaws snapped open. Crunch. Arg. Alex shouted in pain as its teeth sank into his arm. It began to coil around his trunk. Panic gripped him. Its elongated form was well over 9 feet long and fairly lightweight, but strong for its size. It held him motionless, his arms pinned to his sides, and he could feel it squeezing, coiling tighter, seeking to crush the air from his lungs. He flexed his torso, trying to break free, but the coils tensed, constraining him further. Part of his mind was suddenly aware that the mark wasn't reacting to him trying to get free, but the thought was quickly shoved aside as the snake spread its jaws readying to spout flames. Instinctively, Alex shot his forceaball between himself and the bright spitter's face, trying to block it. It reared back, biting at the orb. He'd bought himself moments. Wizard's Hand dove into the basket, grabbing the potion of strength enhancement, flicked the cork off with its thumb, and poured it down Alex's throat. Power surged into his muscles as the magic spread through him and with a roar began forcing his arms away from his body. pushing at the coils. Again, the mark did not protest. His mind flashed to when he jumped on the vent drinker and tackled it to hold it in place. The mark hadn't reacted. When he'd swept his forciball in front of the mana vampire, it hadn't reacted either. He hadn't been attempting to injure either, hadn't used a weapon or any technique designed for combat. What if? He sent Wizard's hand to the serpent's head and grabbed its neck, not to injure it but to pull it away, like a mother cat moving her kitten. He focused his mind on just moving it. The mark did not react. Wizard's hand began turning the snake's head, pulling its fire-breathing jaws away, and the leverage gave him the chance to weaken its hold and push free of its constricting grip. As its sinewy body whipped around under Wizard's hand's grasp, he reached for it, grabbing its upper body and rattling tail, and simply held it in place, making use of his enhanced strength. The mark did not react, and though the bright spitter flapped and struggled, he was able to stop it from burning or coiling around him again. He considered the creature he was holding and was stunned by what he'd just been able to do. It seemed a new loophole had presented itself. It was lucky he'd calmed down. If he'd tried to kill the bright spitter like he'd imagined doing earlier, he wouldn't have come to his realization. But standing there holding a live fire-breathing snake presented a problem. What in the world was he supposed to do with it now? The thing writhed and rattled, beating its wings against Hima's. It started spitting flame again. Alex squinted against the brightness of the fire. He needed to take care of first things first, and fast. He didn't want to find himself still holding it if his potion of strength enhancement suddenly faded. Alex shifted his grip, grabbing the top of its neck and immobilizing its head. He definitely didn't want it squirming toward him with its fire breath. Then he sent Wizard's hand back into the tunnel to search for the hidden orb. It felt around, examining the ceiling, walls, and floor, until it touched something smooth, small, and perfectly round, the hidden orb. Wizard's hand picked it up, turned upside down, and opened up so that the orb nestled in its palm, then backed out of the tunnel. Alex brought the spell to his basket and dropped the orb in. Next, he had to consider what to do with the snake. Something about trying to strangle it didn't quite sit right with him now, and besides, when the mark interfered, and there was no doubt it would interfere, might lose his grip on it. Then it would fry him. He looked around, glancing up at the hole and then back at Wizard's hand. An idea was forming. Since he'd modified Wizard's hand to take in more mana and get stronger, like he'd done with Forciball and Force-Shield, it should be able to lift the bright spitter. But the snake's beating wings could let it resist being moved. Maybe if he pressed the Forciball against one of its wings, that would throw it off balance and keep it from spreading them. It was worth a try. Wizard's hand grabbed the back of its neck as he quickly removed his own hand. Holding it by the tail, he began to spin it to dizzy it, picking up momentum with every swing. It stopped struggling. Alex spun, flinging the bright spitter toward the hole. It whipped through the air like a limp rope as Wizard's hand guided it to the opening and pulled it deep inside. Forciball hovered near the entrance, and when Alex brought Wizard's hand, it immediately moved to block the tunnel. He scanned the crevice floor, searching for a good-sized rock to replace his Forciball as a barrier. Noticing a pile of stones the size of his Forciball on the ground below the hole, he sent Wizard's hand to pick one up, carry it to the opening, and jam it in place. By the time that bright spitter burned its way out, Alex planned to be long gone. Sprinting away from the creature's lair, he ran through the crevice, listening as the sounds of battle grew louder. He was getting close to the others. He suddenly felt a burning pain radiating from his upper arm and stopped. Looking down, Alex noticed blood covering his shirt sleeve, right where the bright spitter had bitten him. "Shit, I forgot that thing bit me," he cursed. The pain was getting worse. It was probably hurting so much because of the sense enhancement potion, which was a downside, he supposed. The wound was oval-shaped like the snake's opened mouth and was bleeding through a coating of ash. "That's definitely gonna leave a scar," he muttered, examining the wound. At least he didn't think he'd been poisoned, since the bright spitter hadn't had any fangs and he wasn't on the ground, twitching and dying. For now, the best he could do was clean it off until someone at the infirmary could take a look. Alex poured water from his basket onto the wound and wiped it with his shirt tail. He took a long drink, put the water skin away, and began running again, reflecting on what had just happened with the bright spitter. It seemed he was beginning to get the specifics of the mark's reactions toward combat. They were strongest in two situations: first, when he was involved with weapons or techniques that were made for combat. Secondly, when he engaged in an action that would actively harm another creature, or like, during the spell Joust Destroy, one of their spells. The mark hadn't interfered when he'd wrangled the vent drinker, moved the snake, or distracted the mana vampire. He'd also blown dust in creatures' faces and destroyed objects with no objections from it. He frowned. The one thing that wasn't fitting was when he tried to knock the dungeon core away from the Hive Queen. His Forciball didn't have enough power to destroy it, so then, why did it react? Was it because disarming her would have negatively affected her and the core in a battle situation? The dungeon core had been healing her. The possibility came at him hard, and he nearly stumbled. "Oh, I am the dumbest thing ever born," he muttered. The dungeon core was alive, or at the very least it was sentient and had mana. That was probably why the mark had interfered with him striking it directly. It had registered it as combat. He thought back on Gregori's spell during their spell joust. It was forcible, an ongoing spell, so it was directly connected with Gregori's mana. Alex remembered how the mana vampire had harmed him by draining his mana through his forcible. Maybe that was why it had given him trouble during the spell joust as well. His mind returned to the dungeon core, remembering when he tried to destroy it. The mark hadn't interfered with him then, it had guided him on how to actively connect to it, not how to kill it. His connection to it had then allowed him to bring it in contact with the traveler's mana, but that was an indirect effect, like guiding the fire beams toward the spider horde. He stopped for a moment, pulling his notebook and pen from the basket, and wrote while he walked. The sense enhancement potion wore off and his senses returned to normal. The pain from the bite lessened too. Active harm triggers. Indirect harm does not. Active harmless actions including moving things even if they struggle does not trigger. Moving things was not necessarily a combat action, now that he thought about it. He'd accidentally kicked Selena off the bed when he was asleep and he hadn't even known he'd done it. If he was a farmer, he'd have to move cows to milk them, or struggling chickens just to get their eggs. Neither were combat actions. If someone had to engage in true battle against hens every time they wanted eggs, people would need to beware of chick. A massive shape lurched out at him from around the path. He shouted, throwing up his hands defensively. The monster was enormous, taller than Alex, who came up to the top of the beast's belly, and it was maybe 5 times his weight. It was surrounded by an armor of shadow and liquid. Its eyes were black and lifeless like a doll's, and its serrated teeth. Wait a minute, Grimlock. Alex lowered his hands. Those doll's eyes narrowed. I know your face, the shark man gnashed out. Alex saw blood stains surrounding the giant's mouth. In one massive hand he clasped a wooden orb. And I definitely know yours, Alex said, nodding at Grimlock's orb. Crack, a blue bolt of lightning crackled into the sky in the distance. It must have been Isolde. Alex hoped she was all right. The shark man grunted, looking in the direction of the lightning bolt. Name again? Alex, right. Grimlock held up his orb. You get yours. Yeah, I just did. Alex showed it to the shark man. Good, that means we can team up. Did you, meet anyone else before you got here? The shark man grunted. Just Angela, but that was before we'd found our orbs. You. No, you're the first, Alex said, cocking his ear to the air. The sounds of spell and flame had faded. No point in standing around talking, the shark man growled, bringing up his map. His extraction point was the same as Alex's. Let's walk. The young human and the hulking beastman looked up, noting that they were in a crossway of 4 crevices. A glance at the map and Alex's navigation skill told them they would need the one winding to the east to reach their goal. They began picking their way along the crevice. Where'd you find your orb? Alex asked. Under a boulder, the shark man said. Second place I checked, good thing it was easy to lift. Alex had trouble imagining a boulder that wouldn't be easy for Grimlock to lift. Well, you're luckier than I was, Alex said. Mine was in a hole in a wall that was 10 feet up and one of those fire spitters was hiding in it. Grimlock was silent for a moment. Too bad. Well, Alex shrugged. I figured it out. Wish I had yours. Caught a couple of snakes. Taste good, wouldn't mind a third. Alex's eyes fell to the red on the shark man's mouth. He quickly looked away. Well, if we run into any more, you can have them. Really? The shark man looked down at him. Your loss. My gain, then, will return the favor. They fell into another silence as they trekked through the crevice. Alex's mind slowly returned to the mark. He wished it had come with a book of instructions. If he was right about when it interfered and what it considered combat, then a fool could still defend themselves in battle. Sidestepping through dance was one thing, could see how that would be seen as useless or silly when engaged in a life-and-death battle, with the Ravenerbutt being able to move and hold enemies, opened up his options. Or did it? Now that he thought about it, Brutus had a hard time holding down a silent spider. Even a fairly strong man couldn't have held one down without magic to boost his strength. And even if a fool could grab and hold a single silent spider, the Chosen had annihilated an entire horde by himself. Next to that sheer amount of power, even a fool who could tackle, hold, or move an attacker wouldn't be much more useful in a fight than one who could juggle or dance or whatever else. If anything, they'd put themselves at more risk than have to be rescued by the other heroes. His revelation was still a useful one, though. Laddered experiment and see how his hypothesis held out. Information might open up new avenues and possibilities for defense and attack. Spells that moved or trapped enemies would be good ones to go to once his research was done, and when he finished learning the spear and or dance, he could look for another dance or system of movement that focused on redirecting force rather than applying it. A darker thought occurred to him. He flashed back to the student who had choked on quicksilver. Poison. He doubted the mark would allow him to directly use it on an attacker, though he could try and experiment with that, but maybe an indirect method of applying it could work. Maybe if there was a way to infuse quicksilver with mana and then vaporize it into a cloud of gas, that could be something lethal that could be used in an indirect way. He'd just need to come up with a way to make the potion vial explode. The mark would likely interfere with his aim if he threw it, but if the blast and gas cloud were large enough, then precisely aiming it wouldn't matter. The danger would be if it interfered with his aim and he dropped it at his own feet. That would be all foolish way to die. But if he used Wizard's hand to carry a poison-filled container and drop it, that would be safer for him. There were also potions that were gaseous and didn't necessarily harm, like sleeping potions. Dropping one of those on bright spitters would be a pretty good way to subdue them, and since it wasn't made to injure them, the mark might not interfere. There were spells that affected an entire area instead of a single target. Those were called area of effect spells. He would need to find out if the mark would prevent him from using attack spells that spread over an area instead of attacking an enemy directly. Alex considered the fireballs that Rhea and Shiny used, and the lightning Isolde preferred. Would the mark stop him from attacking with spells like those? Firing a spell that consumed someone in a blast of flame would cause direct harm, so the mark would definitely interfere if he cast and fired one of them like that. Area of effect spells that didn't hurt an opponent might be better, and spells that created barriers might work too. Would the mark interfere with a spell that bound an opponent to a single location, like the Shoggoth? Every answer brought more questions, but the more he learned over time, the more questions would be answered. The more he could make the mark his mind returned to Selena, maybe thinking like that would help her too. If she could see her affinity as her own be making fire hers, she could turn something unwanted into something that helped like he had, if she chose to at least. He'd be perfectly fine with it if she wanted to walk away from magic altogether or learn magic that wasn't about fire. It was her life, after all. He just didn't want her to hate herself. How would he explain all that to her, though? Maybe someone who knew more about fire magic could help. His mind drifted to the second year Shiny. She used fire spells in Comb 1000, but she'd been gentle when they were wrangling the vent drinkers. Maybe he could ask her for some insights into fire to help him have a conversation with Selena. Maybe even. Crumble, he paused, holding up his hand. I heard something ahead. Grimlock snarled, me too. Crack. The shark man's knuckles popped as his massive hands curled into fists. He nodded to the curve ahead in the path with his pointed snout and bared his teeth. Alex scooped up a handful of dust with Wizard's hand. They exchanged nods and started forward. Wait, a familiar voice called from around the bend. Alex, is that you I smell? Thundar. Alex paused. Please tell me that it's you and not me going crazy from the heat. The familiar horned head of Thundar poked around the corner. Real enough for you. Alex sighed in relief. Grimlock grunted, and he definitely sounded disappointed. As the Minotaur rounded the corner, the Doberman-like form of Angular emerged behind him, panting from the heat with his tongue lolling out. Thundar nodded to Alex and Grimlock. Got your orbs. Alex drew his orb up, bouncing it up and down a couple of times on the palm of his hand. One bounce made it go sideways, and he had to scramble to catch it. He chuckled embarrassedly. I should learn to juggle, he thought. All this time I've been using the mark for serious business like school and defending myself and stuff. Maybe I should learn something fun with it. Grimlock simply raised his orb between two fingertips. We have ours too, Angular said excitedly. Thank the elements, now we can work together. He peered behind them, sniffing the air. Did you find a way to the extraction point beside this one? Alex frowned. No, the map shows that this is the only way. A silence fell. Nothing else, Thundar asked slowly. Not even something small and secret, a path that wouldn't be on the map. Nothing, Grimlock gnashed the word, his teeth snapping the last syllable out. No, we didn't see anything, Alex said. The only path Isis where you came from. Where are you heading this way? Angular and Thundar looked at each other. You're sure, Angular asked again. Yeah, why? Alex said, feeling nerves rising in his stomach. Thundar sighed. Then we're up to our necks in pig shit. Follow us, we'll show you. Boom. SCRRRRP. Boom. SCRRRRP. Stone ground across stone. HSSSSS. Hissing emerged from serpentine mouths. Ooh, shit, Alex swore. The group was peering out from behind a boulder, looking at what Thundar and Angular had wanted them to see. Beside him crouched Angular, and Thundar peered over their heads. Above and behind all three, Grimlock poked his shark-like snout from behind the corner of the crevice wall, but even he was dwarfed by what they were looking at. It was an earth elemental misshapen, barely humanoid and sand-colored like the one Alex had seen earlier, but this monster must have been 13 feet tall. The ground shook every time its massive, rocky legs took a step, and poking out of several holes in its craggy flesh were the heads of bright spitters, hissing and puffing out tiny lines of flame. The crevice it was in was wide, perhaps 40 feet across, but the elemental was patrolling back and forth across its width. From the way it moved, Alex thought it looked agitated, though he wasn't sure if a giant moving pile of rock could be agitated. He was sure it could be highly lethal, though. So, a giant figure made of stone capable of squashing him into a red paste with a single swing of its arm served as the home for at least half a dozen creatures that spit searing, blinding fire was pacing the crevice between them and safety. We're so screwed, he muttered. That's what we were saying, Angela said bitterly, continuing to pant with drops of spittle falling to the stones below. Let's back up, Thundar suggested. No sense in letting that thing spot us if it hasn't already. The group pulled back from the giant elemental, retreating around the corner until there was at least a good 100 feet between them and the monster. Do we call the Chancellor? Angela suggested, indicating the spell mark on his hand. He said to call him if any of those bright spitters showed up that was too much for us to handle, and I think that thing's too big for us to handle. I think he'd want us to call him. Alex frowned, stepping away from the group and peered up at the sky. The tiny silhouette of the Chancellor was still outlined against the blue above. He noted where the wizard was floating. I'm not so sure about that, Alex said. He pointed to the figure. He's floating pretty close by. That crevice is wide as hell and that elemental's bigger than a lot of trees. I think he's already seen it. Thundar snorted. That means he thinks we can handle it. Probably. We're just first and second year students, though, Angela said, his eyes darting to the bend in the path. I don't think we could take something like that. We killed the bone drinker, Thundar grunted. But there were a lot more of us then, and we had a cliff to drop it off of. He drew his mace and frowned at it. It'd dent the hell out of my mace before I even cracked it. Maybe he's not waiting for us to defeat or break it. Alex glanced up at Balin. If we don't have the power to break it, maybe we just need to get past it. He has said that sometimes it's about avoiding conflict, right? Yeah, I think I follow. Thundar's eyes squinted in thought. If we ran into a big fire-breathing snake that could fly, we'd need to run, die, or get real lucky. That elemental looks slow, and there's a lot of ground around it. We could get past it if we moved quick enough. What about those fire snakes? Angela said. What if they fly at us while we're trying to get around them? I'm not saying we can't do it, but we'll all be screwed if they start burning and blinding us, giving that thing a chance to grab us. We eat them, Grimlock said. They paused, all slowly looking at him. Right, not Alex's, he said. I get his share. The shark man nodded to him appreciatively. They continued to stare at him. You can have my share too, Thundar said. Mine too, Angela added. Grimlock stared at them for a moment with his dull black eyes. More for me. No wonder you're all so short you don't eat your meat. I'm actually pretty tall compared to. Alex paused. Ah, never mind. But Grimlock's half right. If we can blast them away, kill them if they get too aggressive, or distract them, we should be able to get around the elemental fast enough. Thundar thought it over. Your 4 spells, my illusory duplicate, Angela's magic bolts, and Grimlock's. He paused, craning his neck to look up at the colossal beastman. Existence should distract them. By the time it follows us, we should be at the extraction point. What about going overland instead of through the crevices? Alex asked. Did you try that? We climbed up and peeked over the edge. Angela glanced to the top of the wall. The bright spitters are still swarming. If we went up there, they'd be on us. Right, nowhere but through then. Alex looked at both Grimlock and Thundar. How agile are you feeling? Agile enough to live, Thundar snorted. I'm quick when I have to be, Grimlock growled. Okay, then here's what we do. Alex crouched and began to draw in the dust. That's the elemental in the middle. We watch until it's in the middle of the crevice, then we rush it and spread out on either side. I'll go on the right with Thundar. Grimlock, you can go on the left with Angela. Thundar, Grimlock, you'll be closer in the middle of the formation, because I think you could duck the thing and outrun it. You both have longer legs. Meanwhile, Angela and I on the outside will blast and distract the snakes and make it easier for all of us. How's that? Good plan to me, Thundar said. As long as we all move fast. HRM. Grimlock looked at the diagram. We could take it, throw it off its feet, butcher it like a beached whale. Maybe that's the backup plan, Angela said. Let's try and get around it first. The 4 companions slipped back to the corner of the crevice, peering around again. Alex removed his bag from his forciball and slung it over his shoulder. Carrying it would make him a bit slower, but he'd rather have the forciball available for distraction and whatever else came up. They watched the rocky monster patrol back and forth, counting its steps and how long it took for it to make a full circle. Then, when it had stepped in the middle. Now, Alex shouted. They tore around the corner, sprinting hard toward the elemental. The giant rock figure paused, stone grinding against stone as it turned toward them. The fire spitters hissed and rattled in warning, but they didn't stop. Thundar spat out a quick incantation, and his image split into 2 as his duplicate manifested. Grimlock simply ran forward, his long strides letting him quickly outpace the others. As the elemental turned toward him, the bright spitters hissed and took to the air. That's when Angela fired. Blue bolts of mana shot at the flying serpents, scattering them while Alex's wizard's hand flew among them, pulling at wings and tails or patting their snouts to confuse and throw them off balance. They sprayed fire in all directions, and the 4 companions turned away from the blinding flames. The elemental made a terrible grinding sound and began stomping toward Thundar. One of the 2 minotaurs rushed toward the creature, seeming to prepare to dive between its legs, but the elemental ignored that one and swung its arm down at the second image of Thundar. With a cry of surprise, the second minotaur dove to the side. Bang! The elemental's fist smashed deep into the rock, kicking a cloud of stone and dust up from the crevice floor. Thundar stumbled through the cloud, coughing while his illusory duplicate disappeared. Alex balked. It looked like the creature could detect which was the real Thundar, which meant it had more capabilities than they thought, making it even more dangerous. It was a good thing Thundar was quick on his hooves, otherwise Balin's spell or not there probably wouldn't have been much left of him. Angelar yipped and redoubled his pace, continuing to fire bolts at the swarm of snakes. One of the snakes broke free from the swarm and swooped toward the canine beastman, firing its blinding breath. Beastman yelped, shielding his eyes but continuing to run forward, all the while firing his spells. Alex's wizard's hand shot after the bright spitter, grabbing its wing and shaking it off balance until it spun out of its flight path and spiraled toward the ground. His forceball shot at the rest, looping around and through them to agitate and distract them. The snakes hissed and tried to bite it, but it was far too agile for their teeth to reach. Good, they were over halfway through the wide part of the crevice. The extraction point would be close, just a little farther and… Crunch, rock tore from rock. Alex glanced over his shoulder and gasped. Like the small elemental that had attacked him earlier, this monster tore a massive stone from the earth like it was drawing it out of a pool of water. The elemental's arm swung back and it turned its body toward the half-blind Doberman beastman. Angelar, Thundar shouted. Duck. Angelar's ears perked up. Whoosh. The boulder shot through the air just as Angelar ducked down. Smash. It missed him by a hair, crashing into the wall and exploding into a shower of shards. A yelping scream tore through the air. Stones the size of fists had sprayed the young wizard along his side, and a large one had struck his knee. A smaller one had hit the back of his head. Crack. Angelar tumbled from his feet, dazed, and crashed to the ground groaning and holding his leg. Oh shit, Alex shouted, skidding to a halt along with Thundar and Grimlock. This was a tricky scenario. The flying stone had injured Angelar enough to stun him and knock him down, but not enough to automatically activate Balin's spell. The elemental stomped toward the fallen young wizard. Use the spell mark, Thundar roared. Get out of there, Angelar. The beastman shook his head as though he was being swarmed by insects, showing no sign of knowing what was going on. Alex's mind began to race. Think, adapt. He looked at his 2 force spells, then at Thundar and Grimlock. I'll distract it, he shouted, looking at the shark man. Throw it off balance like you said you could, yes. Grimlock roared, baring his teeth and rushing up behind the elemental. Cursing, Thundar followed, spitting an incantation and slapping a hand on the back of the shark man. Silver-gray mana materialized around him, flowing into Grimlock and swelling his enormous muscles further. Thundar then cast the spell again as he ran, strengthening his own body. Alex shot Wizard's hand forward and around the elemental just as it was closing in on Angelar, pressing it to the thing's face. For a moment it didn't even seem to notice. Then it stopped, made a grinding noise, and reached up to swipe it away. Alex made the force hand spring onto its fingers like a spider and begin harassing the elemental's rocky body. It swiped at its own form, then paused for a moment. Grimlock and Thundar were almost on it. Then Alex remembered how it had seemed to know to ignore the illusionary copy of Thundar. The Minotaur realized the danger at the last second. Back, back, he shouted. It knows we're coming. Whoosh, the elemental turned, swinging for the 2 beastmen, but while Thundar jumped back, Grimlock kept going, raising both hands with a growl as the armor of water and shadow swirled around him. Bang, Alex's jaw fell open. The shark man had caught the blow. The watery armor had cushioned his form from the impact, and Thundar's warning let him brace for it. With his colossal strength further enhanced by the Minotaur's magic, he could stop a blow that would have shattered a boulder. Mistake, he snarled at the creature. Then, still holding its arm, pulled backward, hard. The elemental was dragged forward, stumbling as its feet tore away from the ground. Thundar didn't hesitate. With it off balance, the Minotaur raced into its guard and wrapped both arms around one of its massive legs. With a roar of effort that made Alex wince, Thundar lifted the creature's leg, throwing off its center of balance. Whoosh. Bang, it crashed to the earth. Thundar, Alex shouted. Get Angelar. The Minotaur raced toward the fallen beastman. Grimlock suddenly growled in surprise. The earth elemental had begun to sink into the stone and was taking the shark man with it. Rock shimmered around its entire body as though it were water, which shimmered around Grimlock's legs as well. The shark man was already halfway up to his calves in stone. Mana was surging, and Alex detected a rush of magic flowing from the elemental's body and down to the earth at Grimlock's feet, almost like a mana conductor. Grimlock, Alex shouted. Let go of his arm, that's how he's pulling you down. The shark man grunted and let go. His legs remained stuck in the path. He strained against it. Alex shot his forceball toward the ground at Grimlock's feet. Crash, a crack appeared in the newly warped stone. He drove it down again. Crash, a deeper crack formed. With a grunt, Grimlock tore his right leg free, but the elemental was rising upright now halfway out of the stone and Alex drove Wizard's hand at it, harassing it to buy a few more heartbeats. With another couple of impacts from the forceball, Grimlock pulled his left leg out, but having to move both force spells had left the bright spitters unchecked. Rattling and hissing, they swarmed at the shark man as he tried to sprint away from the earth elemental. Alex shot both spells at them, but a pair surged forward, spraying their fire breaths over Grimlock's back. HSSSSSS. Some of the watery armor boiled away beneath the flame, scalding his flesh, but rather than scream, the shark man whirled with horrifying speed. His jaws spread open. Crunch, the two snakes went limp, protruding halfway from his reddening teeth. "Let's go," Alex shouted as Grimlock and Thundar carrying Angela caught up, and they bolted around the corner and out of the pass. Behind them, they heard rattling, hissing, and the flapping of bright spitter wings, and the crushing footfalls of the elemental. They were after them. The elemental's footfalls thundered through the crevice, and the serpent's flapping wings filled the air behind them. They were still outpacing the massive rock monster, but the bright spitters were gaining. They needed a diversion. Alex called his forceball, spinning it along the ground, kicking up a dust cloud in their wake. He glanced back as the dust rose and obscured the passage. Good. Any cover was good cover. The path wound around several corners and bends, eventually becoming another straightaway about 150 paces long. They were almost at their extraction point. Alex pushed harder, glancing back now, and then when suddenly a slew of serpents billowed over the side of the crevice, rattling in rage. They flew straight for the fleeing classmates. Alex focused, sending his spells swirling into their wings and throwing them off balance. Some careened into each other and smashed into the walls. More heartbeats bought. Every second the flame-breathing snakes were delayed was a second they had to make it to the extraction point, as long as there weren't any more snakes or elementa. His thought paused. Wait, he concentrated on his hearing. "Guys, where the hell's the elemental?" he shouted. He couldn't hear its grinding, pounding footfalls anymore. At all. Where could it have? Boom, it suddenly burst through the cliff like something emerging from a waterfall. The elemental had shadowed them, gliding through the stone instead of following the path. In each hand it clutched a massive boulder ready to launch. A roar sounded, like the earth raging and breaking in half. "Oh hell, incoming boulders," Alex screamed. "Zigzag," Thundar shouted. "Don't give it a clear line to fire in." Grimlock, Thundar, and Alex zigzagged across the crevice floor in tandem. Whoosh down. They ducked, stumbling forward as the boulders sailed past them, crashing into the earth and stirring up more dust clouds. Alex's legs burned as he glanced behind. His forceball was skidding back and forth along the parched ground, and he caught glimpses through the dust cloud. The elemental was tearing up boulders to hurl while bright spitters were set to swoop at them. With only Wizard's hand to slow them, it pulled one off balance by the wing, but more were coming fast. Bright spitters, right behind us. He yelled, their mistake. Grimlock snarled, skidding to a halt beside one of the boulders and driving a leg into the ground. He reached down to grab the rock. His enhanced muscles bulged as he heaved it from the earth, spun on his back leg, and hurled the boulder at their pursuers. The rock flew, crashing through the flying snakes, scattering them and soaring through the air until it collided with the top of the elemental's chest. It went reeling against the cliff face in an explosion of stone shards and dust. Grimlock rushed the scattered snakes. Some tried to right themselves, but Wizard's hand grabbed their wings, plucking them from the air. The shark man's massive hands closed around two of them, and his jaws caught another two. Crunch, 4 bright spitters met their end. Grimlock's chest heaved as he dumped the pair into his thoroughly bloody jaws. His red gills seemed to pulse with every breath as he looked at Alex while loudly chewing and pointing at the elemental. "They're sunk, let's finish it," he snapped. Alex blinked, surprised at again being thrust into the position of leader. He glanced at Angela. Hotho, still recovering his senses in Thundar's grip, bared his teeth and snarled at the elemental. "Angela, you up for this?" Alex asked. The beastman growled. "That thing nearly killed me. I want some payback." The Minotaur's nostrils were flaring, blowing dust from his fur and snout. "How much longer is your body strengthening going to last?" Alex asked. "More than enough time," Thundar said, his gaze leveled at the elemental. Alex took a deep, steadying breath. His mind worked quickly. On the one hand, the extraction point was close. On the other, they might have the advantage now, and knowing Balin, he'd expect them to press any advantage they had. Plus, others might have to use the extraction point they were heading to. Forward, then. He cracked his neck. "Let's break this thing. If it starts to look like it's overwhelming us, we retreat. Angela, you blast it from back here where you'll be safer. Thundar, you and Grimlock are on rock-smashing duty. I'll give you as much cover as I can. Fair, let's do it." Thundar set Angela down and snorted, drawing his mace. "Fee-eating free, Inzi." Grimlock roared without a moment's hesitation. He grabbed another boulder and heaved it at the elemental before charging with Alex and Thundar close behind. Whoosh, bang. The large stone smashed the elemental further against the cliff, and a crack split along its torso. Angela shouted his incantation and shot a flurry of small mana bolts at the rock monster, hammering the crack. Alex drove his forceball forward and sent Wizard's hand toward the wall above the creature. Together, the spells smashed the wall in a flurry of blows, cracking the stone and dislodging rock and debris to pour down on it, obstructing its vision. Swiped at the stone shower with rocky arms, and those few moments bought Grimlock the time to close the distance. He dropped his shoulder and drove it into the elemental's core, smashing it harder against the wall. Then he scooped up a massive slab of rock, angusing it like a club again, hammering its chest. Then Thundar was there, driving his mace repeatedly into its torso. It roared in its grinding voice and raised its arms to batter them, but Grimlock smashed the limbs away while Thundar kept pounding at it. The flanges of his mace dented with each shot as cracks began spreading throughout the monster's trunk. It shuddered at every blow, then suddenly roared and abruptly sank into the stone. The companions froze. Shoom! A stone fist burst from the wall, driving into Grimlock's face and sending the shark man stumbling back, spitting blood and teeth. The elemental's other fist ruptured the wall, catching the minotaur on the chest and throwing him off his hooves. The two scrambled away, but the elemental's limbs had retreated, disappearing back into the stone. All four paused, searching for any sign of it. Silence was all that met them. Shoom! A rocky fist burst up through the ground, smashing into Grimlock's leg and sending the shark man sprawling. He roared, snapping at the air. Sneaky little seal. Do you see it? Thundar looked at Angela and Alex, who both shook their heads. Alex's mind was working. He glanced at the ground. Mana had coursed through Grimlock and the elemental when it was trying to drag him into the ground. Alex couldn't feel any magic when it was going through the earth by itself, but that could mean that he hadn't been listening well enough. He took a deep, meditative breath and closed his eyes, sensing. The mark honed his meditation techniques and decreased his other senses to focus on his ability to feel active mana. He felt the spells coursing through Thundar and both of the beastmen, but there was another mana below them, swimming through the earth like a fish. It took him a few heartbeats to sense its precise location. And then, "Thundar, strike down to your right," he shouted. "Wah," he heard Thundar say. "Now!" Crunch, the sound of the iron mace striking stone echoed. The elemental rumbled. Grimlock, Alex shouted as he felt it move. "To your right, now!" Crunch, he heard rock shatter, and this time the elemental roared. Now the mana was rising up fast. "It's coming up below you, Thundar. Look out." Alex opened his eyes to see the minotaur leap aside as the elemental surged up from beneath the earth like a fish jumping from a lake. Its arms grabbed for Thundar, but he was already gone. And Grimlock was already charging it. Boom! The shark man tackled it to the ground and pushed his fingers into the large, jagged crack in its body. His arms flexed as he began wrenching it wider and wider until it was broader than a man's head. Angela's mana bolt slammed into the crack, breaking it apart. The elemental tried sinking back into the earth. "Oh no you don't," Alex shouted, focusing on his forciball. He gently slid the spell into the widening gap. "Hit it," he shouted. "Use it as a wedge." Thundar raised his mace and Grimlock his slab of rock and slammed them onto the forciball. The force burst the spell, but not before shoving it deep into the rock, splitting it. The earth elemental roared as the crack fanned out, spreading wider and wider until its trunk ruptured. With a shudder, the massive stone creature collapsed, trickling into mounds of dust. The four young men looked down at the remains of their enemy, then up at each other. As one, four roars of victory rose into the air. They materialized onto Balin's escarpment to find they weren't the first ones there. More than half the class had already arrived, looking much worse for the wear. "Thundar, Alex," Isolde called, approaching them with quick steps. One of her shirt sleeves had been burned away, revealing a reddened raw area on her arm and shoulder. "You're safe, thank goodness." Angela, Karamius rushed toward them. A bandage had been wrapped around one of his forearms, and Alex could smell some sort of ointment. The canine beastmen began communicating rapidly in a language that sounded like a series of yips, barks, and whines. Karamius raised Angela's arm over his shoulders and supported him in limping to one of the benches. Angela paused for a moment and looked over his shoulder at Thundar. With a final nod to each other, he and Karamius limped away. Svinia came to stand beside Isolde, wincing as she moved. The rest of the class looked like they'd been put through a gauntlet. Most had bruises, cuts, burns, or bite marks. Out of all of them, only Malcolm and his companion, Ivander, looked to be unscathed. Alex remembered that the green-skinned man could control the earth using mana. This task would have been well suited to his skills and powers. He glanced at Grimlock, then grimaced at the gaps between some of his teeth. "Hey buddy, I noticed you lost some teeth there. Sorry, that's rough. Why?" The shark man looked at him. "They'll grow back in a few days." "What? They'll grow back? Why you looking at me like I got jellyfish on my face? Your teeth grow back, yet don't yours." Alex blinked, and no, Grimlock looked stunned. "Selichar teeth and those of my people grow back. How do you people even live? You know, I'm starting to wonder that myself," Alex grumbled. "Sharkfolk were cheating at life, utterly cheating." "Nua Oj not here," Grimlock growled, his black eyes going back to scanning the crowd. "No," Isolde said, "and neither are Hogarth, Colic, and Teresa. There is no sign of the Chancellor yet, either." Alex's stomach dropped. "I hope they found each other," he murmured. He'd barely been able to handle a single bright spitter. Granted, Colic, Teresa, and Hogarth didn't have a magical mark that stopped them from attacking directly, but one of those elementals would still be devastating to face all alone. Maybe. He paused, his mana senses sparking. A familiar magic was coming. The air shimmered in the middle of the group and they stopped their conversations and watched. Soon, the water and darkness encased form of Nuaoj stumbled out of thin air and immediately fell panting to her hands and knees. Thank Eku Dari. Nuaoj. Grimlock rushed to her side, helping her to her feet. Good for them, glad they're both safe, Thundar said. Alex said, trying to hide the stab of disappointment he felt at not seeing Teresa or Colic. He turned toward the south, peering at the horizon, but the crevices were too far for him to see anything from his distance. The air shifted again, and he felt the familiar magic once more. It held far greater force this time. 4 spots shimmered in the air, eventually revealing the forms of Balin and the 3 missing students. Teresa and Colic were supporting Hogarth, who had burns along his torso. Thankfully, they were alive. Isolde, Alex, Thundar, and Svinia gave cries of relief and rushed to them. Svinia took the burden of Hogarth from the huntress and the prince, while Alex nearly hugged Teresa and Colic. Teresa hugged him back, while Colic simply gave an exhausted laugh. Thundar's large hands clapped them on their shoulders. Off to the side, Balin wiped some ash from his robes. In one hand, he gripped the still form of a bright spitter. Its body was frozen in a pose of attack, and its jaws were parted as though it were poised to bite or breathe fire. Alex blinked at it for a moment. It had been turned to solid stone. Balin cheerfully waved the now rock-bright spitter at the class, a souvenir. He looked at the group on the escarpment. But I will not be the only one bearing a souvenir today. Well done. He said enthusiastically. In most years of teaching this course, this challenge usually sees 1 or 2 students injured gravely enough to activate the spell to bring them to safety. Though we have had some injuries this year, there have not been any that a few alchemical poultices and a trip to the infirmary shouldn't easily resolve. Now then. He snapped his fingers. Alex startled as his bag began to shudder, and the orb with the number 11 floated out. His classmates' orbs emerged from bags and pouches to float in front of each of them as well. They began to shine. CRK. The gleaming orbs cracked in the center and opened like blossoms. Small pendants floated from within each one, shaped like half-moons carved from a hard white material. A symbol was etched into each pendant, but it looked incomplete, as if split in 2. The orbs vanished while the half-pendants drifted in front of each student, hanging in the air until they grasped them. Balin looked at his class with a look of immense pride. These are charm pendants of apprenticeship, an ancient practice where master wizards would craft pendants for their apprentices to indicate they had passed their trials and tests, and were associated with their teachers. A fun fact for the historians among you, they were among one of the precursors to your student cards. His goat-like eyes twinkled as he drew a bone necklace from deep within his robes. Several charms and pendants hung from the chain. Some were carved jewels, some were tiny metal figures, some were etched bone, and others simple stones. He fingered through them like keys on a chain, and drew up a circular bone pendant similar to their own. The symbol upon it looked like a drawing of a figure with bat-like wings. This is the charm pendant given to me by my own master when I was even younger than Yowich was, quite frankly, an embarrassingly long time ago. Nonetheless, it is a practice I do not like to see die out. What you currently hold is half of a charm associated with me. I provide them to all who progress this far in my class. Should you reach the end of comb 1000, I shall present each of you with the other half. He chuckled. Proper wizard walks a dangerous road, and often takes paths that prove unpleasant at the time, much like the crevices. But rewards can await those who undergo trials, at least as long as you keep your wits about you and have the tenacity, endurance, and tactics to survive, even when alone. It is my hope that you will foster an association with each other, much as graduates of my classes have in the past. It is difficult to be alone on the path of wizardry, and a proper wizard can live a very. Alex listened to Balin's words, not being alone. He glanced at Shiny, who was holding her pendant while chatting excitedly with Rhea. Hopefully, he could show Selena that she wasn't alone, despite what life or the gods had granted her. Balin's magic returned the class to the stadium, and Alex spotted Shiny, Malcolm, and Rhea. He took a deep breath and was heading toward them when a hand touched his shoulder. You have an injury, I see, Isolde said, her sharp blue eyes focused on him. Alex glanced at the bright spitter bite. Tease but a scratch. He shrugged. Well done then, she paused. How do you do it exactly, Alex? An edge entered her voice. Struggled today, and yet somehow you did not. How do you do it? What do you mean? He asked distractedly. The class had begun to gather their supplies and get ready to leave the stadium, and he didn't want Shiny to go without asking her for advice. She might say no, but he had to try. You're a first-year student. Isolde watched him closely. You know no combat spells, and yet you're performing incredibly well here. I am taking second-year mana manipulation and potions courses, yet word has been spreading about your performance even in them. And it is not often that one does so well that professors talk about them to upper-year classes. Alex snorted, still watching Shiny. Tell that to my force magic prof. He barely talks to me, let alone about me. Still, Isolde said, I pride myself on performance as I did in the first-year levels for those subjects, but... Shiny started to move. Isolde, could you hold that thought? Alex said quickly. She paused and a shadow passed across her face. Sure, I'll be right back. He glanced at his other friends. I'll be back. I have to talk to Shiny for a minute. He jogged across the stadium. Excuse me, excuse me. He waved at the 3-second years. They slowly turned as he approached. Shiny, right? He asked, his eyes locking on the young, dark-haired woman. Her seashell necklace rattled against Balin's charm necklace as she moved. Can I ask you something? She froze up for a moment. Yes. Malcolm grinned beside her and gave a knowing laugh, elbowing her in the side. Rhea chuckled and Shiny shot both of them a quick glare. Listen, can I ask you about fire? He asked. Malcolm and Rhea froze. Their amusement quickly faded into disappointment while Shiny looked relieved. Pardon, fire? Yeah, look, I know we hardly know each other, and this is kind of a strange thing to ask, but he paused, trying to find his words. I've seen you use fire spells in class a lot as much as rebut like again. He stopped trying to find the right words. You've been gentle in class and decay, look. It's my sister. He launched into an explanationally quickly touching on the darker parts of the situation and then moved on to explaining how his sister had received a fire affinity. Shiny's eyes grew wider as his story continued. So yeah, he said, I know it's a long shot, but I thought I'd ask. Like, I don't think fire has to be a bad thing, but I don't know how to really talk about that with her, but like, you're kind and you use it. Maybe if I could tell her about you, or you could give me some ideas on what to say or something. I know this is very, very random. Shiny paused when his torrent of words finally stopped. I'm not sure what to say. She frowned, that poor girl. My people actually worship fire, like they do in the Rhaenian Empire as they also do with the other elements. But we actually do have some that fear it. Our priests usually talk to them. Would a priest of your god be able to speak with her? I mean, I could tell you what I think, but I'm not sure if it will help. He fought to keep his face neutral when she mentioned talking to his own priests. Our god Uldar really doesn't have much to do with fire and the priests aren't wizards, so they could give like general help, but I was thinking, look, if this is too much pressure, I understand, I kind of did just ambush you with this. I gotta admit, I'm a bit desperate. She thought carefully. If you bring her to class one day, I could talk to her a little bit about. She paused. How would you call it in this language, the fire that nurtures? It's what we call the divine we find in flame. Or I could tell you about it and then tell her. He let out a sigh of relief. Anything can help. I'd like to hear about it from you, and if I can get her to come one day, maybe you could talk to her. I won't take too much of your time. She paused. All right, but I can't promise anything. Shiny gave him a nod and quick smile, and then they parted ways. He turned and jogged back to where his friends were waiting for him. Well, most of them. Where's Isolde? Alex asked. Balin was teleporting the injured to the infirmary, Colic said. She went with him. Okay, Alex said, wondering what she'd wanted to say to him. He had another thought. Balin. Maybe he could talk to the Chancellor about Selena. He must have seen so much in his long life that he'd likely seen something like this happen before. He might also be able to offer some advice if he wasn't too busy. Life would continue ticking on, as it always did. Life had continued ticking on surprisingly quickly. The next few days passed by in a blink, and the deadline to apply to Shale's workshop was approaching. Selena's mood was improving over time, and since he hadn't talked to Shiny or Balin yet, both had been very busy, simply resolved to spend as much time with her as he could. He didn't push or insist in some misguided attempt to help her that she talk about it. He still had no idea what wisdom he could use to help her through what she was going through. He did, however, know what had helped both of them after their parents died, time with people they cared about, showing them that they were loved. And he did just that. She was still clearly very sad, but she cried less as the days went on and she made less comments about disliking herself. Whether that meant her opinion about herself was changing, or if she was simply not voicing it to make sure he wasn't upset, he didn't know. He did know that he'd be there for her when she needed him. In the meantime, he'd progressed in other areas. His mastery of Wizard's Hand had started to grow at a pleasing rate, considering how much trouble it had given him before. He was starting to get fairly adept at modifying spell arrays, especially as he gained more experience with them, even in spite of the mark interfering. Part of his weight while he'd climbed the crevice wall had inspired him to try and take that a step further. He'd seen Forcediscs or spells similar to Forcedisc that were able to carry someone's full weight, and so he made having them be able to do that one of his next goals. Another goal had been starting on the next spell in FORC 1550's curriculum, Force Shield. That had proved to be not all that challenging. The structure of its spell array was much less complex than Wizard's Hand's, and after struggling with Wizard's Hand for so long, found it fairly easy by comparison. He'd managed to conjure a Crimson Force Shield, a concave force construct that floated around him and swung automatically to block incoming threats in the dark of his room. He had actually woken up his apartment mates with his loud triumphant cheering in the dead of the night. It was his first truly defensive spell, and one that would keep him far safer in the Barrens, or when he had to deal with threats in the future. His lab work for Professor Jules was progressing well too. The grad students found to their surprise that He often had the proper tools ready to hand them for the next step of the brewing process before they even asked. Professor Jules was involving him more and more in the direct processes as well, and had finally handed him his letter of reference for Shale's workshop, and that left mana manipulation. He devoured the textbook back to front and front to back several times, and had learned how to activate all the glyphs on 3 boxes at once while maintaining Force Shield, Wizard's Hand, and performing the mana regeneration technique on himself. He knew he was getting ahead of himself. He was still a first-year student with only a handful of spells under his belt after all, but he was feeling more powerful, especially physically. He and Colic would compete, and while the prince could perform more repetitions, he lost balance more often than Alex, who continued to use the mark to correct his form. Thundar was content to simply watch them competing. "Listen, my people are like bulls, not squirrels," he snorted. "Flip around and do all that fancy stuff without me." Of course, he never admitted that his reluctance might have had something to do with the fact that he'd tried it once, lost balance, and nearly broke a horn by tumbling onto his head. Alex wasn't stupid enough to suggest to him that this might have been the real reason. After them teaming up in the Barrens, Alex had extended an invite to Grimlock to join their group workouts, and though the Shark Man didn't always come along, he pretty much obliterated Thema and everyone else each time he did. There's no accounting for natural talent, Alex had thought, or being a Shark Man that's nearly 10 feet tall. Still, despite the successes he'd been enjoying, a specter of terror loomed over all of them, one that threatened to steal the courage from even the mightiest heart: midterms. "You know," Thundar grumbled, "I think maybe choking the life out of my professor would be easier than studying from his lectures." Snap. He closed his notebook for battle magic with a loud clack. Alex and Colic startled. "SHHHHH," a student hissed from nearby, pointing to the "Be Quiet" sign close by. "Sorry," Thundar muttered, looking around to see every student's bloodshot eyes in the room glaring at him. They had come to the first level of the school library and had been lucky enough to grab a table before the entire floor had become packed to the brim. First years filled every seat, most of them looking like they'd hardly slept in days, and their clothes absolutely reeked of tea, coffee, and stress. "I should have taken potions instead," Thundar whispered. Colic glanced at him. "Do you even have any interest in potions? I've heard it's quite difficult." "Yeah, but at least I'd have Big Brain over here to teach me." He nodded to Alex. Alex extended his hand toward the Minotaur and tapped his empty palm. "You want the material conveyed, then I got to be paid. We went through life and death together." Thundar held up his charm necklace. "That makes us bonded. We are bonded." Alex smiled. "But bonds can be strengthened for the low, low price of." "You're a terrible friend, but I'd be a rich friend," he snorted. "Hey, maybe that Shiny or her friends could teach me. They're in second year, so they'd know more." "Come on," Alex put in a word for me. Alex tapped his palm again. "Want a message to be conveyed, then I got to be." "I'm gonna kill you." "Ooh, did you hear that, Colic?" Alex drew away as though horrified. "He threatened my life. He's an evil wizard. You must help me, oh mighty hero, or he might turn me into a newt." "I swear I would have gotten more studying done outside of the library," Colic grumbled. "But then you'd be abandoning your good friends." Alex smirked. "Hey, speaking of the library." Alex jerked his head toward the sign near the front entrance said, "One warning students not to bring open flame into the library." What's with that sign anyway? Who'd be dumb enough to bring fire into a place full of books, especially when there's magic to light the place? Colic glanced at the sign. "From the way my brother told it when he was here, some nasty senior duped a naive first year into bringing a candle into the library as part of a cruel joke." Alex blinked in surprise. That seemed to be Sajavenal for a school of wizardry. Then again, he'd witnessed a student nearly kill himself by drinking quicksilver on a dare. All kinds, including bullies, were in all places, he supposed. After all, bullies weren't only named Macaris. "Ooh," Thundar winced. "What happened? Senior get in trouble?" "Well," Colic said, placing his book down. "The senior was nobility in his kingdom, the same kingdom that the junior was from, so he assumed no one would reprimand him. Generosity, though it respects those of rulership, does not bow to foreign kings." Threats were made, of course, but in the end, both students were placed on academic probation and fined by the registrar. Alex gulped. The last person he would ever want to owe money to was a literal devil. Then again, in his unique situation, a devil would be more healthy for him to be around than priests or gods. "Alex," he heard someone whisper loudly from the front of the library. Alex froze. He knew that voice. Like a rusty gate creaking, he turned toward the voice and saw the short, bouncy form of Carrie London waving a hand at him enthusiastically, while the other clutched a sheaf of papers. And beside Harrelso carrying sheafs of papers with a friendly, open smile was. His eyes widened. Derek, he could only stare as the unlikely duo approached his table. "I was hoping I'd find a friendly face here. It's so good to see you," she whispered, though some students outright glared at her. "Here," his eyes fell on the paper. Oh, there at the top of the sheet, in big bold letters, "Campus for Uldar Rally, ending the ban on priests from campus." Ooh-ah, Alex said unintelligently, as he continued to stare slack-jawed at the paper, noting the details. It looked like the rally was being organized by Carrie's group, but there were other groups listed as contributors to the event, representative societies and organizations serving other deities. He hadn't heard of many of them. The date was set for 3 weeks from the current day. It was also set to take place at the school's front gates. This sanctioned by the school. Alex asked as Colic and Thundar leaned over to see what he was reading. Of course not, Carrie whispered. Which is why it's so delightfully rebellious. I see, Alex murmured. Oh, come now, show a little more enthusiasm. Carrie chided. If this works, we can end the separation between wizards and the divine. Think of it, how much could our people benefit if we had a union between our clergy and the brilliant minds and mighty powers here? And we need it. There was an insistence in Carrie's voice that gave Alex pause. Why did something happen? She nodded. I've been talking to the priests, Anthea Grimm. Alex gulped. And what about casualties? Not many yet, thank Uldar, she said. We have to thank Ulrich's patron saint for that. If it weren't for her sanctum evacuating the people so quickly, but things will grow worse. The ravenous spawn are destroying the fields and villages. The harvest will be poor this year, and there will be many hungry mouths to feed during the fighting. And what if this gets drawn out? Our people are taking refuge in allied realms, but what if this goes on and on and on? Will they be still welcome in 2 years, 5, 10? She bit her lip. This could be awful, Alex, she paused, and there's still no trace of the fool. Many think they might have already been killed. A stab of irrational guilt went through Alex, which he suppressed with prejudice. Everything Carrie said sounded awful, and it had the potential to get worse. But what was he going to do about it? He'd only just figured out he could move things without the mark suppressing him. Even if he wanted to go back, he would literally be less useful than a regular wizard right now. He thought about the dungeon core's remains. He was making great progress with Professor Jules, and he was sure sooner rather than later get more freedom with his own projects. Then he could contribute in his own way like he planned to. Besides, his sister came first, and she needed him more than ever now. Even if he was slightly tempted to leave Generosity and some half-baked notion to join the heroes right now, that would involve abandoning her at one of the most vulnerable times of her young life. He couldn't even imagine doing that. For now, the information that there'd be less priests in the city was good news, very good news. And if some did think that the fool might have been killed was also very good news. But the idea of students pushing for priests to be allowed on campus Waswell, it wasn't likely to go anywhere, but it would bring their attention to campus, maybe make them bolder. He'd need to watch for that. Well, hopefully the fool's all right, he said with a straight face, then looked up at Derek. Why am I doing this? Derek finished for him with a wide smile. Why, supporting a friend, of course. We of the Rainian Empire have been long allied with Thameland, and we know tribulation too. When the elemental mountain of water erupted 3 centuries ago, our elemental knights had to fight water elementals within a cloud of mist that enveloped half the country. Your kingdom's chosen and champion of that time came to our aid with a contingent of knights. We may not worship the same god, but I am a member of the aristocracy. It's my duty to do what I can. It was incredible. Despite keeping his voice at a whisper, Derek's words were so sincere and his tone so unwavering that Alex could almost believe he was telling the truth. Almost. Derek and I have been talking after potions, and he said he wanted to help. She looked up at the young nobleman seriously, as though she were a priestess looking upon her flock. Derek nodded. I've made some mistakes in the past, but I'm taking what lessons I can, whether it be through divine intervention or through wisdom of others. Like Carrie, or maybe you, friend. Anyone that I. He paused, his eyes rising and looking over Alex's head. Alex turned. Isolde had emerged from the doorway to the lower floors. Her eyes had dark circles under them, and her hair was disheveled, barely kept in line by a tight ponytail. She carried a book bag that was filled to bursting, and she had a forcibalone that glowed an electric blue suspending a small basket beneath, big enough to carry 1 book. Her eyes had focused on Derek, then fell to Alex, Thundar, and Colic, and then moved back to the young Rainian nobleman. Then her eyes went wide and her face washed red. Alex glanced back to Derek just in time to see his facial expression growing neutral. If he had mouthed something or had given her a particular look, Alex had no idea. Whatever the young man had done, though, it had obviously pissed Isolde right off. Her shoes thudded across the library floor, drawing eyes from the surrounding students as she pushed through the library. Her forciball slowly lost ground beside her until she had to stop and wait for it to catch up. The entire time, she refused to look in Derek's direction, then abruptly left the library. Carrie let out a sigh. Awkward. Well, that soured the mood a tad, didn't it? Here. She drew out sheets of paper and handed them to both Colic and Thundar. Do stop by, we'd love to have all 3 of you. Well, I'll catch up with you later, Alex. Ta-ta. With Derek in tow, she puttered off to harass the other students. Alex watched them go, looking between the exit, Derek and Carrie. The star pupil, the devout student, and the avid cheater, a strange trio to be caught up in whatever that might have been. Alex didn't want to be involved, but had the feeling he already was in some way. All three of those parties had some interest in him. He frowned. He'd need to have a good long talk with his ald after all the craziness with midterms basically turned into a ghost outside of class time and his application to Shale's workshop was over. Well, Colic said, picking up his textbook. That was a waste of a study break. Back to it, I suppose. Thundar groaned and followed suit. Alex did as well, opening up his notebook to the notes on mana manipulation. While he was also studying for midterms, he had something much more important to prepare for. Valrock had finally given him permission. Welcome, welcome. Valrock greeted Alex from the doorway of a small classroom. Just leave your bag by the door and come in. They were in one of the highest towers in all of Generosity, and daylight poured through the glass of the massive windows, though it wasn't a cheery light. The day was a rainy one, just like it had been when they'd first come to Generosity, and he could see students moving quickly through the courtyard and across campus with umbrellas of waxed fabric, or beneath spells that shielded them from the elements, or at a run with books clutched against themselves. Alex had grown his force shield as large as he could, and then simply set it to hover above his head. It had kept the rain away very nicely. Though the classroom was small, likely a seminar room for upper year or graduate students, it seemed enormous to Alex at that moment. Part of his mind told him not to worry. He knew the textbook for mana manipulation almost as well as he did Dexter's General Alchemy of Potions, and he knew Dexter's almost as well as his own notebook by now. Yet, another part knew that Valrock's letter of recommendation was writing on this, and that was making him jittery. Without that letter, he figured it'd be a lot harder to convince anyone to hire someone with his limited experience. There was also a sort of momentous nature to the exam. He'd been writing tests for years in the church school in Ulrich, but this was his very first exam in university, his first exam that involved a magical subject, and one designed for students so advanced they could skip an entire first-year course. He would feel pretty stupid if after all this build-up had just outright failed. Alex, Valrock suddenly leaned in very close to him, widening one very large reptilian eye to stare at him from inches away. Alex gasped, stepping backward. You all right? The lizardman asked, and for a moment Alex was sure he was about to start advancing menacingly on him. You look as pale as a sheet. Don't be nervous. He smiled, revealing his sharp teeth. I wouldn't have recommended you for this if I thought you couldn't do it. To quote some of my students, you got this. You're ridiculous, Alex, he mentally mocked himself. So allow me to introduce you to your invigilator, Sinbrock. Valrock gestured to an incredibly short man with a golden, braided beard and shaved head, sitting at the front of the room. The little man waved back, and Alex gasped. There he was this morning admiring his own physical gains, but this fellow, despite maybe only coming up to his chest, had muscular arms that were thicker around than Alex's thighs. Alex felt his pride deflating by the heartbeat. Sinbrock is my teaching assistant for Mana 1900, and he'll be watching over you both for the written and practical portion if you have any questions. You ask him unless the question is, what's the answer to this question? Valrock threw his head back in his high-pitched, giddy laugh. All right, let's get you set up. First, the professor cast the same spell of dispelling magic on Alex that Professor Jules had, in case he'd brought in any magical effects that would allow him to cheat. Then he pointed Alex to a desk in the middle of the empty classroom, directly across from Sinbrock. With a final few words of encouragement, he left Alex to it. The dwarf student padded over to Alex's desk and examined his supplies, one simple pen. Right, you'll have an hour and a half for the written test, and then an hour and a half for the practical. The invigilator placed the exam booklet and a work booklet beside it. The first part is the multiple choice portion, and the second part is essay questions. When you're finished, just raise your hand and we'll move on to the practical. If you need to use the privy or get a glass of water or anything, let me know and I'll escort you. There's no need for any spellcasting during the written portion of the exam, so if I sense any mana or hear any incantations, that'll be an immediate fail. Understand? Yep, Alex nodded. Right, then. Sinbrock tromped up to the desk at the front of the class. He drew a large hourglass filled with blue powder from a bag that looked much too small to hold it, then pressed his hand over top. Alex felt a shift of mana, and the powder within shuddered, then decreased in quantity as though some of it had been sucked away by a mana vacuum. Hour and a half, the dwarf said, flipping the hourglass. Begin. Alex took a few deep, meditative breaths, acknowledging his own nerves and the raving in his mind, then detached from them. He then flipped the exam sheet open. First thing Alex did was carefully read over the entire written exam just in case there were any instructions hidden like in Jules' lab books. He sighed when he found that there weren't any, and began. The exam wasn't going to be easy. If he'd tried taking it before studying as thoroughly as he had using the mark, he might have been only able to answer one or maybe two questions with confidence. Even having the textbook mostly memorized, he still found that there were questions that he wasn't sure how to answer, as he felt now, though. He cracked his knuckles. He was ready for most of it. Alex tore into the exam with a vengeance, his pen almost flying across the pages. He didn't really need to consult the mark for most of it, either, whether for questions on the history of mana manipulation's development, the exact process of different forms of manipulations, or a list of which common spells made use of the art. He was able to answer with the speed that he wrote his own name. He skipped some of the harder questions in favor of answering the ones he knew the answers to first. It made sense to get as many easy marks as he could quickly, and then go back and struggle with the more difficult ones later. The last 3 questions were more obscure and weren't covered in material directly from the textbook. To answer those, he had to use reasoning and the knowledge he had to make educated guesses. He tried the mark, using it by writing down his answer repeatedly while thinking about the skill that the question was testing. The images it brought up helped him narrow his answer and focus on the parts that it had focused on as successes. Unfortunately, since it used his own memories, it couldn't add any information that he didn't already have or that he hadn't already experienced. In the end, he finished, then read over the exam one final time before nodding at it and raising his hand. Sinbrock looked up from some other work he was marking, blinking in surprise. Already, he glanced at the hourglass, which had only shifted half of its blue particles to the bottom bulb. "You've still got 45 minutes. I'm done. If I keep at it, I'm just going to be crossing out and rewriting the same answers." The dwarf shrugged. "All right." Sinbrock snapped his fingers and spoke a short incantation. The exam booklet shuddered and slammed shut, sealing itself around the edges with a thin metal that flowed out of midair. "Well, that's one way to stop people from sneaking into an office and trying to change their answers," Alex remarked. "Yep." Sinbrock grinned widely, revealing that some of his teeth had been replaced with prosthetics forged of a silvery metal. It looked similar to the metal now sealing the exam booklet. If anyone tries to pry the seal open, the metal carries a spell that's set to literally scream bloody murder like a frost giant running from a barbarian. He laughed. "And if they run off thinking they got away, well, no such luck for the little cheat, because the metal copies their name and prints it across the exam book, revealing their crime and shame for all to see. So anyone who tries changing their answers really doesn't have a very good day." Sinbrock finished, rather matter-of-factly. He spoke another incantation, and something strange happened. Alex felt a very familiar surge of mana, and immediately knew that a teleportation spell was being cast. His mana sense seemed to sharpen, and his eyes widened. Even from his distance from Sinbrock, he felt the mana of the spell so precisely that he could almost feel the shape of its magic circuit. Unlike Balin's teleportation spell, which was so overwhelmingly powerful that all he could feel was its might, thy spell was simple enough that the magic circuit was far more clear. It was like the difference between staring into the sun and looking at a cheery fireplace. He blinked in amazement until Sinbrock waved his hand in front of him. "Hello, you okay there? Do you need a break?" "No." Alex blinked. "No, I'm fine." The magic circuit was gone from his senses so quickly that he might have thought he imagined it if he didn't look for his exam booklet to find it gone. "Don't you worry," Sinbrock said. "I just teleported your exam to another teacher's assistant for marking. Depending on how fast you go with the next part, it should be done by the end of the test, and I can give you your result in a jiffy." "Wait, really?" Alex asked. In the church school, he remembered his teachers sometimes taking several days or even weeks to mark tests. We use a little magic to help speed up the process, and it's only one exam after all. Now then." Sinbrock drew a clipboard and box from beside his desk. "All right, for this one, you'll be showing me your mana manipulation ability by way of a spell, by way of an internal manipulation, and by way of devices." The invigilator placed the box on the desk and took out a series of 5 rings, a pair of gloves that were covered in glyphs, and a strange object that looked like a series of small cubes put together in a jagged shape. The dwarf wizard picked up one of the rings first. "Which sustain spells do you know?" "Forciball, Forcidisc, Wizard's Hand, and Force Shield," Alex said. "Ah, I see someone's taking Professor Ram's course. Which one are you most comfortable with?" "Forciball." "Right." Alex felt mana surge as Sinbrock channeled his magic into the rings one by one. He watched as each grew until they were large enough for Alex to fit both his head and shoulders through the openings. The wizard then threw them into the air in different directions, and they abruptly stopped, floating above in different parts of the room. "All right, those rings are built to disrupt the mana connecting you to your spell. Your task is to fly your forciball through each of the rings while being disrupted. You'll be timed on how many times you can complete the circuit within the time limit." "I see," Alex said. "All right, I'll give it a go." Concentrating, he conjured his forciball. It winked into being in front of them, shining brightly. "Tell me when." Sinbrock stared at the forciball for a moment. That's awfully large, and you've got a lot of mana in there." Alex shrugged. "I made a few modifications," he said proudly. "There's a reason why I'm most comfortable with this one." "Why, yeah," Sinbrock said, pulling out a strange circular device. He clicked a button on the side of it, and it opened up. A series of 12 tiny metal orbs floated in a column over it and began orbiting a central octahedron. "All right, bring your ball into the center of the room and send it toward each ring that begins to glow." You will have 3 attempts. Alex ordered his forciball up to the middle of the room and waited, holding his breath. The orbiting spheres paused, frozen around the central shape for a moment. Go, Simbrock clicked another button. The spheres began to spin. One of the rings began to glow with emerald green light. Alex shot his forciball forward. He tensed as it passed through the ring end, then he burst out laughing. As his spell entered the ring, he felt a disruptive interference buffeting both his mana and his mind. It threatened to shatter his concentration and connection to the spell just like the mark did. Only if the mark's interference was the equivalent to an entire war party blowing their horns beside his ear in unison, then this interference was like someone peacefully playing a flute in the next room. He barely even felt it. At that point, it became a game to him as he guided his forciball through the rings, weaving through each of them as they glowed. In no time at all, he had finished the course. Again, he asked. Simbrock only gaped up at him and then clicked off the device. Sure. Alex guided his spell through the course 2 more times, each time improving his time and generating an increasingly shocked reaction from Simbrock. Right then, that's enough. Simbrock finally muttered after the 3rd time. He squinted at his timekeeping device, noting the positions of the floating orbs. Well, burn my beard, I think you might have just got some kind of record. He busily scrawled down the results on the sheet on his clipboard, then slipped on the gloves. Right, give your hands. He wiggled his gloved fingers at Alex. These'll let me feel the flow of your mana pool as you use Professor Valrock's mana regeneration technique. Alex took the dwarf's gloved hands. Oh my, holding my hand already, and you haven't even bought me lunch. Silence filled the room. Simbrock turned away and coughed. Just as Alex muttered, do me a favor and pretend I never said that. Never said what? The dwarf said. Now let's get this done. Alex watched the teacher's assistant's face as he adeptly moved his mana pool to massage all the pathways suggested by the technique simultaneously. By now, the movement was as easy as breathing for Alex. Simbrock whistled, letting go of Alex's hands. All right then, no second try necessary. He took up his clipboard again and made a few more marks. Now, this is your final challenge. He placed the strange shape in front of Alex. Your job is to feel the pathways of mana within this device and return it to its natural configuration. At this point, Alex was almost giddy with excitement and nearly twitching with eagerness to get at the device. Simbrock sighed and handed it to him. The device was clearly designed. Mana manipulation would get it to change shape, but there was a specific subtle pattern to its internal mana configuration that he'd need to figure out to have any hope of getting it into the correct shape. Thankfully, with how sensitive his mana senses now were, the patterns were about as subtle to him as an oak tree draped in a red dress, dancing along a hillside on its roots while singing Sigma's carols. His mana shot into the device and began to trace out the correct configuration through all the cubes. Once he had that down, he realized that what he was supposed to do was activate 1 or 2 cubes at a time, sliding each around one by one until they locked into their correct places. He would do one better than that. Spreading his mana through every cube at once, he activated them all simultaneously. CLK. The device whirred and snapped as every cube rotated around each other simultaneously. Its shape seemed to melt as the cubes swarmed around each other and finally snapped into their proper places all at once. The result was the device returned to its proper shape, a large cube composed of smaller ones. By my father's and mother's, Simbrock murmured, scrawling down the results on his sheet. I can't believe it. Are your parents wizards? Alex shook his head. Do they run a mana device shop? Alex shook his head and a smile sprang across his lips. Did a wizard take you as an apprentice when you were young? Alex shook his head, and this time his smile turned just a bit proud. Self-taught. Simbrock blew out a breath. Then I'm going to hate to see you by the time you graduate. He wrote down the final results. All right, have a seat. When the exam book gets back, I'll tell you what's what. The two of them only had to wait for a little bit before Alex felt a familiar surge of mana. Magic circuitry formed in the air above the desk, then the book materialized in the middle of the circuit. A new seal had been applied to it, which Simbrock broke with a single word. He flipped it open and whistled, then handed it to Alex, who took it with a mix of excitement and trepidation. Sending up a brief prayer to the traveler, he glanced down at the top of the first page. 97. He had to fight the urge to scream in triumph. Third year's struggle with the Audiobooks box more. He handed him the sheet. I put some notes on there for Professor Valrock to read. I can't put in bonus marks, but if anyone deserves them, you do. Welcome to the honors list, friend. Honors list, Alex asked. It's a list we post in each department after midterms. It's the top 10 achievers in each level of our courses. It lets you and the students know who's in line for an achievement. Oh, cool, Alex said. Then he paused. Is there an Isolde von Anmut on one of the lists? Simbrock threw his head back and laughed. Better question is which list is that name not on? Shame about potions, though. Shame. A little technicality cost her a place on that list. Alex winced and wondered if that technicality was named Derek Warren. Anyway, enough gossip. Take your booklet and sheet to the professor's office, down the hall and around the bend, past the double doors. He'll get you your certificate of completion. Best of luck, and I hope we see you working with the department. Good mana manipulators are rare among wizards, and wizards in general are rare enough as it is. We always could use talent. Alex's footsteps echoed through the halls as he half-marched, half-strutted toward Valrock's office. Even his forcible carrying his bag was bouncing in the air beside him. He was so happy. This was it. First exam done. One course complete. And his second letter of reference was coming. If he didn't have a terrible singing voice, he might have burst into song. His mind froze. Well, he didn't have to have a terrible singing voice if he didn't want to, did he? Not anymore, at least. He hummed to himself, using the mark to correct his vocal tones as he continued on. Alex came to the curve in the hall, where the double doors Sinbrock had told him about were, except the doors were open. Inside was a spacious office. Within that office was a writing desk with a familiar figure sitting at it. Alex paused for a moment. You were getting better, Balin said, his deep voice booming into the hall and startling Alex. Why did you stop? A flush of embarrassment washed over Alex's face. Hello, Chawa Balin. He paused, considering the chance. Can I talk to you for a moment? Why, certainly, these are my office hours after all. Come, keep a lonely old goat company. The Chancellor waved him into the room. He paused, and his eyes squinted at Alex for a moment as the young man stepped inside. A flick of the Balin's eyes toward the doorway caused both doors to shut with a creak. Luckily, Alex didn't hear the sound of a bolt sliding. And the Chancellor stared at him for a moment. Interesting. Alex, could I ask you a question? He tented his fingers in front of him. Sure, Alex said. Have you ever been subject to a magical event before? A catastrophe? A mono explosion? Alex froze. He wasn't sure if he was imagining it, but it felt like the Chancellor was staring right at his shoulder. Alex fought to keep his face straight as Balin stared at him from across his desk. In that moment, Alex was reminded of just how intimidating the Chancellor was, towering, ancient, and with a gaze that just seemed to cut through flesh, magic, stone, and deception. Could he detect the mark? Was it because he had touched the Traveler's mana? Was it some residue of the dungeon core's remains? No, not that I'm aware of, Alex asked, fighting to keep his face still. He didn't dare use the mark to help him with that. The Chancellor's eyes narrowed. Now and then he continued to stare at Alex. Never mind, that was a foolish question to ask, and a frightening one. Oh, that's no problem, did you ask? Alex pushed. Sometimes Balin paused. When I cast my teleportation magic on Yowell, how do I say this? There are certain levels of difficulty when one teleports objects. Small things are easier to teleport than large ones, the inanimate is easier to teleport than the living, and the willing are much easier to teleport than those who resist the spell. His eyes lingered on Alex. But you were very easy to teleport, Alex. Quite frankly, I feel like I'm transporting something a quarter of your size. It made me curious as to whether or not you've ever been subjected to unusual circumstances. Unusual circumstances. Take your pick, Alex thought. For a long moment, he considered telling the Chancellor everything right there. Considering Balin's dislike for gods, and the priesthood as well as Kolek's story of how that foreign noble was punished by the school anyway. For his, prank, no matter whose son he washed, doubted that the Chancellor would feel obligated by some sort of divine duty to place him in the custody of the priests. Then again, that very opposition to the gods could be the very thing that might make him boot Alex off campus. After all, he bore a divine brand and was directly chosen by a deity. Perhaps Balin would consider him too connected to the gods to have a place in Generosity. He hadn't told Kolek, who he trusted, and he hardly knew much about the Chancellor, aside from the fact that he was ancient and terrifying. Better to be cautious. If anything, having a conversation with him about Selena might help decide how much the ancient wizard could be trusted. Alex shrugged. Wizards go through unusual circumstances all the time, don't they? HRM, that they do at that, Balin nodded. So, he rose from his desk. What can I do for you? He stepped toward one of the windows on the opposite end of the office. Now that he had a moment where his mind wasn't threatening to race out of control, Alex decided to take in the Chancellor's office. It was enormous, larger than Alex's entire apartment in the Insolande, filled with furniture and ornaments he imagined would be right at home in a king's private chambers. Kolek would know better than him. The desk was carved with a multitude of glyphs, runes, hieroglyphs, and scenes of wizards practicing magic or in battle with terrible creatures, demons, shoggoths, and things Alex didn't recognize. The ceiling of the circular office must have been 30 feet high, and the room was separated into 3 floors by a winding staircase and balconies along the walls, all brimming with shelves that mostly contained books. Just below the ceiling floated the shimmering image of a globe, except far more lifelike. Alex thought he could see waves moving through the oceans in the image. Orbiting the globe was the pock-marked face of the moon, which actually shed a low pale light as it passed the small gargoyles mounted on the sides of a balcony. Some shelves held strange objects, and whether they were magical materials, trophies, or both, Alex had no idea. On one shelf he saw the stone-bright spitter that Balin had petrified in the Barrens. Beside it was a tiny model of a castle, and below. Alex gasped. The shelf was filled entirely with skulls. Some were those of small and medium-sized beasts, but several definitely looked to be or from a similar race. They had been cleaned, bleached, and inscribed with writing in an ancient language. Alex was becoming fairly adept in a number of languages, Rhaenian and the language of the Selachar being the ones he was progressing fastest with, but he'd never seen any writing like that etched into those skulls. "Ah, I see you have found my foes," Balin said with some satisfaction, following Alex's gaze. "What you see there are the remains of the enemies that came closest to taking my life, assassins, monsters, enemy wizard spreeists." He chuckled. "Try to guess which one belonged to a king." What? Alex startled, his eyes darting between the Chancellor and the skulls. "You can't, can you?" Balin's chuckle grew heartier, yet darker at the same time. "That's the funny thing about kings, queens, emperors, and empresses. Once the crown's off their head, their skull could belong to a peasant, couldn't it? Now, come now, join me by the window." Alex glanced at the skulls again, wondering if he should make an excuse and run from the office. Instead, he forced himself forward until he was beside Balin at the window. "So what can I do for you?" Balin's eyes narrowed. "Perhaps would this be about your sister?" He blinked, wondering if Balin had somehow read his mind. "No, no," Professor Jules said, "that was illegal here, which I'm sure matters a lot to the ancient wizard who keeps a collection of his enemies' skulls in his office." Alex's mind screamed. "If you can hear this, Balin, then know that I'm currently imagining an oak in a red dress dancing on a hill on its roots." The Chancellor's expression didn't change. "Okay, so probably not mind reading." "Why, yeah, how did you know?" Alex asked. "Mr. Powell informed me," Balin said. "I receive reports on all those tested for mana within the junior school. It's good policy for me to know what the next generation of wizards might look like, and any sort of elemental affinity stands out." The ancient wizard cocked his head slightly. "I was told, though, not the details, that your sister had a negative reaction to the revelation of her magic." He frowned. "I find myself coming back to the same question. Were you ever subject to a major magical event? A trauma, perhaps. It is not uncommon." "What do you mean?" Alex asked. Balin sighed. "All those tales of wicked witches, sacrificing warlocks and maniacal lick lords come from somewhere, Alex. Magic is power, and power can be a horror. Here at Generosity, we are dedicated to the advancement of wizardry Anto, a lesser extant magic in all its forms. Our students take an oath of responsibility that they do not damage the cause of magic upon their graduation, but that is a very broad generalization. I have known of several students who decided that the best way to apply their gifts was to use their power to become petty tyrants, and in one particular case, a not-so-petty tyrant." His eyes turned to the window, watching as rain ran down the glass. A winged beast easily the size of a horse flew past the tower below, but it was too quick and the rain too heavy on the glass for Alex to make out its full shape. And that is not accounting for the many wizards that dot the world, all engaged in their own studies, experiments, and conquests. Balin looked back to Alex. "So yes, it is not uncommon to find those that have been scarred by magic, which is how traumas and superstitions are birthed." "Is that way with your sister?" Alex shook his head. "No, he grimaced. It had been many years since he had told the full story of his parents' deaths to anyone he'd recently had to share with Shiny. It was starting to make him relive things he had gotten over. Whether Balin sensed this or not, he didn't know, but he did raise a hand. "Hold now," perhaps he glanced at the skulls on his shelf. "We should speak of this in more pleasant surroundings." Placing a hand on Alex's shoulder, he focused for a moment. Then they weren't in the office anymore. Alex blinked, his eyes darting around. Their surroundings had changed to the top of a tower. It was open to the air and surrounded by a parapet, but a wind and rain shield kept the wet weather off of them both. A round stone table stood in the middle of the tower. No, stood was not the right word. Neither the table nor chairs had any legs. They floated in stillness above the stones, as though supported by invisible thread. On the table were several copper platters that were absolutely bursting with food. A giant cornucopia erupted with fresh fruit, grapes, apples, strawberries, and many other fruits Alex couldn't name spilled onto the platter beneath it. A 4-layer cake stand was crowded with mini cakes and pies of 100 varieties, and several copper pots stood side by side, with steaming rising from their spouts. They were surrounded by small they were suited to Balin's size, so not so small cups. "And now you see where I take my lunches when I'm working. I've entertained many a student and professor here, just as the previous chancellor entertained me." His voice took on a wistful note. "Now tea, coffee, hot cider, something else. Nothing too strong, I'm afraid. It's still working hours for me." Balin waved a hand over the table, and one of the steaming pots floated into the air, then poured a golden, rich-smelling drink into one of the cups. 2 chairs floated away from the table, and he and Balin took a seat. "Here, have a mango." Balin handed Alex a deep orange piece of fruit on a plate, and with a peeling and slicing motion of his hand split it into spear-like pieces. "Have a bite, have a sip, and then tell me what happened with your sister and you, I suppose." Alex nodded and took a sip, letting the sweetness and warmth of the cider fill him before taking a bite of the juicy mango. The sweet, fresh, tangy flavor of the soft fruit filled his mouth, and he found 4 more bites disappeared down his throat before he could begin the story. "So me know our parents," he said, then with a deep breath launched into the story for a second time. Strangely enough, it was harder than it had been with Shiny. Maybe that was because he had less on his mind now. When talking to Shiny, he'd been surrounded by other students and trying to think of how to ask her to help him. Now, though, it was just him, Balin, a cup of hot cider and the rain. He fought to not choke up and managed to finish the story with only a slight tremble in his voice. As for Balin, he listened quietly, only nodding along at certain points to show that he was taking in every word. The ancient wizard winced at certain sections of the story and then gave a final sigh at the end. "I see," Balin said. "I can see why a fire affinity would be desired." He shook his head. "Magic can be fickle. Magic can be fickle. Have you ever had anything like this come up before?" Alex asked. "Oh my, yes," the chancellor said. "It is not affinity, but I do recall one student who was deathly afraid of heights, who had one of the greatest natural talents for flight magic I have ever seen. It was incredible, truly. Most mages float around like kites, but this fellow could zoom about like a shooting star. Just incredible is a bit different, however. If true love existed, it would be like learning that one's greatest enemy is destined to be their lover. Star-crossed indeed. What do I do?" "I've been spending time with her, making her feel comfortable." Alex shook his head. "Geez, I'm bothering the chancellor of the greatest university of wizardry in the world with this." Balin cocked his head. "You mean that Yaomi student they've come to me during my office hours which I have set aside to help my students with a problem that involves both academia, another student, and wizardry." He gave a deep chuckle that sounded like it echoed from a mountain cave. "Were I to complain about this, then it might be time for me to find another profession. Or perhaps take my not inconsiderable gifts, knowledge and power and go live in luxury somewhere. It is no trouble. There is no problem." He paused. "Alexim, but I think that might be your issue here. A common one among wizards." Alex startled. "What do you mean? You are looking at this as a problem to solve, a spell to cast, a puzzle to crack." "But this is no puzzle. Your little sister is a young human being with her own hopes, desires, willpower and yes disappointments. You cannot make her not despise herself or accept this gift. You cannot make her comfortable with it, any more than you could bring your parents back to life." A pause. "Is that even possible?" Alex began to ask. "Don't," Balin said, all his comforting kindness evaporating in an instant. "I'm sorry. You were about to go down a very dangerous line of thought. Let that go." What line of thought?" "Resurrection," Balin said pointedly. "Every wizard, every priest, and every alchemist has thought of it, or dreamed of it, or imagined it. There are ways to make ourselves immortal, and there are even more ways to make ourselves long-lived. So why not bring back the dead? And make no mistake, I don't mean the potions, spells, or miracles that can resuscitate someone if their heart has stopped beating for a time, and I don't mean the necromantic raising of corpses or binding of spirits. I mean truly defeating death, and that is not currently possible. Even gods think Fulla can die, and they have not found ways of reversing that. What happens if someone tries? Let us just say that if the gods are greedy for our worship and souls, then death makes them look like the most generous of spirits. Once death gets a good, tight grip on our souls, it gets them ready for its great work, and it does not take being cheated well. Again, save yourself the trouble, look for ways to defeat death in this world. A proper wizard remains in this world. They do not try to crawl back their soul scarred, damaged and half-mad from death's chastisement, flop around in an attempt to unbreak what has already been broken. Perhaps someday, we might uncover the magic to defeat death and avoid the tragedies that have plagued you, your sister, myself, and others. But for now, a proper wizard must know what they can and cannot do, and adapt within those limits." He gave Alex a look. "It is the same with your sister. If you want her to come to a healthy relationship with magic, you are already doing the right things. You said you are spending time with her, which means you are supporting her. You are a wizard yourself, which means you are normalizing magic to her. And his eyes glanced at the steam rising from the pot. "Normally, I might suggest one of our professors of fire magic who could speak to her, but no, someone young and friendly like your classmate Shiny is probably far less intimidating for a young child. Though if you would like someone with experience to speak to her, I could have a chat with her after one of the lectures for Com 1000. See if there is anything I could say." "Oh, that sounds good, Professor," Alex said. "I'll see if I can get her to come with me one day." "I'll try and keep that in mind, Balin," Alex said, standing. "Listenwi students. Not sure if it's my place to say, but I'm glad you're chancellor of the school. I think we're in good hands." Balin chuckled. "Trying to make me blush, are you, Alex? Well, it won't work. Flatter me after you've fed me instead of me feeding you." "Oh, an admirer's letter." Balin paused for a long moment, his eyes boring into Alex. A new interest had entered them. "Really?" he said. "Why don't you tell me a little more about that?" "Astounding," Balin said as he looked over Alex's sheet. "Truly astounding. I am not as involved with the curricula for mana manipulation as Professor Valrock is, of course, but I know well it's not an easy subject. He shifted the papers, looking next at Sinbrock's notes for the practical exam. My, look at this. These are some fairly devilish challenges, especially for a wizard with a lack of experience. His eyes rose, focusing on Alex again. What did you say you worked in before you came to Generosity? In your story, you didn't mention the sort of magical work or apprenticeships you did. Alex scratched the back of his head. I was a baker's apprentice. I see. Balin nodded in thought. And which spells did you know before your application or being recruited? Just forcible, Alex said. I see. The Chancellor stroked his beard braids. His bronze clasps tinkled as they came together. That would explain some of it. If one could only practice a single spell controlled by mana manipulation, then that would definitely give one more experience with the skill than the average entrant. But this. He handed Alex back the papers. Those who pass such exams are usually experts, with plenty of experience or training in a certain subject before arriving at Generosity. For you to pass it and quite nearly master it with your level of previous training and experience is not common. His eyes focused directly on Alex, and once again the young man felt as though they were piercing right through him. Not common at all. It seems you have a natural talent for the subject, Alex. Well, that and a divinely granted boon that helps me learn it really damn fast, Alex added mentally. Despite himself, he watched Balin closely for any sudden changes. No changes. Good. Still no mind reading. Probably. And your sister is granted a strong fire affinity. Interesting, truly interesting. Balin almost seemed to be performing mental calculations. And you say your parents may they rest well in death's embrace were not wizards themselves. Like I said, they ran an alehouse, Alex said with a little force in his voice, almost defensive about that fact. They might not have been incredible spellcasters ready to bend the forces of the cosmos to their will like Hobbes said, but he didn't want anyone looking down on them. If Balin did look down on them, though, he hid it well. Interesting. What about a grandfather or grandmother, or anyone in your town, a hedge wizard or country witch to show you a thing or two? No, Alex shook his head. I learned everything from a spell guide in my church school's library. Maybe that means there was a wizard in Ulrich at some point, but if there was, then not even our elders remember that time. Trust me, I asked. I see. Entirely self-taught then, and mastered the entire material of one of the most challenging first-year courses that is taught here. Fascinating. Balin's eyes shimmered for a moment, fading and turning milky until it looked like he had gone blind. Alex gasped and was about to say something, but by the time he had opened his mouth, the Chancellor's eyes had returned to normal. Something the matter? The ancient wizard asked. And no, it just never mind. Well then, I will be quite interested in watching your journey through your first year, especially considering your performance in Comb 1000. Oh, I'm doing well. I'm doing well, he asks. Let me put it this way, taking into account the adaptability and results you've shown during the practical portion of the class, if you even do moderately well on the written midterm well, let's just say you should come by my office and see a certain list posted to my door. I think you will be pleased by what you see. Alex thought on those lists Sinbrock had mentioned and felt a growing excitement. Please make sure you keep in contact, Balin continued. You know my office hours, I would appreciate it if you would join me for a hot drink again. Alex's stomach flip-flopped. Yes, I'd love that. As a matter of fact, I worked as a baker's assistant in my hometown. I'll definitely bring you some goodies next time. Balin gave a hearty laugh. Goodies, you say? Well, you know how to charm the elderly. Well, you know how to charm your students. Alex waved his hand over the empty mango plate and cider cup. Careful with that phrasing, the ancient wizard's eyes twinkled. You could get me sanctioned. As they laughed, Alex wondered if this was how merchants felt when one of the great lords of the realm strongly hinted that they would be interested in doing business. One of his goals when coming to Generosity had been to be noticed for his talents so that he wouldn't ever be suspected of being the fool, and it seemed he was succeeding quite nicely. Here they were, having a good time like a young man who'd gone to see one of their village elders and had stayed for a cup of brew. You know, I don't think they'd dare sanction you, Alex joked. I'm pretty sure you could blow up half the school if you really wanted to. I mean, who's going to stop you? You could just teleport the castle into the depths of the ocean, couldn't you? Like you did with that Hathor Mockin guy. Balin paused for a moment, and suddenly his laughter went from a hearty chuckle to a roar of mirth that seemed to reach the sky. Alex's laugh caught a little. Though the Chancellor was laughing along with him, that mirth did not reach his goat-like eyes. They were still firmly on Alex, measuring, calculating, seeing. Alex remembered the line of skulls on Balin's shelf in the room below. This is not a village elder, his mind reminded him emphatically. He shook the thought from his head. While he wasn't sure if he could trust the Chancellor completely, the Beastman had been nothing but helpful and guiding, if maybe a little terrifying. There's a thought. A strange light entered Balin's eyes. The professors here are incredibly talented, and some of the greatest wizards in the world hold associated offices here. Then there's some truly frightening individuals in the Watchers of Roll and the city itself. Point being, there is a considerable amount of might gathered here if, I did choose to say, try to teleport the entire. Alex gave him a polite, tight, frightened smile. Why, you're welcome. Staying around the Chancellor might fray his nerves and make him twitchy. He'd need to do something to relax himself. Well, he'd passed the exam. He'd be writing his midterms this week and finally going to see Captain Fandor since it was the last weekend they'd be in port. He could bring Selena with him, Teresa, and Brutus since she'd enjoy being on. The red siren and seeing the captain again. That would get him started with learning the rest of the dance and be a fine way to relax his nerves. With Valrock's letter coming shortly and Jules' letter in hand, he could get his application into Shales as well. Stop thief. A voice cried bloody murder from street. Help, he yelped. Alex stood frozen in the doorway of Shales' workshop, watching a hooded and cloaked figure speeding down the cobblestones with a bundle under his arm. Despite the hot sun and clear sky, they wore a cloak hood pulled down over their face. Behind the thief, an older man wrung his hands and looked for help from the crowd. Several heads turned as the robber pushed people out of the way. Guard, guard, someone began to cry, while others leveled their hands toward the running figure. One person in the crowd, a stocky gray-skinned woman, spat a single incantation. The figure stiffened in the middle of the street and crumpled to the ground. Above the murmurs of passers-by, Alex heard a loud snoring sound. He watched for a time as the woman spoke with the man who'd been robbed and watched as the broad-shouldered guards, their breastplates shining and each marked with a glowing glyph, stormed in and dragged the thief to their feet. Alex shook his head. The thrill of the big city, he muttered, making his way back to where their sky gondola was waiting. It floated above the crowd across the street, and he could see Selena, Teresa, and Brutus poking all five of their collective heads over the side of the gondola to get a better look at the commotion. A blue bird was painted on the boat's hull, which floated down to the crowd when Alex approached. Their gondolier, a young man named Kirk, with a smile seemingly permanently pasted to his face, and utterly dead ice, gave him a friendly nod when he arrived. Hello, customer, and welcome back to Bluebird Sky Gondolas. I hope that my service today continues to please you. His words had the same practiced cadence as Lucia's, but his voice was filled with the same sort of false cheer that McHarris had affected when talking to his customers. Yeah, I'm sure, Alex said, climbing aboard. He glanced at his sister. Well, that was exciting, wasn't it? Yeah, she said, watching as the guards spoke to everyone involved in the incident. Her words were still short, but her voice had lost a lot of its flatness, and her eyes were coming to life with interest again. As the boat lifted off again, they settled in with their grinning gondolier as the city passed below. So Teresa said to Selena, "Are you excited to see Captain Fandor again?" Now some of the young girl's normal excitement returned, and she nodded quickly. And Geldor too. It's just she paused and her face dipped a little. Ships. What is it, Selena? Alex asked. She paused and leaned closer to Teresa and Alex. Captain Fandor said that fire is really, really bad on ships, so maybe he wouldn't want me on there. You don't have to tell him anything you don't want to tell him, Teresa whispered. Like how Alex doesn't have to tell everyone he meets he's a wizard, or how I don't have to tell everyone I meet that I like to go hunting. You can keep that to yourself, that's okay. But that's different. Maybe I'm dangerous, Selena whispered. He placed his hand on her small back. Remember, I have to try really, really hard to cast magic, and you've seen how hard Colic has to work at it too. As far as I know, you can't really do magic by accident. I've never seen my friends from me and Teresa's class use fire magic by accident. They always do it on purpose, and when they have to, it's safe, if you ever talk to them. He planted the seed subtly. You'll see that they're safe. She looked between Alex and Teresa carefully before nodding once more. Okay, that makes sense. Before leaning back, Alex gave his little sister a tight hug and then pulled away. Teresa gave her a hug too, and she looked much cheerier after. Brutus whined and licked her face. Hey, she giggled. Her mood improved immensely after that, and she was far more interested in watching and commenting on the city passing below as they drifted over the wall and toward the docks. There it is. Selena said excitedly, pointing to a ship at the dock. That's the Red Siren. Alex smiled as he saw the familiar form of Fandor's vessel. You know, Teresa scanned the entire port town as they neared it. I don't see any sky pier around here. Their gondolier's tight, increasingly creepy smile shifted a little. Well, that's a bit of a story, you see. Alex gasped. What is it? What is it? The gondolier asked. Is there a problem? No, go on, finish telling your story, Alex said. I thought I saw a shark fin. That was a lie, but what he did see was more cause for alarm. Down below, standing by several docks, were the familiar white robes of Uldar's priests, milling around in front of a ship. It looked like they were seeing their fellows off. The white-robed forms were still far away, and were a fair distance from Fandor's ship, but still a little too close for comfort. Then an alarming thought hit him. Would Fandor's be one of the ships ferrying the priests away from Generosity? Alex glanced around the dock. He only noticed priests by the one ship. Good. Unless some were hiding out on Fandor's ship, then it looked like they were all congregated in front of one vessel. Teresa had followed Alex's gaze and had gone stiff and silent. Selena was starting to look in that direction. Hey Selena, Alex said quickly, look at the lighthouse. He pointed to the massive lighthouse rising far above the rest of the port, its top glowing with permanent magical light. How old do you think it is? Oh wow, it looks super old, she said, immediately hyper-focused on the interesting piece of architecture. Alex continued with the gondolier's conversation. So yeah, what about that sky pier, Kirk? Oh well, it's a pretty complicated issue, the gondolier said as he pulled them closer to the docks. The port is very old and of the first places built in all of Generacian, there isn't much room for a lot of new construction down here, especially for something that needs the amount of clearance a sky pier does. Bluebird Sky Gondolas has tried to get a permit to buy a part of the land, tear down a couple of the older buildings, and build a sky pier, but we've been blocked by zoning paperwork. That's very interesting, Alex said, pointing to an open area before the buildings. You can put us down there, so who's blocking you? Right you are. Kirk pulled them down toward the clear area between the gates of Generaci and the port. Generaci Sky Gondolas. They have a lot of sway, and so we end up struggling with them instead of just being able to build the sky pier. What about all this space between the town gates and the port? The man's dead eyes seemed to grow a bit dimmer even as his smile remained the same. That's where the Committee for the Beautification of Generaci comes in. They insist this area stays clear, and so it stays clear. They started to land when an idea suddenly occurred to Alex. He'd been thinking they might need to slink around to avoid the priests, but there might be a simpler way. Could you land us on a ship? Why yes, as long as you have the captain's permission. Oh, Alex said, I think you'll be fine with it, pirates. Get your swords, we're being boarded. Fandor roared as the sky gondola floated down toward the deck of the Red Siren. I want their heads mounted on the prow. Their sky gondolier's smile dropped and he screamed while Alex and Teresa scrambled to the side of the gondola. Selena started to panic while Brutus saw all the excitement and began howling. No, wait. Alex shouted. It's us, Captain, Teresa cried. Teresa, Alex, Selena, and Brutus. We were the ones with the Cerberus in the summer. It's us, it's you. She paused, noticing that Captain Fandor was roaring with laughter so hard that he was bent over the railing, pounding it with one of his meaty fists. For a brief moment, as his heart's racing calmed, Alex imagined using his forciball to sink the Red Siren. They landed with no other incident, though their gondolier was obviously relieved when Alex told him not to wait for them. Good, now you've scared them half to death, Geldor said sarcastically as he stepped toward them from across the deck. It was a good joke, Fandor protested. Brutus gave him a low growl from all three heads, seeming to sense Teresa's earlier distress. The captain took a big step away from the Cerberus. Jokes are only good when the people that are supposed to enjoy them aren't dead from fright, brother. Oh bah, you're about as fun as a shark bite. Fandor waved him off dismissively before turning to Alex. How are you all? Whoa. Well, look at you, he glanced between Alex and Selena. Well, look how you two have grown. He stepped up to the small girl and held up a hand just in front of her forehead. When you first boarded the Siren, you were this high. He wiggled his hand back and forth, and now look at you. I grew a whole inch, Selena said proudly, standing her tallest. A whole inch. Well, we'll have a giant on our hands before we know it. Fandor laughed. For a brief instant, Alex's mind returned to his plan of feeding Selena body enhancement potions until she had grown into a giant. He shook the mad thought away as the captain approached him, looking him up and down. Well, look at you. When I last saw you, you were as skinny as a broomstick. Now what do I see? You got the beginnings of a sailor's build, young Alex. Alex grinned, rolled up the sleeve of his left arm, not the side bearing the markhand flexed, drawing an eye roll from Selena and a whistle from Fandor. He'd put on even more muscle in the past couple of weeks, and it was burning through what little fat he used to carry. His eyes flicked over to Teresa, to find her quickly turning her head away. A blush was creeping up her cheeks. Alex felt a little flutter of pride. I thought you were going to a wizard school, Geldor said, cocking his head. Hey, a guy's gotta have hobbies, Alex shrugged. Right, Fandor glanced at Teresa. And how have you been? Fantastic, she said. I kind of love this city, I'm not going to lie. How have you all been? I can't complain, Fandor said. Your little reward helped us out quite a bit, Alex. Oh, Alex asked. Yeah, business got a bit bad there for a while when it got out that we had another mana vampire stow aboard, but the gold from the reward kept us afloat literally. We took on cargo for a time and went to some other ports. Less reputation at first, but I know how to build one quick. Got some good contracts for a bit, then came the pirates. What? Pirates? Selena blinked. Oh yeah. Seems like a bunch of ships had started making their way to your homeland when news of that big monster of yours got out. Captains looking to make a killing ferrying desperate people, and pirate captains looking to make a killing out of gutting those ferries. He waved his hand. There was some kind of business with some kind off-portal cave. I think that sound familiar to you. Oh yes, Teresa said, and Alex fought to keep a straight face. Anyway, so there was some business with that, which meant no desperate passengers for ferries real fast, and only the ships that got there first got to make anything. so the captains were left without much to do and they were all in the same place. A hungry crew can make a captain make some hard decisions. He frowned. So the pirates started attacking them at the same time as they turned on each other, looking for some kind of profit. Oh geez, Alex muttered. And then the pirates started spreading out, hitting other ships in other waters. That's when the Rainian Empire and the Kingdom of Guadiana put up bounties. We took advantage of that and hunted a couple of pirate ships. Were any of you hurt? Selena asked, wide-eyed. You can't go into scrap without expecting a bruise, Geldor said darkly. Alex glanced around. Some of the crew members were unfamiliar to him, and some of the ones from when they'd ferried on. The Red Siren were missing. Well, we made a tidy profit on the bounties and on selling the ships. Fandor laughed, and Alex noticed that he and the crew were dressed far better than they had been the last time they'd met. And now we're back. Already have a contract or two. The folks around here will warm to us again, just like the sea warms when Eku-Duri shines the sun over it. So that's what we've been up to. Now come join us for some lunch, and then I think I owe you another dance lesson. Looking forward to it, Alex said, glancing at the priests down the pier. Do you, have any other passengers, Captain? Will they be having lunch with us? Got a couple to be ferried, but none are boarding until tonight. I see, Alex said neutrally. He glanced again at the priests. It looked like their ship was raising anchor and would be leaving soon. Good, that meant they wouldn't be coming close enough to sense him. He would keep an eye out just in case, though. What? Fandor blinked a few times, all the steps. In every position and stance, Alex said, giving the oar captain. Fandor had handed him a twirl as he brought it up into first guard. We can go into detail with whatever next parts of the dance you want to teach me, but I want to try them all. The Selachar scratched his chin. Not sure if that's the most useful idea in the world, Alex. A lot of this stuff's really advancedly taught after years of practice, and some of the steps even. I'm not great at, I still want to try them, Alex said enthusiastically. Think of it like a preview for later, plus if I know where I'm heading to eventually, it'll help me with what I have to learn now. Fandor frowned. Well, that doesn't make too much sense to me, but no harm in showing you everything I know, I guess. You'll mess up a lot, just to warn you, but no harm in it. But really, we're going to go through them all quick and then focus on the next steps in the dance. We'll need time and practice with those if you'll have any hope of getting them right on your own. Then we can save the next steps for another time. Hey, that makes sense. Repetition is the mother of learning. After all, Alex said. Just think of it as showing me everything and satisfying my curiosity before we get to the real learning. In truth, Alex was far more interested in Fandor teaching him the beginnings of every movement in the dance than he was in the detailed lesson the captain planned for. The mark couldn't conjure knowledge from nothing, nor could it simply transfer skills into his head directly, but it could point out the successful parts of anything he tried. That meant that as long as he tried every step in the dance at least once, then the mark would have something to build on when it came time to repeat it. The successes would build upon each other, and he would learn the skill of it without a teacher right there to help him. Of course, also having a teacher to guide him would be extra helpful and help him progress faster, but he couldn't rely on Fandor always being in port to help him with every step of the dance. By trying each move once, he could have the mark guide him through the entirety of the dance. Then whenever Fandor returned, he'd be a lot farther along. All right, you've been practicing. Show me how you're doing with what I've already taught you, Fandor said, raising his oar into the air. Alex lifted his oar too. His increased strength and practice had made Fandor agree to graduating him from a simple mop. He fell into the first stance, then passed through the first step, the second stance and the first guard of the dance with practiced grace. Fandor gaped. What THDO that again? Again, Alex demonstrated the parts of the dance he'd been taught, moving like water through each movement. Well, Fandor laughed. Well, snap my mast, you're a damned natural. By Eku-Duri, just how much did you practice? You look like you've been doing those steps for years. Enough, I practiced a lot, Alex said. No. I see why you wanted demonstrations of the whole thing. You're going to be incredible at this when you're ready to make your move on you-know-who. He laughed and winked as Alex turned red. With that, Fandor jumped into demonstrating the other 3 stances, 4 positions of the feet, and 4 guards, letting him try each one. Alex couldn't help but smile as they went through each movement. The more advanced ones were more difficult for him, but he was doing a lot better with them than he had when he'd first started learning the spear and oar dance months earlier. The basic foundation he'd built would help him quickly learn the rest. After that, Fandor had excitedly called his brother over. You gotta see this, he said. The commotion brought over the rest of the crew, as well as Selena, Teresa, and Brutus. All watched as Alex demonstrated the parts of the dance he'd just learned, with growing skill. You just taught him that. Geldor whistled in surprise. Well, let's get to the flourishes and basic jumps then. This young man's hungry, let's feed him up. Alex laughed as they enthusiastically started to teach him the more advanced movements. They almost seemed to be competing with one another as to who could teach the steps the best and quickest. He absorbed all of it like a sponge, though the flourishes and jumps were a fair bit harder. Thankfully, due to his practice on the obstacle course in the gymnasium, these weren't too difficult. He'd come a long way from the stumbling, skinny young man who'd first tried to learn the dance. A surprise came when Teresa suddenly grabbed an oar. "Think you can teach two at the same time?" she asked. The Selichar twins only grinned and waved her over. "It's too bad they can't stay longer," Selena said wistfully, waving at the ship as their little group stood on the quay. "They're off to do what they have to do, like hunting pirates." Teresa's eyes sparked as she said the words and waved at the ship with one hand while patting one of Brutus' heads with the other. The massive Cerberus panted contentedly. He had spent the afternoon basking on the ship's deck and gorging himself on fish treats some of the crew members had tossed him. He'd even taken treats from Alex, and none of his heads had eyed the young man suspiciously. Operation Fetch was progressing quite nicely. It had been one of the most fun afternoons Alex had had in a while. It was thrilling learning the other parts of the dance, and learning it with Teresa had been an extra bonus. An extra reward was that staying so long on. The Red Siren had given the priest ship plenty of time to set off on its voyage, and the few remaining priests of Uldar had departed back to the city a long time ago. As for Teresa's learning the dance, his childhood friend hadn't practiced any of it before, so he was more than a little smug that he'd exceeded her in doing something physical. For all of his own growth in strength and endurance, her growth in speed had been even quicker than his. She seemed to run endlessly these days, and at speeds that were pretty stunning. Still, her natural grace, which had bloomed since she'd started life in Forsamentad, allowed her to do quite well with only one afternoon of practice. Seeing her agility and hearing about her skill in armed combat, Fandor had taught her more stances, guard and steps than he'd taught Alex on his first lesson, and he'd even shown her how to perform the first jump and first flourish. Teresa was athletic, but watching her go through the jump had been something to see. A single twitch of her legs had sent her high into the air, and she seemed to float when she came back down, landing in complete silence. Fandor and Geldor had been impressed, and the leering twins had pulled Alex aside like naughty children sharing a secret. "When you master what we taught you today, boy," Captain Fandor had elbowed him in the side with a knowing grin, "you should teach her what you know. It'll bring you closer," Geldor said more seriously, but a sparkle played in his jet black eyes. "Think of it like a secret weapon." Alex had given them a strong thumbs up at the time, and now smiled at the memory as he waved back at the waving figures of the crew. "All right, why don't we grab some supper in the city and then head home?" he said as they turned away. Heading back into Generas, which Alex realized he'd started thinking of as going home. He caught another sky gondola and returned to the part of the city closest to the school. He watched the passing streets below and smiled at what he saw. The abundant forms of priests standing in squares and crossroads, asking for donations to Thamelin's efforts against the Ravena had vanished. He could see priests of other deities on the city's roads, but even they faded, becoming less and less common the closer they got to the district next to the school. Soon, there were none to be seen at all. They had the sky gondola driver stop at a restaurant he'd seen near the Golem workshop, and they had an excellent meal. What they chose were dishes of wheat noodles in various shapes, smothered in thick sauces made with tomatoes, meat, cream, or a combination of all three. On the side were baskets of bread dipped in garlic and butter, which was absolutely delicious, but also made their breaths an absolute nightmare. Only Selena's manners kept her from breathing on him while they were at the restaurant, but she immediately began to as soon as they'd left. All in all, it was a great afternoon followed by an even better evening, and as they traveled back to the university, Alex's eyes traced the smoke lines rising from the city's workshops, painting the sunset orange skyline. His gaze fell on the squat structure of Shale's workshop, noticing something curious about the front of the building. The door to the workshop and the front doors of some of the other buildings had been decorated with wreaths made up of dried grapevines and straw surrounding wooden boards that had been painted to look like monsters snarling. He wondered what they were all about, and hoped that he'd be finding out soon. With luck, he might be coming to this section of the city a lot in the not-too-distant future, if his reference letters opened the door to Shales for him. "Hey Selena," he said. "Would you like to do some clay sculpting when we get home? If you don't want to, that's okay too." Humming and in high spirits, she nodded vigorously. "I want to see if we can build the Red Siren." Teresa smiled at her. "I'm sure you can, Selena, especially with Alex helping you." Alex smiled as well. It was progress. It was progress. The waiting room was filled with candidates. Alexerlius to arrive chewed his lip and shuffled sheets of paper between his hands. He tried not to look at anyone, and just concentrated on taking in all of his surroundings at once by focusing on his senses. He focused on the smells of hot materials coming from within the Golem workshop, not the smell of cold sweat coming from some of the other candidates. He focused on the floor instead of the door that led to the room where the interviews were being held, waiting for it to swing open and for his name to be called. He focused on the sounds of the shop and street outside, and not the fact that one of the candidates who'd recently stepped out of the interview room was quietly weeping into their hands while waiting for a friend to finish their turn. He focused on the weight of his body against the chair instead of the feeling of cold nerves rampaging through his belly. He tried to keep calm, but already his leg was twitching. The day for his interview had arrived. Well, except for FORC 1550. He was sure he had done really well on the written portion at this point. He could almost recite the content of his textbooks in his sleep, but the practical portion had been more of a struggle. He'd been able to cast the required spells, Force-a-Ball, Force-a-Disc, and Wizard's Hand with extreme control and efficiency. The modifications he'd made to those spells had impressed the graduate student who was invigilating the test. Unfortunately, he'd lost points in the speed department. Even though he'd gotten much faster at acknowledging and letting go of the mark's interference, it still made him have to be very careful during spellcraft. Compared to the most proficient students in the class, he was still slow. That had been frustrating. He'd done so well on the written part of the exam as well as on his other exams, but that one single problem had aggravated him. He wasn't giving up and was getting over it, though. He'd been talking with Valrock about a special project that would prepare him for the second-year mana manipulation class he'd be taking next semester. Alex shook his head, hardly believing that half the semester was nearly over. Sometimes when he woke up in his room in the Insulat, be disoriented for a bit and wonder why he wasn't in his room in the Luz Inn. It was hard to believe thought a few short months ago had still been working for Macaris. Things were changing all the time, and time was marching on. He had brought Selena to Balin's class during the week, and as promised, the Chancellor had taught a fun class about funny-looking monsters complete with pictures, diagrams, and a cute taxidermied Mupkara, with its mouth closed, thankfully. Balin had spoken to her after class, though Alex didn't know what they'd talked about, but Selena seemed a little more sure of herself after their conversation. She'd even taken to calling him Nice Mr. Chancellor Balin. Soon, he planned on hosting another dinner party for his friends, and this time, he'd invite Shineth. He'd already discussed and agreed on that. If the young fire wizard was introduced to Selena as one of his friends during a party at their home with food and laughter and fun, then Shiny's words might be more comforting and better reach her in familiar surroundings in a festive atmosphere. That was the plan anyway, he sighed. If only someone was around right now to make him feel more comfortable. He resisted the urge to look at the door again and instead shuffled his papers. The entire setup was alien to him. One really didn't interview for jobs in Ulrich. One usually just talked to a merchant, farmer, or business owner informally, shook hands or not, and the deed would be done. This was far from informal, and Alex hoped he'd be ready for whatever this interview involved. Creak. Wood groaned as the door opened again, and Alex's eyes flew up. A young man looking like a Generossi student was shuffling out of the room with a stack of papers in his hands and looking so pale that it seemed like he was about to be sick. Alex gulped. Was that nervousness? He hoped that they hadn't bullied him in there. The last thing he wanted was to come all the way to Generossi to work for another Macaris. Mr. Alex Roth, Sim Shale called, looking around the room of candidates. Alex let out a deep breath, rose from his chair, smoothed his clothes, worn his best doublet and trousers for Thyssen, stepped into the room. If Sim recognized him from the tour, he gave no sign. Have a seat right there. Sim shut the door behind him and latched it, then gestured to a single chair in the middle of the room. Across from it rose a high-desked kind some high-powered magistrate would sit behind, and at it were two people plus an empty chair. The person on the right was a large, bald man with green-gray skin and two short tusks jutting out from a heavy jaw. The woman sitting in the central seat was gray-skinned, and Alex's eyes widened. Familiar, she had been the woman who'd used the sleep spell to catch the thief in the street outside the workshop. Now that he could see her closely, he noted that there was quite the resemblance between her and Sim Shale. That must be his mother, Alex thought, Taraka Shale. Oh boy. He made his way to his seat while the two interviewers scrawled notes down on sheets of paper in front of them. Alex Roth, Taraka said as her son made his way to the third seat. Yes, he said, shifting in his seat. She looked up at him and gave him an appraising look, then lifted two sheets of paper in front of her. Through the morning light beaming through the window, he saw the familiar seals of Valrock and jewels. Those were his reference letters. Welcome to my workshop, Mr. Roth. She smiled at him, though the rocky angles of her face made the expression somewhat harsh. Valrock Rathakin and Vernia Jules are my two close friends, so I take what they say quite seriously. But I have to admit, your summary letter's a little light. Alex winced. This was starting off well. Probably wouldn't have even called you for an interview if it weren't for their recommendations, their glowing recommendations. Taraka shook her head as though in disbelief. That's a rare thing for both of them, especially. Valrock, he blinked in surprise. The quirky lizardman seemed easygoing enough in class, but then again, Alex had seen a lot of sour faces when the marks for Glyph Box had come back. Well, he cleared his throat. I'm glad that I impressed them. Not an easy thing to do, but Taraka said, adjusting her papers. You still need to impress me, so let's start with the formalities. I'm Taraka Shale and I own this workshop. Beside me is my son Simon to my left. She gestured to the green mon and orc. They were not a race he'd seen until he'd arrived in Generossi. I'm Lager, his deep voice croaked out. I'll be the crafter you'll be assisting if we hire you. He reached beneath the desk and took out an object, then rounded the desk and crossed the room. Tell me everything you can about this. Alex quickly put his papers on his lap and took the object that was handed to him. His eyes widened. This is a golem core, he said. Alex had only ever seen a golem core once, and that was during the tour of Shale's workshop with Teresa. He couldn't imagine how bad it would have looked if they handed him one, and his immediate response was, what's that? Right, what else can you tell me about it? Lager asked, the orc crafter watching him closely. Well, Alex said carefully, I could tell you more if I had certain equipment. Interesting, the crafter said. What equipment would you use? A mana spectrometer would let me tell you about most of its magical constitution, and a manometer would let me give you a number for its magical conductivity, Alex said, turning the object over in his hands. The golem core was pyramid-shaped and surprisingly heavy. Now that he was able to actually examine one up close, he took the opportunity to inspect it as thoroughly as he could, comparing it to the dungeon core from the Cave of the Traveler. Both were heavy, and though the golem core was not as large as the dungeon core, he'd put them both at similar density, though he couldn't be sure without doing a proper analysis of them side by side. Both were smooth to the touch as well, and both had a similar sort-of feel. He couldn't quite place it, but there was an odd similarity between this object and the dungeon core that he couldn't voice. His mind returned to the day in the Traveler's Sanctum, remembering well how the dungeon core felt when he was interacting with it, and when he'd forced its mana to touch the Traveler's that was it. It's dead, isn't it? Alex said, looking up at Lager just in time to see a surprised look cross his face. In a blink, the orc's expression returned to neutral. What makes you say that? The crafter asked. It just feels that way, Alex said, and I'm feeling no mana at all coming from it. Of course, I'd need to actually fully examine it with my mana senses to be sure, but right now I'd say it feels dead. That's right, Lager said. But why use the word dead? Pardon, why not use the word non-functioning or broken? Alex paused, thinking carefully on the question. The reason he used the word dead was because the golem core felt so similar to the dungeon core, and he'd felt that the latter had been alive. He couldn't really say that, so he thought carefully on how to answer, balancing out what was close to his true feelings with what likely would please his interviewers. Well, there's something close to alive, right? Alex said. I mean, they don't have a heart and lungs and a brain, but neither do earth elementals, and they're alive. Boy, are they ever alive, Alex thought, remembering how the massive elemental had nearly torn apart his group in the Barrens. So the word dead feels right, though like I said, it's not quite the same. I see, Lager said neutrally, so let's say it's dead. What else can you tell me? I'll need to examine it through mana manipulation to be able to tell you more. Fine, Lager said. Do you need a mana conductor? No, Alex said. He had never touched a golem core before, but he had been able to use his mana to infiltrate, examine, and control a dungeon core, and if they were as similar as he thought they were. He sent his mana into the golem core, and the sensation was incredibly familiar. Not quite the same, but still familiar enough. Activating the mark, it showed him his most successful moments of sending his mana into the dungeon core and guided him on how he'd done each. That, combined with his improved mana manipulation skill, made the task simpler, even though he hadn't had this specific experience before. In a few heartbeats, he'd passed his mana through the entirety of the core, completely feeling out its internal structure. Interesting, Alex said. He passed his mana back and forth through the core. 3 spells built into the core's structure is complex, but there were also at least 3 different magic circuits for spells built into it, 2 separate, but still powered by the core's mana. I can't say what spells they were, though. He continued to feel around the core. Cause of death, I guess the malfunction that broke it was a mana overload, I think. Some of the magic circuits have crumbled in places. He'd felt a similar degradation of magic circuits when he'd overloaded the fire gem before Teresa used it to kill the Hive Queen. I can't really say why it happened, not without doing closer analysis although. He pushed his mana through the inner pathways of the golem core more slowly, examining the internal parts and comparing them to his own mana pool, as well as to the pathways within the different magical tools he'd used with mana manipulation before. He said. What is it? Lager asked from close. Alex startled a little and looked up to see the orc leaning closer to him. He glanced over and saw that Sim was leaning over the desk while Toraka was writing something down. So this is going to be a guess here, he said. Because again, without proper analysis and consultation, I can't say things for sure, but... He closed his eyes and took a deep, meditative breath, shutting out all his senses except for his mana sense. He noticed little punctures in the walls of the core's mana pathways, almost like areas where a souffle had burst. Examining the pathways from both sides, he compared them to the internal structures of his own body and the devices he'd used in his mana manipulation class. He also noticed that some of the pathways were thinner than others. It was in the thinner areas of the paths that the punctures had occurred. The walls of these pathways are a little thinner, here and here, he said, pointing to different sections of the pyramidal core. That's where the perforations are in the core. Again, I'd need more tools to be sure, but it looks like that's where the internal structure burst. I see. Lager wrote something down. Right, anything else you want to tell me? Alex thought back on the knowledge he'd gained from Professor Jules' graduate students. So I can say that this is not an evolving golem, probably. At the very least, there's no chaos essence in here as far as I can tell. Parts of it would be wavering slightly if there were. Chaos essence doesn't like to stay in one form. Judging by the amount of pathways and the mana that should be channeling through them, this is probably the core to clay golem. I see. Lager continued to write. And if you were to guess what materials were used, what would you say? Alex frowned at the core. Well, that's a bit of a tricky question. There's a few different materials that one can use to make golem cores that are fairly interchangeable. You can use molten copper as a conductor, but you can also use silver, gold, zinc, and brass. Silver is one of the best metals for use, though if you really want very high mana conductivity, orichalcum's good, but pretty expensive. He turned it over. But if I were to guess, I think this probably uses mana-aged quartz. It's fairly cheap, easy to work with, and with enough time infused with mana is a fairly good conductor. Other materials. Alex fired off a list of possible materials, narrowing down what would likely be used by Shale's workshop if he were to consider the area, price, and accessibility. As Lager nodded with his responses, he promised himself he'd bake the grad students an absolutely massive cake when this was all over. Right, Lager said. Do you think you could be more specific? Taraka asked. Actually, no, Alex shook his head. Guessing would not be best practice in alchemy, since it's all about precision, and most golem workshops keep their exact recipes secret. Taraka wrote something else down. Right, I'll take the core back now, Lager said. Alex let out a sigh and rubbed his hands together, picking up his papers and holding them almost as if they were a protective shield. His mind was racing, trying to analyze his own answers and every minute aspect of his interviewer's reactions to try to predict how he'd done. He shook away those thoughts. Don't think, adapt, but don't overthink. Right, Sim looked at Alex closely. Your summary letter said you worked in a bakery before. For roughly 4 years, Alex confirmed. I worked in a team, assisting the master baker. Quite the jump in careers, Sim said. So why do you want to work in my mother's workshop, specifically? Because you pay well and you'll help me when it comes to analyzing the nasty spawn from the monster that keeps putting my kingdom in peril, he stopped himself from saying. Alex leaned forward, glancing at the notes he'd made about his experience in the bakery. At my old job, we had good days and we had bad days, and bad days were usually all about breakdowns in the team. He spread his hands. We were kind of like parts of a machine, like the pathways in a golem core. His hand gestured to the dead core sitting in front of Lager. Some of the pathways burst in that core, which killed it, and that killed the whole golem, I'd imagine. His eyes flicked to Lager, and he noted the ever-so-slight nod. Same with a team. When the team breaks down, the entire machine breaks down, and then the job doesn't get done. When I toured the workshop with you, Sim he gambled on using the young man's first name. Taraka's son had introduced himself by his first name, and using it would create familiarity. Again, he noted the slight shift forward in Sim's body weight. I saw that everyone was working well as a team. Everyone was pulling their weight, nobody was rushing or scrambling around, which meant that the entire team was organized, and everything was the way it was supposed to be. No one looked dejected. That he'd seen, at least, and if that's what the team looks like on the average workday, then that means the shop's well organized and well run. I also heard from Professors Valrock and Jules that the golems produced here are some of the strongest, most efficient, most astute at carrying out orders, and easiest to maintain in the entire city. That's why you price them the way you do. You craft quality, and I want to be a part of that. Taraka's pen was writing very quickly, as was Sim's. Okay, Sim said. And if you've got a conflict on the team, what would you do? Alex thought back on Minervis, hoping that the young man didn't also get a job here. I would try and work it out with whoever I was having a problem with, and if that didn't work, I'd bring it to my supervisor so we could all work it out. The sound of 3 scratching pens filled the room. Right, Sim said. And do you have any questions for us? Yes, actually. Alex raised his sheets of paper. What do you need a crafter's assistant to show you that lets you know they're succeeding at the job and actually being helpful in the workshop? Taraka looked between Sim and Lager. An assistant would have to follow orders, show initiative, and work well within a team. They wouldn't need to know everything, that's the crafter's job, but after the training period, they'd need to be a quick study and actually be able to assist the crafter. This isn't school, this is golem craft, and we need all hands to know what they're doing. At the same time, we need people that don't make this place hard to work in. I don't employ machines, but a good attitude helps the whole process. What do you think, Lager? What you said, Lager agreed. And I don't want anyone thinking that they're going to try and impress me by doing a bunch of stuff that's outside of procedure. Innovation's not like it is in the books and plays. It takes time and sometimes years of small steps. Got it. Alex wrote down their answer word for word. Another question, is there opportunity for advancement? Yes, Taraka said. There technically is. If you've got talent, pick up enough experience and show that we can trust you. We'll get you where you need to be in the workshop. Right, and you said there was a training period. 2 weeks, Lager said. Alex circled that answer. I see. That's all I got then. Tap, tap, tap. Alex startled, nearly ruining the notes he was making on Orb of Air in the evening light bleeding through the slats of his window shutters. Selena, he called. Tap, tap, tap. The tap came again. He could still hear Selena grumbling over a problem she was having while doing her homework in the kitchen, and he hadn't heard Teresa return from practicing with the Watchers of Roll yet. Brutus, he asked. Tap, tap, tap. He realized it was coming from the window. And Nadia. Alex tiptoed to the window and slowly opened it. He gasped as a massive, golden dragonfly flew into the room, its wings making a metallic buzzing noise. It landed on his desk and slowly rotated toward him. Attached to its tail was a letter bearing the seal of Shale's workshop. With a low cry, Alex charged across the room and tore the letter open, scanning its contents quickly. His eyes froze on the final lines, start as soon as possible. Please write a return note stating whether you accept or reject the position and attach it to the messenger golem's tail. Looking forward to working with you. Lager. Yees, Alex cried, pumping his fists. A huge weight lifted off his shoulders. He now had an income. He was a step closer to being able to properly analyze the dungeon core's remains and build his very own golem. And luckily, there had been a lot of candidates who'd applied. The likelihood that Minervis would have got hired would be slim to none. Okum Uwin. Alex screamed mentally, freezing as he was stepping into the workshop on his first day. Oh, Alex, you're here, Lager said, nodding in approval. The first of our new assistants just arrived. Alex, meet Minervis. Minervis, this is Alex. Minervis stared at Alex for a long moment, and then his pale and narrow face slowly grew a painfully forced polite smile. Hello, he said in a strained voice. Alex Roth had long built up a tolerance for, as he called it, people's bullshit. Back in Ulrich, he never would have survived close to 4 years in McHarris Bakery without building that sort of tolerance. He'd have mouthed off, quit, or done something worse back when he still needed the job. That tolerance had let him get through his entire time at the bakery, waiting until the opportunity for sweet, sweet revenge was right. With others, that tolerance had just let him get through the day-to-day annoyances of life. Nosy neighbors, annoying students at church school, arrogant teachers, and others one just had to tolerate if they didn't want to make too much trouble in their social life. Recently, that had extended to well-meaning, but overly zealous potions, lab classmates, and cheaters he didn't trust as far as Selena could throw them. Unfortunately, he had a feeling he'd be calling on that tolerance a lot at the workshop. Like a lot, he glanced at Minervis, who was following Lager around as though he were a content puppy, while the orc crafter gave the tour to his 3 new assistants. The pale, thin-faced young man had undergone a shocking transformation. In Balin's first class, he'd been utterly self-focused and quite forward about it. In the second class one, it was clear that he had no alish tried to rip apart the others' teamwork to get Rain to join him. There was no trace of that young man to be seen today. That wasn't to say that Minervis had suddenly become some happy, open, friendly fellow, but when he spoke, his tone toward Lager was respectful, unlike when he'd lashed out at Balin and seemed every inch a team player. He asked the right questions about different areas of the workshop, and here, Lager opened a storage room. This is where we keep the tools used for sculpting the attachment point between a golem's core and its body. He gestured within the darkened space and ran his hand over a glyph on the wall. The chamber was suddenly lit by several forciballs glowing in different colors. Mana tools and devices hung from every inch of wall, organized by their kind and function. Where Professor Jewel's tools were finer and more delicate for use in her lab, these were far more robust. Each looked sturdy, like they could take the day-to-day rigors of constant use in the workshop without getting damaged. Those printed manuals identify the safety procedures and use for every tool in this room. You'll use this shift and the next 2 to familiarize yourself with every one of them. You won't need to know how to use all of them, but you'll need to know what tools I'll need and be able to use the simpler ones yourselves. Got it. Yes, said the third assistant Carmina woman that was perhaps 10 years older than Minervis or Alex. Lager, I've used all of these tools at the workshop where I worked previously. Do I need to go through the manual? Oh, absolutely, Lager said. Everybody does. Some 10 years ago, I got an assistant from Elievich Royal Golem Crafters, from Rostovam far to the northeast. Alex had heard of that country, a place where the winters were long, brutal, and hungry. He knew his way around a shop. You could see his experience, Sobkaz. I had less experience. I let him do his thing. Turns out the wizards of Rostovam use a different measuring system for almost everything. So he put too much saltpeter in the first binding stage, and well, let's just say that if a healer hadn't got to me fast, I wouldn't be here talking to you now. He gestured back to the books. So the official policy is everyone reads the procedures and manuals, and then everyone is tested on the safety procedures. You'll be supervised by other assistants during your first couple of weeks here. We don't take chances like that anymore. Oh geez, Alex said. What happened to the assistant from Rostovim? Death and the gods watch over him now. Oh, Alex winced. I'll make sure to review the procedures very carefully. Minervis jumped in, wiping some condensation that had begun to form in the lenses of his mask. Might we also study the procedures on our own time, if there are books available? Lager glanced at him. Yeah, that's fine as long as you check it out with me at the end of your shift and bring it back during the next. Of course, Minervis said, showing initiative, Alex thought, appealing to your bosses. Smart. What was troubling Alex about Minervis was how completely differently he was acting here in Shales than he had outside in the street and during Comb 1000. And Alex had a feeling that the more cooperative side he was showing no one that he'd probably shown in the interview was a mask, used to increase his favor now that things were non-competitive and comfortable. Alex had seen what happened when he thought he had nothing to lose, could literally fly ahead of others, or wanted to eliminate competition. As he watched him, Minervis glanced Alex's way. His eyes narrowed slightly through the lenses of his mask. They didn't have outright malice in them at the moment, but they were guarded and watching. Alex thought about that possibility for advancement. If there was only one opportunity and 3 assistants, then what would Minervis do? The area between Alex's shoulder blades seemed to tense, like it was wary of a dagger poised to strike. Unfortunately, as the tour went on, Alex realized there was a reason why Minervis had gotten the job. Alex paid as much attention to Lager, Carmen, and Minervis through the tour as he did to Lager's lecture on their responsibilities, tools, areas of work, and frequency of pay. He learned several things. For one, Minervis was surprisingly competent in the area of golems. When he asked questions, they would be of an advanced nature, often focusing on processes involved with the construction of more specialized or advanced golems. He seemed to have a handle of the basics of golem craft as well, though he did mention that he had never constructed a golem himself. His insights into the rendering of flesh, molding of skin, and recomposition of fat on bone to craft flesh golems made Alex a little sick, but Lager definitely leaned in with interest as Minervis brought up these topics over their evening break. Carmen was definitely the most experienced of all of them, and she did not so much ask questions as she did talk shop with Lager as though she'd been working at Shales for years. From her friendly, professional demeanor, it was clear that she would be a good member of the team at least. That left Alex. He was definitely the most inexperienced, but he was already drinking in every last detail of Lager's explanations and the tools they'd be expected to use. He'd use the mark to its full capacity to leap ahead in skill as much as he could. Eventually, Lager left his new assistants to their own devices while he went to work with the crafter's assistants that currently aided him on was being promoted, while 2 were students at Generossi who were finishing their studies to return to their homelands. That left Minervis, Carmen, and Alex to start going through the procedures manuals. With his reading ability having been so honed by the mark, Alex whipped through the manuals at noteworthy speed, all the while taking notes in a notebook he'd brought along. He noticed Minervis glancing at him from time to time, but the narrow-faced young man's expression had become unreadable. He was the first to depart as their first shift ended, though, and disappeared into the night with one of the procedures manuals in hand. When Alex left shortly after him, he marched into the silent street. Shales was one of the only businesses on the street that worked into the nighttime, took a long look around in case any flesh golems were hiding in the shadows, ready to jump out and break his legs or something. He shook the fantasy out of his head. He knew it was irrational, but something about Minervis gave off a high creepiness factor. As he made his way down the street, he noticed several other shops and restaurants that were open late into the night, lit by light from forcibles and other spells. By now, Ulrich would have been as quiet as a tomb. Guess that's what can happen at night when you can get light for free, Alex said, his voice loud at first, then dropping to a quiet whisper as it echoed through the quiet night. Luckily, he was able to hail a sky gondola without incident and make his way back to campus. The journey home to the insula was peaceful, and he spent as much time looking up at the stars and the lights still burning in some windows of the main castle as he did watching the path ahead. Some areas on the grass were illuminated by students traveling by way of magical light. One carried a long lantern on a staff over their shoulder, and Alex was sure he saw a sprite sleeping inside the lantern while giving off a magical glow. In the distance, he heard the sounds of pipes, drums, lutes, and other instruments, as well as the noise of rowdy voices. With midterms done, half the campus was out celebrating in force. He could understand why. Tomorrow was when the honors lists were set to come out. For many students, it would mean whether or not they were in line for achievement or getting trampled by others when it came time to seek future opportunities. He took a deep breath, thinking about what Balin and Sinbrock had said. With any hope, he'd likely see his name on a few lists. In the morning, he'd get up first thing and go to the registrar's desk where the school would post all the honors lists on a massive central board. That meant braving Hob, and it meant he might see Isolde as well. Hopefully, she'd be in a better mood now that exams were done. Gods damn it all. A student roared in front of the board, ripping off his tall, conical hat and stomping on it. I had it. I know I had it. There's got to be a mistake. He was just one among a massive sea of students that crowded up to the board as soon as it had been revealed to them. The area in front of the registrar's office was filled to bursting, especially with first years, though some students arrived, took one look at the massive lineup, and decided to either return later or check one of the individual lists in the specific department. There's a mistake. I know I aced that midterm. The student roared, breaking down into angry tears, and the hall was falling into an uneasy silence. Alex shared uncomfortable looks with Colic and Thundar, and then with Teresa waiting close by with Shishi. Shishi was there to see if her own efforts had landed her on the honors list. Colic was there to see how he'd done as well, while Thundar said there was only one class that he stood a chance in. It might take a while until they got a chance to see their results, though. The irate student's rage only continued to build until he looked like he was about ready to tear down the lists. Ahem. A familiar voice cut through the student's outburst. Young fellow, might I ask that you take your temper tantrum elsewhere? Who said thaw? The student looked up from stomping on his hat, red-faced and ready for a fight, then froze. Standing beside the board in a space Alex was sure had been empty the last time he blinked was Hob, who was casually polishing his massive monocle with a handkerchief. The cloth was patterned with embroidered gold coins. Alex couldn't be sure from this distance, but he could have sworn that the faces sewn into each coin were winking. Tut, tut. Hob clicked his tongue as he placed the monocle back onto his face. Wizards have come here to learn how to bend the forces of the cosmos to their unbreakable will, and instead of bringing demons or learning to call meteors from the sky, you're here having a temper tantrum like a child. Hob glanced down critically, and ruining a perfectly good hat while you're at it. The student grew bolder, rising up to his full height. Physically, he was taller than the blue-skinned devil, but to Alex he seemed much, much smaller. Was there a misprint? This can't be right. If only I had a coin for every time I heard that whenever an honors list is published. Hob shook his head sadly. If you need to dispute this oversight, if this is what it is, then I suggest you speak to your professor politely, I might add. I'm afraid that standing here, stopping others from seeing their places on the lists only humiliates you, wastes others' time, and increases the chances that I will have to call the Watchers of Roll to have you removed. Hob's face turned truly mournful, and that would be such a sad, sad thing for me to have to do. Turning redder by the second, the student grabbed his ruined hat and stomped from the hall, most of the other students sighing in relief as he went. As Alex watched them go, he noticed a familiar raven-haired figure standing in line by the lists for second-year classes. She was with a pair of other young women and looked far healthier than she did during midterms. He noticed her stealing glances toward the first-year lists, likely looking to see her place in comb 1000 as well. Alex frowned. He wondered who would come out on top out of the two of them. Seeming to sense his look, she turned and paused when she caught sight of his group. He, Thundar, Colic, and Teresa waved at her. She paused, giving a little wave and polite smile to each of them. When her face fell on Alex, though, her eyes burned and her chin lifted, not in anger, it seemed, but in challenge. Yes, Colic grinned, tapping his name where it appeared on two lists, one for Magic Lore I and one for Earth Magic I. My brother would have never let me hear the end of it, were I not to gain top 5 in at least 2 classes. He raised an eyebrow as he tapped the top name for Magic Lore I. Oh ho, I see that we have a familiar name at the top spot for Magic Lore. Well done, Alex. Alex grinned as he saw his name emblazoned at the top of the sheet. Most of the names on the honors lists were written in black ink, but the top 3 names were embossed with gold ink for the top spot, silver for second place, and bronze for third. The ink seemed to glitter with its own inner life, and Alex felt a flutter of pride and amazement to see his own name in raised gold letters. Magic Lore I's midterm had been the easiest of all the tests he'd taken. For one, it was an entirely written test, no spell casting, practical exam, or anything of the sort. So the only thing it really tested was how well he memorized, regurgitated, and processed magical theories and history. No spellcraft involved. Magic lore would normally be something he was already good at, but with the mark helping to boost his memorization and application, he knew he'd ace the exam before even reaching the last question. Holy hell, Thundar blinked. That's not the only class either, look at this. Top rank for POTI 1000, Alex Roth. God, I really should have taken that class so you could teach me. Let's see though. He tapped his own name, which was 5th place in body enhancement and 7th place in illusions. I got 2 so far, better than I thought. Nice job, Alex said. A cheer went up from Shishi, and Alex noticed her pointing at a name written in Tarm Lungite Symbolson. 4th place in Life Force Enforcement. She and Teresa were all smiles and exchanged double high fives. Alex raised an eyebrow. He was surrounded by some very, very talented people, it seemed. His chest puffed out a little. I guess talent attracts talent. He grinned, noting his name at the top of POTI 1000's list. No, Derek Warren was anywhere on the list, though he did notice Carrie London in 10th place, less spot on the honors list. Still damn impressive, though, Alex muttered, then frowned, noticing Kaiba's goblin student he talked to during class wasn't on the list for POTI 1000. A quick scan revealed Kaiba's name in 2nd place for the study of magical beasts, though. Alex thought back to how much the little goblin loved his young crocodile. No surprises there. He swallowed, scanning the lists until he found FORC 1550 inside. No, Alex Roth appeared among the names of the top 10 for that class. No surprises there either. He'd done very, very well on the written test, but those lost points in speed for casting his spells had knocked his average down on the practical part to the low 80s. That was one of the reasons he'd focused on learning spells that could be sustained. Spellcasting while dealing with the mark still slowed him down, and while that didn't much affect day-to-day life, in situations of high tension such as combat, a few heartbeats could be costly. Still, he'd done well enough on the written part that he'd hoped they would have balanced each other out and let him get a top 10 spot. Apparently, it wasn't enough. Supposed that was what happened when competing with some of the most talented students of wizardry in all the world. Okay, what does this even mean? Thundar pointed at the top of the sheet for mana manipulation I above even the top 10. Alex's name was embossed in larger print with a silvery ink that sparkled as though it were liquid diamond. Beside it was Valrock's seal and the printed words, "Challenge exceeded." Defeated it. The young prince gaped. What kind of monster are you? In all the honors lists for first-year classes off which there were manually a handful of names were embossed in the diamond ink. A friendly monster. Alex grinned proudly. All around, he could hear whispering among the other students. Others had begun to notice his name had appeared in gold multiple times and were wondering aloud who Alex Roth was. Not going to rate high on any list of suspects for the fool now am I. Alex chuckled internally, even as he, Colic, and Thundar looked at each other and exchanged nods. They searched for the sheet for comb 1000. 3 cheers erupted at once. In gold lettering, Alex Roth. In silver lettering, Colic Bayer Metter. In bronze lettering, Thundar, son of Gulbif. In 4th place, Isolde von Anmut. 6 more names were ranked after that. It was a small class, and so the only name that did not appear on the honors list was Rains. Isolde, Colic called. Come, you must see this. First group is best group. He laughed uproariously. Alex looked over to see Isolde, who was staring up at several honors lists, nodding in satisfaction at each. Her friends were chatting to each other and seemed to have lost interest in the lists. Isolde, Colic called again. What, she blinked, shaking off her concentration. Ah, hello friends, what is it? Come, see your name immortalized with ours, Colic laughed. Isolde raised an eyebrow and her blue eyes lit up in anticipation. They flicked to Alex again and that note of challenge entered them. Alex's eyes darted back and forth as she approached, with her head held high. Did we do well? She asked as she arrived. RIS. She paused, the color drained from her face and her eyes went wide. Her jaw fell open. 4th. She gasped as though she'd just learned her father died. Yeah, Thundar said, clapping her on the back. We did damn well. A big bad 4. Isolde stumbled forward slightly but caught herself. Her eyes continued to stare at Alex's name embossed in gold. Then they shot to other lists. She began to tremble when she saw the list for POTI 1000 and outright gasped again when she saw what he'd achieved in mana manipulation. Isolde stepped back, shaking her head. And at this point she caught Teresa's attention. Oldie, are you all right? Teresa asked. Isolde, however, turned to Alex. She shook, muttering something under her breath. Colic and Thundar had stopped laughing. Thundar started. Isolde swore loudly in Rhaenian and immediately began to rush through the crowd toward the exit. Isolde, shouted one of her friends. Ah shit, Alex said. Isolde, his friends called after her too, but she kept going, her speed increasing as she neared the doorway. Running in the hall is unsafe, Hob chided from beside the board. Thinking quickly, Alex decided to try something he'd been practicing for a while. Isolde, I'm sorry, I hope I didn't do anything to you. What's wrong? Come back to us. He called to her. She froze in front of the entrance and slowly turned back with an incredulous expression. He hadn't spoken to her in the common tongue, but in her own mother tongue of Rhinanon of the languages he'd been slowly practicing for months using the mark. Aye, she said in disbelief, as Alex, Thundar, Teresa, and Colic rushed through the crowd. Isolde's friends also pushed through. As the 6 of them arrived in front of a gawking Isolde, her face twitched, and suddenly she broke down into tear-filled laughter. Thank the elements, she gasped before the stunned group. Your accent is terrible. You are human after all. I do not like to lose, particularly at things at which I excel, Isolde explained. The group had long left the hall and gone to a more secluded spot on campus. Each of them had grabbed drinks from a nearby stand and were sitting among the trees. Shishi and Isolde's two friends had departed for classes, which left Alex, Thundar, Teresa, Colic, and Isolde seated within a copse of trees, away from prying eyes, and thankfully that is not an experience that I am subjected to very often. Isolde sipped her steaming hot cider. I worked diligently and maximized my natural gifts in order to learn quickly, efficiently, and well. Yeah, so I heard. One of Valrock's graduate students told me that you topped all the first-year honors lists last year. Alex sipped his drink, leaning against the same tree as Teresa. Colic whistled. Every list, he said with true respect in his voice. For every class you took, that is incredible. Even the most gifted general cannot win every battle. Thundar watched everyone quietly, remaining silent and taking a long sip. Isolde gave a bitter laugh. Incredible. It is expected. She shook her head. My grandfather is the head court wizard for the Emperor of Rhynia. Thundar spit his drink onto the ground while Teresa began coughing into hers. Alex nearly inhaled his and started making choking sounds. Only Colic took the information in stride. Likely his own secret made him a little less shocked at her revelation of status. I see, he said. That would mean a great deal of pressure, a pedigree like that comes with expectations. Truthfully spoken, Isolde said. It was drilled into me at an early age to excel in the study of wizardry by my grandfather, in hopes that I would gain a position at court upon my graduation. It is not an easy task. The court wizards are highly skilled, and the choice is also half political. Her gaze darkened. And there are those that do not wish for me to enter, as that would grant my grandfather another ally. As such, my performance here must be exemplary, unassailable by any standard. That sounds like a lot of pressure, Teresa said. Of course it is, Isolde agreed. But I do relish it. The thrill of accomplishment is one that I am used to and one that I very, very much enjoy. She paused. But Teresa, in truth, it can be so very tiring at times. So very, very tiring. Geez, that must have made it really rough when that stuff happened in potions. Alex winced. What stuff? Thundar asked. Isolde's jaw tightened. Alex heard the grind of teeth against teeth. I met a handsome, young, easygoing count's son from the countryside of my homeland. He was delightfully charming, helped me relax, and brought a romance to my life, and I thought, well, perhaps we. The grinding intensified. It turns out that when he said he was fascinated by my mind, that his meaning was far less romantic than I thought. I sought to help him with his studies, and unknown to me, he copied my assignments. To Professor Jules, it looked like I might have helped him cheat. It was resolved in my favor, and I received no academic demerits, but I was disqualified from the honors list for POTI 1000 while the scandal was being investigated. Once it was proven that I had no knowledge of his misconduct, the list was already finalized. She swore in Rhynian, a foolish, foolish mistake. And what do I see today? She looked at Alex. A first year who joined Generosity, while knowing only one spell, exceeded my performance in first-year mana manipulation after only half a first semester, and will now proceed to second year, and secured the top honors for many, many courses, including defeating Milong with 2 other first-years in the Chancellor's personal course. It is a shock. Alex grimaced, imagining how things must have been in the previous year for her. He'd been working himself to the bone since he'd reached Generosity. How would he have felt if one of his achievements went up in smoke because he was manipulated by someone he trusted? Well, Alex said. The grad student I talked to said you were doing very well. Like your feelings are your own, but you impressed the hell out of me. The others nodded in agreement, but Isolde let out a short laugh. I have begun to hear professors and graduate students alike speaking about you. In POTI 2000, one of the teaching assistants spoke about how you were offered a position to help with Professor Jules' personal research. That is an honor that is unheard of for a first year. It is astounding. Alex thought he noticed an edge in her voice as she said it, but didn't voice that. So here I am, she said, struggling to throw off the shame of my lack of judgment while you fly like an eagle. I must say my compliments. My compliments. Silence filled the copse of trees. Then Thundar raised his hand. Hey, why don't we all pool our resources? Come together as a herd. Isolde looked up at the Minotaur. What do you mean? Yes, what's this, Thundar? Colic asked. Well, I feel you have to perform as best you can, and you've been doing it all by yourself, Isolde, Thundar said. But a lone bull gets killed without a herd. I have friends, Isolde said a little defensively. I know, the Minotaur said, but when we saw you in the library, you were all by yourself. You work on your own, don't you? Yes, as I was taught. Thundar lifted the charm necklace he received from the Chancellor. Balin said his students sometimes form lasting bonds, right? Why don't we do something like that? Together, the 4 of us crushed his first test. We work well together. I know Colic and Alex study together a bunch, and I sometimes join in, but what if we work together a lot more closely? We're the big, bad 4. What are you saying? Alex asked. I think I might know, Colic said, intrigued. Remember that brotherhood we saw recruiting in the stadium? Ursa Lupin Brotherhood of Generosity. Yet that really old battle mage thing. Well, Colic shrugged. It is really old, true, but it had to be started by someone sometime, right? Alex's brain began to follow. Like how Carrie London started campus for Uldar. What do you mean? Isolde asked. I mean, Thundar said, leaning forward and grinning. the four of us come together, start our own official little private society of wizards. Something that can last for our time here and maybe beyond graduation. Something that can grow. A big bad four that helps each other like we did in the Barrens, now and later. Alex's mind began to race at the possibilities. Isolde looked at Thundar closely. She was frowning, but her eyes were intrigued. Ooh, this is a great bloody idea, Alex said excitedly. Thundar, you're a genius. Hey, the Minotaur tapped his thick skull. This head isn't only for ramming things. I don't understand, Teresa said, frowning. How is this different from coming together and just studying? Well, it goes like this, Alex said, recalling lessons of wizard history from his magic lore class and something Balin had said. Sometimes wizards form cabals, councils, and other organizations to basically share power and for safety. There's a few in Thameland, like the Witches of Crimlin Swamp. Imagine it like a guild or a hunting lodge, except for wizards. Cabals of wizards also share discoveries in their research into magic, and so each member progresses more quickly with their own discoveries, Isolde added. Some of the great old unions of the past gained political favor as well, rising to become court wizards to kings and even emperors. Oh, so it's like a hunting party when you need to hunt, a study group when you need to study, and a council when you need to make decisions, Teresa asked. Damn right, Thundar said, and we're the baddest bastards in all of Combe 1000 if you don't count a probably invincible shark man. Yeah, we did kick some ass, didn't we? Alex agreed. He thought on the heroes of Thamelanda group chosen and provided with the power to defeat the greatest of enemies. Be like that. Instead, they would be their own group dedicated to backing each other up in times of trouble and supporting each other in times of peace. I don't think we should commit to this for life, though. On the contrary. Isolde shook her head. You all are a year beneath me, that is true, but most of you are taking courses that are outside my chosen expertise. And even if you are taking similar courses as I. She paused and spoke a quick incantation, instantly casting Forciball. Alex's eyes widened. She was about as quick as he used to be before the mark, even if she was in a more advanced year, being able to cast the spell the way she had took talent, practice, and skill. He'd only got to be as fast as he was after years of practice with one single spell. Extensive, Alex shrugged. I made it work for me, and so we should make this. She gestured to the group. Work for all of us. You can teach me how you modified your Forciball, Alex, and I think that will be well worth uniting our efforts. Yeah, and hey, Alex said, next semester if I'm in your class for mana manipulation, then we can help each other. Something flashed through her eyes, a spark of determination. Well then, she smiled, we shall aid each other. We all shall and then grow together because of it. But what do we call our little siblinghood? The herd of thunder. Thundar grinned. Silence spread through the clearing. Alex coughed awkwardly. Perhaps we don't need to name ourselves quite yet, Colic said quickly. We could take the time to think of a suitable name that we all will be pleased with. Fine, but no matter how long you think, you'll come back to my idea. It's great, Thundar said. Then we are adjoined, Isolde said. Until the end of the semester, we wizards shall work in union to overcome challenges both within our studies and from without. The four wizards shook hands while Teresa witnessed it with a smile. When Isolde took Alex's hand, her grip tightened. We are adjoined, but to let you know, I shall be making all efforts to crush you when you enter second-year mana manipulation, she said with a challenge in her voice. Alex grinned. Sorry, it's gonna be hard to crush me when you're pinned firmly beneath the bottom of my boot. Isolde's eyes flashed and her grip tightened further. Challenge accepted. Alex's smile faded slightly. There was an edge to Isolde's voice. Alex, Teresa said as the two of them made their way back to the insula. I think Isolde's jealous of you. The group had finished their drinks, chatted, planned, and set a date and time for their first meeting to share knowledge and help each other study as one group. Isolde had then gone to find her friends, while Thundar and Colic went on their way, discussing one of the courses they shared. Alex had been feeling good after the meeting, but kept thinking back to the edge in Isolde's voice. You noticed something too? Alex asked. I was thinking that maybe that was what was going on, but why would she be jealous of me? Well, she said it herself. She strives to be the best and hates to lose. Then you come along and have accomplishments at least as good as hers and better. Remember, you said that the graduate student who watched over your test knew of her and her accomplishments, and now, she said they're talking about you. For someone that's striving to be the very best, that'd be kind of tough to tack, especially if you're trying to make up for an ex-partner ruining one of your accomplishments in the previous year. Yeah, when you put it like that, Alex muttered. Already in only a few months, Alex's skill with mana manipulation had become a major point of pride for him. It was something he'd worked hard at even before the mark, just from practicing Forciball so many times, and the mark had only made him better at it. When he got frustrated at his slow progress with spellcraft or his limits in other areas, he'd return to mana manipulation as something he could be truly proud of. How would he have felt if next year someone showed up and was clearly as good as he was, if not better? Well, he might feel jealous, but then again, one can't excel at everything. FORC 1550 was a perfect example. Do you think don't think that it's going to be a problem, do you? Alex asked. He imagined Isolde going crazy with jealousy one day and then blasting him with lightning or something. She did seem pretty intense at times. I don't think so. Teresa thought out loud. Isolde seems pretty reasonable. Anlet's seafolk called me the best hunter in all Rick, but if someone moved into town who was obviously a lot better than I was, then I'd feel a little jealous, sure, but I'd also be happy if we could help each other out. Maybe it'll be the same now that you're all pooling your resources. Yeah, probably. Then again, Teresa said, we still don't know her very well. Yeah, true, but I guess we'll find out now that we're going to be officially helping each other out and all. Teresa nodded. Their footsteps crunched on the path, and Alex looked down to see dried grape leaves littering the stones. He glanced up and noticed the side of a nearby building decorated with wreaths made up of dried grapevines. They were similar to the ones he'd seen in town, and the wreaths surrounded paintings of snarling monsters. He nodded in the direction of the wreaths. What do you think that's all about? He asked. Some kind of festival. Teresa shook her head. I have no idea, but if it is, I think it's going to be a spooky one. Alex frowned as the image of the smiling prince crossed his mind. They were entering into an official partnership of theme and wizard unions shared knowledge, and sometimes secrets. Colic had continued to come by the apartment to study, and had invited them over several times for meals. He had come to Selena's affinity test, and had jumped in to help her when she started screaming, just as he had. Colic also had his own secret, which he'd trusted Alex with. The young man's frown deepened, and his shoulder seemed to itch. Isolde had shared her feelings with the group, and the result was a strengthening of relations between the four of them. What would have happened if she hadn't voiced her thoughts? What would have happened had they just festered in silence for months, maybe a year or more? Again, that mad image of lightning being hurled by Isolde entered his mind. Secrets could turn rotten if left to fester too long, and at this point, he was comfortable in saying that he and the prince were becoming good friends, and now they were going to work together both for advancement and protection. He sighed. Perhaps it was time to tell the Prince of Tekizash about the mark. Not necessarily Isolde and Thundar not yet, but he thought his neighbor could be trusted, especially when Alex held one of his secrets too. Anxious thoughts returned, of Colic calling him a coward or telling someone else. The hair on the back of his neck raised as he thought back to Derek, how the slimy young man had earned Isolde's trust only to ruin something that was really important to her. He shook the thought away. Colic really had nothing to gain from doing anything like that to him, and his gut told him he could be trusted. He liked Colic, and that was that. Besides, he was strongly beginning to consider telling Balin as well. What the Chancellor had done to help Selena had really helped solidify Alex's trust in the ancient wizard. So he would tell Colic first, and soon. Then a little later, once he was a little closer to Balin, he might tell him as well. He'd tell Teresa what he was thinking, just to get a second opinion, and then he'd think on the when and how to tell Colic. Even as he decided that, it felt like a weight had lifted off his body, and he rotated his shoulders. Secrets were heavy things, as were lies. His mind turned toward something else. Derek, lies and dishonesty didn't seem to bother him very much. His frown deepened. In less than a week, Carrie London's rally to get priests onto campus was occurring. Alex planned to observe it from a safe distance. If something was happening with the priests in campus, he wanted to be the first to know. We need the presence of the divine on campus. A student shouted from inside the gates of Generosity, his voice amplified by a spell. It boomed over the grass, drawing the attention of passers-by. Campus for Uldar and others who had come out for the rally had gathered just within the school gates. The crowd wasn't as large as Alex had feared it would be, but definitely larger than he'd hoped. More than 50 students milled about in the crowd, many of them holding signs that bore symbols of their deities. Alex had climbed a tree a good 100 yards away. Practice and increased strength had made it easy, and lifted a spyglass to his eye. It was a tool he'd borrowed from the campus astronomy society, and spied the familiar form of Carrie London holding a sign that bore the white hand of Uldar. In the crowd, he could see Derek going around, shaking hands and holding a sign with the 4 elements of the Rainian Empire on it. The rally was a spirited one. Many students with musical talents had brought instruments and were sitting on the grass nearby, singing songs to their deities and chanting along with the rally's slogans. What Alex saw outside the campus gates made him very, very glad he hadn't allowed himself to be bullied into attending. No amount of bullying would have made that happen. Priests had gathered on the other side. He recognized a white-robed servant of Uldar along with clerics of other religions, some he recognized, and some he didn't, all standing beside each other. There weren't many of them, less than 10 in total, and they looked as nervous as mice at a cat convention. Above them floated the silent, terrifying Watchers of Roll. 3 of them patrolled the rally on their stone discs with weapons close at hand. The aura of disapproval rising off them was palpable, but they hadn't said a word. We do not agree with the Chancellor's policy. Carrie shouted next, her magically enhanced voice booming as loud as a bear's roar. We are wizards. We are part of the world, as are the gods, and we cannot afford to let people suffer while we do not ally. Cheers went up from the rally. My homeland, Thameland, suffers beneath the yoke of a monster, she cried. The good that my people could receive from generosity forming a union with the gods would be incredible. We study magic and are the deities, not the most magical entities in all of creation. Alex had to admit, Carrie was good at projecting her voice. Her tone was clear, and she sounded like someone who wielded authority. Her passion came through her words, and though most students were clearly uninterested, or only stopped for a few seconds out of curiosity, some had paused and were showing a clear interest in the proceedings. Meanwhile, Alex's interest was waning. The rally was looking like it wasn't going to result in anything too problematic for him. The priests looked terrified just being so near the school, and the protesting students, while they had voiced their objections, weren't taking any actions beyond simple calls to action. Meanwhile, he had cooking to do. The next day, Thundar, Isolde, and Colic were coming to his apartment for their first meeting, and then afterward, Cheyenne, Angela, and Grimlock were going to join them for a picnic. There was no way the entire group would fit in his apartment, especially with Thundar and Grimlock present. He hadn't invited Nua Ojith Selichar, wizard whose entourage Grimlock was a part of, because he didn't actually know her, but he hoped that wasn't some sort of rude oversight in terms of wizarding social rules. Afterward, he and Shiny would talk to Selena. It was going to be a big evening. He was about to slide down from the tree when something made him pause. His mana senses were tingling. His heart began to beat fast. A strong wind began blowing through the treetops, and the air grew colder. There seemed to be a sinister whispering hidden in the gust. From somewhere close, he felt a similar magic to Balin and Sinbrock's spell being cast. It was almost teleportation magic, but slightly different. Then a familiar, creeping feeling crossed his skin. His eyes went wide. It was similar to what he'd felt around the Lesser Shoggoth in Jules' lab. "Oh shit," Alex whispered. "Something's coming." And that's when the screams began. Screams echoed from the west, and Alex could see a patch of ground near the campus gates swelling like an overfilled waterskin. Secretly, the grass singed as students scrambled away. Crack. The swelling ruptured suddenly, bleeding a glowing orange light. Boom! A mass of dirt and rock erupted, sending a column of flame roaring into the air at least 30 feet high, with horrifying silhouettes dancing within. Shadowy skeletons, bat-winged things, open mouths filled with teeth. Horned figures that reminded Alex of Hob. That last thought made him freeze. "Oh no," he murmured. "THM. A massive clawed hand reached out of the earth, completely unbothered by the raging fire, and slammed into the ground. THM. Another hand emerged. Clawed fingers scraped trenches into the soil. Alex gasped when two more hands reached up and slammed into the ground. 4 powerful arms, thicker around than Alex's body, flexed beneath blue-black flesh, hoisting the creature from the pit of the earth. Its body was a mountain of demonic muscle, and its head looked like a cross between that of a boar and a hell-spawned crocodile. It must have stood 30 feet tall, with massive bat-like wings that flared out more than twice that in width. Its mouth was filled with broad, jagged teeth, and as Alex watched it, its stomach tore open sideways to reveal a vertically slit mouth large enough to swallow Thundar whole. Inside, the mouth was a void of utter darkness. The only other time Alex remembered seeing a darkness so deep was when he'd walked through the doorway of the Traveler, was met by a scene of impenetrable darkness lurking between stars. Although he'd never encountered a demon, tales from magical lore and his screaming instincts warned him that was what this creature was. Even from his distance, every sense could feel its aura of fear and malice. It wormed its way into his mind, trying to grasp his emotions and overwhelm him in terror. Alex braced against the intrusion, calling up memories of experiences where his thoughts had been assaulted by Mark or the mana vampire, or proximity to the Shoggoth, and fought away the onslaught. He was able to, but he could see the other students weren't. All began screaming. The rally disintegrated in an instant, with students scattering as the monster's unnatural aura swept over them in a wave. They fled in droves, trampling each other to get away. Many of the priests ran, scrambling away from the gates and rushing toward the city. Some, including the priest of Uldar, remained. Then the creature roared. An icy wind blasted out in a cone from both mouths, dousing the column of flame from which it had emerged and freezing the grass. One of the escaping students was caught in its path and shrieked as her arm froze, struck by its breath. The young wizard collapsed to the ground, wailing in terror and pain. The Watchers of Roll sprang into action, waving staffs above their heads and drawing their swords. Spears of magic fired from the staves, lancing into the demon and piercing its hide. The creature bellowed in rage. One of the Watchers hung back, chanting an incantation, and Alex felt mana build, similar to what he'd felt before the demon appeared. The lone priest of Uldar ran to the fence and gripped the bars, turning his palm toward the demon, and shouted a prayer to his god. His hand glowed. Beams of light shot out, encircling the demon like serpents, forming 3 floating rings of light. It roared, spraying icy breath from its mouths, but could no longer advance when it hit the rings. With black, narrowing eyes, it pushed against the bonds of light. One shattered, leaving 2 more, and the Watchers of Roll flew around the monster like swarming wasps. One fired spears of mana from his staff. while another cast longer, more involved spells. His staff began to glow as it built up power, but the demon didn't remain idle. While the circles of light bound its body, they hadn't wrapped around its wings. It snapped them open to their full wingspan, then they began to shimmer. A swarm of monsters that looked like imps emerged, bursting from the wings as though they were freed through open gates. The imps the size of large rats shot into the air, swarming the watchers and priests outside the gates. While the priests screamed, ducking from slashing claws and gnashing teeth, the imps bounced off invisible shields surrounding the watchers. The first Watcher of Roll kept firing mana spears into the massive demon, while the second switched his attention, uttering a short incantation. Crackle. Blasted from his staff was a spell like Isolde's more powerful lightning spells, but far more intense. Bolts of lightning as thick around as Alex's arm tore through the imps, sending them from shuddering to bursting into flames. Some showed no fear and still swarmed the watchers or flew after the fleeing students. Then more demons emerged. Large hound-like creatures sprang from the demons' giant wings to land on the ground outside the rings. They didn't have brutish bulk, but they rivaled a wolf in size. Their bodies were covered in massive spikes of ice instead of the fur of a hound, and their breaths misted into the air. With howls that crackled like the coldest winter day, the monsters sprang, bounding toward their prey. Cursing loudly, the third watcher aborted her spell and whirled, firing a blast of flame at the ice hounds. Screams filled the air as icy bodies evaporated in fire, but some dodged and charged the young wizards. Alex, meanwhile, hadn't been idle. While watching the attack, he'd cast two spells. The first was Force Shield, which conjured a glowing circular crimson shield. The second was Wizard's Hand. He was ready. Alex jumped from the tree, rolling as he hit the ground. As he came up from the ground, he leaned out from beside the tree and took in the situation. Some of the students being attacked by the frozen hounds had begun to fight back with their own spells, but were far less experienced than the Watchers, or even the students in Com 1000. Many of them panicked under pressure, spoiling incantations, or choosing the wrong spells for the situation magic that either took too long to cast, or that wasn't effective on the canine demon's frozen hide. The priest's robe had turned bloody, but he'd chanted a prayer to Uldar that erected a glowing aura around him, and then began to fight using his glowing fists. Where his blows struck, the imps broke like shattered glass against the god's power he was channeling. One of the Watchers had broken from the battle with the great demon and cast a spell, erecting a wall of fire between some of the students and the charging ice demons. Alex looked at a pair of hounds running in his direction, directly towards some students. He stepped out from behind the tree and snapped out Wizard's Hand. It grabbed and twisted one of the ice hound's legs as it leapt at a student. His spell tugged the leg to the side and pulled, causing the demon to lose balance and fall near its partner. Alex cracked his neck as the creatures looked at him. A glance toward the sky revealed more of the Watchers on their way. Just like with the mana vampire, he didn't have to try to defeat these things, only hold them up until they could be finished off. Unlike with the mana vampire, though, he was much better prepared now. He fell into the first stance of the spear and oar dance. "Hey, you frosty shits," he shouted at the demons. "Come bite something that can bite back." Of course, he couldn't bite anything back, but the demons didn't need to know that. With crackling howls, they charged, their breaths hissing as he stepped confidently into the dance. The demon hounds snapped and snarled, but he'd already incorporated the new steps and motions he'd learned from Fandor into the dance, vastly increasing his mobility. Like during his battles in the Barrens, his heartbeat quickened, but those experiences had taught him the need to remain steady and use deep, meditative breaths to help counter his fear. He remained focused. The beast's breath was like the wind on the coldest winter day, but he dodged around their snouts. The bright spitters had been faster and maneuvered better. That gave him an edge. Wizard's Hand shot out, quickly grabbing at their legs and tugging their spikes, sending them careening off balance. Force Shield spontaneously moved between him and the demons, keeping them at bay. The heat of battle blended with their icy breath until it almost felt refreshing, but Alex kept a close watch on the demons and his confidence. He needed to hold both in check since he had no idea what these things were capable of, and if he underestimated them. Suddenly they paused their attack and stopped, opening their mouths in unison. The coldness of their breaths abruptly deepened. "Oh shit," Alex swore, remembering the giant demon's icy breath from earlier. He dodged to one side. Cones of icicles like glass shards blasted out, striking where he'd just been antho. He danced. A Waceverl hit his force shield, shattering against the glowing crimson magic. Alex's eyes narrowed as an idea came to him. "Try that again and you'll regret it." One of the beasts charged, while the other's mouth opened. The cold deepened further. Alex dodged, avoiding the one that leapt, while he shot Wizard's Hand at the other whose jaws were spreading. The crimson hand reached out and held the creature's snout and jaw, clamping them shut. Shudders passed through it as it squirmed, trying to break free, but SHNK, icicles abruptly burst through its jaws, tearing its mouth apart as Wizard's Hand shot away. Spraying freezing black blood, the canine demon shuddered and fell to the ground. The other paused, glancing back at the fallen one, then charged Alex, howling in rage. Its attacks became careless, and Alex danced and dodged away. When he'd fought the starving mana vampire, even his most desperate moves and use of cover had barely managed to keep it away. Now, as he used more of the dance in different ways, the Frost Hound wasn't even coming close to catching him. Suddenly, his crimson shield spun to a position behind, and he heard a heavy impact on it. Surprised, he leapt to the side, and using the dance's first spin, whirled to see both the Frost Hound and whatever it was that Force Shield had blocked. He swore. 3 flying imps had dived at him while he was dealing with the hounds. The first one had aimed for his head, but met his shield instead. That impact would have popped any of his other force spells. There was a big difference in the strength of his modified Forciball and Forcidisc compared to the spell designed specifically for defense. Now the imps were swooping around, trying to surround him, while the demonic Frost Hound paced in a circle, stalking him. Alex's eyes scanned his opponents, sizing them up. His first priority had to be the Frost Hound, the most dangerous of the 4. His Force Shield could block the imps, though he wouldn't want them piling on it unseen. That freed Wizard's hand to mess up their movements. Starting now, Wizard's hand shot at one of them, grabbing a wing and dragging it into the path of the Frost Hound just as it leapt. Bang! The 2 demons collided, sending the imp flopping to the ground with a shriek, and the Frost Hound stumbling sideways. Wings snapped back as the other 2 imps swooped at him. Alex danced around one, while Wizard's hand grabbed the other's head, yanking it backward. The imp went into a screaming, flailing spiral until wham! It slammed into a tree and slid down the bark, stopping in a twitching heap. He took a deep breath and fell into another stance. His attackers were gathering themselves for another charge when he felt a massive surge of mana. The air cracked like it was tearing apart. Alex and the demons froze and slowly looked up until they found the source of the sound. There, floating high above where those at the gates of Generosity were fallen up and shining in a nimbus of mana, and power-towered the enraged figure of Balin, the Chancellor of Generosity. Even from his distance, Alex could feel his dangerous gaze. Demon, Balin's voice cracked through the air. What do you think you are doing to my students? The Chancellor's wrath was terrible, his retribution was swift. He spoke a single word, not an incantation but one syllable that held so much power that Alex's mana senses shuddered. A gray mist exploded from around Balin, shooting through the air like a Shoggoth's tentaclesen, separating into wisps of gray clouds that struck the hounds and imps, coating them like they'd been sprayed with stone-colored flour. Crrrrk. The demons began to writhe and scream. Where the gray mist clung to them, their flesh began to harden and turn the color of old slate. All around, dozens of demons were becoming stone statuettes. With a final crack, the Frost Houndswitch were now statues froze in mid-pose while the petrified imps plummeted to the earth. Crack, they hit the ground, crumbling into pebbles and stone dust. The giant demon froze. Balin spoke another word of power. An orb of utter darkness swelled in his hand. With a shudder, it broke into hundreds of marble-sized orbs which shot through the air like shrapnel from an explosion. They seemed to have a sentience and sought out any demons that hadn't already been turned to stone. Howling with fear, the remaining monsters tried to escape the seeking orbs, but the magic followed their every movement. The demons who'd been attacking Alex tried to scramble away. The imps scattered, and the Frost Hound's paws scrabbled on the frozen grass, trying to escape. But the dots of darkness followed, honing in on them and striking. Alex gasped when a sucking sound appeared and the demons began to collapse into the orbs like crumpling paper. SQLCH. Bone crumbled and flesh crushed inward as they imploded into the small orbs of darkness, then disappeared with a hideous sucking noise. Holy shit, Alex gaped. They were gone. Not a drop of blood, scrap of flesh, or bone remained of the hounds and imps when all was done. The giant demon roared, shook itself, and began to struggle against the rings with its full might. Where its flesh met the rings, its skin began to hiss as though acid from Jules' lab had been sprayed on it. The thing seemed unconcerned because it kept smashing away at the rings, throwing its steaming body against them again and again, until finally they shattered. Now freed, Alex prepared to run, expecting it to launch into the air at Balin, but instead it whirled on its clawed feet and vaulted toward the fiery pit it had emerged from. It looked like it was preparing to escape. Balin glared down with undisguised disdain and spoke a word of power. Voom! A titanic, glowing hand of force blazed into life above the demon at least 40 feet wide, and shining with a silvery lighthand swept down. Whoosh! Bang! It slammed the creature into the earth like it was swatting a fly. The monstrosity growled, straining to force itself upright against the spell, then turned like a cornered animal. Bang! This time it pressed harder against the titanic force of the hand, bracing against it with its wings and all 4 arms. It tensed with all its strength and inhaled. The cone of icy breath blasted from both mouths, spraying upward toward the flying chancellor. Balin raised his hand and made a grasping gesture. With another massive surge of mana, the cone of frost abruptly stopped in front of the ancient wizard, and then began to swirl like water flowing down a drain pipe. The entire cone was sucked into a single point of space, floating before his hand, which shone like pure winter ice, then flared with blinding light. Balin made a flicking gesture. The glowing point of ice broke into 8 smaller ones and blasted toward the demon. It struck the otherworldly creature in its 4 arms, both legs and wings. Crcly, its scream ripped through the air. Ice rapidly burst from the points Balin's magic had impacted, spreading over its limbs until they resembled ice sculptures, not flesh. Crnch, against the pressure of the Chancellor's giant force hand, the demon's frozen arms and wings shattered, followed by its brittle legs. Bang! Balin's spell smashed the demon into the earth, then rose up. Bang! It smashed it into the earth again, pressing down so hard that it left an imprint in the grass in the shape of its body. The creature twitched from the assault as the hand opened, reaching down and scooping it up like it was one of Selena and Alex's small clay dolls. Alex retrieved the spyglass. The glowing hand hoisted the feebly struggling giant into the air and floated it up until its face was eye level with the ancient wizard. I do not care for your circumstance, pitiful creature, Balin's voice rang across the campus, so loud that even from so far a distance, Alex felt his ears ring. I do not care if you came by your own will through some pact or if you were dragged here by some spell's power. In either case, you shall suffer. He paused, turning so that one of his goat-like eyes was squarely fixed on the demon's face. Despite the creature's features being completely inhuman, Alex could see terror growing in its widening eyes. If you tell me with all haste who brought you to this place to harm my students, then you shall be sent back to your realm to lick your wounds. Perhaps, in 50 of our years, you may find yourself whole again. If you do not know who brought you here, or refuse to answer, then whatever demon lord you call master help you, I will break you so utterly that it will be a millennium before you can piece enough of your essence back together to even think. With another word and wave of his hand, both the whimpering demon and the hand of force that held it vanished into the air. As soon as it disappeared, students either stayed moaning on the ground or gaping in shock at the awesome display of magic they'd just witnessed. Alex was squarely in the latter group, staring up at the Chancellor with his jaw hanging open. Balin merely turned toward the few priests that stood, panting, at the front gates. You aided us in our time of need, he said, and though his words were thankful, his tone was almost cold. For that I shall see that some reward is sent to your temples. For now I am sure that you will wish to return to your holy places where you can receive healing of both a physical and spiritual nature. Wait, the priest of Uldar cried. We can aid the wounded. We are more than capable. Balin waved his hand. There was a familiar rush of mana in the form of teleportation magic, and the air began to shimmer around the priests. One by one they vanished. Only the priest of Uldar remained for a heartbeat longer, obviously straining to resist the spell. Then he too disappeared. Balin turned back to the wounded. He sighed deeply. Let's get you all patched up. Things moved quickly and efficiently after that. The Watchers of Roll arrived in droves shortly after the demon's defeat and set up a perimeter to begin tending to the wounded. Balin, through the use of a spell, informed the university infirmary to expect a mass of casualties, and then personally began teleporting the most gravely wounded there. Others arrived on floating stone discs shortly after bringing aid, healers that tended the wounded with healing potions, spells from the study of blood magic, and direct transfers of life force through life enforcement. A number of students who were close by volunteered to help however they could, and Alex was one of the volunteers. He used his experience with the emergency kit in Jules' class to help apply bandages, transfer healing potions, and bring water to those that needed it. Soon, others from across campus arrived to offer a helping hand, but only some were permitted past the perimeter the Watchers had set up. While some of the Watchers of Roll were providing aid, others had already begun to investigate the cause of the incident. They gathered around the hole the demon had emerged from, casting spells over it that detected mana, or using devices that analyzed the magical residue of a summoning. Some were dispatched to patrol and search the surrounding area both on campus and the closest city buildings just beyond the gates. The Watchers also began seeking out and questioning witnesses, Alex included. So you weren't part of the rally, Mr. Roth? One of the Watchers asked at a squat, tough-looking woman with a long scar that ran from her cheek to chin. Her hands were clapped behind her back and a roll of paper floated beside her, with a pen that was scratching down notes independently. No ma'am, Alex said, sitting on the grass beside the temporary recovery station set up for victims who hadn't been moved from the area yet. I was over there, he pointed to the general area of the tree he'd been sitting in, when it all happened. She said. The pen scratched a little faster. And what did you see from there? He said. I felt a surge of manhwaedit, felt like teleportation magic, but kind of different. I work with Professor Jules on special projects and I saw a summoning once. The magic I felt today felt pretty similar to how it felt then. Right, so you sensed the mana and it felt similar to some summoning magic you saw, she asked. What else happened then? Yeah, the ground swelled up and then boom, he spread his hands, and that horrible thing came out and it roared. And what happened when it roared? She asked. Well, it felt like he paused, trying to figure out how to describe it. It felt like magic trying to get into me and make me afraid. It was, the Watcher said. Many demons have abilities that get into the mind and cause fear and other unnatural emotions. What did you do then? I shook it off. Wait, you shook it off? He paused. Yeah, it was a struggle, but I did. I once had a mana vampire try and put me to sleep, but I managed to resist it, he said. I just did the same thing here. Strong will, she said. The pen scratched faster. And then, he described the battle and Balin's fight with the creature as best he could, though he didn't go into too much detail about how he'd held off the demons that had come after him and the other students he'd been near to. All that was summed up with, I used what I learned in Chancellor Balin's combat class to survive. She nodded, and the pen scratched down his answer. And did you see anything else? A summoning circle? Anyone that looked suspicious, maybe? Someone hiding that quickly ran away, or someone who teleported away, or maybe went invisible? Alex strained his mind, searching for any memories that surrounded the event, but couldn't remember anyone suspicious around the time of the rally. If he was truly honest, then the guy hiding in a tree, watching the event through a spyglass was probably the most suspicious person around. He was glad he'd been tucked away safely deep within the leaf-covered branches when it happened. Hopefully, there was no sharp-eyed, suspicious person around who saw him and could accuse him of anything nefarious. Right, the Watcher said. Then that's all for now. Keep in mind that we might call you if we have further questions, and they might call you too. She glanced over to the front gate where a number of Watchers were in a deep, intense conversation with some city guards and a stranger in official-looking purple robes. The Generosity investigators work with the Watchers with events that happen on campus, but they might have their own questions for any witnesses. All right, you're free to go then. She looked at him sympathetically. Good work today with helping the wounded. Go home and rest up. I'm sure you'll need it. As he reached it, he heard a familiar voice calling him. Alex, Alex, wait. He turned to see Carrie London rushing toward him from the recovery tent. Are you all right? She asked, stopping in front of him. That was so dreadfully frightening. Yeah, I'm okay, he said, looking her over carefully. Are you just dandy aside from the nerves? She said. So many were hurt, though, but I suppose it could have been much worse. Yeah, Alex agreed. If it weren't for the Watchers, Balin and the priests, I think we would all be dead, or at least really badly hurt, or maybe worse. His mouth started to go renegade. I mean, who knows what that thing was capable of? It could have drunk our souls, or torn us into itty-bitty pieces and kept us alive with magic, or frozen us and kept us as ornaments for the rest of time. He noticed Carrie turning paler and paler with each passing word. Well, he finally said. It would have been really bad, let's just say. I know, she said, her voice falling into a whisper. She leaned closer. And I can't help but feel it was targeting the rally. Alex paused. Maybe that would make a lot of sense. Except for that explosion in the cells and the occasional smaller incident like when his classmate drank quicksilver, there hadn't any major incidents, or violence, or disasters on campus. Then on the day of a well-publicized rally to bring priests onto Campusomion, summoned a monstrous demon right in front of the rally. It made a lot of sense, and he doubted that the Chancellor was the only one that didn't want the priests on campus. Be careful, she said conspiratorially. As a follower of Uldar, you don't know if you'll be targeted or who might have wanted our rally not to happen. Hopefully the Watchers will catch the culprit soon. Yeah, Alex said, looking toward the smoldering hole in the ground, while hoping she wasn't including him in her hour. I hope so too. Have you heard anything more about the demon? Colic asked Alex. He asked the question slowly, almost like a child asking a parent about something they shouldn't know. No, have you? Alex grunted, adjusting the weight of Colic's table as they carried it down the hall of the insula. Not a word. Nothing beside rumors and fears. Colic frowned. It was empty, except for Brutus sleeping and dreaming on the balcony floor. Teresa and Selena were downstairs keeping an eye on the soufflés, hot bread and roasted meat that Alex had prepared for their evening supper after the first meeting of the little cabal. Alex and Colic pressed two tables against each other. The plan was to picnic after their meeting, but in case anyone wanted to come back and relax. Colic had proposed they bring his table to Alex's place. The young man leaned against the table for a moment. So has anything like this happened before? Alex asked. Anything your brother told you about? Colic sighed. I remember once he told a story of someone from the city who raided Generosi's graveyards and raised the dead. They used magic to pierce the city's wards that protect the graveyards from necromancy and then cloaked them in illusions powerful enough to foil the Watchers of Roll. He spread his hands, and then they unleashed them on the campus. Oh shit, Alex said. Why? Colic frowned. If I remember correctly, some wizard wanted some other wizard's daughter dead, and they decided to use a mass attack on the school to hide the evidence of their target. It all came out in the end, but a few people died. Alex winced. Can't believe anyone would do that. You should have seen what Balin did to that demon. Like I would never, ever want to piss him off. I think they picked a time when he was away. Wow, that's rough. Alex shook his head. I guess there's more dangers around here than accidents, carelessness, and mana vampires. That there is, Colic said darkly. And did you hear about the mana vampire attacks? What? No. Alex remembered overhearing talk of a mana vampire in the countryside, but that had been a couple of months ago. I heard there was one in the countryside a while back. Didn't they get it yet? No, Colic said. There have been attacks in the countryside, and some monster hunters reported they sighted it in a swamp close to the sea, but no one's been able to catch it. Most of the attacks have been in the countryside, but last night there was an attack within the city itself. Alex's blood chilled. He'd had a few shifts in Shale's workshop, while Lager was training him, and the other assistant imagined what might have happened if one of those creatures powerful and healthy, not starving like the one he'd fought, leaped out of the dark while he was on his way home. What he would give to know one of Balin's powerful teleportation spells. How'd you hear about it? Alex asked. A couple of students were talking about it in Earth Magic this morning. Most people didn't notice it, what with everyone's mind solely focused on the demon. Yeah, Alex said. He made note to keep more alert going to and from work. Well, maybe we can talk about defending ourselves in the meeting today, like it could be one of the first things we need to talk about. A fine suggestion, Colic smiled. Since we'll be together, we should talk about what we can do to defend ourselves and each other if we're together or apart. He gave Alex a piercing look. Have you learned an attack spell yet? In your force class? Alex paused, started working on it but haven't gotten it down yet. Colic scoffed, arranging Alex's chairs around both tables before the two of them began making their way back to his apartment to get his chairs. Can't believe Mr. Golden lettered name hasn't completed the whole course yet. Yeah, not yet, Alex said, but that hadn't been for lack of trying. The first thing he'd done after the demon summoning incident was switch from slowly learning Orb of Air to going right to trying his hand at Force Missile. As he had feared, it had not gone well. The mark had pulled double duty in going against combat spells. The flood of failures, distractions, and disruption in his mind was twice as hard and twice as vivid. Not only did his every failure in spell casting slam into his mind, but they were coupled with every single failed combat maneuver, clumsy movement, or badly dodged blow he'd ever experienced in his life. He nearly caused a mana reversal when about 5 through Force Missile's spell array suddenly felt like he was falling down the stairs all over again like during his fight with the mana vampire. Progress had been slow, and every step he'd taken was honestly terrifying. He was incredibly thankful that he hadn't attempted any combat spells before he learned the meditation techniques from Teresa. His work with Orb of Air had brought a lot more success. It was a harder task than learning Force Shield since the spell arrays for air magic were largely unfamiliar to him, but he'd gained enough experience with other first-tier spells that he was getting a good grasp of it fairly quickly. That had been a relief if he could apply his analysis of spell arrays to help learn magic from other schools besides the School of Force. Then that would be a good indicator that he'd be able to really expand his magical stock of spells despite the mark's interference. There were still two things that he had to worry about. The first was how he would pass the FORC 1550 assignment for Force Missile. Right now, the class was still working on Force Shield, but he wouldn't have forever to perfect Force Missile. The assignment would come due, and if he couldn't even cast it, that would be a pretty bad blow to his average in the course. Another strange thing he'd noticed was that Professor Ram had been paying a lot more attention to him lately. Whenever Alex practiced his force magic in class, he'd look up now and catch the instructor watching him closely. Ram's face was almost always grim beneath his thick black beard, but it seemed even grimmer lately whenever he looked at Alex. He wondered if it had something to do with his performance in class. Ram, of course, didn't know that he had a divinely branded mark that hindered his magic, so to him, Alex's slow speed at casting spells could only look like lack of skill, lack of practice, or laziness. Alex's eyes followed Colic's back as the broad-shouldered young man led the way back to his apartment. And that was the second thing he was worrying about. The more time went on, especially after the demon attack, and with their little cabal forming, the more Alex wanted to tell Colic about the mark. A thought had occurred to him after the attack. What if the demon had been summoned to attack him? The history books hadn't told of any times the Ravena had summoned demons to attack Thameland, but the history books also hadn't talked about humans being able to control a dungeon core. Anything was possible, so there was a possibility that someone or something had sent the demon to attack him. The more he thought about it, though, the less likely it seemed. If something had been sent to attack him directly, then why wouldn't it have targeted him specifically? But even if it was unlikely, that didn't mean that someday something wouldn't come for him. He'd been preparing as best as he could, but now he had close friends that would work with him. What would happen if a demon, other monster, or some sort of church official leapt out from behind a bush and screamed, "Ah, I finally found you." The demon attack, whatever the reason behind Ithad, resulted in a lot of students getting some terrible wounds, and if a monster or something else came after him, he couldn't guarantee they wouldn't get caught up in the conflict. His mind conjured a scenario where he, Colic, Thundar, and Isolde were casually walking through campus one day, and silent spiders jumped out and ambushed them from a tree or top of a building. What would he do if they and Prepared had an insectal blade pierce through their hearts? If he survived, would he ever be able to live down the fact that he'd never even tried to warn them? At the very least, Colic had trusted him with his secret. Alex could share his too. Out of all the people he'd met on campus, he and Colic were the closest. At least he could start with just him. Now, if only he could find the best way to say it. Maybe. Alex, huh? Alex blinked, shaking his head. What's up? Colic was shaking his head with a rueful smile. You were daydreaming like some kind of sun-blinded fool. He chuckled. His floating stone carried one of the chairs. Nagia, sitting on her perch, made a quiet chirping noise as she watched the two young men closely. A lot on your mind? Colic asked. Something from the attack? Colic, Alex said suddenly. Can I tell you something after the meeting? Colic cocked his head, his face turning grave. What is the matter? You can tell me now. Nah, better we get that done first, and then it's going to take a while to talk about. Colic frowned in worry. It sounds serious. Quietly, the prince crossed the room and carefully shut the door. He turned back to Alex, his face full of concern. You are not sick, are you? No. Alex waved away the concern as his two wizards' hands picked up the chairs. Balin's display with whatever that hand spell was had encouraged Alex to really focus his spell customization on that spell. Wizard's hand had a lot more versatility than Forceable or Force Disc, so if he could just get his power and control over it up to the same level as the other two. Colic squinted at him. Come back. Alex shook his head again. He mentally checked himself, noticing an icy feeling in his belly. Nerves, strong nerves. A large part of him was screaming to not tell Colic, to not tell anybody. So his mind was distracting him, trying to stall him until it could convince him to not go through with it. It is serious, but I'm healthy. But I only want to tell you. He leaned closer to Colic. You trusted me with your secret, and as we're going into this whole cabal thing together, I think it's only fair that I trust you with mine. Just he winced, imagining the brave prince's reaction to his desertion of the battle in Thameland. Just hear me out, okay? It's nothing that'll affect you badly or negatively or anything like that. It's just... Colic raised an eyebrow. The muscular young man leaned against his dresser. Between Alex, Selena, and Teresa, things sometimes got a little messy, but Colic's apartment was cleaned immaculately. That part of his mind, the part that was entirely averse to risk, continued to focus on other details and try to distract him. It brought up all the disasters that might occur. Colic might judge you and cut all contact with you, it cried. He might tell everyone in the cabal, or he might decide to get you out of it. Who wants to be in a cabal with someone called the Fool anyway? The mark hinders magic. How will he ever see you as an equal again if you tell him? You already kept the secret for so long, he might feel betrayed that you didn't tell him before. Even as that part of his mind put words to his insecurities, it also brought up solutions. Telling anyone would be stupid and risky. You've got a good thing going with just Teresa and Selena knowing. All you need to do is keep it to yourself until you graduate. No one else will know, and that's the only way to guarantee your safety and security while you're here at Generosity. You can go through all 4 years in anonymity with no risk at all. It's the only logical thing. He shook those thoughts away. There was some logic to them, but they only worked as long as everything went well. His mind returned to the demon. If any monster or hunter or even one of the heroes came for him, then keeping quiet would be infinitely worse for the people that had gotten close to him than it would be if he told them before anything happened. They would be unprepared if he didn't tell them, and be at higher risk, and what would happen if they asked questions after there were any sort of bad consequences. Alex thought of an old story that he'd heard as a child. It was one his mother had told him, one that warned of the consequences of dangerous secrets. The story his mother had told him was about a shepherd boy who had snuck into the woods one evening to meet his friends past his parents' curfew. Becoming lost, the boy came across a wolf in the middle of the forestone who growled and bit him on the shoulder. A tribe that lived peacefully in the woods, a group of wolf beastmen found the shepherd boy and guided him out of the trees, and he was able to sneak back to his home before his parents ever discovered what he had done. The bite was not a bad one, thankfully, because the boy knew that if he showed it to his parents, then they would know that he had disobeyed them. So he hid the bite and did not tell a soul. It healed well and quickly, and soon the boy stopped thinking about idly regretting that he could not tell his friends. Then the night of the full moon came, and the boy changed, turning into a monster part wolf and part human that looked similar to a wolf beastman, but he was of far greater size, strength, and viciousness. While transformed, the boy ate the neighbors' sheep and frightened and ashamed continued to keep the secret to himself. He kept the secret for full moon after full moon, until some villagers spotted him one night attacking their cattle. Thinking he was one of the wolf beastmen, the villagers organized themselves and went into the woods and killed the entire tribe of wolf beastmen, deciding that they were a cult of thieves and killers. The boy mourned the lives of those that had helped him, but who, frightened for his own safety, continued to keep the secret. One hunter, though, remained suspicious. During the next full moon, the hunter waited in the woods, and when the transformed boy appeared, he ambushed him. Man and beast fought a terrible battle, until the hunter finally slayed the boy with a blow from his silver pommel, before succumbing to his own wounds. The boy and the hunter were found the next morning, and the village witch found the mark of the beast on the boy. The witch grieved, for she had a poultice that would have cured the boy of the curse of lycanthropy if only she had known about it before the full moon rose, and so ended the fable of the boy who refused to cry wolf. It was a warning against secrets, and how a secret left long enough could not only harm oneself, but also many, many others. Alex didn't want to be known as the fool who refused to cry Ravena to anyone. He could imagine a younger sibling of Collick's telling a story to his friends in the library about how his older brother died because a young man kept a secret to himself. He pulled out of his wandering thoughts again, and this time Collick hadn't interrupted him. The young prince had only watched him closely. Geez, Alex shook his head. Here I am, zoning out again. It's not easy for you to tell, is it? Collick said, watching Alex closely. You feel like your secret might change things, but you fear what would happen if you continue to keep it. Alex blinked. How did you know? It was what crossed my mind when I was thinking of telling you my secret, Collick said. It was something that I debated for a time, but I know this is a strange question, but have you ever been to a noble court, or a royal one? Alex burst out laughing. Collick, I was a baker's assistant to a baker in a small town. I lived in an inn. The most important person I'd ever talked to before I came here was the local magistrate, and I think that was all of twice. Once, when his parents had died, and he was told his inheritance was held in trust, and the second time when he'd gone to claim that inheritance. Like I come here and suddenly I'm hanging out with a prince and a noble who's a court wizard's granddaughter, and I'm talking to a super wizard who calls out the gods, and who I'm half convinced might be able to take one. But I used to get excited when I ran into a merchant that came from 2 towns over. I'm a yokel, Collick, a true bloody yokel. Fine, I get it. Collick held up his hands, looking amused. I knew it was the wrong question when you took that big breath you always take before you start launching into one of your big speeches. Wait, hold up, Alex said defensively. I do not take a deep breath whenever I launch into a big speech. You do. I've known you for a handful of months and I noticed. Alex's eyes narrowed. I'm gonna ask Teresa if I do that, and she will tell you that you do. Collick shrugged, but enough of that. The point is that when one is in court, one wades through a swamp of secrets. No one says their true intentions, at least, not in my realm, and hides their intention behind poetry and metaphor. Intention can be interpreted 3 different ways for every sentence, so if one offends another, one has ways of denying that anything was intended. He shook his head. All keep their true intent behind a mask, and you never know what secrets are being hidden from you. Secrets are power, and to grant a secret to someone is to give them power over you. Geez, that sounds hard, Alex said. He couldn't imagine having to live his entire life trying to phrase things so that no one could figure out his intentions unless he wanted them to. The mark would allow him to build the skill, but he'd go crazy living like that. Besides, his mouth had a tendency to go renegade anyway, and then he'd be completely done. It is hard, which is why it is refreshing to come to generosity and anonymity, Collick said. An anonymity that I might have lost had you decided to share with anyone. This is why I was able to guess your thinking. I gave you power over me when I shared my secret, and you're realizing that you would be granting me power over you would also be nervous to share. It makes sense. The prince clapped Alex on the shoulder. Fear not. If you do not wish to share at this moment, I will take no offense. You can tell me when you're ready. Holy shit, Alex said. Do you use that line when you're trying to court someone? Yes, Collick said with a straight face. Alex laughed, but the prince continued. I only say it as the truth. You're a good friend, man, Alex said slowly. Ha, and no one can ask for higher praise. Now come, you say you shall tell me later, and so let's get things ready for our first meeting and for our food. We can discuss this afterward. Alex took a deep breath. He felt a lot more confident about sharing the secret now. Also, he really needed to ask Teresa if he took a deep breath before he launched into big speeches. You do, Teresa said seriously. What? No, I don't. You do, she insisted. If you're about to really get in something. She stood up straighter. You always take a deep breath, square your shoulders a little, then pause for a heartbeat. Then you launch into it. How long have I done that? Alex demanded. Teresa's brow furrowed. For as long as I've known you. She'd known him for literally his entire life. Which meant? Alex shook his head at himself. The meeting had gone very well. Thundar and Isolde arrived shortly after Collick and Alex had set up the tables and chairs, and the 4 students had gotten right to it. They began by talking about what each was working on, and what they might have wanted help with. Alex brought up his struggles with Force Missile, which Isolde had studied before. Collick noted that he was gaining an interest in body enhancement magic, in which Thundar was very skilled, and Thundar, of course, brought up his struggles with battle magic. Collick offered to help with some of that, as he learned the basics of the subject from his studies before arriving in Generosity. Isolde had pretty much insisted on Alex's help with spell customization, starting specifically with Forciball. From there, they broke into pairs and discussed each other's subjects of interest. Isolde was not an expert in force magic, but even her general knowledge of magical theory as a second year was helpful, and that helped Alex with parts that were more difficult. Some of my friends said they found trouble with the top left circle of the array, which is responsible for forming the shape of the missile. She leaned over him, tapping the section of the array she was referring to. They said this was a fairly straightforward method for simplifying it. Isolde was thankfully a good teacher, or at least he found so. In truth, she spoke quickly and often didn't break down concepts completely, seemingly expecting he would know what she was talking about. Thankfully, in most cases, he did. In turn, he used the mark when teaching her, which aided him by pointing out when he'd explained concepts to others in the past. It broke down how he'd phrased his explanations of complex issues and pointed out which tactics conveyed understanding best. By the time he was finished teaching her, he felt like he'd learned almost as much as she had. As a bonus, he conducted part of the conversation in Rainian, which allowed him to practice the language. They finished off the meeting by talking about successful strategies they'd used in Com 1000 when they were in separate teams, and how they might apply those if they were all together. The only sticking point was when it came to a leader of their little cabal, as the founder Thundar began. One of the founders, Alex said, "I came up with the idea first. Yes, and then we founded the group together." Isolde quickly jumped in. "I dunno, there would have been no founding the group together if I didn't come up with the idea." Thundar rose up, his chest puffing with pride. "Hold now, what would a leader do?" Colic asked. "There are only 4 of us and we all decide things in agreement." "Well, I dunno. Then why do you want to be leader?" "Well, having you all call me Master Thundar or something would be pretty cool." The Minotaur was universally booed by the other 3 wizards. Alex even threw a spoon at him. As the meeting wound down, things became more relaxed and they were soon laughing and joking together. Even Isolde was smiling along. Soon it was time for the evening picnic, time for Shiny to speak to Selena. Then after, he would tell Colic about the mark. Alex could only shake his head at himself. "Really piled it all into one day, didn't you?" he thought. "You need to cook for me all the time," Grimlock said as he stuffed another roasted chicken into his mouth. Not a piece of chicken, a whole one, bones and all. Alex shook his head, gaping at the shark man. "I think there'd need to be 3 of me to cook for you." He shook his head. "For anyone else that doesn't eat like a dragon, everyone good." A series of muffled affirmations and chewing was all that followed. Alex grinned in satisfaction. His cooking had really exceeded even his own high standards. The picnic was a fine affair, only marred by the sense of caution that hung over the group. There definitely was a glance at the ground around them from some of his guests every once in a while, in case it started swelling and vomiting horrible demons right where they were picnicking. No demons showed up, though, and the meal went nicely. The group had picked a spot on the grass near the insula, by a copse of trees that shielded them from the wind. Fall was well underway. The leaves had turned from green to bright reds and deep purples, but the temperatures had stayed comfortable. Alex, Grimlock, Thundar, Colic, Teresa, Shishi, Isolde, Shiny, Selena, and Angela sat together on the grass. Food disappeared from the spread Alex had prepared as though ants were swarming it. He was glad he'd made a lot and had gotten a lot faster in the kitchen. After supper came time for Selena, he and Shiny to talk. He had seated Selena between Teresa and Shiny and, directly across from Calixo, that the young girl could get comfortable with the fire wielder. He was nervous about how it would go, but Shiny's gentle nature worked well with Selena's personality, and the 2 of them hit it off like they'd known each other for a long while. After supper was all finished, the 3 of them left the others and talked. At first, they spoke about things that Selena liked, then eased into a general conversation about magic, and finally shifted the conversation to the subject of fire. The young girl went quiet during that last topic. Shiny seemed a little nervous as she talked about how in her homeland fire was worshipped, and it healed as often as it harmed. She spoke of how much fire gave to people, letting them cook their food and combat monsters of the forest and sea, helping to keep people warm in cold weather and lighting up the dark nights. She talked about how fire sometimes healed the land. Alex listened with interest both for himself and for Selena's benefit, and the entire time, nobody brought up her affinity. Over time, she started to ask questions, probing questions in a soft voice. Whether she was actually curious or if she was being polite, Alex didn't know, but she asked them anyway. The questions were mostly about how fire could be good if it destroyed so much. "Fire can heal," Shiny insisted, "and fire can protect. It's like a sword or like Brutus or even a hand. They can hurt and they can help. Fire is like a child with no mind. It hurts when it runs free. It cannot help itself, but if it is directed, fire can heal and protect like no other thing in this world. That's why it's beautiful." Selena's frown went so deep for a moment that Alex thought she might start to cry, but instead she asked, "You think fire is beautiful?" "I do," Shiny said. "My people do." The conversation ended shortly after that, and Selena was quiet for the rest of the night. He could tell she was thinking and that her spirits were down. Do you think it helped? Shiny asked Alex worriedly. Ooh, I hope I didn't make things worse. His eyes turned to Colic. The time was coming. The others had departed a couple of hours ago, and Alex had spent time with Selena afterward, just talking and relaxing and playing with clay until her eyes started to close. As she got sleepier, he helped her get ready for bed and tucked her in. He'd stayed for a little while longer, making sure she wasn't having nightmares. I think she'll be fine, Teresa said from the doorway. She was running a brush through her deep, black hair which had grown quite a bit longer during their months in Generacian, leaning against the frame. She looked pretty happy with you after supper. She was quiet, Alex said worriedly. It's okay, I'll watch her during the night, she said, then jerked her head toward the apartment door. You going to wash up first? No, Alex paused. I think I want to tell Colic. Teresa's brush paused. About, he sighed. The mark. A startled silence filled the apartment. That she whistled, that's a big one. Yeah, but hold on, don't want to wake Selena up. They quietly stepped out of Selena and Teresa's room and shut the door. Alex and Teresa faced each other over the dining room table. The normally brave huntress was fidgeting in the moonlight. It poured through the curtains framing the balcony, and through it glowed a flickering light set in one of Colic's windows. Despite Alex spending time to make sure Selena was all right, the prince was waiting. Teresa paused. Are you sure? Yeah, I thought about it, Alex said, and... He took a deep breath, squared his shoulders slightly, then went into the explanation for why he wanted to tell Colic, including all of his thought processes, fears, and what made him comfortable with the idea. Teresa listened carefully, her expression resting in her normal Deathstalker face, and her eyes were watching Alex very, very closely. And that's why Alex finally finished. What do you think? I think she paused. Honestly, I don't know if it's a good idea. Really? Why? She sighed. I like Colic and I trust him, I guess. He really comes through for all of us during your combat class. He has honor, but Teresa shook her head. I just get a bit scared when I think about you telling anyone. You think I shouldn't do it? No, she shook her head. Honestly, you are the one that's got the mark, and you know Colic better than I do. If you want to tell someone, you can, and if I had to pick anyone for you to tell, it would be him. She shook her head. I'm just scared, Alex, is all. This is a big step. Alex touched her shoulder gently. I know, Teresa, I know. But you were right. Boy who refused to cry wolf, she said. If this is anything like any of the other old stories, then you'll keep it a secret until it somehow comes out at the worst possible moment. If you trust him, tell him. And with this cabal thing, you all have it's not fair if you're all going to protect each other while you're sitting on something like this. Yeah. She looked at him and her eyes seemed to shine in the moonlight. Her gleaming black hair blew around her shoulders from a gentle breeze through the balcony. Just call for me if anything happens, okay? Nothing's going to happen, Alex said. I know, but if it does, call for me. Come in, Colic said as he opened the door for Alex. The bearded young man hid a yawn behind his hand. Then he gestured to a seat at his table, which they'd moved back to his apartment earlier. A pitcher and 2 glasses sat on the table. He heard a rustle and his eyes darted toward the window. Nagia was there. The great bird of prey had tucked her head forward against her body. Her breaths were quiet, and if Alex didn't know better, he would have thought that she was merely a lifelike ornament. Nerves gnawed at his belly, and he tried to stop that voice that was screaming at him to just make an excuse and leave. Here, Colic said, dropping into the chair opposite him, and then pouring a couple of drinks into the glasses. He slid one toward Alex, who glanced inside. Wine, indeed, Colic said. It is what we drank when I shared my secret with you, so it shall be what we drink when you share yours with me. He paused. Are you sure about this? Yeah. Alex took a deep breath and squared his shoulders slightly. He paused now that the movement had been pointed out to him. He'd never be able to unnotice it, I'm sure. He took another deep breath and a long sip of wine. This was it. Colic raised an eyebrow. With how tense you look, I almost feel like you're about to tell me that you did something horrible. Alex looked at him gravely. I did. Colic froze. What are you about to tell me? I'm a monster, a shapeshifter that... He paused. Colic was holding up his hand with an unamused expression. No, the prince said. What? Alex said. I was telling you the truth. You were not. Colic shook his head. You were about to try the same trick on me that I played on you, which I was waiting for. Alex cursed internally. That was one chance for revenge spoiled. It was all right, though. He was patient, and there would be other opportunities. All right, seriously this time. Alex drew himself up, his voice quieting. Have you ever heard of the heroes of Thameland? Colic frowned. Only in passing. I think I heard you speak of them to your friend from Potions class, Carrie. And I have heard it mentioned in passing by some professors and a few students, but that is all. Okay, Alex took a deep breath and dropped his voice to a whisper. Well, I'm one of them. A long silence followed, then Colic burst out laughing. You are persistent. You got me this time. SHHHH. Alex glanced at the door and balcony. Not so loud. The prince's laughter continued to roll through the apartment until he noticed Alex's face. Both his mirth and his smile vanished. Oh my god, so you are serious, aren't you? Yes, so there are these heroes, right? 5 of them all marked. He spread his hands. There's the chosen, their leader, the champion, their warrior, the sage, their spellcaster, and the saint, their healer and miracle worker, he sighed. And lastly, there's the fool Servant, and that's me. Colic blinked at him for a moment, then took a long sip from his cup. If I think I remember Carrie saying something about this fool, he paused, glancing at Alex, being missing. And that's because or you are here. That's right. And how are you here? Colic asked. Alex sighed. That, my friendy's kind of a long story. As it turned out, it was a long story. Having never told it before, he didn't realize quite how long. He started with a background on the Ravena and the heroes. He continued into the history of the heroes and mentioned the patron saint of Ulrich, the traveler. He then talked about the day he'd gotten the Mark's plans he'd had, the journey he'd wanted to make, and the life he'd wanted for himself and how the Mark had changed all that. Wait, Colic held up a hand at that point in the story. So it hinders combat, divinity, and magic, spellcraft, Alex corrected, while making you learn just about anything else a lot faster. And you have been taking Balin's combat course and other courses revolving around spellcraft while dealing with this. It hasn't been easy. And what was that part about priests being able to sense you? Apparently it's from really close. I wouldn't have gotten out of Ulrich otherwise. But how did you escape your realm? Well, remember the traveler. Yes, that's where her cave comes in. Alex continued through their trials in the cave of the traveler, about their struggle against the Hive Queen. He was brief with his discussion of the dungeon core and humans being able to use it. Colic didn't have the background context for why that was such a big deal, so he simply nodded with that part of the story, though his eyebrows did rise. Finally, Alex finished with how he'd been struggling and finding loopholes in the Mark's interference, which he'd been using to successfully get through his classes. And that's basically it, Alex finally said. He glanced at the balcony, noticing that the moon had shifted its position a fair bit. That's my big secret. I'm just hoping to look into this stuff with the dungeon core and pass my courses. Maybe I can get the information to someone that I can trust, someone with power. And yeah, he thought it over for a moment. That's it. Alex closely watched Colic's face. The Southern Prince was silent for a long time. Alex knew it must have been only for a dozen seconds or so, but to him, it felt like hours. Prince Colic stared into his wine for a long time, his brow furrowed and his fine features highlighted by the moonlight. In that moment, he looked older, like a wise king, pondering some great question instead of simply his peer and friend. Deeply. Alex swallowed. What do you think? What do I think? Colic blinked. What is there for me to say? I mean the whole thing, Alex said. Well, I have to say that the title suits you. You are a fool. A mad, brave fool, Colic said in disbelief. A baker's assistant sneaking through a cave of silent scorpions. Silent spiders. Yes, silent spiders, sneaking through their cave, blowing up a swarm in the magic statues that guarded your patron saint's sanctum, blowing a giant monster to kingdom come, and then jumping into an unknown portal that delivered you hundreds of leagues away. It is madness, sheer and utter madness. Colic shook his head, and I thought my journey had peril, and it did, but I was surrounded by my finest guards. I had Nagia, and I have had training in combat with spell and blade. You had a magical mark that made you more vulnerable than most, and you still tried it. And then. He gestured to the south. You come to the Chancellor's class to learn more about combat, more danger. Hey, wouldn't have figured out as many loopholes as I have without that class, Alex said. Plus, I got to meet you, and Balin and Thundar and Isoldean Shiny and Grimlock and Jalara, a lot of people. Even this whole thing, all of this. The prince gestured to their surroundings, coming to a university for wizardry while hindered against spellcraft as you are, but trying anyway. I think most would run or try to, but perhaps merely hide in a village, or they would go to a town somewhere on the continent and use their skills to enrich themselves. I think that's what some of my predecessors did. History's spotty, though, and I am surprised you did not do so yourself, to be branded a servant and hindered from defending oneself against danger. But you chose a hard path instead of going off to enrich yourself. I just really want to be a wizard, Alex said. I can see that, Colic said. Well, I have a question. What is it? Can I see this mark? Alex paused. Yeah, the two young men closed the curtains and Alex took off his shirt, showing the prince the golden glowing jester's face. The prince squinted at it. It has an evil look, though I suppose it could be uglier. You, Alex blinked. What's wrong? Colic looked up. I dunno, just I didn't expect you to react like this, he said. Colic shrugged. I have met powerful folk. I have met men and women that my kingdom's generals call hero. I have met those that claim to hear our gods, and here I have seen wizards and monsters. I am a prince of Tekizash. I will take my friend's secret and cherish it, but I will not gawk at you, worship you, and judge you. The prince rose to his full height, and for a brief instant almost seemed taller than Alex. You are branded by your god, and you chose another fate. You still seek to help your people, and you protect your family. You put your trust in me as I have in you. You remain Alex Roth, my first friend at Generosity and my closest here. We are in a cabal together, and we shall protect each other and aid each other. He paused, his voice filled with royal dignity. You may call upon me while we are in the cabal, just as someday I may call upon you. And that is all there is to that. That is what I think, Alex. For a moment, Alex thought he might cry from relief. All of the bad scenarios disappeared from his mind. He had shared his secret, and in the end he had kept his friend. No, if anything, he felt closer to this young man than before. Think nothing of it, Colic said, gripping Alex's unmarked shoulder. Now, who else knows? Just my sister, Teresa, and her parents. Literally no one else. Good, do you think you will tell Thundar and Isolde? Yeah, Alex nodded. When I get to know them a little better, if I can trust them, I will. And anyone else, a professor. Alex paused. Balin, I think. Colic thought it over for a while and then paused to yawn. It was very, very late. That is a good choice. The Chancellor is powerful and has no love for gods. If he is on your side, then you will be safe. Yeah, Alex said. Yeah. Colic yawned again. And besides, if you tell one of the professors, then someone can understand you if you struggle, so that is why you struggle with force missile. Yeah, Alex said, putting his shirt back on. The mark's got its benefits, but it's frustrating. Let me tell you. I can imagine, Colic said. I might have tried to cut it off by now. Alex shrugged. It crossed my mind in those first few days, but someone else probably thought of that too in previous generations. All I have to do now is just keep going. Things are going well and I'm making the best of it. I think Jules might give me more freedom soon, maybe next semester. It's been all right so far. Well, I hope it stays that way, Colic said. And Agin, thanks for trusting me. The two young men bid each other good night after gripping each other's hands in farewell. As Alex started down the hall, his step was light and the world felt a little more friendly. He was glad he had done it. His mind returned to what Colic said about professors not knowing that the mark might make him struggle. That was a good point. Hopefully, that wouldn't come to bite him any time soon. Why are you not trying in my class, Mr. Roth? Professor Ram demanded. Alex gulped as his imposing professor of force magic watched him pointedly, his face hardened by anger. What do you mean, Professor? Alex stammered in front of Professor Ram. It had been weeks since his conversation with Colic, and while he'd remembered what the prince had said about maybe telling a professor so someone could understand if he was struggling, he hadn't done so. His own worry about force missile had remained, but it had retreated into the back of his mind. For the first time in months, his life had fallen into a calm routine, and when things became calm and regular, people often forgot worries that weren't immediate. The campus itself was more tense, though. Balin had held another assemblithis, one attended by members of Generosi's ruling council of Wizardswear. They spoke of a joint investigation into this act of malicious magic. In time, only the increased presence of the Watchers of Roll on campus served as the occasional reminder of the incident. Life continued on and Alex was at peace. Selena continued to improve as well, though she was a little more thoughtful than before, quieter, with more frowns when she thought no one was looking. At other times, she was all cheer. He wasn't sure what to make of it. Teresa's contact had come through, and she'd at last gained a job at the Beasterium as an assistant warden. The work wasn't as glamorous as assisting in the construction of Golms, at least. Not to Alex, but she said that she enjoyed it immensely, and she got to take Brutus with her when she went to work. The Cabal had met several times since their first meeting, and continued to help each other. Every member was showing improvements with reaching their goals. Close collaboration was already bearing fruit. Colic and Alex had grown closer as friends as well, and were hanging out even more than before. One of the few things he had to complain about in the last little while was that between his training, school, and his new job, that he'd finished the training period sleep, was getting to be a little hard to come by at times. One other thing was his progress with Force Missile. Even with Isolde's help, he was struggling to make significant progress with the spell. The time to hand in his report on it was drawing close, and he'd basically resolved to focus on the theoretical aspects of the spell and just take the massive loss in marks for the practical portion. One couldn't have everything, and he'd made good progress with his continued modifications to Wizard's Hand and Learning Orb of Air. In short, life was good. And then the professor for FORC 1550 had asked him to stay behind after class. Now Alex sat in his floating desk while Professor Ram floated in front of him. What do I mean? The professor said. I mean exactly that. Why are you not trying in my class? Alex's mind raced, completely caught off guard. His eyes flicked down to the black force construct that served as Professor Ram's prosthetic arm. I mean I am, Professor. No, you're not, Professor Ram countered, his eyebrows knitting close together in a frown. His voice was calm, but there was an edge to his words that was as sharp as a knife. I don't think you're even close to trying, Mr. Roth. I don't understand. One of Ram's dark eyebrows rose on his dark brown face. I've heard of your performance in other classes, Mr. Roth. I've seen where you placed on the honors lists for every other course except this one. Alex felt his face flush. I mean I study really hard, Professor. I have no doubt, Professor Ram said. You know the theory well. Very well. Your Forciball, Forcidisc, and Wizard's Hand all have excellent modifications, and your Force Shield is adequate. Alex winced at the word adequate. But your speed is abysmal, Professor Ram said. Completely impractical when it comes to making use of spells in an actual combat situation, which, considering Force Magic's many battlefield applications and your presence in the art of the wizard in combodies where it seems you want to go. His frown deepened further. So why are you not working on your speed? And what's this with force missile? I haven't seen any meaningful progress from you, Mr. Roth, and the report is due next week. Why are you reprimanding me? Alex asked slowly. The heat of anger rose up in him. He was an adult, not a 5-year-old child to be badgered by their teacher. No, I'm trying to encourage you and save your life, Ram said simply. Alex rose up a little in his chair. I'm pretty sure there's students doing a lot worse than me, Professor Ram. There are, the force professor said bluntly. Much worse. Especially in the theory. You obviously know what you're doing, Mr. Roth. You couldn't have done as well as you did on the written midterm if you didn't. You also wouldn't have been able to modify your spells if you didn't. Then I don't understand the problem, Professor, Alex said flatly. The problem is that you can do better. Are you taking 5 courses, Mr. Roth? A full course load? Yeah, I am. That means you top the honors list for every single one of your courses except for this one. Ram looked at him pointedly. The reason I am talking to you, Mr. Roth, is not because you are doing poorly, but because you are obviously capable of a far better performance. Far better. Anger continued to rise in Alex, frustration at the professor and his own situation. He was trying his hardest. He really was. It wasn't his fault that the mark made it so that if he didn't use caution, his meditation techniques, and his full concentration when casting spells, then he probably would have blown his own head off by screwing up a spell array. Of course, Professor Ram didn't know that couldn't know that, which in a way made the situation even more frustrating. He couldn't even explain himself. I am struggling with my speed, Professor, but I'm trying as hard as I can to improve it. That's not true. Alex paused. Pardon, if anything, your efforts dipped when it comes to force missile. He watched Alex for a moment. Speed is one of the most important aspects in spell casting. Do you know how fast a crossbow bolt travels? No, Alex admitted. Between 300 to 400 feet per second, Ram said. That means that if you notice an attacker with a crossbow trained on Yao, you'll have 1 second to cast Force Shield before it strikes you. And that's if they're 300 to 400 feet away. If they're closer, you'll have that much less time. Alex fought the urge to grind his teeth. Maybe I just want to do peaceful things. Professor, with all due respect to you, said in class multiple times that force magic has almost infinite applications besides being used as battle magic. And that is true, Ram agreed. How fast is the human body moving once it has been in free fall for 1 second? Just over 32 feet per second, depending on air resistance, Alex said almost automatically. There were similar questions on the written portion of the midterm. Correct. Ram raised his force construct hand. Both he and Alex shot upwards until they were nearly at ceiling height. The young man's stomach flip-flopped. The professor pointed at his desk. Suppose for a moment, Mr. Roth, the magic causing your chair and desk to float failed suddenly. Suppose it was dispelled or some phenomena in the air robbed it of mana, or I dropped dead suddenly and the magic circuit lost power or something of that sort. We are roughly 32 feet in the air. You would have approximately 1.41 seconds before you crashed into the desks below. Ram leaned forward. Say you knew just the right spell that would catch and save you. At your speed, would you be able to cast it in time? Alex frowned and stayed silent for a moment. Beneath his desk, one of his hands clenched into a fist. No, exactly, Professor Ram said. All that brain of yours that you're not applying to my class would be pouring out of your skull, all over the floor until an orb of air came along to suck it up for disposal. I actually am trying, Alex insisted. Are you now? Ram said. What's the pass rate for most courses at Generosity? I don't know, Alex said, trying to keep the sullenness out of his voice. All right then, what's the minimum average you need to achieve to pass a first-year course here? 70. Correct, Ram said. And by the way, more than half of first-year students fail first-year mana manipulation. It is an extremely difficult subject, and yet you were able to challenge the exam and skip the rest of the first-year course entirely. I'm just better at it, Professor, Alex insisted. He took a deep, meditative breath to control the frustration that was building more and more. I'm doing my best here, you keep saying that. Ram folded his arms behind his back and turned to the window. His lips pursed in thought behind his black beard. And I would believe it too, were it not for the modifications you have made to your spell arrays for several of the spells taught in this class, fairly advanced modifications, which require a lot of detailed work. You are capable. Mr. Roth, no I'm not, the mark's slowing me down, Alex wanted to scream. Well, I just have to keep trying, he said instead, like you are with force missile. Ram raised an eyebrow. I've seen it year after year, Mr. Roth. Students come in, make a certain amount of effort in the first half of the semester, then if they do well in the midterm they slack, then the final utterly destroys them. Or if they manage to get through that, then they find out to their immense disappointment that the second-year course is far more difficult than the first-year course. He sighed and his face softened. Mr. Roth, I know you are capable of more, and quite frankly, your behavior is baffling. I think if you truly applied yourself, you could easily make near the top of the honors list after the final exam. To see you reach the midterm and put in less effort is disappointing. I believe you can excel. Do so. Alex's mind was racing and his heart was slamming in his chest. Rage at Uldar, Ram the mark, and himself flooded him utterly. Are we done now? Alex said, looking down at his desk. He didn't trust himself to look up at the professor. I have things to do. He heard a sigh, which caused him even more frustration. It appears that we are, Ram said. Alex stalked through the campus with his hands balled into fists. He really wanted to hit something, and it must have showed, because students he passed took one look at his face and very quickly moved out of his way. A big part of him wanted to go back and shout at Ram for minimizing the insane amount of effort he was putting into school. The mark made things extraordinarily difficult, and he was coping with that as best he could. Another part of him wanted to tear his sleeve away, show the professor the mark, and tell him exactly what he'd been dealing with. Calmer part of his mind clamped down on the idea. For one, he couldn't trust Ram. That wasn't to say that Ram had done anything untrustworthy, but this conversation was literally the longest he'd ever had with the man. Also, a part of him realized that telling Ram might not have even helped him at all. If someone wasn't familiar with the fool, or if they weren't close to him, there wasn't really a way to convey exactly how hindering the mark was. Kalik's reaction had been muted. Respectful, understanding, but muted without being Thamish or knowing the history of the heroes. He just couldn't comprehend the full significance that being branded with the fool truly carried. What would Ram's reaction have been like? Probably not one full of understanding. Alex shook his head. That was something else to consider before he told Balin, or anyone else. He cursed viciously beneath his breath. Nothing would have pleased him more than to be able to cast force magic as quickly as he'd been able to before he'd received the mark. He would have loved to learn Force Missile without trouble and then graduate to other more combative force spells, or even other combat spells. He'd be lying if he said that Isolde's lightning spells weren't cool, but all he could do was do his best, and sometimes that wasn't enough. His mood dropped lower and lower the more he thought about it. He stopped, taking a deep, meditative breath. Slowly, he focused inward to calm himself. Hey, Alex, a deep, familiar voice called from behind him. He turned to see the horned form of Thundar walking toward him across the grass, his hooves leaving imprints in the muddy parts. How or why whoa? Hi, Thundar. What is it? Alex asked, continuing to take deep breaths. You look like you want to strangle somebody. What happened? Something happened with your sister, Teresa. Class. Alex shook his head. Nothing big. Ah, come on, you can tell me, Thundar said, shifting his bag on his massive furred shoulder. Well, Alex told Thundar an abridged version of the conversation with Ram, leaving out his frustrations with the mark. Thundar snorted. Well, that ain't right. I've seen you trying hard with Force Missile. The Minotaur looked at him carefully, as the leader of the Cabal. Thundar, not right now, man, Alex said. Not in the mood. Fine then as your friend I say you could use something relaxing. Yeah, I'm working on that. The Minotaur wizard looked at him carefully. You got class now? No, not until later this afternoon, Alex said. Good, come with me. Thundar jerked his horned head toward the south end of campus. Why, what's up? Grabbing some wine, Alex asked. Thundar snorted. It's the middle of the day. Who do I look like, Colic? No, it's a club that me and some of the students from Body Enhancement are into. What's it about? Thundar then struck a pose that caught Alex off guard. He set his hooves wide apart and began to move his arms slowly, as though passing them through water. It's a kind of body movement and meditation exercise from Tarim Lung. It helps loosen the body up, relax it, and redirect force. Alex mused. I like meditation, another kind of medi. Paused. Wait, he said slowly. Did you say redirect force? Yeah. Thundar continued to slowly move his arms. Redirect the force from within and outside force too. It'll help calm you down and feel better. Outside force. Well, yeah, it's an exercise, but it's based on a fighting style that lets you redirect opponents. Don't get too excited, though this version's movements are a lot slower and broader. It's just to loosen the body up. Helps a lot after you've used a lot of body enhancement spells. Alex could already feel his anger fading, rapidly being replaced by excitement. Just an exercise that loosens you up and redirects force. That sounds like exactly what I need right now. The place where Thundar's club met was in a part of campus that Alex had never been before, even though it was fairly close to the Beastarium. Much of wizardry involved horticulture. There were a number of reasons for this, the primary one being that people needed to grow plants for food, have plant material to weave clothing from, or for various medicines. In his magic lore class, they'd learned that from oral histories, early writings, and the accounts of long-lived races, mortals first applied wizardry to the task of creating reliable, strong crops and easing the work of farming. Another reason was that many disciplines in alchemy required magical plants and fungi of various kinds to make potions, tools, wands, staffs, and other magical items. So it wasn't surprising that the University of Generosity would boast one of the most impressive botanical gardens in the entire world. Though it was called a garden, it was more of a small forest, completely contained within magically hardened glass and constantly monitored with spells that controlled temperature, humidity, and sunlight. Long brass pipes extended over the glass walls and ceiling around the garden, complete with nozzles to spray water magically pumped in from an underground source. The glass enclosure's ceiling rose 100 feet into the air, leaving plenty of room for even tall, alchemically valuable trees to be grown with little trouble. The sense of fresh earth, spicy fruits and vegetables, earthy mushrooms, and fragrant flowers filled the garden's fertile patches, which were crisscrossed with stone pathways for students to walk on. It proved to be a popular place. In addition to the staff and alchemical students checking on what they were growing, many other students bustled through the paths. Some were seated on the many benches throughout the garden studying or enjoying an afternoon meal. Others were walking slowly through the pathways hand in hand, lost in each other's faces more than in the gardens around them. At certain areas in the garden, there were wide, circular patches of stone where pavilions made of naturally growing bushes that had been magically twisted together and shaped into buildings stood available for students or staff. On many of them hung the familiar wreaths of dried grapevines surrounding wooden boards painted with monsters. It was within one of these that they found Thundar's club. Students of various ages, though Alex noticed that quite a few were older, were stretching upon the stones. They all wore comfortable clothes, and several of them waved to Thundar as he arrived. "This is Alex," the Minotaur gestured to his friend. "He's going to be joining us today if all of you don't mind." No one protested, and Alex was greeted with a few welcoming smiles and verbal salutations in half a dozen languages, which Alex returned in those languages. By now, his practice with different tongues had progressed to the point where he could manage simple conversations in about 4 different languages, if he counted the common tongue. He was still working on the accents, though. "Do we need mats or something?" Alex asked, eyeing the stone. "No, this whole thing is AL on the feet," Thundar said. "We'll be standing, but it can be done sitting if someone needs to." "Ah, there's the leader." Alex looked up and saw a young woman approaching the group. Though she looked human, Alex could see a pair of large fox tails emerging from her trousers, just around the base of her spine. She was moving quickly and adjusted a pair of spectacles that were sliding down her nose. "Sorry I'm late," she said. "I was marking and lost track of time." She dropped her bag beside her and quickly went through some stretches. "Did you stretch?" Yes, I see that you have been." "Never mind. Stupid question." Alex and Thundar looked at each other as they went into their own stretches. Once the entire club had finished up, the young woman looked around. "Ah, new faces, I see." Alex followed her gaze, realizing that he mustn't be the only one attending the club for the first time. "Well, welcome to our little gathering. And welcome to everyone who's returning." The leader bowed to the group, and the group bowed to her in turn, with Alex scrambling to do the same. "For all those who are new, don't worry about never having done this before. It's easy to learn. I won't talk very much through the class, but the movements are slow, relaxed, and easy to pick up, even if they are harder to master. Would anyone like to explain a little about what we do in our club?" An older man toward the front of the group cleared his throat. "This is what's called the cleansing movements," he said. "While meditation is about focusing on the breath to relax the mind, the cleansing movements focus on the body to relax it, exercise it, and redirect bad energy from it." "That's right." The leader pushed her spectacles back up the bridge of her nose. "And today we'll be doing the same as always, 2 sets of 108 different movements of the body. After the first set, we will have a 15-minute break. Try not to fill the break with too much talking. Instead, reflect on your experience and feel your body. If any of you practice meditation, the break would be a good time to do that. Sound good? All right, then let's get started. Please follow my movements. I will say the name of the move as we go through it together. And remember, learn by observation and do not judge yourself. Open your thoughts and let your body flow into the movements." Her tails wiggled. "After the lesson, I'll have a little talk with the newcomers and correct any major issues I observed." Alex blinked. For something that was supposed to be relaxing, this had a real sink or swim quality to it. "Oh, wait, she paused. "I almost forgot. To all newcomers, would you please take off any shoes, boots, or sandals? It's important to feel the ground with your feet as you're practicing this, and to have your toes freed up." Alex glanced up at Thundar, who grinned down at him and tapped the stones with his hoof. "Your puny foot coverings are overrated anyway." Alex rolled his eyes as he slid his boots off. He watched as the leader placed her feet together and the rest of the class followed. Scrambling, he copied their position, using the mark to begin the process of correcting his movements and enhancing his learning. As he suspected and hoped, despite the exercise being similar to a combat system, it didn't cause the mark to react, just as the spear and oar dance didn't. In the first movement, the leader spread her feet so that they were a little beyond shoulder width apart, a stance similar to one of the positions from Fandor's dancing, bent her knees slightly. The class followed her, all of them breathing in deeply and breathing out slowly. As Alex followed her position, he wiggled his toes on the ground. The mark showed him an image of his toes when they'd just contracted, and he noticed that the instructor's feet were gripping the stones. He adjusted his toes to do the same, and was flooded with more images of his own recent actions, showing that he'd done the right thing. For a moment he frowned, wishing that the mark helped him in the same way when he was practicing spellcraft or even combat. He acknowledged that thought and feeling on the inhalation and let it pass on the exhalation. It was what it was. Sometimes things would be easy. Sometimes things would be frustrating. He just needed to adapt along the way. Following the mark's instruction, he kept his shoulders down and his neck straight so that the top of his head pointed directly toward the glass ceiling of the gardens. He began following the leader's arm movements. She extended them forward, keeping a slight bend in the elbows and some slackness in her hands so that her palms and fingers were facing down toward the stones. She then began to make a circle in the air with her arms vertically, so that her arms rose up toward the ceiling, then sideways, then back down toward the stones. After a few repetitions during which Alex used the mark to correct his own form, switched to the other direction, and then changed to a different movement, one that almost looked like a guard position. Pivoting her hips, her right hand pushed up past her shoulder while her left hand dropped down past her hip. Both of her hands looked as though they were pushing aside blows or incoming attackers, or at least, that's how Alex imagined it would look for his purpose. He watched closely, his excitement building as the club continued to go through the 108 movements. Each move was slow, relaxed, and timed to coincide with their breathing, and they all involved soft movements that gently extended or contracted the limbs. Many of the movements were simply relaxing and helped stretch the body. When combined with Teresa's meditation techniques, Alex felt the remaining dregs of anger drain away, allowing his mind to at last relax and his emotions to calm. He realized that the issues still remained. Deep down, he was still frustrated and somewhat embarrassed that he was having such difficulty with Force Missile as a combat spell. He still hoped that some miracle would allow him to have a breakthrough that would let him grasp the spell in time to hand in his report. Then he would show Professor Ram the true results of his labor. As his thoughts continued to calm, he remembered something that Balin had said: a proper wizard knows their limits. That applied to him now more than ever. He had done his best with the mark, and he'd run into a wall. He was working on overcoming that wall, but realistically wouldn't be able to do so by the time the assignment was due. And that was okay. Ram might think that he wasn't completely applying himself because it could look that way from the outside. In the end, though, it didn't really matter what Ram thought. He was trying his best, and he knew that. He was succeeding at his own pace, and had enjoyed major successes in many areas that he wouldn't have thought possible when he first received the mark. That was something to be thankful for, and focusing on one troublesome spot would only cause him more grief than necessary. Right now, he was at his limit when it came to combat-oriented spells. That was okay. He would focus on other spells while working to overcome that limit, slowly and safely. By the time the club had finished the first 108 movements, he felt much lighter in spirit and fell into his regular meditation routine with ease. One of the feelings he noticed within himself was gratitude toward Professor Ram and Thundar. Ram had meant well of him if he was harsh about it, and his provocation had caused Alex to join Thundar in his club. The cleansing movements were fantastic. He could see a number of them working very well if he had to deflect physical blows. It would take time, of course. He would need to learn the movements and then adapt the right ones for movement and defense in such a way that they didn't trigger the mark, but thankfully he'd found the start of another path. Besides, when he imagined combining the cleansing movement with the spear and oar dance, it looked really, really cool in his mind. He felt gratitude toward Thundar for showing him this. It helped bring him back to calm and generate a new way to defend himself. Maybe they should make him leader of the Cabal. An image came to his mind, one of the Minotaur barking orders and demanding tribute from the others. Or maybe he'd just make him a hearty meal instead. A meal, I won't say no to that, Thundar said as the club finished the practice session. Butin did a little soon. Never too soon to have good food with better friends, Alex said as he slipped his boots back on. And I'm not going to say no to your cooking, Thundar laughed, stretching. Alex noticed the Minotaur's eyes following the club leader's tails around. But it's a little premature, isn't it? What do you mean? Thundar finally looked back at him, then jerked a thumb toward the grape leaf wreaths on the gazebo. You want to make another big meal for Festival of Ghosts, right? Alex froze. The what now? You seriously don't have the Festival of Ghosts up in your homeland? Thundar asked as they made their way along one of the paths through the botanical gardens. They passed a series of beehives set away from the path that were being tended by wizards wrapped in visible force protection. Seriously, you never heard of it? Thundar, for the last time, no, I haven't heard of it, Alex said. We have Sigmas, the Harvest Festival, Uldar's Rise, the Heroes Festival, the Spring Festival, and well, some other festivals, but we don't have a Festival of Ghosts, and I'll never know what it is if you keep asking how come we don't have one in Thameland without bloody well telling me what it is. Fine, Thundar grunted. We have it in my homeland, and they have it here in Generaz, but we make our wreaths out of pumpkin leaves instead of grape leaves. So basically, it goes like this. That sounds pretty religious, Alex said. I'm surprised it's allowed on campus. Ain't no gods involved, Thundar said. There's just living mortals honoring mortals who have passed on. It's about respect, that's all. Okay, so I see why it's called ghosts. What's with the wreaths then? Protection, Thundar said. The old legends say that when a bunch of people all call to the dead at the same time, even just honoring themic calls to all spirits, including bitter ones, selfish ones, or ones that want revenge. So we make wreaths out of the harvest as a symbol of life to ward away the ones that mean us harm. Oh, that's cool, Alex said. But why do the wreaths surround monsters? Thundar smiled darkly. To scare him. There's an old story about a farmer who honored his dead father during a festival of ghosts, but his words not only reached his father, but his uncle too, who was wandering the world as a ghost. The uncle's ghost came to the farmer's land and terrorized his family, drained the life from his cows, and scattered his sheep. The minotaur tapped the side of his thick skull. So the farmer got tired of it and remembered how his uncle had died, killed by a troll while stealing his father's pumpkins one night. So the farmer made a troll costume out of old leather. He used bones for the teeth and rotten tomatoes for the eyes. When the ghost came along, the farmer leaped out, and it scared his dead uncle so badly that he died all over again. Thundar bared his teeth in a vicious grin. So ever since, whenever people celebrate the Festival of Ghosts, they make masks and costumes of frightening monsters to scare away bad ghosts. Makes sense. No, but it sounds pretty fun, Alex said. I can kinda see why it's not in Thameland. Monsters swarming from the Ravena is kind of a horrible kingdom-ending thing for the most part. He could imagine someone in Thameland wanting to dress up like a dragon or a Cerberus, but a silent spider. Not so much. So you talked about a meal, is there a feast? Alex said. Like you know a feast Tivil. Thundar groaned. You're out of the cabal. You're not the leader, you can't kick me out. Make me the leader so I can kick you out. Oh okay no, why would I do that? Damn. Thundar swore. Anyway, bad jokes aside. There's lots of food, drinks, and desserts. We eat in life for those in death, leaving an open seat at the table for our loved ones. Alex thought about it, imagining dressing up for the festival or maybe letting Selena dress up for it and inviting his friends over for food and to honor the dead, including his parents. It actually sounded pretty nice. Ooh, I'm going to cook up the feast to end all feasts, Alex said, rubbing his hands together, and I'll be there to eat the feast to end all feasts. The young wizard stared up at the Minotaur. Can you cook? Thundar snorted. Of course I can cook. What do I look like, a helpless calf? He paused, his eyes going wide even as an evil grin widened on Alex's face. I mean no. Clap. Alex's hand rose to clap the Minotaur on the shoulder. Ooh, it's much too late. Welcome to the Roth Kitchen helpers. I pay in food. Thundar groaned, then paused. His bovine ears twitched on the side of his head. Wait, did you hear something? Alex paused, listening to the sounds of the botanical garden. He could hear the rustle of people working in the greenery, as well as the sound of students walking the paths of the gardens and speaking in low voices. He might have heard the sound of small animals. Rustle. Alex paused, cocking his ear toward the sound. Rustle. There it was again. You hear that? Thundar asked. Yeah, sounds like some kind of small animal, Alex said. Yeah, or an imp, Thundar said darkly. Alex double took at him. What do you think so? He cocked his head toward the trees. The young wizard closed his eyes, concentrating his senses on his hearing. He didn't hear the beat of leathery wings, a sound the imps made when he'd fought them. I don't hear their wings, Alex said. Do you smell anything weird? No, Thundar said. It sounded creepy, but maybe you're right. Maybe it was just an animal. For a moment, Alex imagined all kinds of possibilities, demons, monsters from the Ravena, or even the mana vampire that was stalking the city. He eyed the gardens suspiciously, but nothing strange happened. Looking at each other and exchanging shrugs, the two student wizards made their way toward the garden's exit. As it turned out, the festival was in a week, and Alex was extremely glad that he'd found out about it when he had. It seemed like a number of businesses would be closed on the festival days, but his shifts at Shale's workshop hadn't fallen on those days. His work with golems was incredibly interesting. For the most part, his job was to prepare ingredients and organize them for the construction of golem cores, as well as to assist Lager in the body sculpting process. Both his hours sculpting with Selena and his work in Jules' class had really paid off for his new job. He found he was able to slide into both roles feeling well prepared. His sculpting skills had grown since he'd started at the workshop. Before working with Selena, the only thing he could make was a mess, but now he was able to carefully craft some fairly decent-looking sculptures of beasts, buildings, and people. Selena had also grown as well by practicing and using her own natural talent. He'd never noticed how naturally dexterous she was until he'd worked with her so closely, which made him wonder if his little sister might take an interest in alchemy when she got older. For the time being, though, what she was interested in was the Festival of Ghosts. I get to dress up like a cool monster. She nearly screamed in excitement as Alex explained it to her and Teresa over breakfast during the weekend. And we get to do something nice for mother and father. Yeah, it's pretty cool, isn't it? Alex said, Teresa playfully tapped her chin as she watched the excited little girl. What kind of monster would you dress up as if you could choose any monster? I'd like to be Brutus. Selena shouted happily. With a grunt, Brutus startled awake at his name being called from the opposite end of the room. All three heads swiveled, looking around with sleepy eyes. That might be kind of hard. What with all those heads, Alex said. We might be able to make you a mask that makes you look like a troll or something." "Cool, being a troll sounds cool too," Selena said. Alex burst out laughing. Great, his sister wanted to be a troll. Maybe she wouldn't have minded. Operation Giant Selena after all. He shook his head. "Why do I keep thinking about that?" he thought. I really needed to work out some of my issues. So Alex said, "I don't think we actually have all the right materials to make you a really cool looking troll mask, not in a week, but Thundar said there are stores in town that'll be selling masks. We could buy you one to wear. Would you like that?" "Yeah," she said. "Good. Nauthai's festival is celebrating the dead, which means that we eat for our lost loved ones. I'm going to make food that our parents would like, which means mother's cookies. What about you, Selena? What do you think they would like?" Selena frowned for a long moment, and for an instant, Alex thought he'd pushed too hard by bringing up their parents and the food they would like so soon after her ordeal with fire. She frowned. "Dad used to make that stew for Sigmas." She paused, looking up to Alex. What did it have in it? The moment she brought it up, the old flavor instantly came back to him. He could almost taste it. "A lot of things, but let me see. I think he put in lots of potatoes, some nuts, different herbs, venison and beef, some bottles of ale and lots of cheese. Wow, I remember that now. That stew used to be so good. I'm glad you thought of it, little goblin." The thing was that Alex didn't have the exact recipe for his father's Sigmas stew, not the exact proportions for all the ingredients, but he'd helped him in the kitchen when he made it, so he could use the mark to experiment and guide him to get them right. It was good that Selena brought that up. He and his father used to take 3 days making that stew. He'd need to start it early, especially since this would be the first time he'd be making it by himself. "All right, I can start that soon," Alex said. "Can," Selena said suddenly. "Can I help you make it?" Alex paused. She'd never shown any interest in the kitchen before. It was to the point where he'd wondered if she'd grow up to be one of those folks who just boiled gruel for supper every night because it was quick and easy. "Are you sure that's okay?" Alex said gently. "There's fire in the kitchen, you know." Selena nodded. I know. Maybe I can do something else." "Well, there's plenty of other things. You can wash vegetables, get things from the pantry, get spoons and pots if that's okay." "Yeah," she brightened. I want mother and father to eat something that I helped make." Alex froze and he felt a lump swell in his throat. "All right, don't start crying in front of your sister." "Come on," he thought. Hold it together, hold it together. Don't look at her, look at Teresa, she's hardened." Alex glanced over to the brave huntress to find the young woman turned away with tears clearly shining in her eyes. "Oh," he swallowed. "Well, little goblin, I'm sure they'll love that. Anything you want made, Teresa," she nodded. "Grandfather loved fried fish." Alex straightened. "Then I'll be frying up all the fish we could ever eat and that he could ever eat. Then it'll be a family affair." He glanced at their 3-headed friend. "Except for Brutus, I guess." One of the Cerberus heads snorted in annoyance. The big dog had almost been back to sleep when he'd heard his name again. "Thundar agreed to help too," Alex said, leaving out the part where he'd basically press-ganged him into it. "So we'll have lots of hands." He frowned. "Only thing is that the kitchen is going to be busy, but we'll work it out. It's our first festival in Generosity after all." A large smile took Alex Roth's face. "Let's make it one to remember." The mood in Generosity City was a strange one, excited, somber, and tense all at once. The excitement came from the upcoming Festival of Ghosts. Now that it was only a few days away, the entire city seemed to have transformed in preparation for it. In addition to the wreaths, the buildings were now brimming with various decorations, ones that were kind of spooky, in Alex's opinion. Fake cobwebs crafted from simple spell strip between houses and shops like macabre clotheslines. Hanging from them were illusions of giant, black spiders, with images of white skulls designed on their chests. Skeletons carved from wood, some of which looked decidedly real, were perched on porches of houses and businesses, and some buildings even had summoned imps flitting about the tops of the buildings and making spooky noises at passers-by. The bakery across the street from Shales didn't have any decorations on it, but was getting so run down that it looked like a haunted house anyway. It seemed that there was a mask merchant on nearly every street corner, with large packs on carts filled with frightening lifelike masks. The vendors even wore masks themselves, which were enchanted to move as their expressions changed or as they spoke. But while there was a festive atmosphere similar to that in Ulrich during Sigma's time, there was also a somber undercurrent. Some people didn't take part in hanging spooky decorations or enjoying the cheer. Instead, they were solemn, wearing clothing of all black or all white, and moving like attendees of a funeral. Beneath even that was an air of tension. The mana vampire attacks had not stopped in the city, and between that and the demonic attack on Campus City Guard was on high alert. While every street corner had a mask merchant hawking their wares, every block had a patrol of hard-eyed guards with weapons close at hand. Despite the persistent attacks, there were no leads on the mana vampire, and with its shape-shifting ability, everyone was a suspect. While people still conducted business and went on with daily life, there was a suspiciousness in their eyes. People tended to stay together in groups in open spaces and hurried home when the sun began to get low. "Excuse me," Alex called as he walked up to one of the mask merchants. The crowd in the street was thinning, and the merchant looked just about ready to pack things up for the day. Got time for one more customer. Or are you closing? The woman paused, and her mask looking like a grinning demon's face shifted to one of open welcome. Not at all, young man. Please come look at my wares. Alex paused in front of the wagon. Hooks had been hammered into all of its sides, and from each hung a different mask. It made the wagon seem like a beast with 100 faces, but Alex was looking for a particular face. What sizes do you have? Alex asked. I can adjust the size on the spot for children, adults, or even a giant if you're making a gift to one of the large folk, the mask seller said, while glancing at the position of the sun and continuing to pack her cart. So you can choose any you'd like and I'll be sure it fits. Will you be buying for yourself, sir? Yea, and for 2 others, he said, running his finger along the grotesque masks of leather and smooth, spell-treated wood. He was also getting one for himself and one for their Satho. To be fair, Teresa didn't know he was getting her one for a child and a couple of adult ones. His finger paused on one particular mask and he stifled a gasp. It was a leather jester's head, complete with grinning face and bulging eyes, reminding him uncomfortably of the statue of the fool in Ulrich. New Hope, Alex thought, too close for comfort. He quickly moved on, his finger pausing on a mask of a long-snouted dragon. Alex smiled and tapped it. It had to be this one, who didn't dream of being a dragon at least once. Now for Teresa. He paused on a few different masks, but eventually settled on the image of a snarling wolf. She and Brutus would match, which he could point out to her and have his fun at the same time. A row down he found a leather troll mask, green-scaled and with a grinning mouth filled with fangs behind 2 massive tusks. I'll take these 3. He pointed to the dragon, the wolf, and the troll. His finger tapped the last one. Can I get this race-sized for a young child? Right away, sir, said the mask merchant. May these masks keep dark spirits away as you honor your ancestors. After carefully putting the masks in his bag so that they wouldn't get ruined, he left the merchant to go put on a different mask, the protective mask at Shales, to start his evening shift. Welcome, Alex, Lager said as Alex stepped into the Golem Core workshop room. The orc crafter was bent over a table, looking at an ingredients list and construction plans. His mask had been temporarily painted to look like a snarling, long-beaked monster in honor of the festival. Hope you're ready to work. Carmen's sick, so I had to send her home. So it'll just be you and Minervis. Oh good, Alex thought sarcastically. Oh good, Alex said with false sincerity. At least we aren't down to one. He stepped up beside the crafter. So we're finally starting one. Yep, Lager said. Last-minute order. Wants the core built before the festival too, paying double for the rush job. Lager shook his head. Dunno where people get that kind of money. Sometimes I wonder if I went into the wrong field. Alex blinked behind his lenses. He'd heard Professor Jules talk about what a golem crafter's wages usually were, and to Alex, they were more than enough for almost any purpose. A senior crafter like Lager might have been able to pay for Alex's entire tuition, room and board for generosity without breaking a sweat. For what it's worth, I think you made the right choice, Alex said seriously. So what kind of golem core will we be making? Alex had to suppress his excitement. This would be the first time he'd be helping Lager start the process to make a golem core. He had assisted with different steps along the way, but now he could watch and help with the entire process from the beginning. That experience would be worth its weight in gold when it came time to build his own. It's a clay golem today, plain and simple. Body's a big one though, 16-footer, so we'll need to make sure it's got extra mana capacity to handle a burden that big. Alex whistled. Okay, so what can I do? Start prepping the materials while I warm up the cauldron. Make sure you take freshly treated quartz. Since this is going to be a rush job, we're going to need the reaction to take fast. Got it, Alex said, already heading for the storeroom. When he came back, having gotten the materials ready and bringing them using his 2 hands and his wizard hand spells, Minervis had arrived and was helping Lager prep his tools and heat up the cauldron. Ah, you got the one with the red grip. Good, Lager said to the pale-faced young man whose mask was painted to look like a grinning gargoyle. But Minervis, the entire time, had been a quiet and cooperative coworker. He knew his stuff. He did his job. He kept quiet unless it came time to talk to Lager about something. Alex kept waiting for the proverbial knife in the back, but so far it hadn't come. Still, whenever Minervis looked at him, he would be civil, but there would be a chilly unfriendliness in his eyes. If Lager noticed, though, he didn't say, or he didn't care as long as the work was done well. Together, the 3 of them started on the beginning of the golem core's construction. Several of the ingredients were heated in the cauldron and bathed with mana to liquefy them. Once that mixture was good and hot, Lager had Alex add a binding agent to prep it for the rest of the ingredients, and then Minervis added the quartz as a mana conductor. Together, all 3 stirred the solution, carefully adding mana at different points in the process to facilitate the correct reaction. While they were doing so, Lager asked, so, either of you doing anything special for the festival? Minervis shrugged. Same thing I do every year. First I'll go to the sea and honor my grandmother, and then my friends and I will head to the city center for the parade. Alex blinked. He wasn't sure what surprised him most, the fact that Minerva sounded sincere, the fact that there was a note of sadness in his voice when he spoke of honoring his grandmother, or the fact that he somehow had friends. Alex shook his head. Then again, there were all kinds of people in the world. He found Carrie London absolutely exhausting, but it was rare to see her apart from her entourage of friends and club members and probably a few admirers now that he thought about it. It took all kinds, really. And what about you? Lager asked Alex. Well, as soon as I'm done this shift, I'm going home to start cooking. He explained a little about honoring his parents and the care he needed to take with his father's stew. Oh, that sounds like my grandpappy's fermented shark. What now? Alex asked. A dish he found out about back when he was traveling, Lager said. You gut a certain kind of shark, prep it, then bury it in the sand with rocks on top. Leave it for 6 to 12 weeks and you got yourself a unique dish. Oh wow, Alex said, trying not to gag at the thought. How does it taste? When I first had it, terrible. It smells like ammonia. Alex made a face. They used ammonia to clean and treat certain golem core ingredients before setting them in the storeroom. The smell wasn't what he would call appetizing. But it's an acquired taste, Lager said. Now I'd kill to have some of it again. Too bad the old man took the recipe to his grave. Minervis frowned. It sounds like keister hackerl from the northwestern island of Alfusand. They prepare that sort of dish there. Lager froze. It's similar, but the recipe's not quite the same. I think he modified it a little, but how'd you know that? Yeah. Alex jumped in, his dislike for Minervis overcome by his interest in food. Where did you find that out from? My parents are what you could call culinary buffs, Minervis said. Fine food is the vice of my family, and we make it our business to know where interesting dishes come from. I'm terrible in the kitchen myself, but I do enjoy different foods when I find them. Huh, Alex said, not really knowing much of what else to say. He'd learned a little more about the other young man. In a way, he was like the rest of the city during the Festival of Ghosts, someone who wore many masks. Alex still didn't like or trust him, but he felt like he knew him a bit better, though he wasn't sure if he wanted to. The rest of the night passed uneventfully, except for all the learning Alex managed to squeeze in during that shift. It was one thing to hear how a golem core was put together from grad students, or work on partially completed cores, or sculpt the bodies. It was an entirely different thing to be involved from the very beginning of the process. Alex kept his ears open and constantly used the mark throughout the night, slowly adjusting how he used his mana conductor to guide the alchemical processes in the core. At the start, he was already pretty good at the process due to all of his mark enhanced practice at alchemy, but by the end, he'd become quite proficient at it. Lager even glanced at him and asked, You sure you haven't done this before? At the end of his shift, Alex rushed to a new notebook which had a drawing of a large, smashy-looking figure on the front that was titled Golem Plans. He flipped through to the first few pages and found what he was looking for, the beginning schematics for his own golem. He wrote in a few new notes and drew lines to the diagram of the golem core beside the golem itself. Alex swallowed, looking at his plans. If he wanted to construct a golem from scratch right now, he could probably do it. It wouldn't be very good, he still needed to work through more of the process, but he could do it. But if he was going to go through the effort of building his creation, he would build the best version he could manage. He glanced at a side note that he'd circled multiple times. It was a design feature that he wasn't quite sure he'd build into his golem. On the one hand, it might be impractical. On the other, he couldn't access the materials necessary to build one of the more powerful stone or iron golems. But the one ingredient necessary for what he was considering, he might be able to get from Jules' lab. Nodding to himself, he circled the word again. The word was evolution. One evening later, Alex was in front of a cauldron again, but this time he was making food instead of magical golem cores. He was slicing beef and venison into a mixing bowl, then pouring a mixture of wine, salt, pepper, and dried thyme over them. These would marinate over the next few days, softening and sucking in all that flavor. On the morning of the meal, he would sear the meat in an iron skillet to seal in both the juices and the marinade, then stew the whole thing for hours on a low simmer, adding more vegetables and herbs at the proper time. If he added the vegetables too early, they'd disintegrate into mush, but if he dropped them in too late, their consistency wouldn't be as soft as the dish called for. In another part of the kitchen, he heard Thundar grumbling under his breath something about slave drivers and being tricked as he cut and finely grated apples for a sauce. Behind him, he heard Teresa squeal and giggle as Selena splashed her with the water she was using to wash some of the harder vegetables. Stop it, Teresa said. You'll get it on the fish. Yeah, and then our lord and master would get mad at us, Thundar grunted. That's exactly what you were looking to be when you demanded to be head of the cabal, Alex said. Yes, but I want to be the one giving the orders, not carrying them out. Alex shook his head, thinking back to the fish. He would be marinating a wide variety of fillets and fish steaks, tuna, swordfish, eel, and flounder. When he'd stopped by the campus fish market, he'd been stunned. Generosi's location on the sea made its fish market a trove of rich and fresh seafood, most of which he'd never even heard of back in Thameland. That also meant that he didn't have any experience with cooking some, so he'd taken out a recipe book from the library to figure out how to best fry them all. From the fancy tone of the cookbook, though, he had a feeling that the author's chef would probably try to strangle him for breading and frying some of the cuts. That was okay. He'd fought demons, the Ravena's spawn, elementals, and more. An angry chef would be the least of his worries. He blinked, remembering McHarris. More than 4 months ago, he had been Alex's biggest worry in life. It was remarkable how quickly things could change. Now he was in a wizard city that was preparing for a festival of ghosts, on alert for monsters and filled with wizards. And here he was making his father's unique stew for that festival after just finishing up decorating his apartment. He shook his head. It really was insane how life could change so utterly. His brow furrowed a little, and soon campus would change again. In what seemed to be the blink of an eye, the semester was already coming to a close. Once the festival was finished, it would be time for final exams. He'd handed in his report for force missile and hadn't quite gotten the spell down before the assignment was due. All in all, he didn't consider it too big of a loss. Though Ram would disapprove, the issue remained that he wouldn't be able to use force missile in combat if the mark gave him so much trouble for trying to learn it. He shuddered to think what it would do if he tried to aim and fire it. He would still continue to work on it, with Isolde's guidance no sense in throwing aside effort already put in, but Ram's class had moved on to the final spell of the semester, Lesser Force Armor. That would improve his defenses immensely. He thought back to the imps and how they might have gotten around his shield if they'd all come at him at once. Lesser Force Armor would provide that extra layer of protection against powerful opponents, or those that came at him in a swarm. His work with Orb of Air was going well too, and he was sure he'd have it by the beginning of the next week. Alex, Teresa whined playfully. Come get this little goblin away from me, I can't work like this. I'm not a little goblin, I'm a great, big troll. Rare. Selena growled at Teresa, sending the young woman into endless giggling. As a big troll, you should eat your brother, Thundar said, and free us from his tyranny. Silence, servant, Alex grinned. Concentrate on those apples, and make sure to combine it with the exact portion of honey I wrote down, or you shall regret it. I swear I'm going to shove you in that pot and serve you for the festival. Thundar, don't you like cooking with us? Selena asked the Minotaur, with her green eyes wide and filled with innocence. Does it bother you that much? Alex glanced over his shoulder to see Thundar freeze in front of his cutting board. If it weren't for the fur, he was sure he would have seen all the color draining from the Minotaur's face. Yuhuel, the thing is, he stuttered. Ha, let us see you get out of this one. Colic called from near the kitchen door. I am going to strangle you with your own beard. Thundar yelled at him. From outside sunning himself in the insula's courtyard, Brutus raised his heads. One looked at Thundar grating apples, the other at Colic, and the last at Nagia, who was perched on a table nearby. Something seemed to pass between the two animals. If Alex didn't know better, he could have sworn he saw the giant eagle shrug her shoulders and the Cerberus shake his heads before he laid back down. 2 days of preparation had paid off, and the kitchen was filled with the scent of his stew. Unfortunately, it was also filled with the scents of a half-dozen other dishes. While he had started the preparations for the festival feast very early, most of the other students at the insula hadn't had the same idea. Now on the first day of the festival, a number of them had piled into the kitchen, some having pre-booked it like Alex, while others were trying to sneak in with a short, I'll only be a few minutes, I just need to do this one thing. Alex shook his head. Only be a few minutes was an expression not used in the kitchen unless the steps to the dish one was making could be summed up as 1 cut bread, 2 put butter on bread, 3 get out of kitchen. He noticed a number of students looking over at him with envy and hunger clearly written across their faces as the scent of his father's stew found its way to them, as well as the scent of the multiple pumpkin pies Alex had going in the oven. Pumpkin pie puree had been prepped a day earlier by cutting sugar pumpkins in half, scooping out the seeds, dropping butter into each half, baking them, then scooping out the baked flesh and mashing it with sugar, spices, cream, eggs, and brandy to make an aromatic puree. Setting that aside in the cold storage in his apartment, he then baked the crust the day before as well. Now the pies were baking away, combining with the scent of his stew to lend the kitchen a festive, straight-out-of-Ulrich sort of air. On a baking sheet near the pies were rows of his mother's prized cookies, ready to be put into the oven. He'd already mentally set aside Teresa's portion, and there was one more special portion he'd be setting aside too. The other scents in the kitchen were also mouth-watering, but he could proudly say that his dishes drew some very hungry looks and playful comments asking for invitations to his meal. There was a real frenzied camaraderie among the cooks in the kitchen. Some dishes were cooked to perfection, while others were scorched, undercooked, or did not look anything like what they were supposed to be. Alex smiled evilly, wondering how jealous his fellow cooks would be when he combined fresh cream with crystallized honey and an aromatic magic potion he discovered along with spices that had improved his desserts, pure vanilla extract. His plan was to use Wizard's hand to rapidly whip the cream for the pie topping instead of doing it by hand. The power and precision he'd gained with the spell would let it do an even better job than he could ever do himself. And that wasn't even taking into account the marinated fish he'd be frying up fresh, right before his guests came over. It was going to be glorious. As the scents filled the air spatially, the familiar scent of his stewet brought back memories of home, his home before the fire. The scent of his father's stew would fill the house while the wind passed through the shutters outside. Alex would play in the snow making snowmen while his parents cooked inside, and when he finally got too cold, he would come in to help his father after warming by the fire. He sighed wistfully. Tonight would be fun, but there would be a nostalgic edge to it. He glanced over at the oven. Soon, he'd be able to put the cookies in, and then he could take a share to someone he'd promised a taste of his cooking to. THM. Alex knocked on one of the open doors to the great office. "Come in," Balin said from within, looking up from his desk. "Oh my, and what is this I see? A dragon before me. Have you come to steal my treasures for your hoard, dragon?" The Chancellor was dressed all in black robes and wore a strange cross between a mask and a helmet that looked to be some sort of beast skull that had been turned into a mask. On a hunch from inside his dragon mask, Alex threw a glance toward Balin's shelf of trophies. Sure enough, one of the skulls was missing. "Holy shit," Alex thought, "that's hardcore." "I didn't think I'd find you here, Chancellor," Alex said, looking down at the other offices in the hallway. Every single doorway was closed and the hall was silent. "I thought maybe I'd take a chance, or leave these," he waved a small sack back and forth, "in your mailbox. What are you doing still hard at work during the festival?" "To be blunt, working," Balin chuckled, setting aside his pen. "I've been attempting to finish a few last affairs before I go celebrate, but what of you? Should you not be celebrating with the living and honoring those who have passed?" "Yeah, I'm going to do that, but I promised you some baked goods." He handed the Chancellor the sack of his mother's cookies. "And I just finished a batch of goodies, my late mother's recipe. Thought I might see if you'd enjoy them." "Well, that's very kind of you." Balin looked at the cookies with undisguised anticipation. At that moment, he did not look so ancient. His eyes turned to one of the side tables, where a small mountain of gifted sweets, dried fruits, pickled vegetables, and cured meats rose. Some of the staff, a few students, and much of the junior school also made sure that I wouldn't go hungry during the festival. His goat-like eyes twinkled. "How fortunate for me, though I might need to be rolled around by the time the 2 days are finished." "Ah, well, there are worse fates," Alex said. "Are you going to teleport to your family?" "I will only be honoring my family. I was born so long ago that anyone that could claim blood relation with me might as well be a stranger," Balin said, though he glanced at a massive painting upon the wall. It was truly immense, taller and wider than Grimlock Wasson depicted a massive round table crafted of obsidian, surrounded by chairs. All was encircled by a series of black monoliths that must have risen at least 20 feet high, if Alex was getting the scale right. Above it all was a black sky dotted by stars. A strange look took Balin's features. "I will be celebrating the festival with some friends. They don't celebrate themselves, which makes it so that they will not be spending time with family. And so they can spare an evening for this old goat." He chuckled. "Oh, where are they from?" Alex asked, eyeing the painting with interest. "We don't celebrate it in Thameland, and that's pretty far, so are they farther away than that?" Balin laughed hard at this. "Even if I were to tell you the names of their realms, they wouldn't have any meaning to you." Alex thought back to the sights he'd witnessed in the Cave of the Traveler. Even with access to the school's library and the mark to enhance his navigation and learning ability, he still had no idea where most of the doors opened to. The cosmos was truly a massive place, it seemed. Well, Alex tore his eyes away from the painting to find Balin watching him in amusement. Alex adjusted his dragon mask. "I'd better leave you to your work, since it's important enough to keep you from your friends." "Oh," Alex paused. "I thought the mana vampire was a problem in the city. Did someone on campus get attacked?" "No, but a student's family member was gravely injured, and so I thought I would have a look and see if I might be able to help that student in seeking justice." He made a disgusted noise. "Foul creatures, they think they are our natural predators, and admittedly their constitution does make them difficult opponents to find. Very few creatures in the cosmos are so utterly immune to magical attempts at location as they are." He snorted. "They even melt when you destroy them, so one cannot even collect a trophy." He paused, then slowly looked at Alex. "But you would know that, wouldn't you, Mr. Roth?" "I'm sorry," Alex asked, having a suspicion where this was going. "Imagine my surprise when I looked at the city records to find that a bounty had been collected on a mana vampire by one young Alex Roth." Balin folded his hands in front of him. "You said you knew one spell at the time too, how very interesting." Alex swallowed. "Yeah, well, it was starving and weaker and I got lucky." "Indeed," Balin said slowly. "Fair warning. As the attacks go on, the bounty on this creature is rising, tempting others to go and hunt it. Please do not be so foolhardy as to go after it yourself. From the way this one has evaded detection and the pattern of its attack, it is likely old, powerful, and cunning. Know your limits and let professionals handle it." Alex nodded vigorously. "Oh, don't you worry about that. I'm going to stay as far away from this thing as I possibly can. He would really need a damned good reason to try something that reckless." It would be a shame if the next Festival of Ghosts were to come around next year, where he would be one of the dead being honored by his friends and family. Now this is a spread, Thundar laughed, eyeing the mountain of steaming food that lay in front of the group. Everything had been laid out on wide platters and set on tables Alex had borrowed from the university for the occasion. Despite their length suitable for a banquet halthy, were filled to bursting with fine-looking food. At the center of one of the tables was a massive copper cauldron where Alex's stew steamed. The thickened, slowly simmered dish was filled with chunks of tender beef, venison, and vegetables, all topped with a deep layer of melted cheese. Wondering if there might be some sensitivity for his friend if he served the dish, he'd asked Thundar if beef would be a problem. "Ain't gonna lie, it creeps some minotaurs out," Thundar had said. "And some even have a whole special diet that avoids the stuff, but I don't really mind it. That'd be like a fish beastman not eating other fish. What else are they gonna eat from the ocean? Only seaweed." Surrounding the cauldron were Teresa's fried fish fillets placed near bowls of various sauces. Near to these, Thundar had placed a whole smoked ham glazed in sweetened apple puree and decorated with slices of a candied fruit Alex had never seen before, pineapple. Yet these weren't the only dishes that had been brought to the table. His other guests had their own departed to honor, and so each had brought foods to add to the feast. Orders had been placed at the school restaurants. Isolde had picked up a small mountain of potato pancakes with sour cream, a batch of pretzels served with sweet mustard, and slices of a hearty, smoked sausage. Prince Colic had brought a type of spongy flatbread from his homeland, along with ground meat sautéed in an aromatic spice blend, as well as several pots of different types of brewed coffees. Shishi had made a dish of stuffed mushrooms, braised with vegetables and chicken, served on a mound of scented rice. Svinia and Hogarth had been given leave by Isolde to have a celebration with other friends they had met on campus, and Shiny and Angela were spending the Festival of Ghosts with their own friends or loved ones. One guest who Alex had not expected to answer his invitation was Grimlock, but he was there. Nua Oj with her friends, the giant shark man had said upon arrival, carrying a massive platter of fire-roasted eel. "They're not my friends, and you make better food, so here I am." And so he had joined them at one end of the table sitting on the grass instead of a chair because of his towering height. Another table filled with desserts was set up nearby. Alex's pumpkin pies and cookies were on display, and Thundar had added apple cake to them. Of course, Teresa's portion of cookies had been set aside and hadn't made it to supper. Others had contributed their own desserts to the spread, filling the table with delightful smelling treats. The only thing on the table that wasn't baked were pitchers of a refreshing drink called ginger beer, which the university provided to everyone for the festival. The masks people were wearing were interesting too. Selena hummed to herself in her troll mask, while Teresa self-consciously fidgeted in her wolf mask. Thundar was wearing a leather mask of a demon with holes at the top for his horns to fit through. Colic wore a wooden mask of a snarling beast that Alex couldn't put a name to, while Isolde also wore a wooden mask, but hers was painted to look like the snarling face of an air elemental. Shishi's mask was stark white with a wide grinning mouth and strange, protruding, tusk-like fangs. Grimlock hadn't gotten the concept of masks and hadn't bothered with one. "I'm scary enough for any ghost," he'd said proudly. Alex didn't disagree with that statement, at all. Brutus just came as himself. Some would think that was scary enough while Colic had placed Nagia's leather hood on her. "All right, Thundar." Alex looked at the Minotaur now that everyone was seated. "So how does this all work exactly? We're here in our masks and everything, and sorry to everyone who knows what's going on." He turned the snout of his dragon mask to everyone at the table. "But I have no idea. We honor the dead now," Thundar said. "With our masks on to frighten away ghosts of evil folk that might be called by our words. We keep those we're honoring in our minds and dedicate the food we eat to them. But we have to start 2 hours before sunset, which is about no-ish. Then we'll need to be finished eating and have our masks back on by the time sunset comes. Then before we can each go home, we need to go somewhere as a group so that the dead don't follow any of us 'cause we're alone. From there, that'll mark the end of the first day of the festival." You know a lot about this," Teresa noted, scratching beneath her wolf mask. "Why don't you lead us then, Thundar, if that's all right with everyone?" There was a murmur of agreement from all around the table, and Thundar seemed to swell a little bit with pride. "All right, bow your heads," the Minotaur said. "Close your eyes and think about who you're honoring with this meal." Alex did as his friend said, bowing his head and closing his eyes beneath his dragon mask. He felt a small hand slip into his from beside him, Selena's. His hand gave hers a quick squeeze. "Oh, honored ancestors," he heard Thundar's deep voice begin. "Lost friends and family, fallen members of the herd, we think about you through the year, but during this feast we bring you into the center of our thoughts and we dedicate this food to you. We eat for you so that through us you can taste mortal sustenance again. Please watch over us throughout the year, and please keep those that might harm us from death's plane away from us." He paused. "Please bring forward whoever you're dedicating this feast to in your thoughts." Images of Alex's mother and father came to his mind. They were more vivid than they had been in a long time. He wasn't sure if it was because he'd been thinking about them so much lately, or if it was the atmosphere of the festival, or nostalgia from the scent of their dishes. Or maybe it was the Mark's habit of drawing sharp memories from his mind that had enhanced his memories, but he could hear their voices more clearly in his mind and notice details about them that he'd forgotten over the years. Now, say out loud who you want to honor, Thundar said. Mother and father, Alex said quietly. He heard the murmur of the others around the table, but couldn't hear what they said specifically over his own words. Let the dead join with the living and feast from beyond, Thundar pronounced, and let our memories of them grow happier and stronger. All right, let's begin. All of you can open your eyes and take off your masks. And oh, holy shit. Alex's eyes snapped open to find everyone else staring at Thundar, who was looking up with his mouth hanging open except for Colic, whose mouth wasn't gaping, but he was also staring up at the sky. Alex slowly looked up. Oh, by Uldar, he cried, holding Selina's hand tighter. The evening sky was filled with glowing beings drifting through the air like silvery cloth pulled from a clothesline. There must have been hundreds of them, and they flitted through the air silently. Most were humanoid, but many bore the shapes of animals and other beasts. Some had a peaceful look about them, while others were covered in signs of violence. Ghosts, Colic said. My brother spoke of this, but to see it is incredible. You knew this'd happen. Thundar said incredulously. Should we run? Isolde was halfway out of her chair, her face pale. Wonder if ghosts taste like chicken, Grimlock rumbled. It is fine, it is fine. Colic waved them back down. Generosity is so full of magic that lost spirits can more easily manifest themselves here, especially on this night sacred to them with our calls going out to the dead. They cannot harm us. Are you sure about that? Teresa said stiffly, her hand immediately grabbing for a silver table knife. She was staring at one particular ghost of some kind of monster, a serpent-like creature with 9 heads that had snapping jaws. They sure look like they can harm us. They cannot, Colic assured her, at least according to my brother. They simply are weak, normally invisible spirits that are made visible on this night. Besides, the rituals we do for the festival will protect us, and there are wards on generosity that help stop most ghostly mischief. If anything, we do them a favor, giving any spirits that were trapped in this world the strength to move on to the next. Is there our families up there? Selina asked hopefully. Colic paused and shook his head sadly. Only those that were too weak to pass over, those that have lingered near this place, or those that have died very recently are in the tide above. I am sorry, little one. That's too bad, Selina said a little sadly. Colic reached over and patted her shoulder. Well then, he said, rubbing his hands together, we have until sunset to put all of this away. Despite their uneasy focus on the ghosts floating above, the guests glanced around to see that many of the other students picnicking on the campus green had begun enjoying their meal without a second look at the ghosts. Alex glanced at Teresa, who was staring at the sky with her death stalker face. She looked at him. They exchanged shrugs and started eating. Selina stared at the sky, a little longer her expression, a puzzle of different emotions, and then she also jumped into the feast. Soon, the air was filled with sounds of appreciation and high spirits. Alex noted with a degree of self-satisfaction that after tasting it once or twice highs, guests immediately dove for his father's stew before it could run out. Even the fine dishes made by Generosi's expert chefs were attacked only after his friends had filled their bowls with seconds of the stew. Once the stew and fish he'd helped Teresa fry disappeared, which didn't take long, they tore into everything else heartily. Shishi's mushroom dish didn't last long, and neither did Colic's and Isolde's offerings. After everyone took a serving of Grimlock's fire-roasted eel, he made short work of the rest, sucking it back like a mana vacuum. Alex had to admit, Thundar was a pretty good cook. His ham's smoky flavor blended well with the tart sweetness of his apple puree glaze, and the yellow candied pineapple added pops of sweetness to the cured meat. Thundar, you gotta share this recipe with me, he said appreciatively, shoving a chunk into his mouth. I'd eat this every day. Then you'd weigh more than him. Thundar jerked his head toward Grimlock. The shark man grunted. He could use the weight. Alex balked, grabbing at his own growing muscles defensively. I'm getting there. Not all of us can be 10 feet tall, you know. Maybe you could use some magic to fix that, Teresa said, then glanced over to Thundar and Grimlock. As for you two, have you thought about trying life enforcement? I'd love to see what it'd do for people already as vigorous as you. Didn't work for me. Thundar shook his head. I already tried it, a classmate showed me. Thought I was gonna explode. Ah, that's too bad, Teresa said. I'm surprised you didn't try it in a class, though. You might have enjoyed it with an experienced instructor. Found out about the class later, after I'd already chosen my classes, he said. Also, didn't really have anything motivating me to do it, at least at first. But I'm kinda interested now. Teresa raised an eyebrow. What finally got you into it then? Well, there's this club I'm in, and he paused. Well, let's just say I thought it might be interesting after that. Someone I know from there is into it. The Minotaur went back to sipping his ginger beer. Alex's eyes narrowed, then he looked to the side. Hey, is that person over there wearing a fox mask? Thundar immediately doubled over, coughing, sputtering, and spitting out his drink. Isolde yelped and quickly moved her chair a distance from him. When the Minotaur looked up, he saw Alex's evilly grinning face. "Sue," the young man said. "That's how it is." The Minotaur instantly went back to eating his food. Alex filed the information away for later. Dessert was as enjoyable as dinner, with Alex's slices of pumpkin pie, his mother's cookies, and the other desserts disappearing into everyone's mouths. Selena said that the cookies reminded her of their mother, and she was going to eat an extra one for her. He had 2 extra for her. He'd asked Thundar for his apple cake recipe, which the Minotaur refused to give him at first, saying something about Fox comments being off limits. Alex had looked at him with complete innocence on his face, while Thundar had looked back at him sidelong. In the end, he promised to give Alex the recipe while muttering something about replacing the sugar with salt and the apples with gravel. Groaning and rubbing their bellies, they finally got up from the table and made their way away from their picnic site, taking Brutus and Nagia along with them. There was a heavy watcher of role presence all throughout the university grounds, which helped everyone feel more relaxed. The group strolled the campus, their faces hidden behind their masks as they checked out an assortment of after-supper activities that had been set up for the festival. There were games for children and adults alike, dancing on the school grounds, and spectacles crafted by illusion and other spells. Then there were the scares. People had set up activities that took full advantage of the spookiness of the festival haunted houses, converted from some of the smaller school buildings, as well as tests of courage and other scary activities. The first stop the group made was at a haunted house filled with illusions and wizards who transformed. There were massive spiders and demons that spit illusionary acid, monstrous wolves, and other creepy beasts that sprang at them. Screams filled the air from throughout the house, including from Alex's group, though he noticed that Grimlock wasn't one of the screamers. At one point, a wizard who'd transformed into a demonic-looking bear leapt at them from behind a corner and ran right into the giant shark man's grinning fangs, then abruptly fled shrieking back around the corner. At the end of their visit, they had to pause when an enthusiastic student approached Grimlich thinking that he was wearing a costume and asked him if he could be part of the haunted house the following year. He said he'd consider it. Wizards dressed like fairy tale witches in long blood-red robes conjured up bound demons to swoop over cauldrons spitting smoke and horrifying moans. Alex even saw a laughing fairy tale witch complete with a green warty mask shoot by them on a skeleton horse while spreading smoke behind her that formed the shapes of shimmering bats and gargoyles. From her voice, Alex was about 70 sure it was Professor Jules. Despite the recent trouble, spirits were high and everyone's somber mood had faded to the background. I think Selena giggled as she watched an illusion of 2 gray-skinned beasts dancing in the air. Mother and father would have liked this. "Oh, I know they would have," Alex said. "I know they would have. I think so too." Teresa suddenly raised an eyebrow in surprise, recognizing a young man with a certain frost drake which was lying on its back and allowing children to pet its cool scales. "And it's too bad my parents couldn't be here for this." "Tell them to come next year," Alex said. "They've got to see this." He took in all the sights, trying to imagine such a spooky but fun festival taking place in their homeland. Probably not, he thought. Monsters would bring up too many bad memories of the Ravena's aggressions toward the people. Just another reason for him to see what information he could get from examining the dungeon core's remains. He glanced at the flying witch who he was sure was his potions professor. Hopefully, he could do that soon. Alex noticed a catch in her voice when she refused him this time and nearly twitched in excitement. He had a feeling he was wearing her down. If he was persistent, this might be the day he could take a huge leap toward gaining access to a lab to analyze the dungeon core. "Oh, come on, Professor," Alex pressed. It had been a few days since the Festival of Ghosts, and he'd been trying to convince his professor to let him take the special exam. Unfortunately, he'd gotten the same answer as always. "Professor Valrock let me do it," he said, trying not to sound sullen, but probably failing. "And when Professor Valrock is your teacher for potions, maybe you can ask him." Normally, they would have had a significant cleanup period after a session in Jules' lab, but Alex had been taking care of that more and more quickly as he'd gotten used to procedure, and as his proficiency with Wizard's Hand had grown. It was to the point now that by the time the experiment was finished had already cleaned up and put away most of the equipment. The grad students literally had nothing to do after their work was done. "I must say you've been demonstrating some very advanced skills, as well as a genuine ability to anticipate what's needed, though," she sighed. "All of your potions have been perfect. Your marks on the midterm were perfect, and quite frankly, I'm starting to wonder if you might be some old master of alchemy who shapeshifted into a student just to play some sort of joke on me. At this point, I'd quite frankly be surprised if you didn't also receive perfect marks on the final exam." "That's the plan," he said with no hint of smugness. It was just simply a statement of fact that was the plan. She gave him a look and sighed. "I must admit, it is occurring to me that perhaps I vastly overestimated how much hand-holding you needed when I first met you. At first, I thought you were overconfident and would soon find yourself in over your head, Then I thought you might be monstrously talented, but lacking in caution. She shook her head. But you follow procedure to the letter, and I've not seen one single attempt of you trying to be cocky in a way that would cause you or others any harm. Jules looked at him very seriously, and he could almost see the mental calculations going on in the experienced wizard's mind. He kept very still and didn't say anything in case he twitched in a way that made her distrust him. She finally said, "When you first met me, you asked me if you could work on projects on your own." "Yeah, I remember," Alex said. "Honestly, I still don't believe you were ready then, but I do think that you honestly are ready now." Alex barely resisted the urge to jump into the air as high as he could and scream. "I think your learning could benefit from taking on a few individual experiments on your own," Professor Jules continued, looking at him almost suspiciously. "But that doesn't mean you'll have free rein to blow yourself up in my lab." "I definitely do not want to blow myself up in your lab," he said with a straight face, "or know that I think about it anywhere else." Her look deepened in cautiousness. "Quite honestly, there are a number of potions assignments this upcoming semester that just will not challenge you, and so you won't get any useful learning from them. My point in seeing that you take the second semester potions course is to make sure that you get the fundamentals you might not get otherwise, not to have you waste your time on work that won't challenge you." She glanced at her grad students. "Therefore, you'll be supervised by a grad student and you'll start with certain projects that I will have approved of. In between, you'll also be afforded time and lab space to brew your own potions, as long as they are restricted to potions that you have already successfully brewed in class." "Right," Alex said, keeping a straight face. It wasn't exactly what he wanted, but it was enough. As long as he had free run of the lab, and as long as the grad student wasn't hovering over him all the time, he should be able to slip in a sample of the dungeon core's remains and perform his analysis on it. The apparatuses weren't built in such a way to start screaming, "Alert, unauthorized substance detected," or anything like that. The only issue would be if the analysis itself caused some sort of sudden, visible reaction. It was a completely unknown substance from a highly dangerous creature, after all. Then again, Professor Jules did say that it had been analyzed before and hadn't mentioned anything about, and it resulted in half of the research team's gruesome deaths or anything like that. Finally, if anything did go wrong, it'd be better to have an experienced wizard in the lab with him. Blowing up an apparatus and having someone there to treat him would definitely result in him having a lot of very awkward questions to answer, but better that than to be lying in a smoldering, untreated, dead wreck on the lab floor. "And this will be next semester, right?" he said, trying to control his eagerness. Besides analyzing the dungeon core, having more freedom in an alchemy lab sounded like a lot of fun, and it was hard to keep himself from turning into an obviously overexcited child over it. He realized Selena probably felt similarly when she really got into building something. "Yes, right from week 1, Professor Jules informed him. Assuming, of course, that you don't somehow lose your head and let the final exam completely annihilate you, Mr. Roth." "Understood, Professor," Alex said. "I'll do my best. Okay, here's the plan." Thundar looked up from his massive pile of study notes at the end of the table in Alex's apartment. "I'll sneak into Ram's house and throttle him with a chain while you sneak into Hartman's house," he referred to his battle magic professor while making a gripping motion in the air, "and smother him with a pillow." "That's a genius idea," Alex said in mock seriousness, half rising from the pile of force magic notes in front of him. "We'll catch them off guard. Colic can weigh their dead bodies down with magic rocks, and then we can toss them into the ocean for the fish. Or we can just feed the bodies to Grimlock." Thundar grinned. "Even better. First of all, don't involve me in your murder schemes," Colic said. "Secondly, don't you think you'll be the first suspects?" "I dunno," Thundar grunted. "I'd be shocked if Hartman didn't have a lot of enemies." "You're both going to have one great enemy if you keep going on like this and don't let me concentrate," Isolde finally snapped, glancing up from her mana manipulation notes. "I swear you two go on more than two old millers meeting over drinks at a summer fair." Isolde and disheveled again now that exams were on looked at them with murderous eyes. One of her eyebrows twitched. SCCRP. Selena, who'd been quietly reading one of her textbooks across the room, got up from her chair without a word and her face still buried in the book casually padded across the apartment to Alex's room and set her book down on his desk. When she was about to sit down, she paused, padded back over to his door and shut it. Silence fell over the cabal. Perhaps Colic suggested, his voice lowered. "We could all use a quick break." He reached over to a jug and poured several cups of lemonade for the group. Isolde watched him carefully, just in case he spilled any liquid on their precious notes. When they all had drinks in hand, they slid their chairs slightly from the table. Alex leaned back in his, enjoying the sweet and tart flavor of the cool drink. "So how are we all feeling about exams?" "Progress report," Alex said. Isolde frowned. "Mana manipulation is difficult as ever, but I am making great strides in it. I must admit the Cabal has made my studying far more efficient since we can help each other answer questions." Indeed, Colic said. I think I am near done with my revision. Alex, your grasp of magic lore is a real help. I think I might rise a few spots on the list. Yeah, I complain, but I'm gonna do better than I did on midterms, I think, Thundar grunted. Even in Hartman's class, what a guy. Battle magic should be fun. Maybe you'll get another professor for second semester, Alex suggested. Nah, still Hartman, the Minotaur said mournfully. For second year I hear it's Professor Conrad who's supposed to be as crazy as a demon with a belly full of special mushrooms but a much better prof. Well, that's something to look forward to, Alex said. Well, none of my professors are switching for second semester except for maybe mana manipulation. I really don't know. Still Valrock, Isolde said. Who still marks just as hard at least according to other members of the class. I've had little trouble with him. Right then all the same for me, Alex said. And honestly, I'm pretty happy with that. Even Ram wasn't actually a bad instructor, he just wasn't Alex's favorite person. Glad we get to keep Balin, he finished. I've been thinking about him, Colic jumped in. I keep thinking about what you said he was doing on the Festival of Ghosts. Doing what now? Thundar squinted. Did Alex not tell you? He apparently spent the festival with others from far away, Colic said. How'd he put it, Alex? Something like, so far the names of where they're from wouldn't have any meaning to you, Alex recalled. Well, that's real ominous sounding, Thundar said, but fun to think about. Colic ran his fingers through his sculpted beard and thought, where perhaps do you think they might be from, and what are they? Somehow I can see the Chancellor at the supper table with all sorts of strange beings, demons or demon lords, celestials and other spirits, elemental monarchs, devils, maybe. He threw a look at Alex, who recalled Hob. Heh, that'd be kind of cool, Thundar said. Maybe one of those was that thing you said was in your potion professor's lab, Alex. A lesser Shoggoth, he shuddered. He imagined Balin sitting at a massive table with one of those squirmy, tentacly, horrible shifting things. I don't imagine they'd be great dinner companions. Perhaps he simply meant other powerful wizards, or other wizards in addition to the beings you described. Isolde sipped her lemonade, her head tilted back and her eyebrows knitted in thought. Have you all ever heard of the many spheres theory? Yeah, there was a brief reference to it in the magic lore textbook, Alex said, but I don't know any details. Well, she drew herself up in her chair. It proposes that the stars above may nurture worlds much as our own, complete with life, plants, civilization, and their own magics. Even their own gods, entirely different from our own. Hohohalishi, Thundar began. Language. Alex glanced at the closed door to his room. Oh right, sorry, just was gonna say, I can think of at least 3 different bunches of priests who'd start foaming at the mouth in a rage at you even suggesting that. It is merely a theory, Isolde said. Many wizards and astronomers believe it. It is a fact that powerful archmages do not tend to abide in the world forever, despite many being near immortal. Some are said to go to different planes, but perhaps there truly are different material worlds out there as well. What a romantic notion that would be. Colic smiled wistfully. Just you, your magic, and your cabal. He gestured to the ceiling, off up in the heavens exploring the stars. 2 memories came back to Alex in that moment. One was of the painting in Balin's office round obsidian table, beneath that sea of stars above. The other was of the flying silver objects burning through the blackness between stars that he'd seen while going through the traveler's portal. Perhaps there was something to those theories after all. Maybe if he got to know Balin better, he could ask him. Or maybe information was in some deep level of the library where the 9th tier spell guides would be kept, if the library even went that deep. Wouldn't it be thrilling to find out, Alex thought. All right, break's over, Colic said. Before we think on stars and wonders, let's try and pass these exams as best we can. The exam period went by so quickly that it felt like Alex had barely blinked by the time it was all over. In the end, it felt like a blur of study sessions with the cabal, endless library readings, and memories flying through his head provided by the mark. Written exams were again fairly easy, though Professor Jules had thrown in a few brain-blasting calculation questions that Alex was sure she'd put in just to spite him, and most of the practical examinations had also gone well. Even FORC 1550 wasn't too awful. It was fairly embarrassing when he could only demonstrate going through half the spell array for Force Missile to the teacher's assistant invigilating his practical test, but it felt very good to see the look on their face when he activated Lesser Force Armor, Force Shield, and 2 Wizard's Hand spells all at once. When the marks came out, he still hadn't made the honors list for that course, but he'd certainly done well enough for himself, if he considered his goals and limits. Campus exploded in celebration of the end of exams again, and for a time all thoughts of the demon's summoning seemed to be forgotten. At last, with Sigmas approaching, it was time for a break, and Generosity provided the students with a 3-week break from coursework. Some of the students, who lived close enough to the university to make the journey, or had access to teleportation, magic traveled home for the break. For others, though, the plan was to stay and enjoy the sights of campus and the city without the grind and pressure of classes. Alex had 2 major things planned. The first was for he, Teresa, Selena, Brutus, Thundar, Colic, Nagia, and Isolde to spend a day exploring some of Generosity's countryside. He He'd seen the wine country so often from various sky gondolas that he was eager to get a good look at it up close. He also planned on picking up some extra shifts at Shale's workshop, and most exciting, he and Selina would begin the first step of a long process he'd been impatiently looking forward to. Together, they would begin sculpting the body of his golem. "Why are you boiling dirt?" Selina asked, staring at her brother as he leaned over the side of a massive cauldron that rose as high as his waist. They were in a project room, so they were large chambers in the university that could be booked for personal magical projects. Any student or staff member could book one as long as what they would be working on didn't involve magic that was too risky. The project had to be approved before the space could be booked. Projects like illusion practice, painting with magical pigments, other art projects, or even low-risk activities like magic item construction could be practiced in these rooms. Staffs, for example, were a magic item that required the carving of the staff from a piece of wood before it was infused with the magic circuitry for the spells that would be built into it. The process was a reasonably safe and low-risk one that Alex had learned was often done in these project rooms. The rooms were reinforced against mishaps, but not as heavily as the cells, and they actually had windows in them to let the sunlight in. Alex had also borrowed a special cauldron from one of the cell's supply rooms and gotten Thunder to help him bring it to the project room. The pot was controlled through mana manipulation, allowing it to heat substances without the need for flame. "It's because we need a special kind of material for what we're making today," Alex said, stirring the earthy-smelling substance carefully. "Oh, okay," Selina said. "I hope it's finished soon. Is it really that special?" "Oh yeah." He glanced at his open notebook on a nearby table. "If I got the recipe right, it should be some of the finest clay you've ever worked." On their final trip to the Barrens for the semester, a largely uneventful one compared to other trips, Alex had brought a shovel and a heap of burlap bags to collect a massive amount of mana-bathed dust, with Balin's permission, of course. He'd also arranged with Colic to conjure soil and clay from the elemental plane of Earth using a spell he'd learned in his Earth elemental class. The prince had obliged, summoning the substance by the bucket load, though it had taken several days to gather. All in all, with the plans he'd put together from helping Lager build golem bodies, and with information he'd gathered from several manuals at the workshop, he'd need 2,000 pounds of good, even clay to construct the golem he wanted to craft. He debated for a long time, trying to decide on what size of golem he wanted to build. For a time, the young, excitable boy in him just started to scream, "Bigger. Bigger, big ears." The image of himself leading some 30-foot-tall clay Titan back to Thameland to smash every silent spider terrorizing his homeland was incredibly tempting. Unfortunately, practicality killed that dream before it could even get underway. For one thing, sculpting such a large body would take forever, and secondly, storing it would be impossible. The school had storage areas students could rent where he'd stored the sacks of materials for the golem, but none could accommodate 30-foot titans. The next size he considered was something the size of Grimlock, a 10-foot-tall monster that would still be able to crush anything in its path. Then he debated going even smaller, something human-sized or maybe minotaur-sized. 8 feet tall was a standard golem size that was not only practical, but could also serve him well. In the end, though, he'd settled on a Grimlock-sized one after considering what he wanted it for, and that was for power. Grimlock could fit through doors as long as he crouched, and that was what Alex wanted, something as big, strong, and unstoppable as possible that was still practical enough to fit through doors. He could craft smaller golems later, if he really wanted to. Another good reason to have the body be a bit larger was so that it could store and handle more mana. As he researched the process for implanting the fire gems into the golem's body, he'd realized that it would need to be strong enough to hold together from the mana passing between its korohich. He planned to build to be as powerful as he could manage with his budget, and skill in the 3 powerful magical stones. Using clay from the elemental plane of Earth was a good start, and mixing in the mana-blasted dust from the Barrens was the next good step, but in the end, size would increase the volume of mana that the body could handle. So he and Selina would have to sculpt a minor giant. "All right, stand back," he said, waiting until his sister had stepped back before gripping the cauldron. He reversed the mana flow through the cauldron, switching its heating magic to cooling. Then he waited a few minutes while the cauldron sucked most of the excess heat out of the mixture. Next, he began to tip the cauldron. He nearly overbalanced, overestimating how much effort it would take, but caught himself before anything could spill. Sometimes he forgot how much his strength had increased since arriving at Generosity. He'd worked hard to get stronger, and it had been worth all the effort because now he could do things like lift and move things like the cauldron that he never could have before. He poured the mixed liquid clay into the pot and then stirred it. Smiling contentedly, he cast his newest spell, Orb of Air. After carefully going through the spell array, a floating, near-invisible sphere of fresh air manifested in front of him. Slowly, he sank the orb into the container and spun it through the still warm clay, giving one final pass to cool it and make sure it was beaten to the right consistency. He eyed it carefully. He'd created a few test mixtures with smaller amounts beforehand, using the mark. He wanted to make sure he'd perfected the substance's consistency before he went all in on making the large batch for the golem. It was at the perfect consistency for golem body sculpting. "All right, you ready to get your hands dirty?" Alex glanced at his sister. "Yes," she said excitedly, bounding over. "Okay, then let's do it." On their first day, they would start with the torso. The plan was to craft the golem in pieces, then fuse them together later, using magic and the proper tools. For now, the torso would be the best place to start using their hands and sculpting tools he'd bought from Shales. They spent the next few days slowly crafting the torso. The outside wasn't complicated to sculpt, though. They would add more detail over time. For the fun and aesthetics of it, but the inside work of crafting pathways for the mana to flow through the golem and power it was complex. The only area he left blank on the inside was the setting for the golem core. Wasn't sure exactly how large his golem core would end up being. After a few days of sculpting, the Roth siblings took a break. The countryside of Generosity awaited. "Holy crap, I should have booked passage on one of these months ago. This is amazing," Alex shouted over the wind as he leaned over the railing. "It's incredible," Teresa agreed, holding the rail with one hand and moving her wind-blown bangs from her eyes. Selena giggled, filled with delight at their reactions while hopping up and down beside them. Kalik laughed exuberantly alongside them as Nadia soared by. Isolde smiled and Thundar was all grins. Behind them, Brutus pressed himself tightly to the floor and as close against Teresa's legs as he could. Around them, throngs of holidaying students and other passengers looked at them in amusement, but didn't say anything. The reaction of pure delight Alex's group was having was common for first-timers on a skyship. The trip they were on was a popular, crowded excursion arranged for folks to tour Generosity's wine country. While Selena had been on a skyship with her class once before, none of the others had ever ridden on one. Everyone tensed as the galleon pulled away from the massive skyport terminal where they'd boarded and climbed up above the soaring towers of Generosity City. Despite the fairly steep incline the ship took, the passengers didn't lose balance or plummet overboard since it was charged with magic that kept them comfortable and safely on board. Brutus, however, was obviously nervous about the entire affair and eyed the glass-bottomed deck like he expected it to crack and spill them into the sky. By the way he'd plastered himself to Teresa, it seemed he was even more distrustful of skyships than sky gondolas. Maybe it was the transparent, fragile-looking floor that was making him uncomfortable, especially with Selena jumping up and down on it. Teresa kept reassuring him that he'd be back on land soon, but he was still wide-eyed and whining as he watched Selena. Passengers crowded the deck, sipping from cups of chilled coffee, lemonade, iced teas, and chilled wines from the ship's drink menu, while the captain's voice boomed over the wind. Beside the ship flew a flock of the students' familiars, soaring and circling around the vessel. The mood was high, marred only by what looked like a small battalion of city guards joined by members of the Watchers of Roll. The mana vampire hadn't attacked recently, and the city authorities still hadn't managed to track and put an end to it. Its bounty continued to climb. As the flying ship soared over the city wall, a small encampment of mercenaries, monster hunters and rangers came into view in the open fields between the countryside proper and the city walls. Some hunted within the city, looking for the creature and the golden prize it would bring, while others ventured deep into the countryside in case the monster still stalked there. Alex wondered just how high the bounty had climbed to bring so many warriors of fortune to the city of wizards. He glanced back to the ship's protectors, patrolling along the sides of the deck. For now, all the city officials could do was set up experienced fighters as deterrents and continue the hunt. It made Alex feel a lot better. From how the Watchers of Roll resisted the demon's aura of fear, Alex figured they were well equipped to stand against a mana vampire's ability to put others to sleep. With how they'd handled themselves in the demon attack, he figured a mana vampire would have an awful time fighting the Watchers while trapped on a flying ship, unless it was a lot stronger than he knew. He felt safe enough. He glanced at the other travelers, mostly. The Watcher's presence didn't stop him from checking his surroundings every now and then, though. The ship flew over the green fields and bright vineyards of the countryside, and everyone gawked at the manor houses that resembled something from a fairy tale dotting the countryside. Between them, Rose Lone Wizard's Towerstat looked like something straight out of one of the storybooks in the church, school surrounded by gardens and low walls that were marked with protective glyphs on top. "Wow, it's like wizard paradise," Alex said. "It is," Isolde said. "Look there." She pointed to a villa that rose from a hill with bright yellow stucco walls and a red terraced roof. "One of my distant cousins lives there, but I have never visited." "You've never visited?" Teresa looked at her sharply. "Oh, I wanted to hear what a place like that looked like on the inside." Isolde shrugged. "I might still visit. The relationship is distant, so we do not share much in the way of correspondence." "You'll have to tell me all about it then, especially that." Teresa pointed to a well-kept forest that was a riot of color blazing with bright red, orange, purple, and yellow leaves. Through some of the clearings, Alex could see toadstools the size of carriages. What a forest. Does it belong to your cousin's family? Not quite. Isolde drew a line through the forest near the villa with her finger. Many acres are claimed by my kin, but most of the forest is under the dominion of the Dryad village that is there. Did you say Dryads? Alex, Colic, and Thundar said at the same time. They laughed, glancing at each other. Alex had read about Dryads, beautiful forest nymphs bound to trees by a life link. They were said to be masters in their own branch of magic that deals with nature, animals, and plants. What are they? Why are they so excited about them? Teresa asked. Isolde gave the Minotaur, the prince and the fool a long look before explaining the concept to Teresa. The huntress' eyes lit up. They'd know so much about forest craft, I'd love to meet them. Yeah, that's why I was so excited, Alex said, ignoring the pointed stare of Isolde and the rapid agreements of Thundar and Colic. Perhaps I could arrange something, Isolde said. My cousin hosts a spring masquerade ball, though the masks are far less grotesque than those we wore for the Festival of Ghosts. If I could secure invitations, perhaps I could convince my cousin to broker a meeting between you and one of the tree women. I would love that. Teresa said. The fool, prince, and Minotaur didn't say a word. The ship stopped at several estates where passengers were free to disembark and sample the many wines, foods, and fruity beverages on offer. Selena, Nagia, and Brutus played in and explored some of the nearby grounds. Thundar and Alex ate way too much and were in a half coma by the time the evening rolled around. Still even while barely awake, Alex could hear a merry Colic composing poetry about imaginary dryads, half in his language and half in the common tongue. For some reason, Teresa seemed to find this endlessly hilarious and laughed so hard she was in tears. Isolde was decidedly less amused, while Thundar, nearly passed out from overstuffing himself, sat on the deck with his eyes closed and pet Brutus with one massive hand. Selena lay flat on her stomach beside them, contentedly looking through the glass deck at the evening scenery below. It was a fine day, all in all, and one they were eager to repeat a few more times during the break. Luckily, Isolde was there to provide, so she said one day when the cabal had met for lunch, I contacted that distant cousin I spoke of, and fortunately, he has invited me and any guests I should see fit to bring to his estate for the afternoon. She paused. We need to be cautious in light of the mana vampire lurking, of course, and... She paused again. My cousin informs me that a time ago, monster hunters spotted another creature lurking in his lands, one that leapt from tree to tree, covered in scales and judging by the marks it left in the bark absolutely wicked claws. Alex's face full of brioche paused. Another monster. He wondered what else might be lurking in Generosi's countryside. You know, if this is winter here, then I'm not sure I ever want to go back home, Alex said as the extra-long sky gondola pulled up over the fairy tale villa belonging to Isolde's cousin. The rain was streaming down in sheets over the wind and rain shield, making it a nasty day to go exploring the countryside, but Alex could see blue skies to the east as the clouds passed. Soon, the day would turn sunny. It was like that a lot in Generosi, and so fervent as it was getting deeper into winter. The coldest it had been was during days of cool rain that only made things pleasant and fresh. But what about snow, Alex? Selena said. I miss snow. I tell you what, when I get better at magic, I'll make you some snow, okay? He paused, noticing a strange look had passed over her face. Are you okay? He asked her. Fine, she said quickly and returned to her captivated examination of the villa. Before he could say anything else, Isolde spoke from the back of the gondola. You may bring us down there. She pointed out a landing pad on the grass that was centered within a U-shaped road in front of the villa. Right away, ma'am, their sky gondolier said. Excellent, so if I may have everyone's attention, she called to Alex, Teresa, Colic, Selena, and Thundar. My cousin is what is known as Patrizia, or patrician in the common tongue, one of the landed noble families whose bloodline extends back to before Generosi was built. As none of us are his subjects, and since we are residents of the city, while students at the university were expected to show him courtesy as a host, or in my case as kin, but there is no need for bowing. Really? Teresa asked. I thought nobles got particular about that sort of thing. Colic hit a cough. Isolde raised an eyebrow, and a wry smile took her features. And do you find that? I am particular about that sort of thing, Teresa. When we went to the weaponsmith's shop to see her wares, did I ask that you walk behind me, bow and address me as my lady or anything of the sort? Have you ever seen me demand that Hogarth and Sphenia bow down as they served me? Do you see me as that particular? The huntress paled. No, you didn't. I mean, I don't think of you that way. I'm sorry. Isolde let out a rare laugh. No apologies needed, I am teasing, and to be truthful, in most cases I am quite particular that aristocratic protocol be followed, but wizards are outside of the system of feudalism in these lands. We respect the ancestral guardians of the country, but we do not bow to them. Alex cocked his head in interest. That was a very interesting tidbit of information. He dreamed of becoming a wizard because it was the ticket to a safe and comfortable life, or so he'd thought at the time. In Thameland, though, wizards were subjects of their lords just like anyone else. It didn't mean that some noble was going to enter a wizard's tower and demand service, but it did mean paying taxes and having to follow orders if called into service. It also meant proper respect, such as bowing and the finer points of etiquette that had never really affected Alex Roth. He imagined that, for folk of these lands, it'd be even more attractive to become a wizard. For them, it would mean not only freedom in terms of practical skills, but also the ability to officially break out of the feudal hierarchy. As the sky gondola landed on the pad and its passengers, including a Cerberus that never seemed to quite get used to the flying crafts, quickly scrambled out, they saw a tall man approaching them from the villa. "Lady Isolde von Anmut's party?" he asked. "Yes, that is us," Isolde said. With a wave of a cane, something happened, and Alex felt mana flow from the device. Suddenly, invisible shields appeared over them, providing protection from the rain. They followed Vincenzo, and as soon as they reached the villa's overhang, towering entry doors cracked open. Several servants emerged, flanking a tall man, maybe somewhere in his early 30s, with graying hair and the same sharp blue eyes as Isolde's. A fine sword hung on his hip, which drew the attention of both Isolde and Teresa. He smiled at the tall young woman, kissing her lightly on each cheek. "Cousin, welcome. I see that you are right on time, despite the rain. We set out early so that we would not be delayed," Isolde said, shooting a look at Thundar, who glanced away guiltily. Colic had to go rouse the slumbering Minotaur at his dormitory room, then they'd had to sprint to the sky pier to make it on time. Isolde had driven them all as if the Ravena itself was chasing them. She must have repeated, "We cannot be late." 20 times before they reached their sky gondola. Colic Bayer met her, Alex Roth, Teresa Liu, Selina Roth, and Thundar, son of Gulbif. "This is my cousin, Patrizia Giuseppe Marco de Paolo." Colic had told Isolde his surname earlier that morning, and unsurprisingly, due to the distance between their realms, it seemed that she did not recognize it, just as he hadn't recognized hers when she'd first revealed it in the Barrens. None of them recognized her cousin's name or title either, or at least, no one said that they did. If he took offense to this, he hid it well. His smile was a genuine one that reached his eyes, which only grew wider when Selina curtsied to him. "Welcome to my home. Any friend of my family is a welcome guest." He gestured to his foyer. "I've had a table set up in the solarium so that we might have a light lunch there." In her note, Isolde mentioned that you might have an interest in seeing the grounds. "So perhaps once my guard captain returns from inspecting the house guards, we can have a little walk and I can show you around after lunch." He straightened slightly in pride as he spoke of showing off his home. "Now come, no sense in standing out here in the damp." He glanced at Brutus. "Well, isn't this a handsome devil? Even in Generossi, Cerebri are rare beasts, and fewer still are as well trained as this one. Who, might I ask, is his master?" He paused, glancing over all of them before his eyes focused on Teresa. "Oh, why ask for the answers to obvious questions? You are this beast's master, are you not, young lady? He shows a close attachment to you." Teresa paused, blinking in surprise. She said proudly. "This is Brutus. I raised him from a pup." At the Patrizia's acknowledgement and mention of his name, one of Brutus' heads turned to Teresa in curiosity, while another rose up as though filled with pride. Alex felt a touch of jealousy. It had taken him years, and risking his life for this mutt to finally mostly warm to him. Now he was happily soaking up attention from this man he'd just met. He paused. "Really, man," he thought to himself. "You don't really get jealous when someone shows Teresa a bunch of attention, except for maybe that mana vampire on Fandor's ship. When you thought he was a man who was staring at her, but you turn into a green-eyed monster when the three-headed dog warms up to someone." He shook his head. Each time he examined himself, he found that his issues ran deeper. "I see you did an admirable job," the Patrizia said, admiring Brutus and patting one of his heads. "We have a fine breed of hound in Generossi, Striga cane Corso, or the coursing hounds of Striga. It is a breed of hunting dog, though not as large or as strong as a Cerberus that can scent mana. They were quite valuable when my ancestors and the wizards of Generossi were not always on the best of terms." His face darkened. If only they could scent mana vampires, the elusive devils that they are. "In any case, might my groundskeeper escort your pup to the yard with my other hounds?" Teresa paused. "Are they safe?" The Patrizia laughed heartily. "They are safe, clever, and trained to only attack when ordered to or when defending themselves. I am sure your Brutus will get along with them just fine." Teresa paused, looking down at Brutus. "Do you like the sound of that? Do you want to go play?" Brutus let out 3 barks all at once and wagged his tail. After watching, Brutus followed the groundskeeper to the villa's outbuilding stored a walled kennel complex that was near a towering windmill that turned slowly in the rain, and Winthy followed the Patrizia into his villa. Having spent so much time at the University of Generossi, Alex was fairly sure that few buildings could surprise him anymore. He was wrong. While Patrizia de Paolo's villa wasn't filled with moving benches, orbs of air that cleaned up debris, and other wonders, it made up for those things in sheer opulence. From masterfully done oil paintings covering the walls, to soaring muraled ceilings, marble floors and staircases, and windows of fine glass surrounded by hand-carved frames, it all spoke of an owner that probably had more gold coins than they'd likely ever be able to spend in several mortal lifetimes. Selina was absolutely taken with all the details immediately. Her eyes shot around at all the embellishments, flourishes, and architectural wonders that made up the Patrizia's home. Thundar gaped at the wealth on display, as did Alex, while Prince Colic walked through as naturally as if he were walking through a farmer's market. Alex supposed everything was relative. His belly growled as they were led to the solarium. A delightful scent drifted through the air, and he was really looking forward to whatever the source of lunch was. He wasn't disappointed by a long table that occupied the center of the glass room, which overlooked nearby gardens. It was bursting with platters of pastries, hot breads, fresh fruits and vegetables, and an inviting display of cured meats with cubed cheeses in the center. Oh, and a lot of fresh grapes, wines, and juices. It was almost a shame that the conversation was so pleasant, as Alex would have loved nothing more than to occupy his mouth entirely with the feast that had been prepared for them. Luckily, Isolde did most of the talking to her cousin, with the others only jumping in when he directly addressed them. Colic seemed to pull the older man's attention the most. They spoke of the politics and trade of the realms surrounding the Prinian Sea. A lot of it went over the heads of Alex, Teresa, Thundar, and Selina, but Isolde followed along with interest. The conversation did eventually take a turn that caught Alex's interest. The mana vampire is not only a horrid creature, but also bad for trade, Giuseppe complained. As fear heightens, people want to travel less, and as they want to travel less, they want to buy less. Of course, then there's that other monster to worry about. Yes, Colic said. Isolde did mention that to us. I know there are some monsters in the countryside here. Are this creature's activities so beyond those of the ones in this area? The countryside does have its monsters, my friend, but we who live out here, as well as the city officials, make sure that their populations are kept low and that the roads are safe. These days, you mostly find the occasional Mupkara troop that's adapted to life outside of the barrens and a few other beasts. This creature, though, avoided a team of seasoned, experienced monster hunters. The mere sighting of it was enough to heighten fear even further. He sighed, patting the sword on his hip. Decade ago, and I would have gone out with my hounds and house guards to hunt the thing myself, but now I have a family to think of and responsibilities. Those tend to take a lot of the fun out of adventuring. The mind focuses on risks and the body hesitates. I'm sure you have many thrilling stories you could tell, Colic said, sipping the wine from his goblet. He made an appreciative sound, an excellent vintage. It is one of yours, my father's, casked 10 years ago. Giuseppe smiled wistfully. Back when my head was filled with song and wonder, and my hand was filled with the hilt of my sword. Sounds thrilling, Teresa added, with a note of longing in her voice. Oh, I was quite the duelist at your age, but the life of a lord in winter has its own thrills. He paused, shooting the group a coy look. And adventure still remains fairly close at hand. Isolde told me that you might have an interest in the Dryads. Yes, Colic, Thundar, Teresa, and Selina said at once, echoing each other with identical enthusiasm, but for very different reasons. Indeed, Isolde said, drawing out the word with a slight frown of disapproval at her male cabamates. Alex, meanwhile, was using the mark to keep his face as neutral and natural as he could. Well, they are not at my beck and call. The Patrizia squinted through the solarium's glass ceiling. But I do note that the sun is coming out, and I think we could use a little post-lunch exercise. So why don't we enter the woods and I can show you their trails and some of their magnificent works. Perhaps, if we are fortunate, one of them might greet us. Ooh, that sounds great, Teresa said, looking at Alex excitedly. He exchanged a smile with her and a knowing look with Colic and Thundar. He pointedly ignored Isolde's judging eyes. Oh my gosh, look at this. Selina ran up ahead on the forest path, staring at a strange construction, a sculpture of what looked to be a giant humanoid, woven together by living trees as if they'd purposefully grown in that shape. That's incredible. Teresa quickly followed her while the rest of the group strolled along the path. The forest scented with an earthiness awakened by the fresh rain loomed over them, filled with trees bearing brightly colored leaves that shed rain droplets when the wind blew. The ground was soaking wet, but Giuseppe had led them onto a dryad path which was coated in a water-absorbent moss that was soft on the foot, hoof, or shoe while soaking up water quickly before it could turn the earth into a mud sink. Careful not to stray from the path, Giuseppe, flanked by his house guards and guard, captinkled to them. My family has been given permission to use the Dryads' paths to travel, but not to step too far into their lands. We'll be careful, Selina promised. Just don't go too far from Teresa, Alex added, and stay where I can see you. He glanced at the trees, thinking about the mana vampire and other monster their host had mentioned. They were surrounded by armed guards, and the Patrizia had assured them that the forest had been checked and was safe. Still, he wondered if he should have cast Force Shield on Selina just in case. At least Teresa was with her, and so far nothing had happened. What is that? Selina asked excitedly, still looking up at the sculpture of woven trees. It's a marker, Giuseppe said. It separates my lands from those of the Dryads. The road broke into a fork. My household and guests can travel on the left path, but not the right without their permission. Ach, that's too bad, Thundar said. Looks like no Dryads today. Ah well, at least the kids hap. The Minotaur's words suddenly cut off. All went still, and Teresa suddenly froze, eyeing the trees around them. Her hand fell to her knife. Teresa, what's hap? Do not move, Mara Vitter, or your face will have a very, very red new decoration, a voice said from right beside Alex. He froze and slowly turned to his left. Protruding halfway out of the closest tree was a woman, and that woman had a sword pointed only inches away from his face. Think, adapt, think, adapt, think, adapt. Alex's mind began to race. His eyes darted, quickly taking in his surroundings and analyzing the situation. They'd been surrounded, their opponents had come out of the woods, some of them emerging directly from tree trunks to flank their entire party at the same time. His sister had gone silent, and Teresa was hugging her tightly to her side. The huntress had her massive hunting knife drawn and on guard, but she was flanked by two females, each holding swords close to her, while two more crouched in the trees, with bows pointed down, ready to draw and fire arrows in a heartbeat. Thundar was still frozen in mid-sentence with two swords pointed at his chest, while Colic and Isolde each had a swordswoman threatening them. The Patrizia, his captain, and a few guards had managed to draw their weapons, but it was clear who held the advantage. Despite some of the women moving from branch to branch for a better angle to aim their bows at their targets, they did not make a single sound in the trees. It was an uncomfortable reminder of the silent spiders. Alex's brow furrowed. From the fact that they were all still alive, it seemed that these assailants didn't plan on ending their lives immediately, which made him wonder what they wanted exactly. Hold now, hold, peace, Giuseppe shouted. What is the meaning of this? Are the Dryads violating their pact with my family after so many years? Are you no more than common bandits now who dare threaten my kin and party? Quiet, Mara Vitter, one of the assailers said. I think you misread the situation. You are the rabbit and we are the snare. Wait, I recognize this one. Another voice came from a towering oak close to Isolde's cousin. Another woman slid down silently on with a scar on her cheek. Yes, you are the Mara Vitter human. You are the human lord that lives outside of our forest. I am the human lord that rules part of this forest, Giuseppe said with heat. Has one of my subjects violated the peace? We have not left the path, so why do you threaten us? The scarred woman watched him for a long moment. I apologize, human lord, but these are strange times. She looked at the other women. Bring your swords away from him. Take your weapons away from my sister and friends, Alex growled, speaking from a mix of anger, defensiveness, and fear. The sword drifted a little closer to his face. Quiet, you, the woman said. I must agree with my guest, Giuseppe echoed, keeping his sword up even as his aggressors put theirs down. You are paying us incredible insult. Do not hold swords on us like we are common criminals. It is not that we fear you and yours are criminals, the lead woman said. There is a creature in these lands, one that steals magic by contact with life. You mean the mana vampire? The Patrizia asked. That is your name for it, yes, she said. It is a shapeshifter and can choose many guises. With what has happened, the coming of strangers is a danger to use. One of you might be this creature who seeks to bleed the magic from us and our woods. All of these guards have been with me for as long as memory serves me. There have been no mana vampire attacks on this estate. They are what they seem, and this woman is my kin. Giuseppe placed a hand on Isolde's shoulder. I vouch for her on my honor and life. She's no mana-stealing shapeshifter. And these are my friends, Isolde jumped in, with head held high and hand closed on the hilt of her stiletto knife. I have known them for half a year. They are not shape-shifting monsters, I assure you. We are in a cabal together. If you threaten them, then you also threaten me, and I shall defend us as such. There was a long pause while the tension thickened in the air. Alex could see Teresa's eyes moving quickly, as though she were creating a plan how to fight and how to escape. She drew Selina closer to her side. The little girl was staring up at the swords. You do threaten a child, Colic said, not a shape-shifting monster. A child. Clearly something has happened to you to make you so cautious, but understand, you do threaten a child. The women seemed to finally process Selina's presence, and Alex saw a good deal of tension leaving and their demeanor relaxing. Those with weapons pointed at Teresa, and Selina gave uncomfortable looks toward their leader, who sighed. We are in the wrong here, the scarred woman said. Lower your weapons. She gave the Patrizia's group a deep bow. My apologies, Mara Vitter. We acted in haste. We ask forgiveness. Alex let out a sigh of relief as the women moved their weapons away. He wasn't the only one who exhaled. His heart had been hammering in his ears the entire time. Though no one was hurt, I will want an explanation, Patrizia de Paolo said, then glanced at his guards. You may sheathe your weapons. The group of travelers looked at each other before taking their hands away from their arms. Teresa was the last to sheath her knife, glaring at the women for several heartbeats before finally sheathing the blade and speaking gently to Selina. Alex immediately went to two of them, catching them both in a tight hug. Are you okay? Are you hurt? he said quickly to Selena, bending down, taking her chin and turning her face this way and that to make sure she hadn't been injured. He couldn't find any wounds. I'm okay, she said quickly, hugging him. He noticed that her eyes were steady and she showed no signs of crying. He thought back to when they'd first walked into the cave of the traveler. His little sister really did seem to be especially brave for a child her age. He knew he wasn't that brave at 10 years old. He glanced up at Teresa. Are you okay? Just nettled, she said, continuing to glare at the women. She didn't say anything else, likely because from the look on her face anything she really wanted to say would probably have reopened hostilities. Alex looked back at the Patrizia, who was speaking quietly with the leader. Hano, that the threat of imminent violence was no longer an issue, finally had a chance to examine. It was strange how the mind could focus on certain details and miss others when danger was threatening. The women were obviously not human, but all their non-human traits had become completely irrelevant while his mind was occupied with the sword that had been right in his face and the safety of his sister and companions. First, his eyes took in their weapons. While they carried either swords, bows and arrows or spears, all were completely constructed of what looked to be wood. From the sharpness of their points and edges, and the way the dryads wielded them though, Alex had no doubt about their deadliness. His eyes rose to examine the weapon wielders themselves. From Geisip referring to them as such and their unique appearance, he realized that they were in the presence of dryads. They were humanoid in form. Their skin tones ranged from the frosty white of a cloud, to the tan of a fawn, to the reddish-brown of a fox or browns of a chestnut or acorn, to the deep black of a midnight sky and the multi-hues of tree bark. Some even had a greenish cast to their skin, like the color of summer leaves. Their hair was unlike that of a human's or animal's. Soft branches like a willow tree grew from their heads, some rising up and some falling over their shoulders like green saplings that were weighted down. These branches were filled with an abundance of crimson-colored leaves, like the reds of fall. Their eyes were every color one could find in nature, and they wore sleeveless tunics woven of the same red leaves that fell just above their knees. Their feet were bare. They were also as beautiful as was told in tales and texts, but not just in a physical way. There was an unearthly grace to each one, as if they were representations of nature's own beauty. It took Alex a moment to tear his eyes away from them and notice that the other seven, Selena, Teresa, and Isildur, fascinated too. Not surprisingly, Colic, Thundar, and some members of the House Guard were having similar reactions as one another and doing a lot of happy grinning. Alex tuned into the conversation between the Dryad leader and the Patrizia. Have trouble with the mana vampire too, Harmonia? Giuseppe was asking the leader. It has tried to penetrate our forest to find our village several times, Harmonia said. It even changed shape to mimic one of our own and try to blend into a patrol, but its behavior was off and none recognized this new dryad. It fled. Had it reached our sacred grove, it would have drained the mana and life force from our tree sisters, so we have increased our patrols and interrogated outsiders since. Her eyes narrowed, and then we encountered the second beast. Second beast, do you mean the creature with scales and terrible claws? The Patrizia asked. Yes, it walked on 2 legs, but it was a monster, the Dryad leader said darkly. Dark scales as strong as steel, claws that cut deeper than fine blades, and a bite that was as venomous as an adder's fangs. It was quick enough to run down a stag, agile enough to move through the branches at speed, and strong enough to break bone in its grip. A patrol of 5 found the thing, and by the time the battle was finished, 2 of our sisters lay dead and their sister trees withered. Her eyes flashed dangerously. Now we do not take chances. Alex frowned. That clawed beast had been mentioned a few times now by people around him. He scanned the trees as others did the same. He suddenly wished that Balin was close by like he always was when they faced monsters in the barrens. A wild suspicion began to grow in his mind, one that must have been simple paranoia as his rational mind was telling him. After all, there were tons of monsters in the barrens and other kinds in the countryside around them. They varied in shape, size, power, and probably not all of them had been discovered. It was likely this unfamiliar creature was just some unknown monster from somewhere nearby. But despite trying to reassure himself, his imagination couldn't help but conjure the image of a monstrous agent of the Ravena coming to seek his life after all this time. Is the beast still about? Colic asked. It fled after it fought our patrol and passed beyond our lands and beyond our knowledge, Harmonia said. We have watched for it but have seen no sign. We asked the birds to keep watch for it, but they have not seen it for months now. Perhaps it has moved on. Still, we must be cautious. I again apologize for the misunderstanding. When my sister tree bears fruit, I'll have several baskets sent to you in apology, Mara Vitter. Again she bowed her head. Her leafy hair rustled as she moved. In better times we would welcome you to our village to extend proper hospitality, but that will have to wait. Once the mana vampire, as you called it, is eliminated, perhaps we can offer hospitality again to our neighbor. For now, we will leave you to your business. Stay on the path. With that, Harmonia and the other dryads melted back into the trees. In a few heartbeats they were alone. Birds chirped in the branches overhead, and Alex looked up, wondering if they'd been left behind as watchers. Well, Thundar finally said, "That was a lot less fun than I was hoping. They were damned pretty, though." After the conversation with the Dryads, the mood had dampened, and so they returned to the villa and spent the rest of the afternoon in the Patrizia's gardens. He'd shown them his prized hounds and falcons, since hunting was a favored pastime of his household. Kalik had called Nadia, who was always close by, and Giuseppe had admired the raptor, even offering Kalik a handsome sum for her. The prince had refused, of course, explaining that she was more to him than simply a hunting bird. He demonstrated some of her abilities as his familiar to the Patrizia, which left him wanting to buy her even more. Nadia didn't seem to be too impressed and maybe a little offended by the man. The group were invited to stay for an early supper, and at the end of the visit, Isolde's cousin had extended an invitation to them, an open invite to his spring masquerade ball. He said that the Dryads were often on his guest list as well, though most rarely attended. Everyone was really excited about the invitation and talked about the different fancy masks they could wear on their way back to campus on the Sky Gondola. Alex noted that he'd have to add some more dance moves to his repertoire. The rest of the break passed well, though Alex spent much of it working at Shales, tearing into his textbooks for the upcoming semester, and continuing to sculpt the golem body with Selena. Alex's fussiness, just like when it came to cooking, came into play in part because of the Mark's continuous refining of his skills. By the end of each sculpting day, he'd be a little more skilled than when the day had started. Selena also wanted the body to be as perfect as they could make it, and Sohin, they inevitably noticed a part of the golem that could have been sculpted better. They would go over their work from the previous day, which made things take longer. But at the end of each work day, that resulted in a golem torso that was looking more and more like a sculpture of a well-proportioned, muscular warrior. All too quickly, school break came to an end, and Alex promised Selena that they'd continue sculpting around their schedules during the new semester. As the time for his new classes came on, there was a task ahead that was filling him with both excitement and anxiety. "All right, Alex, you can do this," he said, staring at his reflection in the mirror while moving his hair a good 3 inches longer than when he'd first arrived at Generosity to the side. On his desk were his potions notes and a new textbook, as well as specific project instructions Jules had handed him for his first self-study project. Today would be the day he'd be heading to the lab with some independence effort the very first time. Also sitting on the desk was a small sack. Within was a sample of the Dungeon Core's remains. Alex looked at the bag with a smile of anticipation. This was the day he'd been waiting for. This was the day that, in secret, he would begin analyzing the Ravena's Dungeon Core. "Are you sure there's no way I can help?" Teresa asked. They'd already taken Selena to school and now were back at their apartment. She had a shift at the Beasterium soon. Brutus was already excitedly eyeing the door. "This is important. If I've got to say I'm sick for a shift to come and help you, I will. You know I will." "I thought about that," Alex said, pacing back and forth. "But there's nothing you could do, or Selena or Kalik. In the end, I've got to do this alone and do it while acting as naturally as possible so people don't think I'm doing something sneaky. I go to class and to work with Professors Jules and her grad students in the cells alone. If I suddenly start bringing people, that'll invite attention." Teresa bit her lip. "I really, really wish there was something I could do." Alex sighed and touched her shoulder. "Best thing, I think, is to just act normal. That'll make things easier for me, and then we can talk about whatever I find out if I find out anything useful." He chewed his lip. "It's probably going to take me several sessions analyzing it to learn as much as I can anyway. Several means more chances for you to get caught." Teresa shook her head. "I wish we could just tell the professors about it, but that'll raise so many questions." "Yeah, like how did you get that, and who are you that you have that?" he said. "Even if Jules knew, since she's so by procedure, I don't think she'd even let me analyze the stuff, especially alone. Then we'd also run the risk of others finding out about me and the fool, and I think that'd be pretty risky right now, especially with what the Dungeon Core actually is and what it means." "Yeah," Teresa said. "Considering what's happened, now would be a bad time to tell people that you have Dungeon Core remains." His memory went back to the demon. It had attacked the priest of Uldar, who he'd completely avoided since he'd gotten here. Not in a hostile way, but he'd never joined with Carrie London or gone to their temple. He was present during the demon attack, and his skills in every class except for force magic were rising abnormally fast. If he went and told a professor and those things were to come out, what would they say? He could well imagine what would happen next. Oh, by the way, he could hear himself saying, "I've had this dust that's the remains of what's basically a monster birthing orb the entire time. A monster birthing orb that only occurs in the lands of Uldar's people and is the enemy of Uldar's church. And why, yes, I do believe that a conjured demon did in fact attack a rally created by an organization dedicated to him. Why, no, that doesn't make me prime suspect number one. Wait, stop, why are you putting me in chains? Not to mention the fact that if the demon summoner, whoever it was was in fact targeting Uldar or priests in general, since he was actually a divinely chosen hero that could lead them to target him if that information about him got out. The only other being that he might consider telling was Balin, but could he really expect the Chancellor not to look at him with even a little bit of suspicion in light of what happened during that rally? He had to consider all of this carefully, because if he said something at the wrong time and things went badly, he couldn't take it back. Better he should try and analyze the substance safely on his own before looking for outside help. Besides, a small part of him wanted to see how the stuff worked before he considered telling anyone else about it anyway. Perhaps it had properties that could help him in alchemy. It certainly was rare. In the end, he'd likely have a far stronger case if he went to Balin with the analysis of the core complete. He could then show him that he was working against the Ravena, which would at least place him on the same side as the priests, and not looking like some agent of evil. If it turned out his analysis showed that any part of the dungeon core's substance was similar to anything used for summoning demons-like elements he'd learned about in Jules' work with her grad students, then at least he'd be the only one to know. When the time was right, he figured he'd be comfortable with approaching someone like Balin, who was neutral to the plight of Thameland and Ravenas, fools and dungeon cores, to share his story and results of his analysis with. After that, he could start working on getting the information to someone he could trust back in Thameland, or even better, get it to them anonymously. We just have to be careful like we have been up until now, Alex said, and we'll be okay. She frowned. Ugh, I wish this was a problem my sword could solve, since it can't. Teresa gave him a worried look, stepped forward and gave him a tight hug. Her warm forehead rested against his chest. Just be careful, okay? Alex quickly wrapped the huntress in his arms. I will be, he said, keeping his voice steady. I'll be fine. I'm not fine, his mind screamed, going completely renegade as he approached the cells. I'm going to get caught. I'm going to get caught. They're gonna grab me and throw me in wizard jail. Oh, by the Traveler, what the hell is wizard jail even like? Are there rats, magic rats, demonic magic rats? He took a deep, meditative breath, attempting to calm himself, and came to a halt on the path. It had been a long time since he'd been nervous about a lab. He stood in front of the cells, using the mark to help himself look as inconspicuous as possible. He still couldn't help but glance around a little too often, though, noting the 2 watchers of roll now flanking the entrance to the cells. They'd been assigned to that doorway, since the demons attacked just in case. Someone used demonology in the cells to conjure another attacker, and Alex had usually found their presence comforting. Today, though, he felt that their hard gazes were firmly on him, judging him, seeing his secrets and preparing to haul him off. He told himself it was his imagination running wild, and that was how they normally looked, but he still adjusted the small sack of dungeon core remains on his belt before he reached the door. Student identification, one of them said. Here it is, Alex offered quickly, afraid that his voice was going to crack. The watcher stared at the circular wooden card for what seemed like forever, but eventually nodded grimly and passed the card back without a word. They exchanged silent nods and Alex entered the cells. Inside were more watchers, placed at equidistant points in the hallway. Alex quickly but casually made his way upstairs, trying to nonchalantly meet their gazes. Look away too fast and he'd look suspicious, but stare too much and he'd also look suspicious. No glyphs that he'd encountered so far seemed to be for the purpose of analyzing contraband materials and sending up alarms. Then again, if that sort of magical know-how existed and was so easy to craft, then material analysis in alchemy would be a lot quicker and easier. He thought about what Professor Jules had told him about how magical devices advanced as the ambient mana in Generosity rose. In a way, he wished it were 100 years into the future. Perhaps by that time when the Ravena was reborn it'd be easier to analyze then. Then again, if he was wishing to be born in a different time, he might as well wish to be born in between the Ravena's returns, or born during a time when they'd permanently beaten the damn thing into dust. As he approached the door to cell 301, his assigned cell for the semester during the same 2 hours every other week, paused, shaking his thoughts away. When he was worried, his mind had a tendency to focus on Wellhigh's worries and other unrelated thoughts, and he would need all of his focus for what was next. Taking a deep breath, he wrapped his hand around the door handle and pulled. HNG, he grunted. It didn't budge. He tried it again. It didn't budge. Oh, you've got to be kidding me, Alex groaned. The room was locked and there wasn't a single sound coming from it. Unless he'd passed out in there, it likely meant the grad student who was supposed to open the room and supervise him hadn't arrived yet, which meant he was stuck out here. He glanced to the side. One of the watchers of Rollseated down the hall was looking at him. The grizzled man gave him a nod, then went back to systematically scanning the hall and ceiling. Alex sighed. Of course. Of course his supervisor would be late and leave him to stand out in the hall all by himself, while he was as nervous as a flea on a scratching dog and wanting nothing more than to get his scheme over with. Alex turned around and leaned against the wall, cursing internally and exhaling loudly. He glanced at the watcher. Maybe he could use this. If he could get into the lab before his supervisor arrived, he'd have a lot more freedom to perform some tests. Hey, he said quietly to the watcher. Excuse me. HRM, the watcher looked up at him again. Something the matter? Yeah, a bit. Alex jerked his thumb toward the door behind him. I got this project and I'm supposed to get started, but the grad student that's supposed to supervise me isn't here yet. Think you could let me in? The watcher shook his head. Sorry, never seen you before. Can't do that. Besides, if they're supervising you, then they should be here first. No problem. Long, uncomfortable minutes passed as Alex waited in the hall, eventually starting to pace back and forth in front of the door. Finally, he heard footsteps rapidly ascending the stairs. Sorry, sorry, a voice shouted and a man wearing a tall, black cone cap burst into the hall. At the noise, Alex noticed the watcher giving the other young man a look of disapproval. Are you Alex Roth? The man stopped, scratching the stubble on his face. Yeah, Alex extended his hand to shake the other man's. Are you my supervisor? I am, the man nodded, trying to catch his breath. Amir Abu Sail at your service. And you, he paused. No wait, I just asked that. Sorry, that's all right. Alex looked at the grad student's sweat-drenched features. The young man looked like he'd sprinted a mile. Are you all right? Yes. He continued to pant, trying to catch his breath. Last tutorial went long. Ran here not to waste too much of your time. Here, let's get you started. Amir fumbled with a few keys on a ring and slipped one into the lock. CLK. The door to the cell opened. Alex stepped inside and whistled in wonder. His very own laboratory, or at least, his laboratory for the next 2 hours. Well, what was left of the next 2 hours? The cell was very well equipped, not quite the size of cell 207, where his class had done the practicum in the first semester, but the stations were much larger than those in 207. Each station was made up of a wide, freestanding desk, with plenty of room for cauldrons, flasks, titration devices, and mana vacuums. Suspended above each was a mana waste container that was much larger and more robust than those in the general classroom. He smiled when he saw the big, beautiful mana waste container. Even beyond being able to analyze the dungeon core, having access to such a space would allow for far more in-depth experiments and for more powerful potions to be crafted. There was room here for much more intricate equipment, and the larger mana vacuum meant he could create greater magical reactions without fear of, well, blowing off his own face. There was only one small immediate issue. None of the equipment he needed was ready, and for the potion Jules assigned him to craft needed a fair amount of intricate apparatuses. Was he supposed to get them himself? Should I get everything set up? No, again, my apologies. Amir set his bag down on one end of the cell. He scratched the closely cropped hair on his scalp. There are a few things you can set up, but there are some apparatuses that we'll have to bring from the supply closet. The good news is once we set them up, we can leave most of them at your station for the semester, since they're the sort of devices you'll be using for multiple reactions. So what do you say we go fetch them now? He gave a weak smile and started heading for the door. Alex fought the urge to shake his head, and his supervisor. He was given access to this lab every other week. That was roughly 6 times during the semester, unless he could get an extra booking in, and with how busy the cells were, that wasn't likely. He had a limited amount of time to do his analysis. And now, the first of his sessions was being eaten away because his supervisor was late and hadn't set up. He took a deep breath as he followed Amir to get the equipment, keeping the sample of dungeon core remains close. Today, he would need to craft the potion that Jules had set for him safely, but as quickly as possible, and somewhere during the process tree, and analyze an aspect of the dungeon core's remains. He couldn't rush the potion, and it was one that would be very useful for him. A potion of haste, which doubled running speed, reaction time, reflexes, and speed of thought. It would be his first third-tier potion. Alex hoped he'd have enough time for everything he needed to do. Alex carefully shifted the sack that held the dungeon core's remains from his belt and slipped it into one of the leather pockets of his lab apron. He glanced at Amir, who'd taken a seat at the far end of the cell and was poring over notes laid out in front of him. The grad student kept looking up at Alex, dividing his attention between his notes and the younger student. Alex nodded at him, but made a sour face behind his mask. When he'd seen how scattered Amir was, he'd hoped that the supervisor wouldn't pay much attention to him during the lab. Unfortunately, Amir was multitasking while regularly checking on Alex. Well, Alex would have to examine the dungeon core the hard way then. He'd concocted a plan while they were getting the equipment from the supply room. First, Alex would subtly prepare the sample of core remains. Then he'd run some analysis on it while he was analyzing ingredients for the potion. By slipping some into the testing apparatuses, in between the ingredients, he was actually supposed to be analyzing for this lab. To Amarakros, the roommate would just look like Alex was doing the work he was supposed to do. He wouldn't be the wiser unless Alex screwed up, or something unexpected happened, or the grad student randomly sprinted over to check on the experiment and demanded to know, what the hell is that? When he saw the dungeon core's remains. The downside was that he'd only be able to use the apparatuses that were required for the assigned experiment, a mana spectrometer and camelcax moss. They would test a substance's composition and toxicity, respectively. He'd used them a number of times, including during the lab where his classmate drank quicksilver. Other equipment that could test different aspects of the remains weren't taken out for him this time, since they weren't necessary for this experiment. He'd have to plan on using those when he got access to them for future experiments. He also wouldn't be able to get many tries at the analysis today. Manas spectrometers were run at different times depending on a substance's composition. The more complex the substance, the longer a spectrometer would have to run in order to break it down and indicate what elements it was composed of. The issue was that running it for too long would often break a substance down too much and not generate any usable data. It would be like taking apart a large piece of wooden furniture to transport it. If the furniture wasn't broken down enough, then it would never fit through doorways. If it was broken down too much, it would just be splinters. No one would have any idea how those splinters fit together to make up the piece of furniture. It would be the same with a monospectrometer. Instead of colored bands to indicate a substance's composition, the readout would just be a chaotic array of tiny dots. With unknown substrates, it was best practice to use a variety of set times when using a monospectrometer for analysis, making an educated guess as to what time would be a good starting point. For example, if one had a simple substance to analyze, they might start off with running the spectrometer for 21 seconds as the recommended time for first-tier potion sand. If that didn't break down the substance into all of its component elements, then the next step would be running it at the recommended time for second-tier potions, which was 31 seconds, or the time for third-tier potions, which was 38 seconds, and so on. The trouble was that figuring out how long to analyze the dungeon core's remains would be a practice of trial and error, and if he kept running the monospectrometer half a dozen times without a proper explanation, that would very likely raise some uncomfortable questions and an eyebrow from Amir. There was also the danger that the substance might be too complex to practically run it through this model of monospectrometer. More complex substances took increasingly longer times for monospectrometers to break down. A ninth-tier potion would take nearly 6 hours to analyze with this model, which was why more high-powered models were used with more complex substances. He could only hope that the dungeon core's remains would be simple enough to analyze and that it wouldn't take suspiciously long, but only trial and error would determine that. First things first, though. He would use camocax moss to determine its toxicity, and for that he would need to either melt the dust or use a magical solvent to make it into a liquid. He set his station up so that his mana vacuum was in the potion flask. Now came the first tricky part. Applying heat to the dust might have unforeseen effects, and he also had no idea if the mana solvent would react unexpectedly with it. The solvent was safety rated to not react dangerously with most substances, but there was always a risk when mixing any unknown substance with anything else. Well, that was what the mana vacuum, mask, goggles, apron, and gloves were for. Carefully, he undid the bag of dungeon core remains in his pocket and took a pinch of the powder with his gloved fingers. He thought back to when he'd scooped up the substance with his bare hands back in the cave of the traveler that had broken so many safety protocols that Professor Jules would likely have had an aneurysm if she knew. He carefully dropped the dust into the flask, glancing over his shoulder and nearly jumping when he saw Amir looking right at him. "Everything all right over there?" the grad student asked. "Yep," Alex said quickly. "Good, good," Amir said contentedly and went back to his work. "You literally were created by the gods to give me a heart attack, weren't you?" Alex thought grumpily as he weighed the substance, mentally subtracting the weight of the flask from the number the scale's brass arrow pointed to. Shifting the flask to the heat source, he activated it, bringing the flame up to lick around the hardened glass. He watched the dark powder for a couple of minutes, but the heat wouldn't melt it. All right, plan B, he took up the bottle of solvent and poured some of it into a test tube. He would use a volume of solvent equal to the weight of the dust. He turned off the burner, waited for the glass to cool, and then added the liquid. HSSSSSS. For a brief second, Alex thought he had killed himself. The substance began hissing and steaming as it met the solvent. He imagined himself consumed by a horrible magical fireball. He kept his hand on the mana vacuum, watching as the reaction slowly died down. "What was that?" Amir said suddenly. "Oh, just dropped a bit of water into the flame. Stupid mistake, sorry," Alex said quickly. "Oh well, be careful, but it happens." He heard the rustle of Amir going back to his own activities. He let out a sigh of relief as the dungeon core's remains and the solvent combined into a liquid that was as black as night. Alex shuddered as he remembered the inky blackness of the dungeon core and how it thrummed as it absorbed its victim's fear. He set the liquefied sample aside and started on the assigned procedure for crafting a potion of haste. Glancing at the time, he began planning how to complete each step of the procedure efficiently to get things done as quickly as possible. He was very conscious that he could run out of time and that the cell was booked for right after him. So he'd have to finish everything and have it all cleaned up before time ran out. Luckily, even though the potion of haste was more powerful than anything he'd made before, it had many core similarities to the potion of running enhancement. He went through those steps quickly, applying the solvent to the solid ingredients for the potion which didn't hiss loudly. He noted bitterly and then used his mana conductor to guide the reaction in the proper direction. As he continued stirring the substance, he conjured a pair of wizard's hands in front of him and willed them to begin the cleanup. The magical constructs carefully carried some of the dirty tools that he no longer needed to the sink across the room. He heard Amir give a grunt of approval. "Very good, we might finish on time if you clean up while you're guiding the reaction." "That's the plan," Alex said with exaggerated cheer. Once his magical hands had returned, he started using them for their real purpose. Carefully, he scraped away a portion of camelcax moss from the steel jar it was stored in and applied it to a small, coin-sized sample plate. He casually shifted his body so that it was well placed between Amir and his spell. Then he willed Wizard's hand to take up a dropper and draw a sample of the liquefied dungeon core remains. Carefully, he dropped a few drops onto the moss and waited for any color change. His jaw clenched when the moss changed from its normal blue shade to a yellow-green. That indicated that there was a slight toxicity to the substance, but not to dangerous levels. Sterilizing alcohol also made camelcax moss turn that color. It meant that the substance could be handled, even have skin contact with, but ingesting it would likely be a terrible idea. Alex was very glad he'd had his mask on when the stuff started hissing. Next would be running it through the mana spectrometer, but that would have to wait until he was testing the potion's composition. He used Wizard's hand to carry the moss sample to the disposal bin, then returned his attention to the brewing potion of haste, glancing again at the glowing timekeeper on the wall. Ironically, a potion that doubled his speed in all things would have been very handy at the moment. HSSSSS, he gasped, glancing down. His potion was hissing ominously in the flask. Something it definitely shouldn't have been doing. Oh shit. His eyes grew wide as the liquid began to climb the sides of the flask and glow with a silvery light. Without hesitation, he hit the switch on the mana vacuum, watching as the energy was sucked out of the reaction and into the mana waste container. The energy still glowed in the container. The substance without mana to fuel the magical reaction immediately stopped climbing the flask. It merely boiled as flame continued to heat it. Alex cut the heat immediately. Damn it, he swore. What happened? Alex heard a chair scrape and footsteps begin to move behind him. Almost in a panic, he grabbed the flask with the dungeon core's liquefied sample and moved it behind the mana spectrometer, sliding it between the device and the protective shield that rose from the back of the work table. He turned to Amir, making sure to get his attention. "Og, reaction got away from me. Had to vacuum it. Ah, that happens to the best of us." Amir squinted at the flask of incomplete potion. "What step were you on?" Moving his body slightly so that it was between Amir and the mana spectrometer, he described the part of the reaction he'd been guiding when things began to get out of hand. Listening to Alex's explanation intently, Amir's eyes lit up behind his mask. "That's it," Amir said. "Swiftling's tears break down a lot faster than Quicksilver, so if you don't control specifically how they take in mana, they'll get away from you." "Ooh," Alex groaned. "It's a finicky ingredient," Amir shrugged. "And this is your first time brewing a third-tier potion, right? That's the point of doing this in a lab. You can make mistakes, learn from them, and get better. If we'd gotten alchemy right the first time we tried something, we wouldn't need a school for it. Start again and use the mana from the first reaction to fuel the second." "Yeah, got it," Alex said, glancing at the timekeeper as Amir walked back to his desk. It was going to be close. Quickly, he went through the earlier steps of the potion recipe again, using the mark to guide him through all of his most successful moments. This time, he made sure to focus all his attention on the reaction. Trying to speed through the steps with his focus split had been a bad idea. Rookie mistake. He took a deep, meditative breath and guided the reaction through its steps, acknowledging each distracting thought that came to him and then letting them go. This time, the potion went as per procedure, and soon enough I had a complete potion of haste on his hands. Now came the sneaky part. He decided to run the dungeon core sample through the mana spectrometer first, running the spectrometer for the same amount of time as he would for a third-tier potion. It would be the least conspicuous way to start, since a potion of haste was third tier, and so he'd be running it for that length of time too. Adding the black substance to the mana spectrometer, he waited 38 seconds, nervously tapping the desk. That half a minute felt more like half a day, and he nearly pounced on the mana spectrometer when the process finished. Taking out the sample and the paper read out for the dungeon core sample, next he placed some of the completed potion of haste into the mana spectrometer. Letting out a sigh of relief at getting the process for the dungeon core finished, he glanced down at the results, making a quiet sound of discontent. A lot of the readout was a slurry of multiple shades, only some of it had come out as the colored bars that indicated a substance's composition. He'd need to run the spectrometer longer to fully break down what the dungeon core was made of. He sighed, nearly about to put the paper down when he paused. Focusing more closely on the colored bars, he realized something about the pattern. His eyes went wide. He'd seen this composition before.